You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Attention, Grocery King shoppers. Today's special is Bubbling Brook Pure Spring Water, on sale in the beverage department. Why not pick up some for your family? Available in the gallon and half-gallon sizes. That's Bubbling Brook Pure Spring Water, on sale now.
Grace!
Oh, hey, Martha.
I thought that was you.
Just doing a little last-minute shopping.
For Bill's party? But I told you we'd take care of everything.
Oh, you know me. I have just about everything I need, but I'm going to pick up some greens for the salad, maybe an appetizer.
Well, don't worry about a cake. We're bringing one.
Oh, shoot. So are the Hendersons. That's going to be a lot of calories tonight. Maybe we can freeze some of it.
How many candles?
Girl, if I tell you the truth, we might start a fire at the dinner table.
Please, Bill's not that old.
I can't believe this is the big 4-0.
No.
He does wear it well now, doesn't he?
What's his secret?
Good genes, I guess. Plus, he's a do-it-yourselfer. That keeps him healthy.
I wish some of that would rub off on Jerry.
Oh, no, you don't. All that puttering around.
Ha, gotcha.
Not in the store, Oliver. Sorry.
No, that's all right.
Put that away right now, young man.
Yeah, but they're coming.
Who's coming?
The invaders.
I don't know what's gotten into him.
Oh, he's just being a boy. I know a lot about that.
You do?
When my pa was his age, it was video games all the time.
It still is. But they're so much more violent now. All about war and killing and...
My husband says it's a natural instinct.
What is?
To protect and defend.
Well, if he has to serve his country, that's one thing. But there's no war here now.
Thank God.
They do grow up fast.
Too fast, if you ask me.
I know. But really, what can we do? We can't keep them locked in their rooms. They're going to find out what the world's like sooner or later.
I think it's a male rite of passage thing, like horror movies and wrestling.
That's easy for you to say. You had girls.
Hey, Mom, look. Captain Chris.
No more breakfast cereal.
There's vitamins in everything.
It's nothing but sugar.
Oh, Mom.
Oliver, stay with me. Oliver!
Ooh, she has her hands full.
Reminds me so much of my pa.
Too much sugar.
Oh, Bill says that's a myth.
Food coloring, then.
I doubt it. It's the way the world is now. All the war news on television.
I wish we could just turn it off for a while and let him grow up.
Amen to that. Oh, shoot, what time is it?
Almost 3.
Oh, girl, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go get my hair done. I gotta stop at the cleaners.
When do you want us at the house?
Well, Bill won't be there before 7. You know, he has patients till 6.
He doesn't know, does he?
He better not. It won't be much of a surprise if he does.
Last chance for Bubbling Brook Spring Water at the sale price. Get some now in the beverage department.
Which aisle is that?
You need bottled water?
You know Bill's always restocking. He's just like a Boy Scout. Gotta be prepared.
I can't believe you guys built a shelter.
Well, we'll probably never need it, knock on wood. But that's his pet project, protecting his family, and I love him for it. At least he doesn't rebuild cars in the backyard.
Or collect model trains like Jerry.
Pure spring water for all your family needs.
You go ahead, I'll get the water.
Really? You don't mind?
No problem.
Oh, I love you, Martha. I'll pay you back tonight, I promise. See you later.
See you later.
Welcome to Friday afternoon in suburbia. Time for last-minute errands before the weekend begins. In this case, a surprise birthday party. Only there's a twist. What's in store for this particular evening is nothing less than a nightmare. Your attention is directed to the following fable. Once upon a time, families built bomb shelters in their basements in anticipation of a war they prayed would never come. The world lived on the brink of annihilation as men hoped for the best and prepared for the worst. Then the Cold War ended and shelters were forgotten until terrorism again made fear the order of the day. Please note that our story is not meant to be prophetic. It is the fervent prayer of all men of goodwill that such an attack will never come. It need not happen here. But in this place, in this time, the nightmare is about to become a reality. because this place is called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Shelter, starring Ernie Hudson, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
There. Who wants champagne?
Maybe just a little.
Give me your glasses, everybody.
Mom, may I please be excused?
I guess so. Just don't go too far. You know the dessert's coming, babe.
Okay.
Where are you going, son?
The family room. My favorite program's on.
Okay, but not too loud, Paul.
I know.
Who wants to make a toast?
Now, Martha.
If you don't, I will.
All right, here goes. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? No birthday celebration is complete without an after-dinner speech, and so let's get to the business at hand. The honoring of Dr. William Butler, who tonight is 1 year older and finally admits to being over 21.
Spare me.
Easy, honey.
I'll cut this short, Bill, in the interest of good taste. And to save you excess embarrassment. We got this little surprise party together as a very small reminder to you that on this street in this town, you're a very beloved guy.
Yeah, sure. His wife loves him.
There isn't one of us in this living room who hasn't put in a frantic phone call to you at some hour in the middle of the night.
You're not kidding.
This kid's sick, or that kid's got a fever or some crisis or other, and you'd come out with that antique medical bag of yours, half asleep without even a moment's hesitation to ease a little pain and make a parent's heart beat normally again. And there also isn't one of us in this room who hasn't owed you a whopping bill for a whole lot of months afterwards.
Try years.
Some of us still owe you.
Let's not forget about the chainsaw.
Yeah, don't forget that.
Another thing we owe him for.
Oh, yes, the good doctor's penchant for construction, his genuine old-fashioned bomb shelter.
I resent that. It's not old-fashioned.
Yeah, well, with all due respect, Bill, it is circa 1950s. Didn't I see one in an old issue of Life magazine, along with ads for hula hoops and the new Edsel? At any rate, I think we might as well go ahead and forgive him for such a quaint little hobby, despite the fact that what he thinks of as farsightedness on his part is a real pain in the neck to the whole neighborhood.
Can't take a little noise.
A little? Do I have to mention the cement trucks and the nocturnal hammering and sawing and all the rest of it? I mean, don't get me started. Anyway, when Grace mentioned that it was your birthday, we took it upon ourselves to handle the proceedings, and if the truth be told, we didn't mind it one bit.
Speak for yourself.
So just as a little personal aside, let me conclude this way. I've lived in this town for 30 years. As you'll recall, Bill, you and I went to the same school, joined the Army together. I became a broker, and a broken-down accountant. You became a doctor. But we raised our kids on the same block, confided in each other about our personal problems, gave each other a few helping hands along the way, and I'm glad to say our wives became fast friends. Well, anyway, in this goofy world we live in today, where the human race still seems unable to function without nuclear bombs and biological warfare, and when it appears that this may be the legacy we're leaving our kids, well, it's a comforting thought that qualities like decency and kindness and friendship still hold sway. And these are the qualities that you have, Bill. In spades.
Hear, hear!
These are what you love for. You and Grace. So before I start honking into a handkerchief, let me wind it up this way. Happy birthday, Dr. William Butler, from the gang on the block. And may you have many, many more.
Oh, thank you so much, Jerry and Martha, Marty and Ellie, and of course, Bob and Betty. We love you too. You are the best neighbors anyone could have. Bill, honey, don't you want to say something?
You dirty dogs, you. First, a surprise party, which I abhor, and then a sloppy, sentimental speech. Boy, I thought it would go on forever.
You want me to continue?
No. You'll spoil everybody's digestion. All I can say is, bless you all. There's no gift that means as much as good friends. But I might add about civil defense.
Here we go.
I may not be as crazy as you think. Do I have to mention the 3 little pigs? One built his house of straw, the next one of twigs, but the third one, the third little pig,
Ran squealing all the way home.
Did he just call us swine?
All right, but you get my point. Believe me, I sincerely hope I'm wrong. I'm not much of a gambler, as you know. In this case, I'm betting that I'm right, but I'm hoping that you win.
That's some bet, all right.
Now, everybody relax. That's it for the speeches. Who wants some more champagne?
Maybe just a wee bit.
Hold on, everybody. There's one more surprise. Betty, I need you and Grace in the kitchen.
You didn't get a cake.
Hush now. I'm sure that son of yours will want some.
Girl, watch out or he'll eat the whole thing.
Come with me.
Paulie,
Yeah, Pop.
help your mother clear the plates.
Okay, but
But what? What is it?
the television, it just went out.
Gods, a crisis. Marty, you're an engineer. What do you know about TVs that go on the fritz?
That there are times when such malfunctions are a boon to peace. What happened, Paul? Picture just went out?
Yeah.
You still getting sound?
No, first the picture went off. Then there was some kind of announcement about an emergency.
Here it comes, everybody.
We couldn't get all the candles to stay lit.
Hold it for a second. What did you say, Paul?
The announcer said to turn on the emergency station or something on the radio.
The Emergency Broadcast Network?
You must have heard it wrong, Paul.
I didn't hear it wrong, Pop. That's what he said. Tune to the emergency frequency. Then everything went blank.
He's right. It's a blank screen.
There's a radio in the living room.
Hey, what about the cake?
Not now, Grace.
Direct from Washington, D.C. To repeat, 4 minutes ago, the President of the United States made the following announcement. I quote, "At 8:04 Eastern Standard Time, our radar stations in Alaska reported a large number of unidentified flying objects moving southeast across our borders at a high rate of speed."
What is this, some kind of joke?
I don't think so.
Quiet.
As of this moment, we have been unable to determine the origin of these objects. But in the interest of national security, I am declaring a temporary emergency. Until further notice, we are in a condition of yellow alert. So said the President. Federal authorities request that all civilian defense personnel report to their assigned posts immediately. A temporary state of emergency is now in effect. No commercial traffic of any kind will be permitted on streets or highways in the northeast sector of the country. Repeat, no commercial vehicles of any kind will be permitted on streets or highways. You are asked to remain calm and proceed in an orderly fashion to your local shelter centers. Repeat, go to your nearest designated shelters.
What about Jeannie?
She'll be at the university. It's in the middle of the semester.
Bob, we've got to call her.
My sister, she's upstate. Did he say they're attacking upstate New York?
Does the phone still work?
I don't know. The line's down.
The circuits are overloaded. Everyone's trying to call.
The children.
Call the babysitter.
Did you hear what he said? We can't get through.
Stay calm, please.
The power's still on.
Check the next block.
Is your telephone working?
No.
I'm loading up the car. We gotta get out.
Stay where you are. The roads will be blocked.
Where can we go, Bill? Tell me.
There isn't anywhere to go. We've got to stay put for now.
Are you coming, Jerry?
Yes, I'm coming. Then what, Bill? What?
You heard the radio. If it's bombers, they're probably headed for the industrial centers. They'll be trying to shoot them down now. But if it's high-speed missiles, some may get through. There's no telling how long we have.
Marty, I need you.
Get the kids, Ellie.
The supplies in the camper.
Hurry, they're coming. They're coming.
Bill, we've got to do something.
Where's Paul?
I'm right here, Pop.
Get inside, both of you. We've gone over this before.
Yeah, but I never thought it would actually.
Well, it has. Don't just stand there. You know what to do. Inside, now.
The distant early warning line in Greenland, state of emergency. Repeat, emergency. This is not a test. This is not a test. This is not a test. This is the Emergency Broadcast Network. Repeating, all citizens not engaged in civil defense work are to remain off the streets. Please stay tuned to this frequency for further announcements. Repeat, please stay tuned to this frequency for further announcements.
I got the canned goods, Pop.
Good. Carry them down to the basement.
The shelter?
Of course, the shelter. Hurry.
I'm filling the water bottles, Bill.
Do the best you can. Fill all the empties. I'm going to check the generator in case the power goes off.
There's hardly any water coming through the tap now.
It's the pressure. Everybody and his brother's doing the same thing we are. Keep it on full force until it stops completely.
I'm trying.
Easy, honey. Make believe it costs $100 an ounce. In an hour, it'll be worth more than that.
Okay, what else, Pop?
All the canned goods down?
Everything I could find.
How about the jars in the fruit cellar?
I got those too.
Get my bag from the bedroom.
What about books and stuff?
Your father told you to get his bag.
I'm going.
There's still time, Grace. Paul's right. We will need books and other things besides food and water. God knows how long we'll have to stay down there. Light bulbs. Where do we keep the light bulbs?
Top shelf.
Which cupboard?
That one, there. Oh, but we don't have any. I ran out yesterday. I was going to buy some at the store. There was a sale on them, but I guess so.
Grace?
I'm sorry. I'm talking like an idiot now.
Go ahead. Mouth all the idiocies you want. You can also dance a jig or go up and take a cold shower, just as long as you don't panic, Grace. That's the important thing now, not to panic.
How much time do we have?
Seems to me I remember reading somewhere that from the first alarm we might have, I think it was 15 minutes to a half hour.
15 minutes?
I'm winging it, Grace. I don't know for sure. I don't think anyone does. The best we can do is to continue doing what we're doing. Keep pouring the water. I'll see to the boy.
All right.
Paul?
Yeah?
You got my bag?
And some other stuff. Books and magazines, too.
Let me give you a hand.
Here, I'll be right back.
Wait. Where are you going?
Outside, but just for a minute.
Are you out of your mind? Get down to the shelter as fast as you can.
But my bike's out there.
You won't need it. I said go down to the basement.
Why?
What?
Why should we even bother? If they drop a bomb or something, it will burn everything up. I saw it on TV. If it's an atom bomb, there won't be anything left. Nothing. It'll just be...
Don't even think that. Don't let yourself think it.
But it's true, isn't it?
We don't know. Nobody knows. We may be out of the danger zone. We might be 200 or 300 miles from where it hits. Out here, we may not even know when it happens.
Dad, we're 40 miles from New York. We'll get it too.
If we do, we do, that's all. But for the time being, our job is to stay alive. And you're not going to do that by running around in the night trying to find a bicycle. Now, give me some help here. And don't say anything like that in front of your mother. She's frightened enough as it is.
Yes, sir.
Bill, there's no more water.
I think we've got enough.
I filled every container we could find.
Bring a full one with you. Paul and I'll get the rest in a minute.
We're going down now?
That's right. Down to the shelter. There. The lights work. Go inside.
Bill, I don't think I'm ready.
I'm afraid we don't have much choice. Wait. There's a 5-gallon can of gasoline in the garage. Paul, you run up and get it. We may need it for the generator.
Okay.
Oh, Bill, I'm so tired.
Here. Sit on the cot.
I just want to lay down. I want to go to sleep.
Grace, listen to me.
I am listening.
I just explained to Paul, if there's a bomb, there's no assurance it'll land near us. And if it doesn't...
But if it does, if it hits New York, we'll get it too. All of it. The poison, the radiation, the whole thing, the firestorm, nothing will be able to put it out.
And we'll be in a shelter. With any luck at all, we'll survive. I've built this room very, very carefully to government standards. We've got food and water to last a long time if we use it wisely.
And then what? Then what, Bill? We crawl out of here and tiptoe through all the rubble up above, the rubble and the ruins and the bodies of our friends? Why is it so necessary to survive anyway? What's the point? Bill, admit it. Wouldn't it be better? Wouldn't it be quicker and easier if we just...
I got the gas can. Is that all you need from up here?
Do you hear that? Whose voice is that, Grace? That's why we have to survive. He's 12 years old. It's too early, much too early to think about a boy dying when he's done so little living. For him, Grace. Paul?
Yeah.
Set it there, next to the generator. I'll go up and get the rest of the water. Jerry, what in the...
What are you doing, Bill?
Storing water, which is what you should be doing.
Well, we got about 30 gallons, and then the water stopped. Did yours stop, too?
That's right. You'd better get on home, Jerry, and into your basement. I'd board up the windows if I were you, and if you got any wood putty, I'd seal the corners to make them airtight.
We don't have a cellar, Bill. The benefits of modern architecture. And wouldn't you know it, we got the one new house on the street. All the latest conveniences, everything at your beck and call. Every wonder of modern science except for the one they didn't take into account. The one that's headed straight for us right now.
Jerry, I don't know what to tell you.
Can I bring Martha and the kids over? Can I at least do that?
Here?
There's sitting ducks in our house. Sitting ducks. We don't have any protection at all.
You can use our basement.
Your basement? What about your shelter? That's the only place anyone can survive. We've got to get into the shelter.
I don't have any room, Jerry. I don't have near enough room or supplies. It's designed for 3 people.
We'll bring our own water and food. We'll sleep standing up if necessary. Please, Bill, we've got to use your shelter. I have to keep my family alive. You understand that? We won't use any of your stuff. You have my word.
What about air? It's a 10 by 10 room with an air filter to supply 3 people. Will you bring your own air?
24 hours, Bill, and then we'll get out, I swear, just so we can have a chance.
No. When that door gets closed and locked, it stays closed and locked. I'm not breaking the seal. There'll be radiation and heaven knows what else. I'm sorry, Jerry. As God is my witness, I'm sorry, but I built it for my family.
And what about my family? Don't they matter?
Of course they do. I'll have to ask you to get out of my way.
What do we do? Just rock on the front porch until we get burned to cinders?
That's not my concern. At this given moment, it's my family I have to worry about.
I am not going to sit by and watch my wife and children die in agony. I am not going to do that. Do you understand me? I am not going to...
Let go of me.
I'm sorry, Bill. I didn't mean to knock you down. Please believe me.
I kept telling you, all of you, build a shelter, get ready, forget the card parties and barbecues for maybe 2 hours a week, and make an admission to yourself that the worst is possible. But you didn't want to listen. None of you wanted to listen. To build a shelter was to acknowledge the kind of age we live in, and none of you wanted to face that. So now, Jerry, you got to face something far worse. Reality. May God protect you. It's out of my hands. It's simply out of my hands.
Where is he?
Marty?
Where? I've got to talk to him. We all do. There's no more time. I tell you, there's no more time. Bill, I have to talk to you.
I want to go home.
Just a minute, honey.
They're already down in the shelter. I told you they'd be there. They locked themselves in.
Your wife's right, Marty. It's no use. He slammed the door in my face.
He's got to let us in. We have windows in half our basement. I don't have anything to board them up with.
At least you have a basement.
Let's go, Marty. The baby's getting a chill. We'll have to do something.
Go where? There's no place that's safe. Where's the shelter? Downstairs?
No, I told you, he won't listen.
Bill, it's Marty. We've got the kids with us. Bill, can you hear me? Bill, please.
Mommy, the lights.
It's going to be all right. Shh. Marty, where are you? The lights are out.
Bill, I know you can hear me. Please let us in. Please, Bill. Just let us in. No one else.
Oh my God. What's happening, Bill?
I'll start the generator.
How can you in the dark?
I know how to work it.
Over here. Dad, I found the switch. All you have to do is pull the cord.
There's a ceiling light. At least we can see.
Bill, we don't have any lights out here. My wife and son are scared to death and my baby's crying. Just open the door.
Marty, I would if I could. Do you understand? If it didn't mean endangering the lives of my own flesh and blood, I would. I swear to you, I would.
Please, you've got to.
Don't keep asking me, Marty, because I can't. I can't and I won't.
I feel sorry for you then. I really do. You probably will survive, but you're gonna have blood on your hands. You hear me, Bill? You'll have blood on your hands.
Dad, maybe
No! I've already made my decision.
But Bill...
I can't help it, Grace. Either it's us or it's them. All my life, I tell you, all my life, I've only had one function. That was to end suffering, to relieve pain, to cure and do no harm. But the rules are different now, don't you see? Now there's only one purpose, and that's to survive. Nothing else means anything. We can't afford to let it mean anything. Marty, get out! Do you hear me? Just get out!
I brought a flashlight.
Who's got a portable radio?
Here.
Announced that there are no further reports on the unidentified flying objects. A statement from the Pentagon confirms that an enemy attack cannot be ruled out at this time. Remain tuned to this station for updates.
What does that mean?
It means they're missiles. I'm not going to sit here.
It'll hit any minute. I just know it. It's gonna hit any minute.
What are we going to do, Bob? Tell me.
I'll tell you what we shouldn't do. We shouldn't just moon around here like sheep. Maybe we ought to pick out a basement and go to work on it. Pool all our stuff, food, water, everything.
It isn't fair. He's down there completely safe, and our kids have to wait around for a bomb to drop.
Why don't we just go down in his basement and break open the door?
We couldn't all fit in there. It would be crazy to try.
Then draw lots. Pick out one family.
What difference would it make? He won't let us in.
We can all march down there and tell him he's got the whole street against him.
And what good would that do? I keep telling you, even if we were to break down the door, there's not enough room and there's not enough supplies. We'd just be killing everybody for no good reason.
If it saves even one of these kids out here, I call that a reason.
Jerry, you know him better than any of us. You're his best friend. Why don't you go down again? Try to talk to him. Plead with him. Tell him to pick out at least one family.
Meaning yours, Weiss?
Why not? I've got a 3-month-old infant.
So what? Is your baby's life any more precious than our kids?
I never said that. Look, if you're gonna argue about who deserved to live more than the next person, you can shut your mouth.
Why don't you shut your mouth, Weiss? I don't even know why we let you in the neighborhood. It always happens. You let one lousy foreign-born type in, and everything goes to hell. Pushy, grabby, semi-Americans. Hey, pal, you're garbage.
You're right. It always comes to that.
There's always one person, one rotten, unthinking fool like you, who suddenly becomes the big straw boss and decides who's acceptable.
I mean it, Weiss. If we've got to start hunting around for people to disqualify, you and yours are at the top of the list.
Well, you stupid son of a...
Keep it up, both of you. We won't need a bomb. We can slaughter each other with our bare hands.
Marty, go down to Bill's shelter again. Ask him.
What's that? The 2-minute warning?
That means they're almost here.
Look at the sky.
What are those lights?
Searchlights. It's gotta be close. Anything new on the radio?
No.
I'm going down there, and I'm gonna get him to open that door. I don't care what the rest of you think. That's the only thing left.
He's right. Come on, let's do it. Where's the stairway?
Over here. You got a bunch of your neighbors out here who want to stay alive. Now, you can open the door and talk to us, or you can keep on doing what you're doing. And we're gonna bust our way in.
Bill, they mean business out here.
And I mean business in here. I've already told you, Jerry, you're wasting your time. You're wasting precious time that could be used for something else, like planning how to survive.
Get some kind of battering ram.
Over on Bennett Avenue, Phil Klein has some heavy pipe in his yard. I've seen it.
Nah, that would get Klein into the act. Who cares about saving him? The minute we do that, we let all those people know that there's a shelter on this street. Then we'll have a whole lot of outsiders to contend with.
Sure. And what right have they got to come here? This isn't their street. This isn't their shelter.
So this is our shelter now, is it? And on the next street, that's what, a different country? Damn fools, you've all gone insane, every one of you.
Maybe you don't want to live, Jerry. Maybe you don't care.
Oh, I care. Believe me, I care. I'd like to see the morning sun too, but you're turning into a mob, and a mob doesn't have any brains, which is exactly what you're proving.
Well, I say let's get the battering ram, and we'll just tell Klein to keep his mouth shut.
And if he doesn't keep his mouth shut, what? Will you shut it for him?
I agree with Jerry. Let's get hold of ourselves. Stop and think for a minute.
Hey, nobody cares what you think, you or your kind. I thought I made that clear. I think the first order of business is to get you out of here.
Why did you have to hit him? Marty, are you all right?
Easy, Marty. I'll help you up.
You had your chance, Bill. Just remember that. You had your chance. Now, come on. Let's get something to smash this door down.
Bill, who were those people?
Those people? Those are our neighbors, Grace. Our friends. The people we've lived next door to for 20 years. Come on, Paul.
What do you want me to do, Pop?
Help me brace the door. Stack everything we have against it. Maybe it'll hold for a while.
All citizens are reminded to stay off the streets. Authorized vehicles must have the right of way. Please remain calm and stay off the streets.
You heard what he said. Let's get inside.
This way. Come on now.
Try the battering ram.
Yeah, let's see what it can do.
Yeah, knock it down.
Who told you, Butler? You should have opened up.
Yeah, you should have listened to us.
I really don't think it's gonna hold, Bill.
Put your back into it, Paul.
The hinges are breaking.
Go aside, Butler. We're coming in.
Remain tuned for an important message. The President of the United States has just announced that the unidentified objects are radar anomalies caused by the breakup of a satellite re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. There is no cause for alarm. There are no enemy missiles approaching. There is no danger. We are not under attack. The state of emergency has been officially lifted. Repeat, there is no enemy attack. Stand by for further information.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Yes.
Hey, Marty, I guess I went off my rocker, huh? You understand, don't you? I just kind of went off my rocker. I didn't mean all those things I said.
No?
No, come on, you know that. All of us were just so scared, so confused. It's no wonder, right? I mean, you can understand why we blew our tops a little, can't you? It's normal.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't think Marty's going to hold it against you. Just as I hope Bill won't hold this against us. We'll pay for the damage. We'll take up a collection right away.
Why don't we have some kind of a block party or something? Tomorrow night, a big celebration, just like old times. So we can all get back to normal? How about it, Bill?
Hey, Bill, I told you we'd pay for the damages. Yeah, I'll put it in writing if you want.
That's all it takes. Marty, you want a block party and you want things back to normal. And Bob, you just want to forget all about it. And Jerry, you pay for the damages, huh? You'll even put it in writing. You pay for the damages. The damages. I wonder if any one of us has any idea of what those damages really are. Maybe part of it is finding out what we're really like when we're normal. The kind of people we are, just under the skin. I mean, all of us. A lot of naked, wild animals who put such a price on staying alive that we claw our neighbors to death just for the privilege. We were spared a bomb, but I wonder if we weren't destroyed just the same, without a shot being fired. Come on, Grace. Paul, you can come out now. We're safe.
No moral, no message, no prophetic tract. Just a simple statement of fact. For civilization to survive, the human race has to remain civilized. One very small exercise in logic from the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Shelter, starring Ernie Hudson with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were April Williams, Damon Williams, Tom McElroy, Renee Domens, Jamie Barron, Anna Sferza, Joby Cerny, Linda Ryder, C.J. Amari, Norm Woodell, Kurt Nabig, Doug James, Rick Vargas, and Jeff Lupetin. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Is that all you ever do, is play video games on your computer?
Hey, I'm in between assignments. When I got something to do, I'll do it.
Yeah, well, your next assignment is probably going to somebody else. If you spent more time looking at your calendar than that stupid game, you know you're missing the editor's briefing.
Fine. Thank you. I guess.
Yeah, I know politicians. Politicians never point fingers at voters. If anything goes wrong, it's either their opponent's fault or sunspots. Do me a favor. Find another source to support it.
Sorry I'm late, Tom.
Ugh, Alex, you're always late. Get a plane ticket to San Francisco and rent a car. There's a research lab about 3 hours up the coast. Something right up your alley. Nanotechnology.
Yeah, if it's too small to see, it must be Alex.
Very funny. Maybe folks can find some new nano humor before I get back. Speaking of which, why am I going to Northern California?
There's a guy named Thompson, a researcher, has a PhD in inorganic chemistry. Rumor has it he's found a way to use microscopic robots to clean up oil spills. If it's true, any company with the technology will make billions.
Never heard of him.
No one has. That's our job. You do know that.
That's not my point. I mean, joke all you want about nanotech, but I know more about it than anyone in this building. This guy's off the radar.
Yeah, and it gets better. It's starting to look like his venture capital is coming from a consortium of Middle Eastern banks. That means there's big oil money behind this guy, and it's possible he may have really pulled this off.
That explains the secrecy. Big oil doesn't like publicity.
I didn't say this would be easy. He works out of a private lab off Highway 1. He's right on the ocean.
Oh, sweet deal.
Look, I don't care what you do in your spare time, but find out something about this guy and what he's up to.
I don't suppose knocking on the door and saying, "Hi, I'm a reporter, what are you up to?" is gonna work?
No. Your usual investigative reporting approach is probably not gonna work. That's why we got you hired to work as a graduate assistant on his project.
I'm doing what?
His lab is crawling with graduate students. We created a fake resume for you and got you hired. You start in 3 days, so you better get packed.
How long am I supposed to work there?
Till you have the story. Now, get out of here.
What if he asked me to do something scientific? How do I fake that?
He won't. He treats his assistants like dirt.
I should feel right at home.
He won't ask you anything, and he sure won't tell you anything. You're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Now, go catch a plane.
Why didn't I stick with restaurant reviews?
Meet Alex Harrington, a hack reporter with little talent whose career is defined by things as small as his ability. He's a man in search of the big story, and he's about to find it under the microscope that always shows the truth. A truth that can only be found between a shoreline of dreams and that deep blue ocean of fate known as the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Nanobots, starring David Pasquesi, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That's good enough for now. Alex, can you shut off the agitation?
Yeah, right. It's this switch, isn't it?
Yes.
Sorry. What's in there today?
A blend of motor oil, axle grease, and kerosene.
Ah, the sludge du jour.
Very funny. Tim, ready for release?
All ready.
Okay, let him go.
Commence release now.
Why do they make that sound?
We don't know. They just do. It usually starts after they start eating.
And what exactly are they eating?
We're not real sure, but if it's got petroleum in it, they eat it.
No one seems to know much about anything around here.
You're right, Alex. And for the record, you seem to be the most clueless man in the building.
Okay, I'm gonna take a little break.
Beautiful view, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you coming. Yeah, I could stare at the ocean for hours.
Excuse me, can I bum a smoke off of you?
You smoke? I wouldn't have expected that. I thought all of you environmentalists were against things like cigarettes.
Yeah, well, don't tell anybody.
I thought so. You're not really a smoker, are you?
I guess not. I just wanted to talk to you.
Hey, you don't have to start smoking to talk to me.
You don't seem to be real happy here at the lab?
Hey, with the exception of this little balcony where I can steal a smoke, well, there's not a lot going on around here.
I like it up here, too. You know, this used to be a naval observatory. It was built in the 30s. Oceanographers used to come up here and study wave action, riptides, and current.
And now it's the designated smoking area.
Actually, smoking isn't allowed anywhere on the property.
Welcome to California.
Some of the other grad students are wondering if you're going to stay on. I mean, you really seem dissatisfied about things.
Yeah, well, after 4 weeks, I was hoping I would have made a little progress. And sorry about messing up those statistics. It's never really been a strong suit for me.
That's okay.
How long have you been working with Dr. Thompson?
About a year now. Every graduate student wants to work with him. It's a chance to make a difference. Is that why you came to work for him?
Yeah, something like that. Let me ask you something. Does he ever tell anyone anything about what's going on?
Eventually. Eventually he's had to tell all of us a little bit about what he wants to do, and we've been able to understand pretty well the incredible potential for his technology. All we knew coming in was that he was working on a revolutionary new way to save the environment.
And that was good enough for you to sign on?
Hey, graduate students rarely get any information about their assistantships. Did they tell you something more?
No, I guess not. In fact, I know less than you do. Can you fill me in?
Look, I'll tell you everything I know on one condition.
I'm listening.
Well, it's why I wanted to talk to you. Do you want to join us?
Hey, in case you haven't noticed, I joined you a month ago.
That's not what I mean. There's a group of us. We know what's going on here, and we've decided to take action.
So you want to blow the lid off this operation?
What are you talking about?
All right, maybe I should slow down. What kind of action are you looking for?
Okay.
Maybe you should lose the cigarette.
Right. I'll just hold it. Look, Dr. Thompson's a specialist in something called nanotechnology. It's small, microscopic robots that perform certain functions on a molecular level.
Believe me, I'm familiar with it.
Sorry, of course. That's why we're all here. Anyway, he's successfully developed microscopic robots that will consume oil in the ocean from oil spills.
That much I figured out. You got any idea how they work?
Yeah, I've seen them in action. They look like tiny metal spiders with a tube that extends from the center of their body. Creepy in an elegant sort of way. They're powered by the hydrogen and oxygen in water, and they attack petroleum-based materials and transform them into inert, harmless carbon dust. Then they feed on the carbon to reproduce themselves. Every nanobot reproduces itself by a factor of 2, and then those 2 move on to repeat the process.
Yikes, that means they reproduce exponentially.
Yeah, toss a handful of them on an oil spill, and in no time there are billions of them cleaning it up.
So what action exactly are you and your group going to take?
Dr. Thompson keeps delaying the project. Instead of applying for federal approval and implementation, he wants to shorten the lifetime of the bots. He wants to limit their functionality to a few hours, but he won't tell us why.
So he's trying to dumb them down. Doesn't sound all that profitable.
Actually, it's quite the opposite. He keeps saying it's not about profit, but we've figured it out. He's backed by some shady characters. We've seen them at the lab a few times. We think they're connected to oil companies, and it's all about the money.
Who exactly is we?
I can't say, other than it's a small group of us. We've been working together for a while, and we don't like what we see.
So you sit around, have a few beers, and diss the doc? That could affect your grade.
It's not about graduate school anymore. It's about justice. It's about the crime of big business. They make money polluting the oceans, and now they're going to make money cleaning it up. Typical big business, big government, big corporations. If Dr. Thompson can make the bots only last a few hours, they could corner the market and maintain exclusive access to the technology and total control. But if the nanobots were allowed to reproduce without limit, well, then it would be a sustainable resource that no one could really own or control.
Well, you know, there is something to be said for return on investment. It's not like all this equipment, buildings, and staff are free.
This isn't about money. This is about saving the oceans.
I don't know how to tell you this, kid, but there's a lot more wrong with this planet than just oil spills.
Yeah, but this is not just about oil spills. His nanobots don't just consume petroleum, but petroleum byproducts. What did you just do?
I flicked my cigarette off the cliff. Hey, don't worry about a fire. That's the ocean down there.
That's just the point. That's the ocean. You're no different than the rest of them. Do you realize the importance of that current down there? A current that comes down from the Sea of Japan, it circles the entire Pacific Ocean, and it's formed an eddy between Hawaii and the west coast of North America.
You get worked up pretty easy, don't you? Hey, calm down. It's just a cigarette butt, and that's a big ocean.
A big ocean with a big current that's going to take the petroleum-based fiber in your cigarette filter to a large and growing continent of garbage at the center of that eddy in the Pacific.
You know, I heard about that. A magazine did a piece on it.
Miles and miles wide and 300 meters deep, an island of garbage. A floating raft of plastic bottles, old fishing nets, thick slicks of oil, and probably more than a few of your cigarette butts.
So one more is not gonna hurt, right?
No. In fact, look, I'll flick the cigarette out there too. That's not gonna hurt either. Not today, not anymore, not after what's gonna happen in the next few hours.
Why is it I don't like the sound of that?
You will. In fact, it'll make you wish you had joined us.
What exactly did you want me to join?
Right now, there's a group headed for that garbage continent. They took the lab's research boat in the middle of the night, and they're less than half a day away from Garbage Island. Just a few hours away from a new world, a clean ocean, and a solution that won't be controlled by robber barons and oil men.
What did you do?
The nanobots are about to have their first meal.
Don't get too close. If we get tangled up in some of those old fishing nets, we'll never get out of here.
Sure we will. Once the bots get to work, this raft of plastic trash will be gone.
Look at the size of this thing. You can't even see the other side of it.
How should we do this?
Well, we've got the nanobots in these 3 test tubes, and if we throw them out on the plastic, the tubes will break and the bots will get to work.
But what if the test tubes don't break? I mean, that's a big raft of plastic out there. It's not like we're throwing these things on rocks.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. All right, you know what? Open the tubes, and they'll spill out when they land.
Let's do this.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, one of them broke for sure.
It doesn't even matter. All you need is one of those things to hit the water and find some plastic and it'll start duplicating.
Is anything happening?
I don't think it's working.
Wait. Do you hear what I hear? Yeah!
Go, bugs, go!
Look! There's a hole starting to grow right where I threw my test tube.
Yeah, there's another one over there. The plastic's just dissolving away.
Hey, guys, let's crank up the engines and get out of here.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah!
So, Mr. Harrington, you've decided to leave the lab. It's not going to look good on your resume, you know?
You know, Dr. Thompson, this is going to do more for my resume than you could imagine. You see, I'm not a graduate student.
That comes as no surprise. I always thought you were a little old for this position. Besides, your performance here has been miserable. So, what are you? A government mole? Someone from the Pentagon sent to spy on my progress?
Actually, I'm a reporter.
A reporter? How quaint. I'll have you arrested. You falsified your application. You faked your credentials. You signed a security agreement. You lied and you just admitted it. You don't know who you're dealing with here.
If the answer is big oil and your group of Middle Eastern venture capitalists, I'm all over it.
Sir, you are a moron. You have no idea what's happening here.
That makes both of us. You see, there's something you should know. Something I found out about your lab and the activities of some of your graduate students. Doc, what you're doing here is quite dangerous, if not reckless.
What I'm doing here is strictly controlled, and it's nothing more than developing microscopic, mindless little machines. Machines with a voracious appetite for petroleum-based products. A thimbleful of my nanobots could have cleaned up the oil spill from the Exxon Valdez in a matter of hours. What I'm doing here will protect us from danger, not create it.
So what's the catch? I mean, if this is such a miracle invention, how come you're trying so hard to shorten their life cycle? Would that level of control make them more profitable for you and your investors, Herr Doctor?
Mr. Harrington, before I have you arrested, I'll let you in on a little secret. Control of these nanobots is not about financial gain. It's about responsibility and the danger this kind of technology could represent. It's the indiscriminate nature of the little beasts. They'll do a great job on an oil slick, but once that's gone, they could turn their attention elsewhere, such as the fuel tanks of a ship.
Wait a minute, they can't tell the difference?
How could they? They're microscopic oil-eating insect machines. You want them to have a brain as well? Maybe in 30 to 50 years, but we're just beginning here.
I think you got a problem, Doc.
Oh, I know. But in a few years, I think we'll be able to shorten the life of the bots so they only live for a few hours. That way, we clear the area and cut them loose. When they finish the job, they die. The control will be built in. Control that everyone can manage. That's what this is all about.
The nanobots you developed and are testing right now, how long does this current batch live?
Potentially forever. That's my biggest problem right now.
I wouldn't be so sure. Do your graduate students know about this?
Some do, some don't. I only tell them what they need to know. You see, Mr. Harrington, this is a Pentagon project. This is about national security, not big oil. My assistants only know what they need to know. Anything beyond that is top secret. And you are about to be placed under arrest.
Well, secret or no, I want some answers.
Of which you will get none. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Harrington, I'm going to call security.
Okay, you do that. But there's one question you're going to have to answer whether you like it or not.
And the question is?
If I told you some of your graduate students are on a boat and about to release your oil-eating nanobots into the Pacific Ocean, what would your response be?
That's where Tim said they were going.
The Navy has dispatched a destroyer. I'm afraid they may blow the boat out of the water unless we reach them first.
What exactly do you plan to do?
Tell them the truth. Tell them what they don't understand or appreciate.
And if they don't listen to you?
It's our only hope. If the boat is blown up, the nanobots will not be affected. The Navy won't listen. This is our only chance to stop them.
Wide, and it'd be hard to miss. Maybe they ran out of fuel. Or worse, maybe your little spiders got into the fuel tank.
It's possible. They seem to be drifting without power.
Wait a minute. Look at the ocean. Is that the sea bottom we're looking at?
Good God! The water is more than 1,000 feet deep in this location, and you can see the bottom.
It looks like your little inventions work.
Something's not right. The clarity of the water, I don't understand it.
CG Base, we have a ship in distress.
Pilot, what did you say?
Look below. Your research vessel's taking on water. We're gonna have to go in for a rescue. How many did you say were on board?
Three young men.
It's going down fast. It looks like they scuttled the boat. I don't think they like you, Doc.
It's not about me, and they didn't scuttle the boat. It's about the nanobots. Look! The hull of the boat is disintegrating.
What's going on?
This is exactly what I feared. The hull of the boat is fiberglass, a petroleum derivative. The nanobots don't know the difference. They consumed the plastic garbage until the island was gone, and now they've turned their attention to the fiberglass hull of the boat.
That's gonna put a real dent in the boating industry.
Mace, this is CG-14. The ship has sunk, and the 3 people on board are in the water. CG-14, initiate rescue. Roger that.
Oh my God, what's happening down there?
Oh, wait. Mace, CG-14. The boat sank, and the 3 survivors, they just disappeared. We can see no survivors.
The boat went down fast. It must have sucked them down with it. The water's so clear. Oh my God. This can't be happening.
interrupt this broadcast to bring you a special report.
The United States Coast Guard has announced that thousands of distress calls have been received across the Pacific Rim in the last 48 hours. According to the Department of Homeland Security, the alert status in the United States is code red, as a combined Navy, Coast Guard, and international effort has been assembled to deal with the crisis. Latest reports indicate that numerous ships, yachts, and pleasure craft have sunk unexpectedly and abruptly along the entire Pacific coastline. All watercraft are being ordered to stay in port, with the exception of naval vessels involved in the search and rescue efforts. Stay tuned for further reports.
So that's the official story? No explanation, no information, just don't go in the water?
What do you want us to tell people? Isn't there enough panic for you media types to roll around in?
Media types? We're the bad guys? I think you're the one who's got some explaining to do, sir.
I have nothing to explain to you.
Well, maybe not me, but it looks like you got a small army of graduate students looking for some answers.
Is it true? What Tim told us? Is it true?
Tim, is he here? Where is he?
He's gone. He stole a boat from the marina. He's going out to find his friends. Before he left, he told us what they did.
Is that what the news reports are all about? Is that why the lab is surrounded by military police?
Military police have surrounded the lab? What's going on here?
No one can leave this facility. There are additional researchers en route. We're all going back to work. Work without sleep until we can find a way to stop the nanobots. Until then, we're locked down.
You're not including me in this little party, are you?
Especially you. We'll accomplish nothing with the additional chaos you'll create.
What about Tim? He took off in a fiberglass cigarette boat.
Ha! Good man. He doesn't smoke, but he found his cigarette.
Mary, Tim is dead. The boat he's traveling in will no doubt encounter a great tide of nanobots, and he too will sink into the deep. Justice, if you ask me. He's the ringleader who caused all of these problems.
So, on that happy note, I'm going up to your observation deck to have a smoke. Unless you have a problem with that, Dr. Thompson?
Smoke yourself to death. The sooner the better.
Will do. And as for all of you, Godspeed and good luck.
We'll divide into teams. No one works alone. Progress will be reported on an hourly basis.
Excuse me. Can I bum a smoke off you?
Hello, Tim. I heard you were dead.
Sounds like Mary did her job. She's one of us, you know. I figured if Thompson thought I was dead, I'd have a better chance.
It's one way of looking at it, but a better chance at what? Sounds like you and your friends have done enough.
Getting away.
Oh, nice. You and your beer-drinking buddies caused thousands of boats to sink, and all you want to do is get away. Yeah, that's saving the Earth for you.
We didn't know. Thompson told us nothing. We thought the same thing you did, that he was trying to make a world-saving technology. And then we found out it was nothing more than a profit center for the companies and governments destroying the Earth.
That may be true, but I gotta tell you, Timmy, there's a big target on your back these days.
That's why I'm getting out of here. You staying or coming with me?
So you're just gonna run away? Do you know what happened to your friends out there? They're dead, you know.
I heard the boat sank.
There's more to it than that, Timmy boy. Your nanobots can't seem to tell the difference between a plastic bottle and the plastic hull of a boat.
If it means the end of plastic on the planet, who cares?
You know, you need to work on that attitude.
They knew what they were doing was dangerous.
Oh, really? Did you tell them that before they left? Did you tell them they might find themselves in the water 1,000 or so miles out in the ocean?
Why didn't you save them? Was that their punishment?
Punishment? You want to hear about punishment? Listen, you hear that out there? That's the sound of billions of your little bugs out in the ocean. But hey, what are they eating? There's no oil slick, no boats out there, but the sound of them. More and more eating and duplicating. Your friends didn't drown out there, Tim, and we didn't abandon them. We watched as a gray stain in the water enveloped them. Your tiny little spiders consumed your friends alive right before our eyes until there was nothing left but clear water down to 1,000 feet.
That's not possible. You left them to die.
You talked them into it. You're the guy with the big ideas. You sent them out there and they were eaten alive by your little nanobot friends.
I didn't know. Thompson never tells us anything. We tested them in the lab. All they ever consumed was petroleum-based products.
They only consumed what you fed them. You had them in sealed glass tanks and tested for what you wanted to see. Too bad you didn't stick your hand in there just once. Things might be a little different now. Things don't sound like they're getting any better.
We gotta get out of here.
We? Aren't you confusing me with your co-conspirators down there in the lab?
You stay if you want, but you're gonna die. Look.
What the hell?
The nanobots. They're crawling up on land. They're consuming the plant life and the bacteria in the sand on the beaches. Anything organic, anything that's carbon-based. They don't know the difference.
Tim, we have to get out of here.
Let's go.
No, we can't go that way. They've invaded the lab.
You! What are you doing here?
Marine!
What?
Close the hatch. Maybe we can keep those things off the deck.
Do you realize what you've all done?
Look! They're spreading!
Those people, the soldiers, the bots are all over them.
They're approaching the foundation of the lab.
Thompson, how do we get out of here?
Unless you can fly, Mr. Harrington, I'm afraid you have no options.
They won't get up here. They can't. Can they?
No. The foundation and walls of the building are composed of stone, concrete, and steel. They need carbon and water to spread.
So it's over?
No, Mr. Harrington. I'm afraid it's just beginning. Do you see that creek over there?
They're moving upstream.
Like the veins and arteries in an organism. Consuming every carbon-based life form in their path across every continent, no doubt.
We have to get out of here. We can't stay here.
When Mr. Harrington sprouts wings, maybe he'll take you with him.
Thompson, what are we supposed to do here?
We wait, Mr. Harrington. You see, all humans are carbon-based life forms. It's not petroleum the bots are after. It's the carbon in the oil. That's the trigger. That's what I was trying to solve. But none of you could wait. So now we wait here. Wait until they move on.
Or they die.
Yes, that's also an option. Of course, given the fact that they have a life expectancy measured in tens of thousands of long years, that would be a very long wait.
The planet must be saved, and a small group has found the answer. An answer that has left them all with one simple question to ponder. Will we find solutions to our problems, or create greater problems with our solutions? No one can tell except for a desperate collection of people standing alone in that land of unintended consequences, known as the Twilight Zone.
The Nanobots, starring David Pasquesi with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Steve Newby. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, David Darlow, Joby Cerny, Lisa Wolfe, Doug James, Bree Swartz, Steve Newby, and Carl Amari. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Company Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 3 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. The Mighty Casey, starring Paul Dooley, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Joby Cerny, Jeff Lupetin, Alex Sopener, Kurt Nabig, Derek Purcell, Roger Mueller, Elizabeth Lido, Carl Amari, Jason Mallow, Doug James, and Vince Amari. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Okay, Pete, let's mark it off.
Starting where?
The dugout. Run a chalk line in front of the fence all the way to the gate so they can bulldoze it flat.
Wait, what's the dugout?
Where the team would wait. They'd sit on the bench, shoot the bull. Sometimes McGarry'd chew 'em out but good.
Oh, I know what a dugout is. But why'd you call it that? I don't see any bench.
Not now, you don't. Used to be right over there, under the bleachers. Near home plate.
Okay, I get it. This place used to be a ballpark. Of course, that was before my time.
Yeah, I'll bet it was.
I always thought this was a track for motocross and monster trucks. My old man used to take me before it was a swap meet, I mean.
That right.
There was just one truck, the Grave Digger. Oh, man, you should have seen it. Big old tires, roll right over anything.
How old are you, kid?
Me, 22.
22? I was out of high school before you were born. You know what? You really missed a lot.
Yeah, Pops, back in the day. Hey, you ever see the monster trucks?
Afraid I missed that. Ever see the Zephyrs?
The what?
Only the greatest ball club there ever was.
Sure. That's why I never heard of them. Yeah, World Series champs, huh?
They could have been. Let me tell you. And they almost did. 1 year in particular.
We better get back to work, Corrigan.
Wait a while, kid. I want to tell you a story. You bring your lunch?
Sure, I brought it in the truck.
Then let's take a load off. Good time for a break.
It's okay by me.
We can sit over there in the pitcher's mound. Of course, you can't see it anymore, but it was there. Fletch was the regular pitcher. He was a nice guy, but he had an arm like an old lady. Then one day out of the blue. Oh, you're not going to believe this.
Oh, one day what?
Well, it was, must have been July. Yeah, that's it. Middle of the season, everybody was talking about the Giants, how good they look, what a lineup, blah, blah, blah. The Zephyrs were stuck in a toilet. Then one day, McGarry, that was the manager, he called for open tryouts. Why not? Couldn't be any worse than what we had. That was when he came along. Didn't look like much. But when he wound up, man, what an arm.
Who?
I'm getting to it. Better start at the beginning. It was a hot one that year. No rain, the sun beating down.
You're standing in the middle of what used to be a baseball stadium. Now the grandstand is falling apart, the field is covered with weeds, and the men who played here are nothing but ghosts. But believe it or not, this was once home to a major league team known as the Hoboken Zephyrs. Never heard of them? That's not surprising, unless you're one of the old-timers. Today it holds only memories and no sound except the wind that stirs in the high grass of the outfield. A wind that on occasion still carries a faint, eerie echo of the crowd that once sat in those bleachers. We're about to travel back in time to a day when the Hoboken Zephyrs were still a part of the National League, and this mausoleum of memories was an honest-to-Pete attraction. But since it's strictly a story of make-believe, we must begin this way. Once upon a time, in New Jersey, a most unusual event happened on the way to the ballpark. In a moment, you'll meet the cause of that event, a left-hander named Casey. Not the most original of monikers, but that's what he was called. So sit back, grab a hot dog and a bag of peanuts, and get ready for the playoffs. Because this particular broadcast is brought to you live from the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Mighty Casey, starring Paul Dooley, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
All right, new guys, let me see what you got. Give me 50 jumping jacks.
Make it 100.
Make it 100. Then take a lap around the field.
2 laps.
You got it, McGarry. Of course, if we burn them out too fast...
They better learn to hustle or they're out of here.
Okay, Mel, if you say so. Let me hear you count. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Morning, McGarry.
Beasley. 4 great-looking boys, huh? The one with the black socks and the Florsheim's brought a note from his mother.
Who are you expecting, the All-Stars? Post a sign for open tryouts in a last-place club that happens to be 31 games out of first place, and this is what shows up.
You never know, I guess. Might be some talent out there.
Yeah, and you might be Yogi Berra.
I can't make something out of nothing. You're the owner of the club. You gotta give me some ball players.
Think you'd know what to do with them if I did? 20 games out of 4th place, and the only big average we've got is a manager with the widest mouth in the business. When the Zephyrs win 1 game, we gotta call it a streak. Buddy boy, when contract time comes around, you don't have to.
Sure, you let me go. Who you gonna get?
Now think of something.
You can always manage the team yourself.
One more time, Fletch. Try to get it over the plate.
You okay, Monk? I must have slept funny on my arm last night.
How's the team doing?
Are you kidding? Last week, Fletch pitched 4 innings and only gave up 6 runs. That makes him our most valuable player of the month. Hey! Okay, let's see some sweat out there.
New guys, take a lap.
We gotta do it. Jeez. It just goes on forever and ever.
I get it. Dugout. What? Who? Just a minute, I'll ask him. McGarry!
Yeah?
You want to look at a pitcher?
You mean someone besides Fletcher? Now, why would I want to do that?
Send him down.
New boy?
Gotta warn you, he's a lefty.
Lefty, schmefty. If he's got one arm that works, he's for us. Hey, Monk.
Yeah?
Fletch can take it easy now. I got a new boy coming in. Catch a few for him?
Yeah, sure, Moth. Yeah, okay, Fletch. Go on, shower up.
Check.
One more lap, let's go.
You got the lineup for tonight?
I'm working on it.
Who's the starting pitcher?
I don't know yet.
You don't know?
Have to see how it goes. Whoever's hot gets a shot. Make that lukewarm.
Oh, my.
Chavez, that's enough with the laps. They look like they're gonna pass out.
Check. Take 5, boys.
All right, McGarry, I've seen enough.
Yeah, you and me both.
What's that?
I said I'll see you on the sports page.
I'll stop by later.
You do that.
Mr. McGarry?
Over there. Hey, Mouth! Your new man's here.
You gotta be kidding.
Mr. McGarry, is it?
Okay, what's the gag?
I don't know what you...
Come clean, Gramps. Did old man Beasley put you up to it?
I'm afraid
Well, tell him I don't need a water boy. Thanks for coming by. Leave your name at the office.
There must be some misunderstanding. I'm here about the pitching position.
Right. Hardy har har.
Oh, I'm not a pitcher, though I've thrown a few baseballs in my time. Of course, that was before the war.
Yeah? Which one? The Civil War? You don't look old enough for Valley Forge, but come to think of it, was the winter really as cold as they say?
I represent Casey.
Oh, Casey. Straight from Mudville, I bet. Even got himself an agent. How much do you get? 10% of nothing?
Here he is now.
Him? What is he? 115 pounds soaking wet? Listen, no offense, but if a wind comes up, those ears will start flapping and he'll take off like Dumbo.
Say hello, Casey.
Nice one, Miller.
Oh, pleased to meet you. Hey, watch out. I said watch out, the ball's coming down.
Step aside, Casey. Now, boy. I said...
Ooh. Ow! Right on the old bean. That must have hurt. You okay, fella?
Oh, Casey's fine. Just fine.
How come he's still standing? Must be out on his feet. I'll call an ambulance. Don't go suing us now.
I wouldn't think of it. Casey, as I was saying, this is Mr. McGarry. He's the manager.
Hello.
Pleased to meet you. Do you want to lie down? Come on in the dugout.
Shake hands, Casey.
That's all right.
You remember how to shake hands, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Right hand, Casey. Your right hand.
Put her there, pal. Oh, ow!
You can let go, Casey. That's right. Release now.
Whoa! My hand. What a grip.
Sorry. Casey doesn't know his own strength sometimes.
Some arm. Never would have guessed it. Well, let's see what he can do. Mind if I try him out?
That's what we're here for. Right, Casey?
Correct.
Okay. See that guy over there with the great big mitt?
Yes, we see him.
He's what's known as a catcher. His name is Monk.
Ah.
Go out there and throw him a few.
Thank you, Mr. McGarry.
This I gotta see.
Quite.
You his father?
Casey? Oh, no, he has no father.
An orphan, huh?
Not exactly. I guess you'd call me his creator.
That a fact.
It is, actually.
Come from around here, does he?
You might say so.
Uh-huh. How old is he?
Well, that's a little difficult to say.
What's difficult about it?
It's hard to discuss Casey's age in chronological terms. He's only been in existence for a brief time. What I mean is, he has the mind and physique of roughly a 22-year-old, but in terms of how long he's been here, the answer would be 3 weeks.
Huh?
Approximately.
Would you mind going over that again?
You see, I'm an inventor. I made Casey.
You made?
In my workshop.
Well, that's swell, pal. There ain't too many homemade left-handers in the league.
You don't understand. I'm serious.
Sure you are. Anytime you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Oh, jeez Louise.
That's his fastball. Try a curve now, Casey. His curveball.
Hey, do that again.
If you like.
Hey!
What was that?
We don't have a name for it yet. Go ahead now, Casey. Don't hold back.
Enough already.
Something wrong?
Wrong? Well, you see him? That kid, he picks up where Feller left off. He's got a fastball almost went through my glove. and a curve, and a hook, and a knuckler, or whatever you want to call it. He got control like he uses radar. Oh, it's the best pitcher I ever caught in my life.
Thanks, Monk. That's enough for today.
I swear, I never seen anything like it. He don't even pitch like a human being.
Precisely.
Well, he's still rough, Gramps. He's plenty rough, but I might give him a try. If he can do the same thing when there's a game on.
Oh, he can do it. Consistency's not a problem. He's a robot, you know.
Yeah, don't say that. Don't ever say the word R-O-B-O-T-T around here. We'll just keep that one between us, okay?
Did you like my pitching, Mr. McGarry?
You might have a little potential, Casey, like I told Mr. Stillman here.
Professor.
The Professor Stillman. You're awful rough around the edges, but I think maybe we could give you a shot. I like to help young ball players. Now you go on into the locker room and find a uniform that fits. He can wear a uniform, can he?
Anything you like.
Then go and change and come back, and we'll discuss a little contract. Just the three of us.
That seems fair. Very kind of you, Mr. McGarry.
Don't mention it. Go on now.
Say thank you, Casey.
Thank you, Casey.
Thank you, sir. Come along. You're going to be a real baseball player now, just like I promised you. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes. Wonderful.
General Manager's office? This is McGarry. Now listen. Draw up a contract. New pitcher, name of Casey. No, I don't know his last name. Leave that part blank. Just do it. The only thing that's between us and a pennant now is if this guy's battery goes dead or he rusts in the rain. Never mind what I mean. Draw up the contract before he gets away.
And ready in 3, 2.
Good afternoon, sports fans. We're coming to you live for the last in a series of home games for the Hoboken Zephyrs. The Bullets are already on the field, warming up, but there's been a delay. The Zephyrs are still in the locker room. Now, we understand they're getting a last-minute pep talk from their manager, the colorful Mouth McGarry, and knowing him, it's an earful.
Peanuts, Red Hots.
Well, the Zephyrs are at the bottom of the league this season, which means this is a make-or-break situation. And rumor has it there's a new pitcher on the team, but that's unconfirmed. Ah, yes, a beautiful sunny day. Local fans all here, ready to root for the home team. Still, no sign of the boys from Hoboken. Well, this might be a good time for a break before the action starts. But we'll try to get word from the locker room. But till then, let's go to a commercial.
And you're on. 60 seconds.
How much longer do I have to fill?
Beats me.
What's with these losers? Well, if I was on that team, I guess I wouldn't want to show my face either.
45 seconds.
Beer here, get your ice cold beer.
Somebody get me a beer. I'm dying out here. What am I supposed to do? Play tiddlywinks? It's going to be another slaughter anyway. Hey, ask him if he's got anything stronger than beer.
You can always read him the stats.
There are no stats. If this team was any lower, they'd get stuck in the grass. What am I doing here? Get me another gig. Little League. The weather. I don't care. Just get me out.
20 seconds.
The Zephyrs are charging onto the field. No. The Zephyrs look hungry this afternoon. Yeah, sure. Oh, who am I kidding? They're not going to show. The game's canceled. You'll see.
10 seconds to air.
Oh, those bums. It's the same old story. Fletcher winds up, he throws, and he drops the ball on his foot. They should send out a bunch of chimpanzees.
5, 4, 3, 2.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to more thrilling baseball action.
All right, you got the signals down now, kid?
There's no iron.
Okay, when you're ready to throw, you watch my fingers. See, I'll give you the hand signals, just like we practiced.
Remember the one for the fastball?
This one.
Yes.
And a curve? Show him the one for a curveball.
Yeah, it's right here.
Well, what are we waiting for, Mouth? This ain't a training session. This is for real.
You're telling me? All right, kid. You got the signals down. Look, the main thing is walk out there like you own the place. But be cool. Nice and steady.
Cool? He means don't be nervous.
Nervous.
Yeah, that's right. Whatever you're feeling, don't let it show. Pull your cap down over your eyes like this. You got nerves of steel. You know what I mean?
Not steel, exactly.
You know what nerves are, Casey.
Oh, yes. Neurons, axons, and dendrites.
This case, nerves means ill at ease. As if one of your electrodes were corroded and,
Nervous, Casey. Like as if it's 2 out in the 9th and you're 1 up and you're pitching against Joe DiMaggio. He comes up to the plate, looking intent, eyes straight ahead.
That wouldn't make me nervous.
No? Why not?
I don't know anyone named DiMaggio.
What? He never heard of...
I know what he said. He's a great kidder, ain't he? I love this guy. All right, fellas, this is it. Let's get going.
It's time, Casey.
Yes, sir.
Mr. McGarry?
Yeah?
Are you coming?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm coming.
Something the matter?
I was just, thinking about the Giants.
We're not playing the Giants today, are we?
No, but I can't wait to knock them off. For that matter, I'd love to knock off the Phillies and the Cards, too. Or the Braves in Cincinnati. Or even the Hanksville Bullets. Them especially. Those bums beat us 11-0 in spring training.
I think that will happen. Casey will come through for you, Mr. McGarry. Most definitely.
You never told me. What have you got riding on this? What's your angle?
With Casey? My interest is purely scientific. I know he's a Superman of sorts, but I need to have that proven under test conditions.
You mean you can't guarantee he'll work?
Oh, I have no doubts. Once I built a home economist to run my house. Marvelous cook. I gained 46 pounds before I had to, dismantle her. Now, with a model such as Casey, with his strength and accuracy, I knew he was destined to play baseball. And in order to prove my point, I had to have him pitch in competition. As an acid test, I settled on the absolute worst team I could find. Nothing personal.
Nah, of course not. Very nice of you to think of us, Mr. Stillman.
Professor Stillman.
Professor, I really appreciate it. No kidding.
You can feel excitement in the air as the Zephyrs take to the field.
Hey, you bums, do something.
The pressure's on the home team, tensions are high, and there's a groundswell of support as this new pitcher approaches the mound. Well, it's do or die today. Fletcher's on the bench, and the new man, the only name I have is Casey, and frankly, he doesn't look like much. But his metal's about to be tested, to coin a phrase.
Go home, kid, your mother's calling you.
The umpire signals for the start of the game.
Play ball.
The ball is whipped around the infield, and now the second baseman is hand-carrying it over to Casey. He rubs it off on his jersey and hands it to him. The pitcher is, yes, he finally takes it. He turns to face the batter, waiting for a signal. Here's the windup. He throws. The batter swings.
Steve right.
I must have missed that one, folks. It looks like the batter missed it, too. He went over the plate so fast, he swung a full 360. Good gravy, was that a fastball?
Lucky pitch.
Let me see you do that again.
Take your best shot.
Second pitch. Here's the windup. Whoa, Nelly! Halloran tries to take a bite out of it and misses. He's off his feet. Looks like he threw his back out, twisted around like a pretzel. Good golly, Miss Molly, we got ourselves a pitching machine.
In baseball news, here's a cutie for you. Seems there's a rookie in Hoboken who's pitched 3 straight shutouts.
They said it couldn't be done, but with a blistering performance to sew up 9 in a row.
In a stunning comeback, the Zephyrs zoom to 4th place in the National League as Casey gets ready for number 14.
And that makes 3 more no-hitters for the mighty Casey. The Zephyrs are locked into 1st place.
Questions in the news this morning about the mysterious Casey. Where does he get his superhuman ability?
Playoffs temporarily suspended as the Baseball Commission orders an investigation.
Today's headline, the mighty Casey. Is he on steroids? Good day.
All right, Casey, just relax.
What do you mean?
He's relaxed. Let's get this over with, Doc.
I'm going to sit down in front of you and strike your knee with this little rubber hammer.
Why?
It's a test, Casey.
Nothing to get shook about.
You mean shaken?
Here we go.
Casey, watch where you're kicking.
Well, I'd say his reflexes are 100%.
That it, Doctor?
Not quite, Mr. Beasley. Just let me check his pulse and do a blood test.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
If Casey doesn't pass his physical, there goes the pennant. There goes the series. There goes my career.
But why are you worried? He doesn't take anything illegal, does he?
Absolutely not. You may rely on it.
Then...
there's something I haven't told you, Beasley.
What?
Now to take your pulse.
Hey, Doc, you really need to do that?
Oh, a mere formality. He seems to be in A1 shape.
Absolute perfection, if I do say so.
Quiet for a moment, gentlemen, while I listen through the stethoscope.
Oh, boy. Here it comes.
Breathe, please. Once more.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Not a thing. Everything sounds fine. It's just that...
Out with it. What?
This man doesn't have a pulse. No heartbeat either.
Try again.
I already have. This man isn't alive. He can't be.
That's pretty funny, Doc. Okay, go ahead and draw your blood sample. We gotta get Casey cleared for the rest of the season.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Why don't you wait out in the hall, Stillman? You're starting to get on my nerves.
Nerves make up the neurological system in the human body. When a small electrical charge passes from one to another...
Enough already.
Mr. McGarry, it'll have to come out now. There's no way to avoid it, Doctor.
What's this all about, Mouth?
Beasley, you ain't gonna like this, but see, I didn't have a choice. It was Casey or nothing.
Are you trying to put something over on me?
Ah, what a pitcher he was. The only ball player I ever had on the team who didn't eat nothing. Not even a hot dog.
Doctor.
Is there a problem?
I think you should know something before you go any further.
Go ahead. Give it to him.
Casey doesn't have any pulse or heartbeat because he doesn't have any heart.
How's that?
He's a robot.
A what?
You heard the man.
A robot, or if you prefer, an android made from lifelike materials to resemble a human being.
Are you sure?
Oh, I should be. I built him.
And he's been pitching for the Hoboken Zephyrs?
Doctor, this is the first I've heard of it.
Well, under the circumstances, I have no choice but to notify the baseball commissioner.
Move over, Casey. I don't feel so good. Doc, you got anything for a splitting headache?
McGarry, you gave me your word.
Yeah, that the team would win. I didn't say nothing about...
Yes, you did. You brought me Casey
and I said I never seen anything like him. Did I lie?
Not as such, but you can't run roughshod over the rules. I'm holding you in breach of contract.
Me? What did I do? I got you a winner. Know how many tickets we sold? You never had such a season.
All right. Knock it off, you two. I'm the commissioner, and I say he's suspended. That's final.
On what grounds? He didn't take no illegal substances.
He doesn't have to. Everything about him is illegal, from the top of his head to the cleats on his shoes. He's a machine.
So?
Article 6, Section 2 of the Baseball Code, I quote, "A team should consist of 9 men."
End quote. Men, understand? Not robots or vacuum cleaners or mix masters.
Commissioner, perhaps there's another way of looking at this. For all intents and purposes, he is human. Casey, would you mind saying a few words? Tell us about yourself.
Where should I begin?
At the beginning, of course.
Yeah, where was he born? All men are born, not to assemble in a machine shop.
Go ahead, Casey. What state?
I was born in a state of ignorance.
There you go. My point exactly.
Well, he can talk, can't he? He talks as good as me. That means he's got to be alive.
I wouldn't count on it.
But he is not human.
Easy for you to say. How human do you want him? He's got arms, legs, a face.
And ears.
But no heart. He doesn't even own one. How can he be human without a heart?
Beasley don't have a heart either. He owns 40% of the ball club.
That's it, gentlemen. He doesn't have a heart. Ergo, he isn't human. And that's a violation of the baseball code. Therefore, he doesn't play.
Mr. Commissioner, suppose this, just for the sake of argument. Supposing I gave him a heart.
You gave him? Where will you get one? At the local parts store?
Hear me out. If that essential is the only thing that renders him different from the norm, I could try an operation. I think I could do it. In fact, I'm sure I could. Supply him with a self-contained mechanical heart, that is.
Now you're talking, Prof. How about that, huh? What do you say?
Well, it would be very irregular. If he were to be given a heart, would medical science classify him as... what I mean is, could he then be called a...
He had the doc fooled even without one.
All right. With a heart, I'll give him a temporary okay until the league meeting in October. Then we'll have to take it up in session. The other teams will scream bloody murder. I can see DeRocher now.
Then it's all settled. Casey gets a heart and accreditation as human, and the Zephyrs... Take it, Mouthy.
With pleasure. Hoboken wins the pennant for the first time in 23 years.
So, where's Casey? Search me. He's supposed to be here.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, operator.
Well, how's Casey? Is he coming?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
The operator can't get an answer at Stillman's house.
Well, maybe he's in the middle of the operation.
So he's in the middle of the operation. What's the matter? He can't use one hand to pick up the phone? We can't wait no longer. I gotta turn in the starting lineup. Corrigan?
Yeah, Mouth?
You'll pitch tonight. All the rest of you, same as before. Now listen, you guys. That's the enemy out there. That's the New York Giants. And while we're out there playing, a fella named Casey is lying on a table struggling to make it. And I know that the last words out of his mouth before the knife went into his chest were, "Go on out there and win one for me." And I'm going to tell you something else, fellas. From now on, there's going to be a ghost in that dugout. Every time you pick up a bat, look over to where Casey used to sit, because he'll be there in spirit, rooting for us, cheering for us, yelling, "Go, Zephyrs, go!"
Hello.
Oh, hi there, Professor. And I'm going to tell you something else about him. He has heart. Not a real heart, maybe, but that guy who's lying there with a great big hole in his chest, he...
Hello, Mr. McGarry.
Hello. Now, as I was saying... Casey?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, welcome back.
All right. Knock it off. Quiet in here.
Sorry we're late.
Well, you got something to tell me?
Go ahead, Casey.
Listen, Mr. McGarry.
I'm listening.
He means his chest. Put your ear against it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hear it, sir?
I hear it. Casey, you got heart.
And look at that smile on his face. That's the one thing I could never get him to do. Smile.
How do you feel, boy?
I feel... Well, frankly, I feel wonderful. Just wonderful. I feel togetherness with everybody.
Then, let's go team!
Yeah, Casey starts tonight. The new Casey. Now let's get out there and show them what we're made of.
Here, get your red hot.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is what we've all been waiting for, the big one. Oh, there's joy in Hoboken tonight, let me tell you. I wouldn't miss this one for the world. One of the greatest comeback streaks in history. Casey takes the pitcher's mound. The umpire signals the start of the game. Casey winds up. He throws. And it's a high fly over the wall and out of the park. That's a home run for the Giants. What a way to start the game. Well, that'll be a big 1 on the scoreboard.
What's he doing?
Cool it, guys. Casey's just playing with him, making it more exciting. Know what I mean?
If you say so, Mouth.
Another run for the Giants. Now it's 3-0. What's wrong with the mighty Casey? That's what fans want to know. And it's all over. A shutout for the Giants. Looks like Casey's streak is history.
Well, 1 minute he's 3 Bob Fellers rolled into one, and the next minute he's a tanker with nothing. You want to tell me what's going on?
It's rather complicated.
Then you tell me, Casey. Start by explaining how one pitcher can throw 9 balls and give up 4 singles, 2 doubles, a triple, and 2 home runs.
I don't know what to say, Mr. McGarry.
Shall I tell him?
Tell me what?
It's because Casey has a heart now.
So? He has heart. Big deal.
The thing is, Mr. McGarry, I just couldn't strike out those poor fellows. I didn't have it in me to do that, to hurt their feelings. He
felt compassion.
What?
That's what he's got now. Compassion. See that smile on his face? Give an individual a heart, Mr. McGarry, particularly someone like Casey, who hasn't been around long enough to understand things like competitiveness or drive or ego, and it's bound to happen.
Oh, my aching back.
I'm sorry, Mr. McGarry. I just couldn't hurt their careers. Professor Stillman thinks I should go into social work. I'd like to help people.
That's what happens to you. Should I tell you what happens to me? I get shipped off to a baseball farm system that consists of 1 silo and a McCormick Reaper. The only thing we get come spring is a wheat crop. Right now, I'm gonna go have me a drink.
Well, Mr. McGarry.
What do you want?
I was wondering if I might come with you.
What for?
Do you mind, Casey?
Oh, don't worry about me, sir. You go ahead.
Good. Now, Mr. McGarry, I've been doing some thinking.
About what?
The characteristics necessary to make a great baseball player. I figured out the mechanism for hooks and curves and sliders, and I think Casey is the perfect height. But when it comes to temperament, motivation, attitude, that sort of thing, there may be a better way.
Such as?
I might be persuaded to build another model, new and improved, who would work out even better. I could have him ready, say, for next year's spring training.
Who's gonna pay for it?
Oh, I've got the funding, don't worry. But I thought if we could go over the plans together.
What do you got in mind?
Let me draw you a picture.
Geez, that's a heck of a story.
Yep. Of course, it didn't work out. The professor didn't have the money, and he wanted certain, perks that old man Beasley wouldn't agree to. So it fell apart after that. But for a few weeks there, A bright, shining time it was. We didn't just have heart. We had hope.
How do you know so much, Mr. Corrigan?
Because I used to play with them when there still was a team called the Zephyrs.
No kidding.
Come on. We better get back to work. You finish your lunch?
Yeah.
Then let's go. They're gonna flatten this place to the ground tomorrow. We gotta get it marked off.
I guess so.
Once upon a time, there was a Major League Baseball team called the Hoboken Zephyrs, who, during the last year of their existence, wound up in last place and shortly thereafter were consigned to oblivion. There is a rumor, unsubstantiated of course, that a manager named McGarry took some of them to the West Coast and wound up with a pennant and a World's Championship not long after. This newly revised team had a pretty fair lineup of pitchers with names like Drysdale, Koufax, and Sherry, or so the story goes. So if you're interested in where any of those now famous gentlemen really came from, here's a tip. Just check under B for baseball in the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Sergeant?
Yes, soldier?
Can I ask you something?
Go ahead, son. If it's whiskey you want, well, I don't have none. Not for days now. It's long gone.
Oh, that's not it, sir.
Oh, I thought maybe you wanted something for the pain. Your arm. You'd best change that bandage.
I don't have anything, Sergeant, except my uniform, and there ain't much of that left.
Here, take my kerchief.
Oh, no, I can't.
Sure you can. Come on now. Get that sling off. Make yourself a new dressing. You need it in the heat.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Go ahead and sit, if you like.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that. I gotta keep moving.
Why? There's no hurry. Not anymore.
Well, if you can walk on that crutch, I figure I can as much on these 2 feet. Besides, I got a long way to go.
How far, soldier?
Alabama. I made it to be 600 miles. My folks will be waiting. Stop now, I might not get there at all.
Oh, you'll get there all right. We all will, one way or the other. Because we have to. No place else to go.
Yes, sir. Going home. That's what I wanted to ask. You know the date today?
I'm sorry, son. I lost track. I don't know, still April or thereabouts.
Hey, Willie. That you?
You know that boy?
Sure I do. Sounds like Willie from Birmingham. We was together at Appomattox.
You go on ahead. I gotta take it slow for a while.
Much obliged. See, it's night, sir, when we make camp.
Luck to you, son. God be with you.
This is the year of our Lord, 1865, and these are Confederate soldiers not long after General Robert E. Lee handed over his sword to General Grant. Lee's troops have been released from duty, and for most that means traveling on foot, carrying with them the last vestiges of dignity and defeat. They walk these roads by the thousands, by the tens of thousands, with one goal in mind: to get home. They survived a war that cost more than 1 million lives, and those left are the walking wounded, bandaged, dirty, bearded, and exhausted, moving past burned-out homes in a burned-out land that now relinquishes a burned-out cause. But in a moment, the dusty road that began at Fort Sumter, South Carolina, and ended at Appomattox, littered with the residue of broken battles and shattered dreams, will terminate in a strange province that knows neither north nor south, a place we call the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to the Twilight Zone with The Passers-By, starring Morgan Brittany, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Miss?
Yes?
I was wondering,
Come closer to the porch so I can see you.
mind if I take some of your water, miss? The canteen's run dry.
Please. The well's just there. Have all you like.
Thank you kindly. Oh, you don't know how good that tastes.
I see by your uniform. Sergeant, isn't it?
Well, I was. Don't know that it matters much now. Beautiful house you have here.
It was. We used to call it our mansion.
Beautiful tree, too. The oak here, strong. The kind that lasts.
Yes, it survived. It was here before the house was built, and now it's the only one left.
War claims a lot of victims. Different kinds. Men, animals, God's own beauty. You mind if I sit here a spell?
Not at all. It's nice to talk to someone. I feel as if I haven't had a conversation in years.
What if I strum my guitar a bit?
You have a guitar?
Carried it all through the war. Would it bother you?
Oh, it would be lovely. My husband used to play a guitar.
Did he?
Oh, he played so well.
He's where, ma'am?
He was killed at Yellow Tavern with General Stewart.
I'm sorry.
You have a wife back home?
No kin at all. It was just my father, but he died the first year of the war.
I'm sorry.
Ah, it's all right. It's been a while now.
I mean the crutch. I didn't see it. You've lost your leg.
No matter, ma'am. Didn't exactly lose it anyway. I know just where they buried it. Outside of Chickamauga.
It must be hard walking for you. Do you have a long way to go?
Why, I guess I do. I kind of lost track.
Have you been on the road long?
Reckon I have. Since the beginning of time. Leastways, that's the way it seems. I don't quite remember when I wasn't moving down the road someplace.
Like all those men passing by day and night.
Oh, I got plenty of company. But it's different now. There isn't anything in the world sadder than a defeated army crawling home.
And how different it was when they marched off. Brand new gray and gold braid and 1,000 flags. With trumpets and drums. Nothing but trumpets and drums. I thought it sounded so wonderful.
I remember.
Gonna lick the Yanks in a month. That's what they said. In a month. How wrong they were. And we stood by in our summer dresses and cheered them on and threw flowers and felt so grand. Just a few tears. Not many. Because we were so sure they'd all be coming back just as they left. And how wrong we were. Oh my.
Anything wrong?
I'm feeling a little dizzy.
Ma'am, please sit down. I don't think you're well.
It's the fever. But I'm on the mend now. It just left me weak, that's all. Just a little weak. And still they come. Morning and night, night and morning. The young ones and the old ones. And oh, how tired they look. How worn. Are there hundreds of them or thousands of them?
More than that.
And wouldn't you think there were so many, my Judd?
Ma'am?
Sergeant, do me a favor. Play your guitar real loud. I mean real loud. Drown me out. I'm so sick to death of hearing my own crying and the sound of footsteps on the road. Please play it loud so I can hear music. Please, Sergeant.
My pleasure.
Charlie? Charlie Constable, is that you? Charlie, it's Lavinia. Charlie, we thought you'd been killed. That's what everyone said. They said you'd been shot in the head at Gettysburg.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am.
Good day to you.
It's Charlie I want to talk to. Can't you hear me? Couldn't you stop a minute, Charlie? Couldn't you stop a minute and talk? I'm so glad you're all right. I'm so glad you got back.
I'm almost there, Lavinia. Almost there. I don't think I'll need all this weight. You can store my blanket roll for me, but I gotta keep moving. I'm almost there now, you see. I'll be there by nightfall.
Oh, Charlie. Your wife will be so glad to see you. So very, very glad.
Goodbye, Lavinia.
Will you give Susan my best, Charlie? Tell her when you get settled to please come over. Would you do that for me? No, I'll expect she'll want to keep you to herself for some time. I know if it were Judd come home to me, I'd hold him close. So close, Charlie. And I'd not let him leave again.
I'm sure, Lavinia.
Charlie, wait. You might need some of your bedroll. The Yanks took most of the blankets. Susan might have use for yours. Well, I'll keep it for you then. Do you hear me? I'll keep it here for you. That was Charlie Constable.
Was it?
They said he'd been killed at Gettysburg, shot through the head, that's what they said. Oh, but thank God they made a mistake. Thank God he's all right and come home again.
What's the matter, ma'am? Why are you looking at your hands like that?
There's blood.
Where?
Why, Charlie's cap. It's tied to its bedroll and there's blood on it. There's blood on Charlie's cap.
Ma'am?
Yes?
It's Sergeant Baxter, ma'am.
Well, I know that. Who else would it be? You finished so soon?
I got a feeling for wood, carving it or chopping it. I got enough cut there so you can at least start the winter.
Well, I thank you sincerely. You don't know how much that helps me.
No, I thank you. I'm obliged for the dinner.
Such as it was.
It beats salt pork and hardtack, which is what I've been used to for as long as I can remember.
I was hoping you'd play your guitar one more time. Would you?
Made this myself.
You didn't. You know how to make musical instruments.
After a fashion, Not as good as the ones I made at home. I had more time then. You have to pick the right tree, a good solid one with character. You cut a branch and strip off the bark and take the wood in layers, but carefully, just right. Then you soak it and bend it into the shape you want. Well, there's plenty to it, believe me. And then after it's dry, it has to be planed and glued and whittled till it's perfect. And then comes the tuning. You know, they say a good guitar takes on the voice of the man who made it. If he has a voice to start with. Seems some men don't. No matter what they play, it just comes out flat and dead.
I'll bet all your guitars sound beautiful, just like this one.
My old man used to say that I'd wind up nothing but a bum troubadour.
Did he?
My old man. But he was a proud one when I marched off. Proud as an old rooster, because his son was going off to war to become a man. And I come back, half a man.
That song of yours.
Black is the color?
Judd, my husband, he used to sing that. Oh, I wish you could have met him.
I wish so too.
A very gentle man. A very nice and decent man. And I can remember nights he'd sit out on this porch and play and sing. Even the crickets would keep quiet. And the bullfrogs down at the pond. It was just as if they'd stopped their noise so they could hear the music. And then the Yankees came. Like blue locusts who had to eat away the trees and the land and everything on it. I owe them for much. For our house, our lawn, our trees, for everything that was. Including my husband's life. I owe them for very much.
Ma'am? Why don't you leave here? This place is no good for you.
This place is all I have. Just an empty shell of an old house and a burned-out field. But it belongs to me, and it's all I've got.
You need something else, something different. Being here alone and sick and staring out toward that road, that ain't gonna cure anything. Fever, sadness, heartache. It won't cure nothing at all.
What do you suppose happened to him?
Your husband?
The Yankee who killed my husband. Do you suppose he's marching home now? Back to his own kin? Do you suppose he's laughing and singing and telling all his neighborhood about the rebels he killed? All the bullets and the heads he shot them through?
I don't reckon that at all. You shouldn't either, ma'am. There's been a lifetime of suffering on both sides.
I got a gun inside the house. An old shotgun. And I keep thinking about how someday, some moment, a Yankee will ride by, and I'll take out that gun, and I'll aim it at him. I'll aim it steady. But first, I'll tell him. I'll tell him that he can consider this the last shot of the Civil War. A bullet in exchange for the one my husband took.
You let that kind of poison sit on your mind, you'll die from it, I swear.
Who's coming?
Can't see yet.
It's him.
Who do you mean?
The Yankee.
Well, hold on now.
It's a hot night.
Hot indeed, Lieutenant.
Couldn't see if anyone still lives here.
They do. You traveling a long way?
Oh, just up the road. But I've been on it a long time. You too, Sergeant?
Long time.
I've got a half-full canteen, but my horse is running dry.
Well, there's water in the well. I don't think they'd mind.
Much appreciated.
I know you, don't I?
That's possible.
I mean, I've seen you before. I seem to remember.
Go on. What is it you remember?
You'd best heed the sergeant's answer, because it's the last thing you'll ever hear.
No, ma'am. Put the gun down. You don't understand.
The last thing you'll hear on this earth. This I promise you.
Ma'am, don't shoot him. The lieutenant here tried to save my life.
Stand aside.
Hear me out first. I was lying on the side of a road. A mini ball had landed amongst us and took off my leg, and I laid there bleeding. And then he come by, a patrol of Yanks, and he propped me up, and he tried to stop the bleeding. I remember looking straight at him and saying, I said to him, danged if you ain't the most changeable breed in the world. First you do your best to kill me, then you call off the war long enough to try and save me. You remember that, Lieutenant?
I thought to myself then that if General Lee had many more of your kind, we'd take a lot of lumps before we could lick you.
Well, we sure give you some.
That you did.
Lieutenant, this is Lavinia Godwin.
You thanked him, Sergeant. Now be so good as to step out of the way so I can thank him for a few other services.
Ma'am, the lieutenant here, he stood out on the open road and tended to me while both sides were shooting up a storm over his head. And yet he stayed there, and he tried to save my life.
I've got this shotgun leveled straight at his head, and my hand is steady. I've waited a long time. I aim to blow his head right off his shoulders.
This your pleasure, ma'am?
And duty. A little bit of both, perhaps.
Well, then you'd best get on with it.
Ma'am, I can't let you do that. I just can't.
You can't stop me with that guitar. I've got the gun.
Then I'll stop you with my hands.
You'd better stand down, Sergeant. I've got my finger on the trigger. And this is for you, Yankee.
You could thank God for the darkness. That kept you from committing murder. Hasn't there been enough of that already?
I didn't miss him. I couldn't have missed him.
No, ma'am. You couldn't have. But it doesn't make any difference. Not anymore.
I remember now. I do remember. They got you that day. They got you in the back while you were kneeling over me. You took a bullet in the back and you fell right over.
Yes, I think that's how it happened.
I thought you were dead. I remember thinking you were dead. What's going on here? What's going on here?
You'll understand. It'll come to you sooner or later.
What will?
I've got to be moving up the road again. Don't want to ride, do you, Sergeant? She's not the staunchest steed on earth, but she'll carry two.
Thank you, but one's enough.
As you like.
Safe journey, Lieutenant.
And to you. I wish you the best, ma'am. I do wish you the best. And this too shall pass. This too shall pass. Wait and see.
I'm sorry I hit you, Sergeant. And your guitar, your beautiful guitar, I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have done that.
Please, forget it. It's over.
Those things he said. What do you suppose he meant?
I have an idea, but I think we'll know for sure soon enough.
Look. On the ground.
What?
It's wet. When he climbed on his horse, he was dripping blood. Sergeant! Sergeant Baxter!
Ma'am?
Would you come in the house, please?
Can I help you?
Do you hear that, Sergeant?
Hear what, ma'am?
That's just it. There's no one on the road anymore. They're all gone.
Well, they stopped coming during the night. It's been quiet ever since. Real quiet.
Why are you carrying your bedroll? And your cap? Are you leaving?
Yes, ma'am. I'm leaving. It's time for me.
But where will you go? You told me yourself there's no one waiting for you at home.
To wherever that road leads.
I can tell you where that road leads. Past 50 miles of places like this. Past houses that were burned out and abandoned after the Bluecoats got finished with them. Burned out yards and crop fields.
Some by Union soldiers, some by us. So there'd be no use.
Past a few hundred tired, sick people like me.
No worse off than I am.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. If you're looking for a change of scenery, Sergeant, you won't find it out there. Along that road.
Mrs. Godwin, I was up most of the night. I was up and I was thinking about lots of different things, thinking it through.
What did you decide?
That lieutenant who came by, and the shotgun, and the blood on the ground. When he rode off, it seemed like a mystery.
Yes, it does.
And that young friend of yours, Constable.
Charlie Constable.
Yeah, with the bloody cap. And then before dawn, it came to me.
What did?
It's kind of hard to explain.
Please try.
It has to do with that road out there, and the men who were walking on it.
What about them?
Last night, after you'd gone to bed, I stood by the gate and I watched as they went by. There was Union soldiers, too. Yankees, many of them. Some helping our boys, some of our boys helping them. But all of them moving down the road, just as if...
Just as if what?
Just as if that road led someplace where they all had to go. You hear me? Had to. So wherever it leads, Mrs. Godwin, that's where I have to go, too.
But why?
What I discovered last night. You wouldn't believe. I don't understand all of it myself. I understand enough to know that there's a billy club tapping on my good leg, telling me to move on. So I'll take my leave now, ma'am. And I wish you well. I certainly wish you well.
Wait while I make you breakfast.
No need for that. I'm not hungry anymore.
Some tea, then. Something to drink. I'll heat water on the stove with the wood you cut.
You have some for yourself, ma'am.
I've got something stronger put away. There's a bottle. I know where it is.
Not with all the walking I have to do.
A hot bath, then, before you go. Surely you'd like to get cleaned up.
Thank you, but I'm all right.
Sergeant! Why don't you stay on? I need someone around here who can help. I'm just one sick woman alone, and I need someone to help me.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I'd give you half the place. You could take a wife if you like and live here, and half of it would be yours.
There's nothing here that could ever belong to me, ma'am. Nothing at all.
Why not? If I say it does.
And you know something else? There's nothing here for you either. Nothing but a lot of memories, and there's a prescribed period for mourning. Are you going to wear black for the rest of your days?
My memory's a lot longer than yours, Sergeant. My hatreds don't die because somebody signed a slip of paper and turned in their sword.
I don't think we need to compete when it comes to memories, Mrs. Godwin.
I don't mean that.
But as to hatreds, I'll concede that you carry yours for a lot longer than me, so you just stay on here and bide your time between some mourning and some hating. I've got to take a walk up that road, and while I'm doing it, I'm going to forget about all the yesterdays, and I'm going to start thinking about all the tomorrows instead.
What do you think is up that road, Sergeant? A future? A new South, perhaps? Another Confederacy born out of the ashes? What do you think you'll find?
I don't know. But I think every man has to find his own end of the road. It's whatever he wants for himself. And every woman, too.
What's that?
Sounds like my guitar. But it can't be. It's broken.
There's a soldier in the yard.
He doesn't mean you any harm.
It's a Confederate soldier. Why, it's Judd. My Judd, he's finally come home after all. Oh, Judd, it is you.
Lavinia? Hello, my dear.
Oh, Judd, hold me. Tell me it's really true.
And how fares my darling wife?
Oh, I've been ill, Judd, very ill.
Oh, no.
But I'll be well again. I'll be well again because you've come home. Because you're alive and by some miracle you've come home to me.
It was home, Lavinia. Look around you. It isn't any longer.
It's all the hope we've got, Judd.
How do you do, Mr. Godwin?
Sergeant?
Stop for some water.
The old well. It's still good?
I'll be moving on now.
Sergeant, He's been telling me there's a pot of gold at the end of that road.
Has he?
And I told him, Judd, and now I have to tell you, I understand.
Understand what?
There's nothing at the end of that road except more road. And more places like this. But we can rebuild it all. We can paint it and plow up the fields. We can buy seed and we can...
Lavinia.
Judd, what is it?
Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
Do you know?
I think I do, yes.
It's easier that way.
I'm not sure, but I think I do. Goodbye, Mrs. Godwin.
Goodbye, Sergeant.
I'll no doubt be seeing you farther on.
What does he mean?
It's time now, Lavinia.
Time?
We've got to go.
Judd, there's no place to go.
This is just a stop along the route, Lavinia.
A stop? This is home.
Home is somewhere else.
And you're saying we have to leave?
Yes, Lavinia. We have to leave.
Oh, you brought your guitar. I'm glad.
This isn't mine. It's that sergeant's.
But...
See? You remember this guitar, Lavinia. It was all broken, wasn't it? And now it's all in one piece again.
Why, yes, it was. How did you know?
It was broken, but now it's been put together. And it can be played again, and music can come from it. It's sort of like a human being, Lavinia. A bullet comes along, or a cannonball, or a fever, and it breaks our bodies and throws them aside, and they're no use to us anymore. But then something else comes.
What are you saying?
With that comes a second chance.
Judd, are we?
Yes, dearest. My death came at Yellow Tavern with a bullet. Yours came here with the fever.
No. Then you mean all those men?
All those men are heading to the end of the road, to whatever it is that each of them yearns for.
Yearns?
To a place or moment that is their heart's desire, theirs and theirs alone. Are you ready?
I'm alive, Judd. I have to be. I can feel it. I'm alive. And I don't want to leave here. I'm not ready. I don't want to leave here because if I do, that means I'll have given up.
There's nothing to give up anymore, Lavinia. There's nothing at all.
Yes, there is. There's the house and the field and the crops we planted that we'll plant again. And the trees and the leaves that rustle when there's a breeze all night long. And the livestock to replace. And sometime one day, the child will have, you and me. And he'll grow strong and healthy. And he'll help you tend the fields. And then he'll move on to a life of his own. His life and his children. Our grandchildren. And we'll grow old together on the piece of land that's our own. And in that way, life goes on. Oh, there's so much life still left. So much living still in me, I can't give it up. Don't you feel it? If you don't, I have enough for both of us. It's all I ever wanted, to be here with you.
I'll see you later on, then, when you've made your peace. I'll wait for you, just as you waited for me.
Oh, Judd, please. Please don't leave me.
I'm not leaving you, my darling. I told you, I'll meet you at the end of the road, unless...
Then you'll come back? You will. You'll find out what I already know. There isn't anything at the end of the road. There isn't anything at all you can't see right here. You'll come back, Judd. I know you will.
That's as it may be, but I'll be waiting for you.
Judd! Judd, please come back. Please come back to me.
Go after him, my dear.
Who are you?
Just a fellow traveler.
You must be tired. And hot in that black suit and that tall hat.
Odd, isn't it? Passing strange how it doesn't seem to bother me now.
I have some water if you like.
That would be a most extraordinary kindness.
Over here, there's a well. The water's cool and sweet. Here, drink your fill.
The sweetest I've ever tasted.
I know you, don't I, sir?
Do you?
I'm sure I do. I've seen you, but not in these parts. In town? No, I don't think so.
Don't worry yourself. Not on my account.
But your face and that beard.
May I tell you something, my dear?
Please.
Go after him. You must.
Oh, but he'll be back. I know he will. My Judd will be back.
Wait no longer. There's no reason. He's going someplace that you'll like, I promise you. Someplace where you'll find peace.
But how do you know? How?
It's something we learn about death. Something we all come to understand. You see, my dear lady, this road, it isn't the end. It's the beginning. There's peace up there, serenity and freedom for all, from anguish. It's whatever you want most, what you have always sought but could not name.
You sound so sure.
I am. Go to him, my dear. Go to your loving husband. Go there with him. I can see him on the road, can't you? Standing in the sun with his arms outstretched, waiting to receive you.
Your face. I know that face. I've seen it in the newspapers. But you were shot, sir. I read it. You were shot by an assassin at Ford's Theater, Washington. But that's so far from here. How?
So far that I can hardly remember. It all falls away, like seeds in the earth.
And so now, Mr. President, you're one of the...
Yes, my dear. I guess you might say that I am the final casualty of the Civil War. And now I'm the last man on this road, the very last. I think it only fitting that I be the last of the passers-by.
Judd? Is that you?
Lavinia.
It is. I see you. Wait, Judd, I'm coming. I'm coming now.
Lavinia Godwin, the mistress of a burned-out home, the image of woman in the aftermath of war, all women in all wars, suffering the final wound and the deepest, and now, at last, ready to be healed. Incident on a dirt road during the month of April 1865. And as we've already pointed out, it's a road that won't be found on any map, but it's only one of many that lead into and out of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Passers-By, starring Morgan Brittany with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Turk Muller, Roderick Peoples, Norm Woodell, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Paul Patch, Don Longo, and Lynn Foley. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. The Purple Testament, starring Michael Rooker with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Joe Forbrick, Nick DiGilio, Todd Manley, Peter DeFaria, Turk Muller, Doug James, Kurt Nabig, Carl Amari, Deb Dotzer, Vince Amari, Paul Patch, Roger Wolski, and Meg Falcon. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
All right, men, listen up. Get your gear together. We're moving out.
Moving where, Lieutenant? Yeah, what's the word? We going home?
Not today, Morgan.
Good, because I got me a date with a certain little nurse tonight. Gonna teach me the mambo.
Is that what they call it?
Now, don't you go talking about my fiancée.
Can it, fellas? The trucks will be here in a few minutes.
Oh, I get it. We're going to Manila for some R&R. Ain't that right, Lieutenant?
Man, those nightclubs. Hey, they still got nightclubs in Manila?
I hear they do. But first, we're gonna have to secure the road. Enemies dug in pretty good.
Ain't that something? Just like they own the place.
Weapons check. Extra clips, grenades. If you need more, tell the sergeant.
You heard the man. Right here.
I want to see full belts on everybody. This is the one that counts.
Sir?
Yeah, Horton?
We gonna make it back tonight?
What?
By lights out.
Oh, listen to him. Scared of the dark.
Watch out, Horton. The cooties will get you.
I just mean, well, that nurse. She's sort of expecting me. You should see her, sir. Brown hair, blue eyes.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll be back in time for chow. Every last one of us. All right, fall in.
Lieutenant?
That you, Levy?
Would you hold on to this for me?
What do you got there?
It's a letter to my mother. See that she gets it?
What's the matter? Can't you mail it yourself?
Yes, sir. I just thought you could take care of it for me if anything happens.
Nothing's gonna happen to this company, soldier.
I know, but if it does, would you do that for me, sir?
Sure. If it makes you feel any better.
Thanks. I'd appreciate it.
What's the city?
Sir?
You didn't put the whole address on it.
I didn't? Let me see. You have a pencil on you, sir?
Yeah. Here.
Thanks. It's in Shaker Heights. You ever been to Shaker Heights, sir?
In Ohio, right?
Right. Real nice place. My mother, see, she's sick. I guess she's kind of holding on till I come home. But
But just in case I don't, I wrote her this letter, so she'll know I was thinking about her.
She knows, Levy.
You think so, sir?
I'm positive.
Thanks a lot, sir. Here you go.
What are you doing?
Nothing, sir.
No smoking in the truck.
Right.
I mean it, fellas. Douse the butts now.
Nobody's smoking, sir. Honest.
Then where's that light coming from?
What light, sir?
The one under your chin. Stash the Zippo, soldier.
He doesn't have a Zippo, sir. He doesn't even smoke.
Then it must be yours, Hibbert. What's the matter with you? We're sitting on a ton of ordnance here.
We know, sir.
Orton?
Nobody lit up.
Don't give me that.
It's true. Nobody's that dumb.
All right. Must be my eyes. Hibbert. Morgan. Levy. Orton.
Something tells me this must be the place.
Okay, heads up. Rifles at the ready. Okay, move out. Single file.
Infantry platoon, U.S. Army. The place, a road in Luzon, the Philippines. The year, 1944. These are the young men who fight. Despite their nervous jokes, there is an element of brutal sameness about these faces. They're dirty, desperately tired, hollow-eyed, each showing the aftermath of shock and violence, etched with fatigue and colored with the backwash of fear. As if some omniscient painter had mixed a tube of oils that are at once earth-brown, dust-gray, blood-red, beard-black, and the yellow-white of exhaustion, with these men as the models. For this is the province of combat, and these are the faces of war. But even here in this time and place, expect the unexpected, because this particular platoon has just crossed enemy lines to fight for their lives in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Purple Testament, starring Michael Rooker, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Captain.
What is it, Private?
Here they come, sir.
How many trucks?
Looks like all four. One of them's been shot up pretty bad.
Tell the medics to stand by.
Let's go. One at a time. Give me a hand, will you, Sarge?
Oh, my leg.
Easy, son. I got you.
Rough out there, Sergeant?
Yeah. Ain't it a crummy night?
Smoke?
Why not?
How's the road?
Open all the way now.
The bridge?
We got the bridge. Whatever they wanted it for. They got naval guns stuck in the ground and they're zeroed in on the town. But that bridge, it gets it every 3 minutes. If the general wants to know where the enemy fleet is, tell him it's dug in on the road to Manila. Excuse me, sir. I gotta see to the wounded.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir?
How many did we lose?
Lots of wounded. Maybe 10, 12. 4 dead.
Who?
Everett, Orton, Morgan, and Levy. Sergeant, bed the men down. Right, sir. And check with the mess sergeant. Make sure there's hot coffee and a meal for everybody. If they're not hungry, make them eat anyway. Hey, company. First platoon. Inside.
Fitz.
Sir.
I got a bottle of Philippine tuber in my tent. It ain't Johnny Walker, but you'd be surprised what it does for a man's outlook. Come on. Pull up an orange crate.
Okay.
Take the cup. I'll drink out of the bottle.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Bum day, huh, Fitz?
Yeah. 4 dead in 2.5 hours. 12 wounded. And the 4.
Anything special about the 4?
Special? How do you mean?
Just that, well, we've lost that many before, and we've lost 8 and 10.
I know.
But you're taking it hard this time.
It's always hard.
Oh, harder than usual. I thought there might be something special about them.
There were 4 kids, all under 22. Does it have to be any more special than that?
No, it doesn't. This time it really got to you. More than I've ever seen. I'd like to know why.
You're a perceptive man. It's the mark of a good officer, isn't it? Warding off trouble by anticipating it.
You gonna give me trouble? I don't think so, Fitz. You're a good officer. You got guts and brains. But something's gotten to you. I told you I'd like to know what it is.
Why don't you start with this?
What do you have there?
Something I wrote down. Read it.
Hibbert, Horton, Morgan, and Levy. So?
You tell me. Who are they?
4 KIAs.
Yeah. That's what they are. Or were. Killed in action. Luzon PI, 13th June, 1944.
I still don't get it. You
want to know what's gotten into me? Well, I'll tell you, Captain. What's gotten into me is that I...
You what?
I wrote those names down today. This afternoon. I wrote them down before we left.
So? Why'd you write their names down, Fitz?
We had a weapons check. Then we got on the trucks. We were on our way to the bridge, and I looked at their faces. Those 4 faces. One at a time.
Go ahead.
I looked around at 44 faces. When I got to these 4, I looked around at all of them. A light.
A light?
Shining on their faces. First it was Levy, then the others. One by one. I thought somebody had a cigarette lighter on. Then I realized it wasn't that kind of light.
What are you talking about?
I can't describe it to you. It doesn't fit anything I'd ever seen. I just looked into their faces and I saw that light. And I knew this was their last day. I knew they'd get it.
Oh, come on.
I'm telling you, I knew. There wasn't any doubt. None at all. Driving up that highway, I was in their truck. All 4 of them were sitting across from me. Some coincidence, huh? And then the light. The same odd light. It moved across their faces, one by one, completely separate from the others. It didn't touch anybody else. As if somebody had a flashlight or a searchlight or something, and it had picked out those 4 faces. And I knew. I just knew.
That's a funny thing, all right. I'll give you that. But for now, maybe you ought to just pack it in. Get some sleep.
No, I don't think I can sleep. All I can do is keep wondering. Is this the way it's gonna be from now on? Huh? If every time I stand in front of a platoon, ready to take them up, am I gonna look down the line and tell which ones aren't coming back? No, thanks, but no thanks.
Finish your drink.
What's in the bottle?
I told you. Local brew.
Lousy stuff. The kind of stuff that can make you sick. Or drive you out of your ever-loving mind.
Take it easy.
We're not supposed to know these things. Nobody is. We're not supposed to be able to tell. Isn't that right? So why can I tell? Huh? Why, Captain?
Fitz, when did you write these names down?
You know when.
You sure it was today? Sure it wasn't yesterday? On the way back? In the truck?
Today. This afternoon. That's when I wrote them down. I swear. That's when I wrote them down.
Nurse?
Be right there, Private.
I can't feel my leg.
I'll get your medication.
Hurry, will you?
Can't we do something about this man's leg?
He's scheduled for surgery. We can only take one at a time.
Nurse. Just a minute.
Nurse, please.
Hey there, Captain.
Miller? How you doing?
Oh, pretty good, sir, I guess.
He's on the mend, Captain.
Good job, Janie. Keep it up.
Well, we're doing the best we can, sir, but we need more cots.
I'll tell Sergeant Gunther. See if we can requisition some.
That would be a godsend.
Come in.
You could use some more beds out there.
You noticed.
Any more coming in?
Not from this island. I suppose we can make pallets if we have to. Break down the desks.
I'd say you have to.
If it weren't for this schoolhouse, we'd be set up in a tent in the jungle. At least we've got a roof over our heads. But when it comes to sterile conditions, the proper supplies, you can see what we're dealing with. We haven't come that far from the Civil War. These men are lucky not to get gangrene.
One day this war will be over, Sergeant. Till then, you're doing all you can. I know it, and you know it.
Look at them out there. So many young men. All we can do is airlift the worst cases, sew up the rest, and send them back to fight again. I'm sworn to do no harm, but how can I promise that? We don't know what to expect, how many casualties we'll get each day. Unless, of course, your Lieutenant Fitzgerald is right.
He believes it. If you'd heard him, you'd almost believe it yourself.
How is he?
Well, he took those pills to help him sleep, but I don't know if that's going to do it.
I don't know either, Captain Riker.
What do you make of it?
Well, I'll be frank. The things you've told me are beyond my experience. I'd say he's delusional. But whether it's because of the stress or something more serious, I couldn't say. I'm no head shrinker.
Did you look at his records?
I've never been wounded. No symptoms of battle fatigue or anything like it till now. Why he should get an idea like this all of a sudden, I couldn't tell you. For the time being, you might want to pull him in while I run some tests.
I'd appreciate that. See, the thing of it is, he's never complained about anything. Not so much as a headache. He's a good man. Came in as a cadre while we were still back in the States. He's one of the best officers we've got.
I'll do what I can. He's here now, you know.
In the hospital? I didn't see him.
He went down to the 2nd Ward to visit one of the boys from his platoon.
Well, when you talk to him again, Sergeant, go at it a little carefully. Sideways instead of head-on. I wouldn't like him to think I have any complaints about his performance.
I understand. I'll get around to it as subtly as I can. But if he's going to break, it's best to know now, and not in the middle of some firefight. We can't afford to lose any more lives, his or anybody else's.
Hey, nurse, where's my chow?
Roll over, soldier, while I change your bandage. And keep your hands to yourself.
Lieutenant, is that you?
Fitz, what's wrong? What's wrong, Fitz?
Nothing.
But you look so pale.
Where's Smitty?
Down here, Lieutenant.
He's gonna be all right. We put his arm in a cast. It should heal just fine.
You gonna be here for a while, Janie?
Are you kidding?
I want to talk to you before I leave.
Well, just holler like everybody else. I'm not going anywhere.
How's the rest of the guys, Lieutenant?
A-okay.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, well, Porky took a piece of shrapnel in his finger. But you know Porky. That's about as bad as he ever got.
I'll bet he belly ached a lot, though, didn't he?
Just a little.
That's one lucky kid, huh?
Yeah, that he is. And you didn't come out so bad yourself.
I guess not. Except I can't scratch myself with my arm up like this.
Then you'll just have to call the nurse. That's not so rough, is it?
No, not as long as it's Janie.
Yeah, get you all patched up and you'll be as good as new. Ready to head home before you know it. That won't be too hard to take.
No, sir, sure won't.
Your cigarette went out. Here, let me light it for you.
No, thank you, sir.
No?
Can you just lay it down for me? I won't be needing it for a while.
Sure. I'll just put it here in the ashtray for you.
Thanks.
Look, Smitty, I got a couple things I gotta do. I'll come by later, okay? You take it easy here.
Will do, sir.
Anything you want? You got enough to read?
Yeah, all I need.
Okay. Take care now.
Thanks for coming, Lieutenant. I'm glad I got to say goodbye.
Oh, no, not Smitty.
You dropped your lighter. Something the matter?
What? No. Nothing. Nobody's seen you. Goodbye, Smitty.
You okay, Lieutenant?
Yeah, fine. I'm okay.
Help me get him to a cot.
I said I'm okay. I just got a little dizzy there for a minute.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Thank you, Meg. I've got him.
What's all the fuss about?
You better take it slow, mister.
All I need is a little sleep.
A little? You look like you haven't slept in I don't know how long.
My lighter.
Right here. I want you to lie down for a while.
I don't have time.
You're pale and your pulse isn't that great. You need to rest. What do I have to do? Write you a note for the teacher?
I'm fine. Janie.
What?
I wanted to tell you... I wanted you to know that.
Save it. Go back to the barracks if you don't want to stay here. But do me a favor. Get off your feet.
Listen, that boy in my platoon, Horton.
Please, Fitz.
He was a good guy.
I know.
He was looking forward to seeing you last night. That's all he talked about. He thought you were special. Very special.
Soldier?
Not now.
I just wanted you to know. You are special. You were probably the last thing on his mind.
Did he suffer?
It was a landmine.
Oh, no.
He never knew what hit him. He didn't feel any pain, I swear.
Soldier, I got your pill. Wake up.
Oh, Fitz, that poor sweet kid.
Get the doctor. This man does not have a pulse.
Smitty.
Bring me a shot of adrenaline.
It's too late.
No, it's not. What do you know about it? I said get me.
Forget it, Janie. He's dead.
No, he can't be. Oh, not another one. Please, God.
They go awful quick sometimes, just like that. Awful quick.
Morning, Fitz.
Captain.
How are you? Something happened?
I was down seeing Smitty.
I know. I read his tag. Doc says he's gonna be okay now.
No, he isn't.
What are you talking about? It's only a broken arm.
That's all that showed.
Are you a doctor now?
I took a look at his face. I took one look. And I knew.
Come off it, Fitz.
And then, a minute later, he was gone.
What?
Go ahead. Take a walk downstairs if you don't believe me.
Same thing?
Same thing. The look. The light or whatever it is. Yeah, I saw it. I knew, Captain.
Fitz, I can't explain this, but...
I don't want you to explain it. How can anybody explain it? How can anybody? I want you to believe it. Captain, that's all. That's all I want. I want you to believe. I just want you to believe.
Yes?
Bed 5, Sergeant.
What, nurse?
He just died.
I'll be right down.
For what?
Fitz.
There's nothing to see now. Except the body. He's dead. And I knew he was going to die.
That's nonsense.
Is it? I read it on his face. I read it just as clearly as if somebody had painted it there.
Go on, I'll be there in a minute.
Yes, sir.
You knew, Lieutenant?
I told you. He thinks...
You bet I knew.
Really, Fitz?
Tabbed 4 men yesterday. I knew they were going to get it too.
But that would be extremely odd. Don't you agree, Lieutenant?
Odd? Is that what you call it? Odd is when you go 30 days on the line without losing a man. Odd is when you march 25 miles and you don't get a blister. Now you're talking odd. That's odd. This isn't odd, Gunther. This is more like a nightmare about a dog-face officer who can see death on people's faces. A lousy dog-face line officer who'd just like to give back the power to whoever or whatever gave it to him.
Or a dog-face line officer who's cracking under the strain of having seen too much and done too much and felt too much and finally starts to crack from the weight of it.
I'm 5 for 5 now.
We deal in facts here.
How many coincidences does it take to add up to a fact? How many men do I have to tag as least likely to succeed before somebody starts listening? How many more faces do I have to look into?
You're not being rational.
No. Then answer me this. What I'd like to know is, what's it take before people realize that somewhere along this line I picked up a talent they don't teach at OCS because I just got promoted? What I am now is a kind of recording clerk for the Grim Reaper.
Come with me, Fitz. Let's go back to quarters.
Okay, sure. Why not? But there is one thing you might do for now. While you're waiting and scratching and calling in the psychiatrist, just put some tape over my eyes. Or just poke them out right now. Go ahead, just do something so I won't be able to see. Just make it so I don't have to look at any more faces.
Everybody here?
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Eyes on the map. I'll give it to you just as I got it from Regiment. We spearhead the attack. We go to a point exactly 4 miles north of the bridge. That's right here. That's the Pasig River. At this point on the highway, the bridge is out. But over here, to the east, the Army's sticking across a bailey. Should be done by 0200.
Not much time.
You can say that again.
We could do it.
We'll spearhead the operation and move across the bridge as the point.
All by ourselves?
Baker and Charlie companies follow us.
What's the enemy doing all this time?
There'll be some Filipino guerrillas up here crossing by boat. We hope unobserved. Their job will be to take out any and all guns on the other side. So we should be able to get across that bridge against only small arms. Any more questions? Then that's it. We've got 22 minutes before we load up on the trucks. Give each one of your platoons a good briefing. Belts, 5 grenades apiece, 6 clips of ammo, no backpacks.
Got it, Captain.
And let's get moving. And good luck. Yes, Fitz?
Nothing.
Think you're well enough to lead a platoon?
Well enough, yeah. I'm well enough.
Gunther thinks you'd be better off with 3 weeks back at division.
You agree with him?
Matter of fact, I do. This one won't take more than a few hours, but it could be messy.
Captain,
Something? What are you staring at?
You, sir.
I asked you.
Captain, don't go.
Did you see something, Fitz? Is that it?
Yeah, I saw something.
Something like with the others?
Yeah, it was on your face. Just for a few seconds, but it was there.
Sure it was.
If you go...
Say it.
You won't be coming back. You can't go out there tonight.
I have to.
You have to stay here. Don't do it for me, okay? Don't even do it to save yourself. Look at the picture on your desk.
Put that down.
Your wife. And those 2 children. They must be your kids. Do you love them?
What?
Do you love them? Do it for the gold band on your finger. But don't go out there.
Give me that.
But, sir...
Get your platoon set, Fitz.
Sir, please.
Now. You've only got a few minutes.
But what about...
I'll tell you what about it. We'll have a nice long talk about it when we get back. We'll have a drink to it. We'll drink to an illusion, to coincidence. And you know what then? We'll laugh. Both of us. That's it, Fitz. I'll see you outside at the trucks.
You won't be drinking to anything. Because you won't be coming back.
Damn fool. Marie, don't you worry about me. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I promise.
Lieutenant Fitzgerald, sir?
What is it, Freeman?
Well, sir, everybody says you can tell.
Who says that?
All the guys. They say you know who's gonna get it and who isn't. Well, how about it, Lieutenant? Give us a break. Come on, Lieutenant, please. Come on, Lieutenant, please. It ain't fair, you knowing and not telling us.
Freeman, knock it off! Forget about it, okay? Somebody started a wild gag. Somebody's gonna get burned for it, but good. Take it from your captain, nobody in this company's a mind reader, including Lieutenant Fitzgerald. Isn't that right?
That's right, sir.
Okay, boys. Let's hop.
Welcome back, Lieutenant. Not so bad this time, huh? What's eating him?
Sir?
At ease, Fitz. I just came around to congratulate you boys on a good job.
Thank you, sir.
Cigar?
Not for me.
All the odds fell in on our side. Those guerrillas did a right handy job on the guns. You just walked right across, didn't you?
Right across.
Well, that's fortunate. You know, there must have been at least 6 or 7 25s that the Air Force picked out. If those guns had been operational, that would have been the longest bridge you've ever been on. Or the shortest. Sniper fire, that's all you had, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. Sniper fire. We lost one man. I brought his dog tags back.
A pity. There was one good man. You were good friends, weren't you, Fitzgerald?
Yes, sir.
Nice picture. Well, so much for Mrs. Riker's lovely wedding and 7 happy years and 2 fine sons. To have it come to this. God, but war stinks.
It sure does. Stinks worse than you know. Much worse.
Why, what do you mean?
Lieutenant?
Yes.
Sergeant Gunther?
Some orders have come through on you, Lieutenant. You're to go back to division.
Back to division?
That's correct. They'd like to look you over. It'll be a nice couple weeks' rest.
Well, he looks like he could use it.
Better pack up your gear. Take it with you.
Okay. One question.
Yes?
Who's going to pack Captain Riker's things?
I'll have someone take care of it.
Don't forget his wedding ring. Looks like he took it off. Set it down here before he left.
Going somewhere, Lieutenant?
Yeah, somewhere.
That your mirror on the wall?
Oh yeah, I almost forgot. You want it, Freeman?
Gee, that'd be great. I broke mine, you know? Mighty hard to shave without a mirror.
Go ahead. Here.
You sure you don't mind? Sir. Listen, if you want to keep it, that's okay. Honest to...
Look.
Huh?
In the mirror. What do you see?
Well, I see your face. Yep. That's you, all right.
And nothing else. This is important. You don't see a light on my face, do you?
Light? No, sir.
That's funny. Because I do. Sorry, Freeman.
Gosh, what'd you do that for?
This one's no good. Take my word for it.
Whatever you say, sir.
Get yourself a new one that works right.
Lieutenant Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
Ambulance is leaving now, sir, for division.
Oh, right.
This your bag, sir?
What? Yeah. Yes, that's my bag.
Can I put it in the ambulance for you, sir?
Thanks.
Whenever you're ready, sir. We're all set.
I'm ready.
You can ride up front with me, sir. Plenty of room.
Thank you.
You going back to division?
Yes, sir.
Taking the Cavite Road?
I got to, sir. The bridge is out on the highway.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, engineers think they spotted some mines just a mile up the road. Haven't had a chance to dig him out yet, so take her careful and stay close to the shoulder.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. You might as well get comfy, Lieutenant. It's about a 4-hour ride.
Is it? I doubt it.
You play that pretty good.
Thanks, sir. Thank you very much.
You hear that?
Thunder?
I don't think so. Sounded like an explosion.
Maybe.
Maybe it was thunder. Yeah, that's what it was. Probably thunder.
From William Shakespeare, Richard III, a small excerpt. The line reads, "He has come to open the purple testament of bleeding war." And for Lieutenant William Fitzgerald, A Company, 1st Platoon, the testament is closed in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hello, I'm Stacy Keach. I hope you're enjoying this edition of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. To learn more about this series, be sure to log on to our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. You'll find special discounts on our Twilight Zone audio collections, listings of our radio stations, links to other websites, and a photo gallery of our recording studio and some of our stars in action. Plus ways to contact us with questions or comments about the show. And for a limited time, when you log on to twilightzoneradio.com, you can send in for a free CD of the show. So be sure to visit us at twilightzoneradio.com. You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Here we have the famous temptress from ancient Egypt, Cleopatra. Her beauty almost brought about the destruction of Caesar, Mark Antony, and the Roman Empire. And now, if you will follow me, the last group of figures in our little wax museum. The piece de resistance, if I may say so. The most infamous black-hearted killers of all time. This is not for the faint of heart, so if there are any who would prefer to stay behind...
I don't like this place.
Come on, honey. They're made out of wax.
But...
No? Very well, then. Feast your eyes upon... Jack the Ripper, Henri Landru, and the dreaded Burke and Hare. It's Burke who's smothering the poor lady with a pillow, while Mr. Hare assists by holding her feet to the bed. And last but not least, in the sailor's garb, Albert Hicks, about to sink his gleaming axe into the skull of his hapless victim, one Martin Senescu. Move in, please.
They look so real.
Closer. Closer.
But not too close.
Allow me to introduce Mr. Senescu, the curator of Murderer's Row.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry if I startled you.
I thought he was one of the dummies.
Oh, nothing to be afraid of.
Perhaps not, young man. But who can tell what evil lurks in the heart of the man standing next to you?
Go ahead, Martin. Introduce your friends.
With pleasure. Albert W. Hicks, mate on the oyster smack E.A. Johnson, a gentleman. Yet one day, in 1860, off the Atlantic coast, He murdered everyone in his crew with an axe, exactly like this one. Why did he go mad? I'm afraid we'll never know. Not to mention Burke and Hare, two more monsters of their time. But do they look like monsters? What torment drove them so late in life to behave like ghouls? You see here how they suffocated their victims. A technique called burking. Think of the agonies they endured.
Which one's he talking about?
Search me.
Both of them, sir. All of them. Surely it's dreadful to be murdered, as our victim here would tell you, if she could talk. But to commit murder, to take a life with your own hands, again and again, and not be able to stop yourself. Can you begin to imagine the horror?
Nope, but why don't you tell us about it?
I wish I could. But somewhere in the world, now, at this very moment, there is someone who can.
Yeah? Who?
Well, no one knows yet. But if his torment is great enough, and he kills as these poor creatures did, then future generations will know, for he will end up here, immortalized in wax, remembered as you and I will never be, like Henri Landru, so filled with love and hate. He loved nearly 300 women in his lifetime, spinsters and lonely widows. He too must have felt agony as he strangled the life out of them. A master of the garret, identical to the one you see in his hands.
That looks like some kind of cord.
Just a piece of string. Let me see that.
Get away from there. Get away from there.
I was only...
Mr. Sinescu is right. The figures are not to be touched. They are too rare and valuable.
Besides, the museum can't be held responsible for what might happen to you. And here, another soul in torment. The Ripper himself. Of all the faces in London's Whitechapel district, which was his? And why did he feel driven to kill those pathetic drabs with one sweep of his knife? Identical to the blade you see before you. Step closer, young lady.
What?
Go on. It's only a prop. Lean forward. There. That's quite all right. Look deep into his eyes and remember them so you'll never fall prey to such a man yourself. A man who carried a long, sharp weapon which he slashed across women's throats. Like this.
That knife, it swung at me. It almost...
Spring in the arm. Pretty good trick.
A trick, yes, but one that serves to remind us how near death is to all of us. When we look at Hicks, at Burke, and Hare, at Landru and the Ripper, we see what appear to be ordinary men. What devils pushed them to their bloody fate? We can only guess. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Sinescu. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our tour of Ferguson's Museum. Exit to your right, please.
Mr. Martin Sinescu, a gentleman and the curator of Murderer's Row in Ferguson's Wax Museum. He looks after these replicas with care and dedication, and he ponders why ordinary men are driven to commit mass murder. What Mr. Sinescu does not know is that the groundwork has already been laid for a special kind of madness, a torment found only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, The New Exhibit, starring Joby Cerny with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
There now, Mr. Landrew. Collar turned up just so. Easy to see why you're a real lady killer. We have to do something about that suit.
Martin?
Yes, Mr. Ferguson?
I'd like to talk to you.
All right. I'll be through here in a moment.
That can wait. What I have to say to you is rather important.
You know, sir, I think Landrew needs a new suit. This one is 10 years old and shows it. Something wrong, Mr. Ferguson?
Well, yes and no. I think we'd better discuss it in my office.
All right, if you like, sir. Is it something I've done or haven't done?
No, nothing like that. Sit down.
Very well.
Martin, I'm abandoning the museum.
Abandoning?
I'm afraid so.
Is this a joke, sir?
No.
But you can't. You mustn't, sir.
I know how you feel, Martin, but there isn't any choice.
I don't understand.
I've been offered a large sum of money for this property. Some people want to build a supermarket here.
A supermarket?
When I first opened the museum 30 years ago, I'd never dreamed I'd see this day. But the day is here, Martin, and we will just have to face it.
30 years, sir.
No, for heaven's sake, don't make it more difficult than it is.
I'm sorry.
I hate this, Martin. You're the best employee a man could have. The way you've run the Murderer's Row exhibit, why, I don't think you ever missed a day's work.
No, never. How many more days?
None. This was the last. They start wrecking the building next week.
What about the wax figures?
I haven't decided yet.
Sir, we can open another museum. We'll move everything somewhere else.
I'm not as young as I once was. I could use a rest.
But, sir, I'll do all the work. You won't have to lift a finger.
I appreciate that, Martin, but it would be foolish.
Foolish? Foolish? Why?
We have become passé. People aren't interested in wax museums anymore. Look at the numbers. It's all here. Our attendance figures, our profits, but mostly our losses. This year has been the poorest of all. There's even a news story about the closing of the Grand Guignol.
Surely not.
The handwriting's on the wall. Seriously, what do we offer? The great lovers of history? The discovery room? Scientists? That isn't why people came here. That isn't why at all. What they really came to see was your Murderer's Row. We've always known that. But they've been coming in decreasing numbers. And you know why? Because the evening news offers them fears we could never match. The wars, the atrocities, the perversions, they've all ruined our chamber of horrors. People are blasé. They think they've outgrown the need to be frightened. They already live in fear day in, day out. It's the world, Martin, and the world has changed. No, it would be foolish to open another museum.
Maybe it's the location or the exhibits. Remember how people came after we installed the Ripper's arm with the knife and the spring mechanism?
That was years ago. They're simply not interested anymore.
But what's going to happen to them? Landrew and Hicks and the others?
If I could sell them, I would. But there is no market for wax figures.
Mr. Ferguson, you're not thinking of destroying them, are you? I mean, they were meant to live forever.
Martin, I tell you, I don't know what I'm going to do.
You're forgetting something. Come with me.
Martin...
Look at Landrew. His eyes. Don't you see the shy, frightened little choir boy he once was? The bookkeeper who so longed for freedom.
Of course, but...
Even the cheek feels real, like flesh, with pores, and the mouth. Isn't it about to say something? Oh, Landrew was an elegant man, full of tenderness. It's right here, in the lips. The way...
What are you trying to say?
Mr. Ferguson, You seem to have forgotten that these figures are the work of the great Henry Guillemond, the only ones he created outside of Europe.
I haven't forgotten.
There was genius in everything he did. They're not just so much candle wax. It's as though they were alive.
I'm afraid it doesn't make any difference now.
I don't think I could stand it if these figures were destroyed. It would be like losing 5 close friends.
I won't destroy them, Martin. I give you my word. But where would I store them? You know how vulnerable they are to changes in temperature.
I could take them.
You?
Yes.
What would you do with them?
I wouldn't put them in an ugly warehouse, I'll tell you that. They need constant care. I'll put them in my basement.
That's ridiculous. Think about it. What would Emma say to having the figures of 5 famous murderers in her basement?
Oh, she wouldn't mind. She rarely goes in the basement. It's my space. She'll understand. I'll put air conditioning down there and a heater for colder days. Oh, you'll see. I'll take care of them, just as I always have.
You haven't eaten your breakfast.
I'm not hungry. They should have arrived by now.
They'll get here when they get here. Now, how long do we have to store them?
Not long. What time is it?
You asked me that 5 minutes ago.
Oh, maybe something happened. It's not like moving furniture, you know. They should have let me ride in the truck. What if they dropped one of the crates?
There they are now. Just relax.
You Martin Sinescu?
Yes, are they all right?
The boxes? They okay.
They didn't break, right?
Nope.
No bumps?
No bumps. Where do you want them?
Look, carry them to the rear of the house and down to the basement. Carefully. Take your time. Well, wait a minute, how much time will it take?
I don't know, an hour maybe. You gotta pay by the hour, you know. Sign here.
With pleasure, and please, hurry.
You see? All here, safe and sound.
Easy! Please, don't jiggle them.
Will you stop worrying?
It's getting warm.
What?
I say, it's getting warm outside. They're very delicate. They can't stand more than 80 degrees.
I didn't think they were so big.
They're not. The boxes are big. The actual figures are not any bigger than you or I. See? Landru's in the first one. The next is Jack the Ripper. Oh, Emma, I'm so sorry I got mad. But it's gonna be like opening Christmas presents.
Mr. Sinescu?
Yes?
Miller's Appliances. Got your air conditioner in the van. Where do you want it?
Oh, good. I'm glad you're here. Look, put it there. There, the basement window. Oh, please, hurry.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
You bought an air conditioner?
I had to. They can't stand the heat.
How much did it cost?
Don't worry about that.
Well, I am worried about it.
Please. Leave me alone. Just leave me alone with my friends, all right? Now, if you don't mind, I have to go downstairs. Ooh, feels cool enough. Now then, gentlemen, Bloody Jack, Jack the Ripper, how are you today? None the worse for wear, I see? Oh my. Cape's a bit shabby, though.
Martin, are you down there?
Yes, sir. Positively threadbare.
Martin!
Yes?
Are you fussing with the Ripper's cape again?
No. Yes. No. It's his hat. His hat is going to need cleaning and blocking before long. In fact, all their clothes could stand it. It's been almost a year since Mr. Ferguson let me do that.
Martin!
Emma, listen to me. The truth is, these men need clothes. But the Ripper here, his are the worst. Part of his coat back's come undone and...
Martin!
What is it, dear?
We're not buying them any clothes.
Oh, Emma, listen. It's not just buying. It's tailoring to fit their bodies.
I don't care, Martin.
Oh, you don't mean that.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Honestly, Martin, you pay more attention to those murderers than you ever did to me.
Oh, Emma, listen, that's not true.
You practically live down there.
Emma, they're a trust, a sacred trust. These figures were made by Guillemont. They're masterpieces.
All right, so they're masterpieces. But you told me it would only be for a few days. Now, they've been here for weeks. I've been nice about it, Martin. You can't say I haven't. How long is this going to go on?
I'm sorry, dear. I didn't lie. I thought they'd be here only a little while. I really did. But, well, I can't find anybody to finance the museum.
Well, how can you find anyone if you spend all your time down there?
Well, I phoned, but everyone I talked to never even has heard of Henry Guillemont. Can you imagine that? What's that?
The electric bill. You see how much this air conditioner is costing us, running around the clock?
Well, you know how hot it's been. Oh my. That is high, isn't it?
I'd like to know how we can go on paying it. Martin, there's no more money in the bank.
I know. But you mustn't worry. I promise you, I'll think of something. There must be somebody somewhere.
Mr. Ferguson.
No.
Why not? You've told me he loves these things as much as you do. Besides, isn't it up to him to take care of them?
Emma, I don't know anyone in the world I respect as much as Mr. Ferguson. And I would never trust these figures to him. I couldn't be sure they were cared for properly. I don't even think I could sleep if I...
So we're stuck with them.
Stuck? Emma, it's an honor, a privilege.
For you, maybe. But how do you think I feel? I am afraid to go into the basement because of these monstrosities. I mean, I just about get a heart attack, Martin. The way they stand there and stare at me, they're frightening.
They're supposed to be frightening. Live with them as long as I have, and you'll come to love them.
Love them?
One day, they cease to be strangers to you, and you want to say good morning to them and ask them how they passed the night. And when that happens, Emma, I tell you, Emma, where are you going, Emma?
So I just don't know what to do. I mean, we can't borrow any more against the house.
That's true. There's no chance for a refi without proof of income.
And then today, when the electric bill came, I realized we've been spending a fortune just to keep the basement cool.
You should have told me about this.
I know, but I didn't want to bother you.
I'm also your brother, remember?
Oh, Dave. If only one of those people would loan him the money to open the museum, everything would be all right.
Now, Emma, listen to me. Nobody's going to put money into a crazy scheme like that. Old Ferguson knew what he was doing when he sold out, and he was smart, getting Martin to take care of those dummies.
I shouldn't complain. It's just that you know how much he loved his job, and it was such a shock losing it.
Do you want me to help?
I didn't come here to ask you for a handout.
Don't be silly. We're family. And believe it or not, I've always kind of liked the guy. But what's happening now? It sounds like he could use a few hours with a shrink. I can give you the name of a good one.
Oh, Dave, he'd never go.
Exactly. So what we've got to do is get Martin away from those things. Does he have them all?
Only a few.
How come? Ferguson had 200 or 300, didn't he?
Yes, but these are special. Some man in Europe made them.
Well, they can't be too special if they're not worth anything.
They are to him. It's the first time that anything has come between us. I hate those murderers.
I'll stop by and talk to him.
It won't do any good.
Then you talk to him, Emma. But not the way you have before. Lay it on him. Tell him it's those stupid dummies or you. And if that doesn't work, well, there is another way.
What?
Air conditioners break down.
Emma? Emma? Is that you? Where have you been?
Do you care?
I know you're angry, but what can I do? I have to keep the figures in perfect condition. I can't let them go, or... Where did you get those groceries? I thought you said we didn't have any money left.
Dave gave me some cash.
Oh, no. Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. You told your brother.
Martin, we can't go on living like this.
I'll borrow some money from Mr. Ferguson.
Borrowing isn't going to solve anything. Now, Martin, I know what those figures mean to you, but...
But what, Emma? What?
I simply will not have them in this house 1 minute longer. Martin, once they're away from here, you'll be a different man. You'll see. You've lived with wax dummies so long, you've forgotten how to be a human being.
No, I haven't. What kind of friend do you think I am? I cannot desert them now, not after all these years. They need me. They'd be lost.
Martin, they're not alive. They don't need anybody. I want you to see a doctor.
What? A doctor?
Yes. Just once.
What do I need a doctor for?
Because, Martin, there's something the matter with you. You haven't been yourself lately.
Oh. Well, who have I been then?
Well, I'm not sure. Somebody I've never known. But, Martin, staying down in the basement all day and talking to those things, honey, it's not natural.
I know it's not natural, but it's my job. I'm not the only husband who brings his work home with him. This was your brother's idea, wasn't it? Well, you go back and tell him to mind his own business.
So it's hard to know where it's heading. Chances are we're in for another ride tomorrow.
And that concludes our broadcast day. This channel will return to the air at 6 a.m. with the early report. Until then, we bid
Are you asleep?
Good night.
God forgive me. It's time for the air conditioner to break. Oh, it's so dark down here. And cold. Well, it won't be for much longer. Oh, where's the fuse box? Let's see now. Which one is for the air conditioner? I should have brought a flashlight. I can't see a thing. Here it is. Good. What? Who's there? What's happening?
are you? Emma? Emma? Are you down in the basement? What are you doing? Emma? I asked you not to go down in the basement alone, Emma. I don't want you touching the figures. You leave them to me. Emma. Oh, where's the light switch? Ah, that's better. Emma! 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 Oh, good Lord, what happened? Your throat. For the love of Emma. Who could have? Oh, you. The Ripper's knife? The blood? Oh, so no. No. I hate to bury you down here, Emma. I know how much you hate the basement, but I don't have any money. I know I should report it to the police. Who would believe me if I told them you had your throat cut by Jack the Ripper? You just bumped into the Ripper in the dark and his spring arm went off. It was an accident. Besides, if I go to prison, who will take care of the figures? It's better this way. They didn't like you, you know. You said some very unkind things about them, and they heard you. You have to be careful around Jack. He has such a temper. I should have warned you. There. Now for the cement. Oh, poor Emma. But it's too late to tell her anything now.
Yes, man.
Come back later. All right.
Hi, Mr. Snesku. I gotta read the meter.
Hey, careful of the cement. It's wet.
Oh, yeah. Doing a little patching, huh? Floor must have been pretty bad.
Yes, it was cracking.
I had to do the same thing. These old houses, holy mackerel!
Something the matter?
Woo! For a minute there, I thought they were real. How'd you ever get statues like that?
Yes, well, they're wax, actually. From the museum, I'm taking care of them.
Boy, they're the most realistic things I ever saw. You sure they ain't alive?
Well, not altogether.
Well, you could have fooled me. Should be a fine thing come Halloween. Something like this will really throw a scare into people. Man, oh man. Even close up, they... What's this?
What?
Whoever made these thought of everything. Even put blood on the knife. Well, I gotta go. You got quite a layout here. Hey, tell me something.
Yes?
Don't they ever give you the creeps?
Not when you know them as well as I do.
You're a real joker, Mr. Sinescu. Wait till I tell the wife about this. Hey, do you think it'll be all right if I bring her over for a look?
No. Well, I mean, we're going to be gone. I don't know when we're going to be back.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll see you next month.
Fine. Goodbye. Best to keep the outside door permanently locked. Jack, surprised at you. I really am. How did you manage all those murders without being caught by Scotland Yard? Any killer knows you can't leave blood on the murder weapon. And I don't mean to make a joke, Mr. Ripper. It's a dead giveaway. There. Knife's good as new. Now behave yourself.
Emma?
Oh, no. It's her brother.
Martin, you in there? Emma? Martin? Where are you?
Gotta lock the basement door.
Martin, if you're in there, open up. Now. Martin, are you in the basement?
Yes. Yes. Is that you, Dave? I'm down here.
Open the door, will you?
I can't.
Why not?
I'm painting the stairs. Look, give me a second. I'll go out the cellar door and come in the kitchen.
Okay.
Where's Emma?
She went out to get some air.
Just as well. Mind if I sit down?
Why? What do you want?
You sit down, too.
Dave, look, I don't have time. I'm in the middle of something. Now, just tell me what you want.
Emma came to see me yesterday.
I'm very embarrassed. She told me about it.
She did, huh? Well, that'll make it easier.
Perhaps.
Oh, you two have an argument?
Yes. But look, everything is settled now.
Glad to hear it. She was pretty upset when she talked to me.
I know.
You didn't treat her square when you brought those dummies home.
That's been changed.
Well, now, I guess I had you pegged wrong. You got rid of them.
Yes.
Must have been pretty hot in here last night, huh?
What?
For a bunch of wax dummies. Hey, what's that humming noise?
I don't hear anything.
It sounds like it's coming from the basement. No, is that the air conditioner?
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you driving at?
Why's this door locked?
I told you, the steps are wet from paint.
I don't smell any paint. And why's the air conditioner still going if you got rid of the dummies?
Well, I thought it might help the paint dry.
Yeah?
I thought it might get rid of the fumes. Is that all right? This is my house, isn't it?
I think you locked it because you don't want me going down there. You better open up.
Are you threatening me in my own house?
You didn't get rid of those things at all. Where's Emma?
Look, I am tired of answering questions. I've had a busy day. I'll thank you to leave now.
All right. I don't want to cause trouble for Emma, so I'll go. But have Emma call me when she gets back, here?
I will. Emma? Boys? You can breathe easy. I'm going to bed now. Sweet dreams. Good night.
Huh. Locked up tight as a drum, huh? Now, what's so important down there he didn't want me to see? Ugh, window's too dirty to see in. So, I guess I'll just have to force it open. Whew, air conditioner's on all right. Cold as a tomb down here. It's so dark. Let me light a match. Oh, a dummy in a sailor suit with an axe. Oh, Martin, old boy, you need help. You really do. Ugh, will you look at these two? Plug ugly. And two more big ones. Oh, some knife. Looks real. What the heck? Oh, a shovel. Fresh cement. What is he trying to cover up? Blasted match. Who's there? Who's there? Wait. What the? Where's the axe?
Hello? What's going on? Who's here? Hicks. Where's your axe? Dave. Dave. Oh no. Mr. Hicks. When I took your axe away from you and put it up in the rafters where you couldn't reach it, I tried to make sure that nothing like this could happen. How did you get it down from there? Why did you take it off the rafter?
Martin? Martin!
Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson!
Martin, let me in, would you please?
Just a moment. Hello, sir.
Hello, Martin. Waking you is like raising Lazarus. Don't you answer your doorbell anymore?
I was sleeping. Actually, I overslept. I was, doing a lot of cleanup work in the basement.
Well, it's nice and cool down there with the air conditioning anyway, right?
Yes, sir.
How's Murderer's Row?
Oh, fine, in rare form.
Good, let's go see. I would have come 2 days ago when you first called, but things hadn't been finalized yet.
What things?
I must say, you've kept them up well.
But I have done my best. We get along so well. You don't know what a relief it is to see you. They've been threatening to cut off the electricity because I haven't paid the bill. Think what would happen to the figures.
Well, you won't have to worry about that anymore.
Oh, I knew I could count on you, sir. Thank you. But it isn't just the electricity. Look at the Ripper's coat. It needs to be fixed. The threads are falling out. Look at all of their clothes. Maybe it's too humid down here after all.
You won't have to worry about that either.
Oh, I was going to have Emma repair this little rip in the sleeve, but...
You have a remarkable wife.
Thank you.
There aren't many women who would have put up with an exhibit like this in their basement.
She got used to it.
You're looking a bit grubby. Have you been sleeping down here?
Yes. I wanted to show you. I came across an item in this book last night.
Martin?
I forgot I even had this. It's got a letter in it written by Landru himself.
Martin, listen to me.
I'll read it. But for you, whose very walk is beautiful, whose sweet eyes and smile make a just claim to happiness, whither am I bound, my dear little friend, under your tender leadership? Oh, isn't that touching?
It's the one Landru wrote to Fernand Segret.
Ha! You know it then?
He also strangled her as he did all the others. Martin, are you all right?
Yes. Well, that isn't so. I'm not all right. Some strange things have been happening.
Strange?
Yes. You see, my house guests haven't exactly been behaving themselves.
Who? Oh, come on now.
It's true. I swear. You have no idea what they've been up to.
Martin, you've been so close to these figures for the past 3 months, you're beginning to imagine things.
Oh, no, it was not my imagination.
Well, that's neither here nor there now. I can't keep it from you any longer.
What, sir?
The best news in the world. Martin, old friend, when I told you nobody would ever want them, I was being pessimistic. The fact is, somebody does. But not just anybody. The Marchand Museum. Did you hear me? Marchands in Brussels. Aren't you pleased? You won't have to take care of them anymore.
I want to take care of them.
I know you do, and I appreciate what you've done. But it's all signed.
You don't mean that you've sold them?
Yes, and for what I'm getting, there will be substantial compensation to you for the years you've put in.
But my museum? I was going to buy them.
You know you could never do that.
Say you have another buyer. I'll get the money somehow. Please, Mr. Ferguson, they're all I have left.
Martin, time moves on. There's no longer any need for our specialty. I thought with the closing of the Grand Guignol in Paris that things must be the same in Europe. But Marchand's is actually expanding. They were delighted to make an offer. The transaction was consummated only this morning.
But what am I going to do without the figures? I'd die without them.
Oh, come on now, man. You'll get over it. Why don't you go upstairs and prepare us a cup of tea or something while I take some measurements? The Marchand people want the exact dimensions.
All right, Mr. Ferguson. If you're sure that that's how you want it.
I'm sure.
Very well. Very well.
Let's see now. Hicks. 6 feet, 1 inch. And Birkin hair. Hello there, Landrew. Still holding your waxed cord, I see. Be with you in a second. Now then, Mr. Hare, 5 feet, 10 inches. What? What?
There, 2 cups of tea. Mr. Ferguson, I don't remember whether you take cream and... Mr. Ferguson? Mr. Ferguson! Your throat. The cord. Why did you strangle Mr. Ferguson? And the rest of you? I know you didn't have any part in this, but you didn't stop it either. Landrew, you have gone too far. I gave all of you my best years. You wanted for nothing. I washed you. I cleaned your clothes.
I waxed your shoes. The air was always the right temperature because I made it so. I defended your deeds against the thousands who came to see you. And when Mr. Ferguson sold the museum, who spoke up for you? Who wanted you? And now what have you done to repay me? Murdered Mr. Ferguson? He was a good man. The books were right. You are monsters through and through, and for that, I am going to punish you. Do you know what I'm going to do? Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take my saw, and I am going to cut you into little pieces. Then I'm going to turn up the heat and let you melt into pools of wax. It's no more than you deserve. Who's going to be first? You, Landrew? Because it was you who murdered Mr. Ferguson.
It was not I, Martin Senescu, who strangled your friend. It was you.
No, it was you. You killed him while I was upstairs making tea.
No, maid, it was always you. With my blade, you murdered your wife.
You killed her while I was asleep.
You used my axe to kill your wife's brother.
Get away from me, Hicks. Get away from me.
You are the murderer.
Perk, stay back.
You are the murderer. You killed them all.
You lie. You're monsters.
Not so, Martin Senescu.
No.
And here is the latest addition to Marchand's Wax Museum, Murderer's Row, complete with its newest cast member, Martin Lombard Senescu, a remarkable and most versatile man. Who knows what thoughts went through his mind as he dug the grave for his wife, Emma, whom he killed with a knife. His brother-in-law, David, whose skull was split with an axe. And his friend and employer for 30 years, Mr. Ernest Ferguson. We'll never know. We can only guess what fierce devils tortured Senescu's soul and drove him to his destiny. But he has taken his place with the infamous and depraved. Next to Albert Hicks, Burkander, Landrew, and Jack the Ripper himself. This way, please.
The new exhibit became very popular at Marchand's, an instant hit. But of all the figures modeled so lovingly in wax, none was ever regarded with more dread than an American named Martin Lombard Senescu. There was something about the eyes, people said, dazed, vacant, as if he had seen too much and come to understand it a moment too late. But they shouldn't have been surprised. It's the look one often gets after a quick walk through the Twilight Zone.
The New Exhibit, starring Joby Cerny with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and Joby Cerny, and written for The Twilight Zone by Jerry Soule and Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Jim McCants, Nancy Baird, Richard Hensel, Nick Sandys, Tom McElroy, Christian Stolte, Damian Arnold, Roderick Peoples, Craig Harris, Martin Aestro. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
John, dear. John, your breakfast is ready. John? Didn't you hear me? I said... John?
I heard you, Martin.
You've worked hard, seen the good times and the hard times.
What are you doing?
Tying my shoes.
Are you all right?
Oh, yeah, yes, of course.
Perhaps we should stay home.
Give me a moment.
And now, with the kids grown up, you're ready to retire and enjoy the good life. Shouldn't you make the most of your golden years?
If you'd rather go another day.
No.
I'm sure they'll let us change the appointment.
After waiting so long, I won't hear of it, Martha.
A whole world out there, yours for the taking. A world of travel, adventure, all the things you've wanted to do. And now you have the time to do them together.
Very well, then. I've made your breakfast.
I'll be right there.
So don't waste another minute. Call the New Life Corporation today for your illustrated brochure. The cost is surprisingly affordable for so much. Remember, this is your time in the sun. Shouldn't you make the most of it? The New Life Corporation, where we make all your dreams come true.
Oh!
Darling, be careful.
I said, give me a moment.
Lie down. I'll bring you a tray.
Martha, if you don't mind, I think I'll skip breakfast this morning.
Is it the pain again?
It's only angina. Nothing to worry about.
But I do worry. Let me call the doctor, please.
Nonsense. He's done all he can. There's no point.
Oh, John. John, what are we going to do?
You know as well as I, we must go. There's simply no more time.
If you're sure.
Of course I'm sure.
Oh, John.
There. It'll be all right. You'll see.
And now, back to our program on the Vacation Channel, Adventure for Two in Paradise.
Mr. and Mrs. John Holt, two gentle aging people who slowly and with trembling fingers turn the last pages of the book of life and hope against logic and the preordain that some magic printing press will add to this book another limited edition. But these two senior citizens happen to live in the future, only a few years from now, but a time when almost nothing is impossible. Mr. and Mrs. Holt in their twilight years, who are about to discover that they've entered a zone of the very same name.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Trade-Ins, starring H.M. Wynant and Peggy Weber, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Which floor is it?
Be patient, Martha. We'll soon be there.
Morning, folks.
Good morning.
I wonder.
Martha?
Yes? Can I help you?
No, thank you.
The New Life Corporation?
That's right.
67th floor. Straight ahead when you get off the elevator. You can't miss it.
Thank you, young man. That's very kind.
No problem. Well, this is my stop. Take care, folks.
Do you think he was one of them? One of their clients?
Oh, I doubt it. Just a businessman on his way to work.
But he was so young.
Everyone is young, Martha. The world is for the young. Here's our floor.
You look nice, dear. So handsome in your suit.
Very old suit. But I'm sure it doesn't matter as long as we have the money.
You brought it?
In my coat pocket.
All of it?
Don't worry, it's safe and sound.
New Life Corporation, please hold. Hello. You must be...
Mr. and Mrs. Holt.
Of course. Won't you take a seat?
We have an appointment.
With Mr. Vance.
Certainly. I'll tell him you're here.
Thank you kindly.
I have a Mr. and Mrs. Holt to see you. Yes, sir. He'll be right out. Can I get you anything? Coffee? A soft drink?
No.
It won't be long. There are some e-books in the waiting area.
That's all right. My eyes, you see.
He has trouble reading, even with his glasses.
Please, Martha. I'm sure the young lady isn't interested in such things.
Mr. and Mrs. Holt.
Mr. Vance.
We've spoken on the phone. How nice to finally meet. Won't you come this way? Now then, let me see. You're 79 years old, Mr. Holt?
That's correct.
And you, Mrs. Holt? Why, this must be a misprint. It says that you're...
I'm 74.
No.
I was 74 last May.
I find that hard to believe.
I sent all the records, including our medical history, if you need anything else.
Everything seems to be in order. You have a history of illness, Mr. Holt.
Some.
More than your fair share. A great deal of illness, I'd say.
From time to time.
I'm so sorry to hear that. And are you in pain now, Mr. Holt?
Some.
He's in great pain. It's fairly constant now. It doesn't seem to let up.
I see. Which is one of the reasons that the New Life Corporation exists.
But surely you can't remove pain. Only a doctor, or perhaps God, could do that.
Not remove, alleviate, banish. We make it a thing of the past. After a while, our clients forget even the memory of pain.
I wouldn't want any more drugs.
No, we don't deal in pharmaceuticals. That's the province of the medical profession. What we deal in is youth, Mr. and Mrs. Holt. We deal in a resurrected life. Our stock in trade is simply, well, some call it rebirth. An apt word, and believe me, it's no exaggeration.
Could you tell us what's involved?
Easily. The process is quick, merely a matter of hours, and guaranteed painless.
Guaranteed? But how? Precisely.
We supply synthetic bodies. Bodies that are perfect in concept, composition, construction. Physiologically and psychologically, you'll find that you're just as you are now in every way, except in a different body. A younger body, in the prime of health, both materially and emotionally close to perfection.
These bodies that you speak of...
We construct them ourselves on the premises using only the finest components: plastic, flesh, bone, steel.
Did you say flesh?
For some of the interstitial connections, we grow specialized cells for that purpose. They're permanently nourished to remain self-repairing and self-regenerating, supported by completely inert, non-corrosive materials. The wiring and circuitry are designed to duplicate the human neurological system, and the joints, such as the hip bones and knees, are almost totally invulnerable to disease or damage. So you see...
How long do they...
The lifespan of our units is roughly 112 years.
100?
You've been married for how long?
50 years.
We had our golden anniversary just 2 months ago. That's sort of the reason we finally decided to come here. Isn't it, John?
A rich life. A happy life. A full one, I'm sure. I can see it in your eyes. And quite naturally, you don't want this relationship to end.
Oh, it can't end. Martha is all that I've got, all I care about.
Of course. Well, why don't I show you some pictures of the models we have available?
No pictures.
Well, they're very lifelike, all three-dimensional photography.
My eyes, they aren't very good.
In that case, why don't we go directly to the display cases, so you can view the finished product?
May we?
As long as you don't mind a brief walk.
Not at all.
If you'll please follow me then. The showroom is just here in the hall behind my office.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Would you like to take my arm, Mrs. Holt?
That man under the lights.
Is he one of your creations?
The young man in the tracksuit? Why don't you ask him?
Ask? But if he's only a mechanical device...
Actually, he's programmed to answer with the aid of a voice chip. A temporary addition to make the display more lifelike. But as of now, he's still just a receptacle, a shell, waiting to be filled. There's no consciousness as such. He has a variety of preset responses, though. Go ahead. Ask a question.
You there, young man. What are you doing?
I'm training for the Olympic triathlon. Wait till you see how fast I can run. My shoes are manufactured by Mercury Plastics. I come complete with a brand new pair and a gift package of home workout equipment, all courtesy of the New Life Corporation.
Oh, my word. He looks so strong.
But I wouldn't need such muscles. I was never very athletic.
A valid point. If physical achievement isn't important, then you might want to consider another model.
Oh, who is the young lady?
This is our Queen of the Harvest Moon Ball.
I see.
She's very beautiful.
Hello. I was the homecoming queen at my school, and now I'm a champion ballroom dancer. Do you like my evening gown?
You're quite lovely, miss.
I come with a fabulous selection of gowns, all custom designed. My shoes are part of the package, too, thanks to the New Life Corporation.
Well, you are the prettiest girl I've ever seen. I could never wear such a dress.
Of course you could. You did. Do you remember the dance where we first met?
Oh, I was never so slim.
But you were.
Now you're being silly. Please, let's move on.
I think you'll like the next display.
What's that?
Look, John. There are two young people.
Our beachcombers. His physique would be ideal for a man approximately 22 years of age. See the proportions and the musculature. Nothing too extreme.
She has such a small swimsuit.
The female component. Note how they complement each other. This particular model would be roughly 21 years old, 3 inches shorter than the male, of equivalent health and potential, capable of walking for miles along a beach. We've given them both a foot structure with the perfect arch and legs that are polymer reinforced. Look at the ankles.
And the hands. My hands were never like that.
Yes, they were, Martha. Don't you remember?
We like to see these two go as a package, and you needn't worry that there'd be others like them. Each model is designed with distinctive features. None are exactly alike.
How would...
Yes?
I'm not clear on the procedure. What would happen? I mean exactly.
Very simple. We put you to sleep, and then we transfer all your memories, personality, and so forth into these replicas. You'll awaken in your new bodies and live a lifespan and a quality of life never dreamed of before, with health, contentment, and purpose.
And there's no pain?
None.
Are you sure? Are you sure there would be no pain?
No pain, Mr. Holt. For the first time in... how long I can only guess, you'd be free of pain. You'd be a young man again, in the prime of life.
It's too much to believe.
And you, Mrs. Holt, would be at his side. Instead of the end, it would be the beginning. Do you know what that means?
What about the memories?
Memories? They will be transferred in full. There's no loss.
But the actual moment of transfer. If a new life begins, then the old one must end. A kind of death for the mind as well as the body. And so That is what I will experience, death.
Are you afraid of dying, Mr. Holt?
Not afraid. But if all that I have been comes to an end in this rebirth, it's not something for me to know. Perhaps that's even a good thing, to go to sleep at last.
Oh, there's no loss of consciousness. The continuity is seamless. What you'll experience is a sudden, dramatic change for the better. It may take some getting used to, but we have a counseling service available. The process itself is so simple, so uncomplicated, you'd really be quite amazed.
Mr. Vance? Mr. Vance, you're wanted in the teleconferencing room.
Would you excuse me for a moment?
Yes, of course.
Please, feel free to walk around, look at the other models. If you have any further questions, I'll be right back.
We'll be here. John, it's like a miracle.
Yes, maybe too much like a miracle.
What do you mean, John? Too much like a miracle.
It just doesn't seem real somehow.
But look, you can see what they've built.
Not the technology, the thought of it. To live without pain, just the thought of that and nothing else. To be young again, to have it the way it was, Martha.
Oh, yes, think of it.
The second chance, the two of us.
Yes.
We'd have it to do all over again. You think you can stand me for another entire century?
For a century or 10 centuries. Mwah. Till death do us part, John. Till death do us part.
I do apologize, folks. That was a call I had to take.
We understand.
Well, now, have you chosen?
These two here. The young ones at the beach.
An excellent choice. Two of the finest we have. Now, we could begin any time. How about tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow, you say?
What about...
Yes?
She means what about, our present selves.
Ah, I should have mentioned that. Your remains will, of course, be taken care of in any way you see fit. Whatever you've provided for in your wills. Burial, cremation. We don't encroach on the business of funeral homes.
So you are saying that if we make the arrangements today, then tomorrow morning...
I'm an incredibly bad salesman. I forgot one of the most important points. The guarantee.
Guarantee? But how?
You can have the transformation on approval for 1 week. After the test period. If you're not fully satisfied, we can always exhume your old bodies.
You mean our bodies will already have been...
Not exhume in the usual sense. They will be held intact, preserved, if you will, in a precisely monitored, germ-free environment. If, for some reason, after the 7-day period, you decide against your new life, but you'd be surprised at how infrequently that occurs. Or rather, you wouldn't be surprised. We've had better than 98% satisfaction in the 12 years we've been operating.
In that case, Mr. Vance, there is only one more question. How much? How much will it cost? There is no price given in your brochure.
Why don't we go back to my office, where we can be more comfortable? It's this way.
Please, excuse me. I think we'd better find out now. What is the price?
The entire procedure, and that includes the guarantee and all services connected with the transfer, would be $25 per person.
25,000.
So for the two of you, it would be only
$50,000.
That's correct. Quite reasonable, considering that there's nothing else like this on the market. By prorating it, Mr. Holt, in other words, figuring it on a basis of cost per year, I might say it's ridiculously low. I mean, $25,000 per 100 years of lifespan. Well, you can see how very economical it is.
We've got nearly $25,000 in this envelope, Mr. Vance.
We allow a 5% discount on multiples if they're purchased at the same time. The extended warranty is extra, but if I do say so, it's only prudent to...
The $25,000 is all we have. Can we make a partial payment?
Partial?
Well, we could pay this much in cash and then charge the rest. I'll be able to work again. You can take it out of my salary as much as you want until the balance is paid.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holt, but my hands are tied. Government regulations prohibit any extension of credit in these matters. The transaction must be in cash.
But that's all we have. It's all we have in the world. We've been saving and saving it. Why, we've done without practically everything. The doctor bills ate up almost all of our retirement account, but this money, this is pennies, nickels and dimes. Sometimes it was only one meal a day. No vacations, it was no movies, no going out for months. It was my wife wearing the same coat for years, the same dress over and over.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holt. Believe me, I am. But these are the rules I have to follow. They don't allow me any leeway. There is, of course, one alternative.
And what is that?
We could perform the transference for just one of you.
Yes. Yes, that's the way it should be.
No.
You have it done, John. Use the money for yourself and have it done. And I can wait.
That's not possible.
But I wouldn't mind waiting. Not in the least.
No, Martha. It's out of the question. I couldn't do that, Mr. Vance. Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Then perhaps you can't understand, but I'm afraid it would have to be the both of us or neither of us. We cannot be separated. We have to be together. One is no good without the other.
Of course. I understand. Perhaps some other time.
I remember that poem by Browning. Grow old along with me. The best is yet to come.
The last of life for which the first was made. Give me your hand, Martha.
I'm all right.
Give it to me, so I can kiss it. Don't worry, Martha. I'll find a way.
Hi there, mister.
Hello.
What'll it be?
A drink, yes. I'll have a drink.
Sure, sit down.
What? Oh, of course.
What's the matter, Grandpa? Feet hurting you?
No, not my feet.
Well, take a load off. What kind of drink?
What kind?
You name it. Beer, scotch?
Scotch, yes. That will be fine.
House brand, okay?
Pardon?
Regular or special label?
Which is less expensive?
Don't worry, Grandpa. I got what you need. Make a new man out of you.
Excuse me, well, I've heard.
Yeah? What have you heard?
That there is gambling in some of these establishments.
Is that what you heard? Well, you heard wrong. Gambling's against the law.
Yes, I know, but I understand that if a man wishes to participate in a game of chance, there are private rooms.
Not in here. This place is strictly legit. That'll be $6.
$6?
For the drink.
Just a moment.
Say, Grandpa, what happened? You sell the farm?
No, I sold nothing.
Better be careful. There's some types around here that'd like to relieve you of that wad.
Oh, I'll be careful. Very careful. Thank you.
Where are you going?
Oh. I think I'll go home now. I don't feel well.
Hold on a minute. I gotta get your change. Okay. Yeah. All right, here you go. 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, and 50.
Thank you.
Say, Gramps, you know that question you asked me about the private game?
You know of such a place?
Well, as a matter of fact, I just heard something. Might be of interest to a man like you.
Is that right?
See that door back there, by the phones?
Yes.
If you was to knock on that door, there's a man named Faraday. Has a few friends over sometimes for a private party.
And when are these parties held?
Well, it just so happens there's one right now. Maybe he could help you out. As a special favor, tell him Rich said it was okay.
Now you say, I suppose that would be all right.
If you let him know ahead of time, give him the word and all.
Oh, I see. You would like a tip. Will this suffice?
$5?
Here, I can't see. Please, keep the rest of the change.
Well, that's real generous of you, Grandpa. Faraday, big guy, bald-headed, wears a cashmere coat.
I understand.
If you want any more drinks, just let me know. I'll keep them coming.
Thank you, young man.
Hey, Grandpa, you didn't touch your scotch.
Yeah?
Mr. Faraday, please?
Nobody by that name.
But the bartender, he told me.
Which bartender?
I believe his name is Rich.
Wait here. This is the guy.
Uh-huh.
Are you Mr. Faraday?
What do you want, Pop?
I'm told that I can gamble here.
Gamble, huh? Well, that might be arranged. If you have something to back it up. You got a bankroll?
Yes, it's all here.
Yeah, it looks like you do. Horse come in?
No, sir, I'm not much for gambling. Is it enough?
Why don't you step inside?
If it's all right.
Place your bets. Insurance. Here we go, down the derby.
What's your pleasure? Dice, poker, red dog?
I don't know very many games. I used to play a little poker.
Did you now?
When I was younger.
Well, what do you know? There just happens to be a game open.
There does?
We got a chair for you right over here.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Oh, don't worry about it. Come on, Pop. Have a seat. There you go. We have a new player, gentlemen. Let the games begin.
Should I buy some chips?
Oh, that's okay, Pop. Money talks.
You sitting in, Faraday?
Don't mind if I do. Oh, unless the new player has an objection.
Why, no, it's your establishment, is it not?
I should introduce you around. This is Mickey.
Hi there.
And Steve-O.
Hi there.
And the Count.
How do you do? You are royalty, sir?
Nah, they just call me that because...
Because he's the best card counter ever came in here. That's why we barred him from the blackjack table. But I let him stick around. He just loves cards.
Yeah. Whose deal?
All yours, Count. Shuffle them up real good now so Pop here has a square chance.
You got it.
Shouldn't we ante first?
Listen to the man. Hey, we got a real poker player here.
Yeah, sure looks like it.
You comfortable, old man?
Why, yes, perfectly.
Because if you aren't, I can get you a pillow. For your back or whatever.
Lay off, Stevie. He said he's okay.
I just thought...
Hey, cut the chatter and play cards, all right?
The game is 5-card draw. Jacks are better. Progressive.
Jacks or better. So that means I have to have at least 2 jacks or...
Ah, you've played this game before, haven't you, Pop?
It's been many years.
Oh, wait now. If you got any doubts, I mean, maybe you shouldn't do this.
Perhaps you're right, Mr. Faraday.
You sure you want to be here?
I just happen to need the money.
Need it bad, huh?
Very bad.
Hey, we playing poker here or what?
Hold it, I said. Don't anybody pick up your cards. Look, you know, Pop, there's 2 sides to every street.
Yes?
I mean, you can triple what you got in 10 minutes. Or you can walk away from the table with a big fat goose egg. It's been known to happen.
You don't have to explain. I understand.
You're the boss, Pop. 2 jacks are better, or you can't open. If nobody gets them, next hand his queens are better, and so on.
Ah, yes, it's beginning to come back.
Deal them.
Cut first.
Go on, Pop, cut the deck.
Beautiful. Here we go. To you, Faraday.
Check.
Now I'll open for $10.
Okay, 10 it is.
How about you?
The smallest I have is a $50 bill.
How much do you want to bet, Pop?
Well, I suppose I'll bet 50.
You mean you raise?
I'll raise, yes.
Too rich for my blood.
I'll see him.
You will?
40 to you.
I know. Let me think. Okay, I'll see it.
Aren't you gonna raise them?
You do it.
No, thanks. Here's the 40.
Cards?
Take 2.
Mickey.
1 card. Make it a good one.
2 for me.
It's up to you, fella.
I have a question.
Yeah, Pop?
Is it required that I take any cards?
Well, no. But if you think you can improve your hand...
I believe I will play these.
Whoa, look at this. He's standing pat.
Dealer takes 4 cards.
$50.
50?
You heard the man.
I'm out. No way.
Me neither. Not with these cards.
Your turn.
I'll bet 100 more.
All yours, fella. Unless you want to see him, Mr. Faraday.
Yeah, not this time. That's it, Pop.
Do I show my cards now?
No, keep them down. Nobody called you, so you win. Just take the pot.
I see, Mr. Faraday. Thank you. Thank you all.
See, Pop? It's easy. A nice, friendly table. That's what we have here. All right, next deal. Same game.
To you, old man. You in or out?
How much?
1 to call.
1.
Yeah, 1,000 more. Unless you want to raise.
I can't raise. I only have $1,000 left.
Yeah, we know.
Then
You sick, Pop?
I'm all right.
No, you're not.
It's between you and the old guy, Faraday.
Excuse me for a moment.
You're pretty bad off, aren't you? Long time?
The last several years.
I'm about to clean you out. You know that, don't you?
I'm sorry to hold up the game. I'll feel better in a minute.
Why do you need the money, Pop?
It doesn't matter now.
No. Go ahead. I'm interested.
My wife, Martha, and I wanted new bodies. It cost $50,000. I only had half of it, but I botched it up. I'm no good at this. I'm no good at anything anymore. Just a tired, sick old man who can't walk to the corner without swallowing a pill, who leans on his wife when he takes 3 steps. Just a tired, sick old man, not worth anything to anybody. I wanted to be young again. I wanted to be strong. I wanted to begin all over. I wanted to wake up one morning and get out of bed and not feel pain. That's all.
You're raised, Pop.
Then I call you.
Look at that pot.
Must be 20 grand.
25.
Show him what you got. Read him and weep, old man.
Pop first.
I have these.
3 big ones.
Kings.
At least he hit something this time.
Are you able to beat that, Mr. Faraday?
Nope.
You don't mean it.
Be my guest. Game's over, Pop. You walk away. You came with 25, you leave with 25.
Then I still have enough for 1. Martha will understand. I can't help it. I can't live like this, not with the pain. She'll understand. I don't have any choice. I don't have any choice at all.
Go on, Pop. Get out of here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all, gentlemen, very much.
What are you doing, Faraday? You know you had him beat. Let me see. Just like I thought. 3 aces. Why'd you let him walk away?
I'm not sure. But look at it this way. I'm even. We're all even. There'll be other games. Plenty of other games. Only not for him.
Sorry to keep you waiting again.
Martha.
It's all right, dear. I understand.
Do you?
I told you before. You should be the one. This is the way it should be.
Forgive me, Martha, please. Please forgive me. It was just I can't stand the pain anymore.
Of course you can. Mr. Vance, John is ready now. Go ahead, my dear. They're waiting for you.
Are you, Mr. Holt? Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Martha,
I'll be waiting for you, my darling. Mwah. Mr. Vance?
Just a few more moments, Mrs. Holt.
What is under the sheet? It's my husband, isn't it?
Only his old form. Go ahead. Take it on to preservation.
Yes, sir.
Your husband is fine. He'll be coming right out.
Martha! Martha! Look at me.
Oh, John! Oh, you look wonderful!
Look at me, Martha. I could run a mile. I could do push-ups, handstands, anything, Martha. Look at how young I am. And no pain. No pain at all. No, thank you, Mr. Vance. Thank you and bless you.
Don't thank me. Thank the surgeons.
I promise you I'll never forget it. Martha, my darling, do you know what happens now, do you? You and I, Martha, now we'll really begin to live. We're going to do everything on God's earth we haven't been able to do. The big things, little things, the wild things, the crazy, illogical things. The things we were too old or too sick or too tired to do.
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Do you understand, Martha? Every day is going to be a wedding day for us. Every afternoon a reception, every evening a honeymoon, and every seventh day an anniversary.
Yes, darling. If only it could be.
Martha, my darling, you and I are going to live for years, decades. We are going to...
You will, John. You will. But I... Look at my hand. Next to yours. Look at it. It's old, John. So very old.
Martha, no.
I have some papers for you to sign, Mr. Holt. Would you come with me?
No, what have I done? What have I done?
You can carry it back to the display now.
Right, sir.
The beach scene?
That's correct, just as it was with the other.
My husband.
He's waiting for you, Mrs. Holt.
Where?
Through there, in my office.
John.
Martha.
There you are. There is my husband again. My wonderful, wonderful husband.
Martha, my dear, I must apologize.
Hush. You are my dearest one.
Martha, if it must come with occasional pain, then so be it. I wouldn't have it any other way.
My love.
Remember Browning. Grow old along with me, the best is yet to be, the last of life for which the first was made.
Yes. Our times are in his hand, who saith, a whole I plan. Youth shows but half. Trust God. See all. Be not afraid. I'm not afraid. You know, John.
Nor am I.
From Cahill Gibran's The Prophet. Love gives naught but itself, and takes naught from itself. Love possesses not, nor would it be possessed. For love is sufficient unto love. Not a lesson, just a reminder from all the sentimentalists in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Trade-In, starring H.M. Wynant and Peggy Weber, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Doug James, Todd Manley, Andy Herman, Sarah Marks, Brooke Sanford, Rick Vargas, Vince Amari, Roger Wolski, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Okay, honey, sit down.
Okay.
I got a little gift for you. Here
Oh,
it
you
is.
shouldn't have. Oh, it's heavy.
You like it?
Well, it's a cookbook.
Happy birthday, Susan.
It's a cookbook.
Well, I thought your cooking could stand some improvement, you know.
Oh, that's real nice.
Well, come on, aren't you going to look inside?
Oh, now that's more like it.
Well, I'm not good at buying jewelry on my own. I had to guess the size of the ring. Think it'll fit?
It's a little snug. I can get it resized. Do you have the receipt?
Is that important?
Kind of. Think of it as Exhibit A, Officer Sternwood.
Right. I'll try to remember what I did with it. In the meantime, I gotta go. Crime's not gonna fight itself.
Oh, Paul, do you have to go?
Look, I don't like it any more than you do, but I have to book leave in advance, and today kind of snuck up on me. And
My birthday snuck up on you?
that didn't come out the way I meant it to.
Uh-huh, I bet. Can't you call in sick?
Yeah, they would definitely never suspect that. Look, keep yourself occupied for a few hours. I kept the pages I cut out of that cookbook. Maybe you could read through them. I will be back tonight. And then we will celebrate properly.
You better, officer.
Okay, I'm coming in. Putting the gun away. No gun. Everything's gonna be okay. Now listen, Benny. Can I call you Benny? Look, I know you're not angry at these people. They haven't done anything to you. They just want to grab a burger and get on with their day. Now, whatever it is you're upset about, it's not right to take it out on them. Now, you're the one with the gun. You can do whatever you want. And I believe you are a decent man. You don't really want to hurt anybody. Look, we all just want to go home. You, them, me. Especially me. My wife's already mad at me for working on her birthday. And if I'm late for dinner, she's gonna kill me.
Susan! Susan! Hey, Susan, are you in there?
Oscar, what's the matter?
Susan, your paper? It was on the porch. It looks like it might rain, and, well, I didn't want it to get wet. So, are you okay, Susan? Wow, You look awful.
Oh, well, I was just... I overslept. Had a bad dream.
Oh, man. Well, about Paul again?
How do you know about that?
Well, you told me. You know, on our date.
We had one drink together, Oscar. That doesn't constitute a date.
Well, maybe it should.
Oscar, please don't do this.
Look, Susan. Paul's been dead, what, 3 years now?
2 years, Oscar.
Susan, we've all lost someone special to us.
Oscar, I'm sorry about your mother. From what you've told me, she sounds like she was a lovely woman.
Oh, she was. Yeah, she was everything to me.
But I really think that... Hey, is that the phone ringing?
I don't hear anything.
Oh, yeah, that is definitely my phone. You better get inside before it rains. Bye now.
Into everyone's lives, opportunity in one form or another is apt to come knocking. But opportunity is about to present itself to Mrs. Susan Sternwood, widow, in the form of one Hal Scratchman, traveling salesman. And through this rather improbable gentleman, she will learn that the road less traveled is often so for a reason, because in this instance, that road leads directly into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Time of Your Life, starring John Rhys Davies, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Oscar, look,
Not who you were expecting.
I'm sorry. I thought... can I help you?
Well, I'm supposed to sell you what's in here.
I'm afraid I don't buy from door-to-door salesmen.
I'll settle for coming in out of the rain.
I'm sorry. I'd like to help you, but...
Lady, I'm begging you. I'm drowning here.
Okay. Just for a minute. But I'm not buying anything.
Understood. Thanks. Phew. Can't get used to the weather in this city.
Oh? Not from around here?
No, I come from some place warmer. Can I sit down for a few minutes?
Well, actually...
Oh, I won't ruin your furniture. I'll just sit on this newspaper. Thanks.
You're welcome, Mr...
Scratchman. You can call me Hal.
Like the Paul Simon song.
Hal. Hal.
Hal.
Look, I know you said you're not going to buy anything.
I'm not.
And I respect that. I really do. But do you mind if I at least show you my merchandise? That way I can scratch you off my list, maybe go home a little early tonight.
I guess. But I want you to understand that I'm...
Oh, it's clear. I would never force anybody into anything they don't want to do.
So what do you have in there? Watches? Clocks?
Not clocks. A clock. Here, take a look. Horrible, isn't it?
Ooh, it looks like something out of a horror movie. Black with a red dial.
I think the man who designed it had issues. But it's so much more than just a clock.
It's one ugly clock, and I'm not buying it, Hal.
This is no ordinary clock. You see, it doesn't just record the passage of time. It is time.
Look, Mr...
No interruptions, please. This is a very delicate operation. I'll just set the dial back 5 minutes. Aren't you going to get it?
Yes?
Mrs. Sternwood, glad to see you again. Okay if I come in? It's raining pretty bad.
But you were just over there. You sat in that chair.
Yes, And in 5 minutes' time, I will be again. Pretty cute, eh?
It's impossible.
Admit it. You're impressed. And I bet you're wondering...
Take me back in time?
Yes. And a little more than 5 minutes. How about to the day of your husband's murder?
Paul.
I guess a wife of a cop has to be ready for the possibility that a husband may not come home one day. But that doesn't make it any easier, am I right? And on your birthday, too.
How do you know all this?
I like to keep well informed. I have a file on you, but it's back at the office, so what do you say?
Say about what?
Going back. Back to the morning of Paul's murder. Say, just before he left for work. You could plead with him, lock him in the bathroom, whatever you feel like. I leave that part up to you. Anything to stop him from answering that robbery call on his way to the precinct. So what do you say?
Yes.
You might want to take a while to think it through.
Yes.
Okay, we have a sale. But before we start down this path, I think we need to discuss terms.
Do I have to sign something in blood?
Blood? Eee.
No, I'm sorry. I just thought...
No signing, and definitely not in blood. I'll settle for a handshake.
A handshake?
And what's the matter? My hands are clean.
Oh, no, it's fine. A handshake is fine.
Then put her there, partner.
All right. Fine, good. There. What next?
Now we turn back the clock. Be seeing you, Susan.
Paul? Paul?
Oh. What is it, honey? Was I snoring again?
No. No, you weren't snoring.
So what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter. Nothing at all. You're fine, Paul. Everything's fine.
What time is it, honey? Honey? Whoa! Honey, whose birthday is it? Seriously, there's some pretty strict rules about misuse of handcuffs. Come on, let me out. I gotta get to work. Honey? Susan? Honey?
Mm-hmm.
Susan?
Yeah, well, hopefully it's just a 24-hour virus. Paul was throwing up all night. I really don't think he's fit for duty today.
Susan?
Okay, I'll tell him. Oh, and if you could pass the word on to Captain Roberts. Oh, thanks, Mike.
That was not cool, Susan.
Paul!
Do you know how late I'm gonna be? I am so dead.
How did you get free?
Think I don't know how to open a pair of handcuffs? Was that supposed to be funny? Because I'm not laughing here. What's the idea?
Paul, I just don't want you to go to work today.
Look, I don't like it any more than you do, but I have to book leave in advance.
And today kind of snuck up on you.
I wasn't going to say that.
Look, it doesn't matter. You're not going to work today, and that's final.
Honey, crime doesn't fight itself.
Stop saying that.
What? I just thought of it.
You always say that. I hear it every time I sleep.
Man, I don't know what's up with you today. I didn't forget your birthday, but it's too late to give you your present. I gotta go. We'll pick this up tonight.
Too late, Paul. I already called and said you were sick.
You did what? Look, forget it. I have to go.
You're not going anywhere. Get back, Paul.
I mean it.
Susan, what the hell?
You're staying right
Are you
here.
insane?
If you go out of this house today, you are going to get yourself killed.
Oh, okay. So you're gonna shoot me to stop me from being killed. Do you know how nuts that sounds?
Paul, I am begging you. Don't go.
Hey, honey, look, it's okay. I'll call in sick. No, come on. Put that down. And we can open your birthday present.
Oh, Paul. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
All right, now, I have to explain. The present is kind of a joke, so don't get mad.
I know I must have looked completely crazy. I've never acted like that around him before. I've never done anything like that before. I've had no reason to. But this... Well, and of course, Paul insisted I get some help. What could I say?
Mm-hmm.
I pulled a gun on him. That's why I came to you, Dr. Paxton. I can't tell Paul what I really think happened. That he was killed. That I lived 2 whole years without him. And that I somehow went back through time and prevented it. It has to be a hallucination. But the thing is...
Go on, Susan.
The thing is... I guess I went to sleep one night, woke up the next, and in the meantime, I accumulated 2 years' worth of false memories. Like when Victoria Principal got up and found Bobby in her shower. Oh, but why did I hallucinate that my husband was murdered? Why, Doctor?
Uh-huh. It's certainly a delusion of an extremely lucid sort. And what about this salesman, this, Al Scratchman?
Hal Scratchman.
Uh-huh.
It really doesn't matter, right? I just made him up too, I guess. But what part of my imagination he came from, I have no idea. I thought my memories of him would grow fainter each day, but I remember everything, down to the smallest detail. Every time I pick up a magazine, I feel like I've seen it before. Every time I turn on the news, I think I've already heard it.
Fascinating.
And that's the most frightening thing about it.
How so?
Because if I really do think that, the delusion isn't over yet. I must still be crazy. Paul thinks I'm crazy. Do you think I'm crazy, Doctor?
I don't think that, Susan. I mean,
if I didn't believe you, who would?
It's you.
Believe it, baby. It talks. So how have you been?
Where's Dr. Paxton?
Out visiting one of his more expensive patients. No offense. I came in here, saw you lying on the couch, couldn't resist taking his place, finding out what's been going on with you. Oh, this is a great office. Look at that view. That is $1 million view right there. And air conditioning. I love air conditioning. I can never turn it up high enough.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, this isn't happening.
Oh, you've got to love psychiatry. Everyone has so many problems and nobody gets any better.
I don't know what's happening or why it's happening, but thank you, I guess. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Hal.
You are not going anywhere, Susan. You like that? Sorry, did I send you a little then? I don't often do the fire-breathing thing anymore. It's hell on the lungs.
Okay, I believe you. You're the devil.
You can still call me Hal. I like to keep things informal, but at least we understand each other. I'm the devil, and you made a deal with the devil. But what is puzzling you is the nature of my game.
Well, if you don't want my soul...
Oh, again with the soul. Look, I gave you your husband back, correct?
I thought the clock did that.
Yes, my clock. You get 1 life from me, so I want 3 back in return.
3 what?
3 lives. Weren't you listening? It can be anyone you want. People you know and dislike, people you don't know and don't care about.
Wait a minute. You want me to kill somebody?
3 somebodies. 3.
I can't kill anyone.
Now, how can you say that? I bet you haven't even tried.
I'm not going to do that for you or for anybody.
Well, I hate to bring this up, Susan, but we had an agreement. We shook on it. Remember?
I'm begging you. If there's anything else I can do for you, anything at all.
I'm sorry, Susan. It looks like our time is up.
Hi, honey, you're home.
Paul, I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
Why? Do you have
Oh,
plans?
of course not.
You okay? You seem a little jumpy.
I'm just cold.
So, how was your session with Dr. Paxton?
Fine. Same as ever.
Are we eating out, ordering in, or what?
I thought we could... Paul, where did that come from?
Where did what come from? Oh, the clock. Hey, pretty cool, huh?
Paul, where did you get that?
Oscar found it.
Oscar?
Yeah, he stopped by, wanted to borrow my power drill. I said it was somewhere in the basement and he could help himself. Half an hour later, he came back up with the drill and this. Isn't it neat?
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's a little odd looking at first, sure, with all the black and the red dial, but...
Paul, I just don't want it in the house. I want to get rid of it.
Aw, do we have to? I really like it. Susan, what's the matter?
It's so... heavy. I can't budge it.
Oh, come on. Here, let me try. Oh, sorry. Good thing that beer can was empty. Clock seems fine to me. You need to work out more.
Paul, if you can move it, would you mind putting it back where you found it?
Sure, I could, but I don't know. I just don't want to. I think it seems good right where it is, don't you think? Why, are you sorry you bought it?
No. No, I'm not, Paul. Not for 1 second.
All right, well, I'm going to get another beer. You want one?
How about a coffee?
Wow, living dangerously, huh? 1 coffee coming up.
His fate is tied to the clock. He can't help himself.
Hal, where are you?
In here.
Where?
Over here. In the TV.
What have you done to my husband?
You mean apart from subverting the very nature of time and the universe in order to bring him back to life for you? Nothing. He can't understand why the clock's so important to him, but you can.
I don't want that thing in my house.
Sorry. Like the 3 lives thing, it's non-negotiable.
I moved that clock before. Why can't I move it now?
Because I don't want you to. I want it there as a reminder. We have a business arrangement. We could have handled this amicably, gone our separate ways, but no! You had to turn the murders of 3 people into a big deal. So now, I'm playing hardball. Time's running out, and so is my patience. Tick-tock, honey. Remember? Oh, Susan, sweetie, do you think you could change the channel? I think they're showing Ice Station Zebra over...
Sorry, Hal. That is the end of our broadcast day.
Coffee's up. Hey, why'd you turn off the TV?
Bad for your eyes. Let's listen to the radio.
That was 3 is the magic number. And that goes out to Susan
On second thought, let's go out. I'm hungry.
Hi, Susan. How was dinner last night? Did you go with the Italian in the end?
You know, Hal, I'm not even surprised when you show up anymore.
Pretty neat trick with the TV yesterday, huh? You see me on that late-night rerun of Northern Exposure?
I don't watch late-night TV.
Really? Well, that was a waste of time. Wait a second. If it wasn't you, who was that? Ah, who cares? Look, I think maybe we got off on the wrong foot.
Don't you mean the wrong hoof?
Oh, that's good. I like that. Just because your entire world could fall to pieces like that doesn't mean that you can't face up to things with a, what's the saying?
A devil-may-care attitude?
Act a girl! Act a girl. Now you're getting it.
Listen, Hal, I was just on my way to get some lunch, but one of my girlfriends bailed out on me. I hate to eat alone, so... Care to join me?
So you're telling me you want to dine with the devil?
Well, it's just lunch. But why not?
Are you ready to order?
Oh, I'll have the special.
And for you, sir?
Do you have any of that soup? The one you serve cold?
Oh, gazpacho.
I'll have that.
Anything to drink?
Nothing for me.
Yes, something with a lot of ice.
Okay.
Forget the drink, just bring me a glass full of ice.
Just ice.
Uh-huh. Come on, minimum wage, hop to it.
That wasn't nice.
All part of the service. So have you given it any more thought?
You mean, who should I kill for you?
Hey, you know who's good? The homeless.
The homeless?
Well, think about it. They're missing persons who aren't really missing. One more or less in the world who cares. I mean, it's not like anyone's keeping score.
Don't you think those poor people have suffered enough?
I'm the devil! I don't think anyone's suffered enough. And please don't try to pretend you care, Susan.
I always give to the homeless.
What do you want me to say? Good for you? I'm not in the good for you business. Have you ever thought it might be a blessed release for some of them?
I doubt you're in the blessed release business either, Hal.
Your ice, sir.
If I found out you spat in this, there's going to be hell to pay. There's just one thing you guys have to do to be happy. Just one. Be nice to each other. And that's all. But no, you can't do it. I don't know why. I chalk it up to some sort of design flaw. Well, that's how you people are wired, I guess. And by people, I mean all people, everywhere, even the Swiss.
What's different about the Swiss?
Nothing. That's the point I'm trying to make. Keep up, darling. The way I see it, you needed someone to pin it all on, someone to take responsibility for all the badness. You needed me. You wished for me. You created me. Can I call you Mum?
Under no circumstances.
There. Now you know. Wow. I never told anybody that before.
Why?
Nobody ever asked me. They're all too worried about their own problems.
Not me.
Then you're dumber than you look.
I like to hear you talk. I mean, really talk. And they say confession is good for the soul.
No. We never use the S word at the dinner table.
You know, Hal, you're really not such a bad guy.
Oh, don't be spreading that around. I've got a reputation to uphold. Hey! Can I get a little service here? My stomach thinks my throat's been cut.
Hal.
What? I'm hungry. It's funny because it's true.
Oh, that's a great story.
I got 1,000,000 of them. Literally 1,000,000. With you, it'll be 1,000,001.
1,000,000 sounds like a better number.
What do you mean?
Hal, I think we made a real connection here today. I think we could even be friends. And friends don't spoil things by letting business get in the way.
You mean you want me to...
Forget about the deal, Hal. Let Paul live. Give me a break. What do you say? Friends?
I say... time's up, Princess.
What?
3 dead. You have 1 hour. Just 1. Or I take the clock, your husband, and your future.
But...
I told you I couldn't be conned, Susan.
I'm not conning you. I really like you.
Yeah, sure you do. The one time I let down my guard. The one time. You know how hard it is for me to open up to people?
Hal, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you.
I'm going now. I hope you'll understand if I don't pick up the check. And if there is a shred of decency in you, you won't touch my lemon sorbet when it arrives.
Hal, are you crying?
No. I just have some brimstone in my eye. I have to go.
Hello, Susan.
Paul, do you even go to work anymore?
Who is he, Susan?
Who is who? Paul, what are you talking about?
Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about, okay? Just don't do it.
I'm not pretending. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
I know about the other man, Susan.
Are you crazy? There is no other man.
Oscar told me all about him.
Oh.
He's seen the two of you together. He's heard you talking.
And you believe him, Oscar? Come on, Paul, I thought you were smarter than that.
All right, deny you had lunch with him today. Yeah.
Look, it's nothing, okay? It's nothing.
Then who is he?
I can't tell you that.
Why not?
It's complicated.
How complicated can it be?
You have no idea.
Then why don't you uncomplicate it for him, Susie?
What the hell?
Hal, what are you doing here?
You never called. And after I gave you my number. You're out of ice cream, by the way.
Is this him? Are you him?
I'm him. Or do I mean I am he? Grammar.
Paul, it's not what you think. This man, Mr. Scratchman Hal, he's a traveling salesman. He came to my door one day. It was raining, so I let him in.
Oh, so you're kidding me, right?
No, he was selling clocks. Or a clock. The clock over there. I bought it, and that's all.
Do you think that's all, Paul?
If that's all, why is he here now? How did he let himself in? Did you give him a key?
No!
See? Always thinking. Natural-born cop. Suspicious, too. I like that about him. We could do business sometime.
Go to hell.
Not until I'm done here. And you, Susan, you're a real disappointment to me.
What is he talking about? Is he crazy?
He's the devil, Paul.
The Are you crazy?
Now, don't make me do the fire breath thing twice in 1 week. It's a real killer.
Paul, I know how this sounds, but hell really is the devil. And I made a deal with the devil. For you.
Huh? Have you lost your mind? This isn't happening.
It shouldn't be happening. You should be dead.
For what it's worth, Paul, your wife really does love you, but not enough. She'd be happy to die for you, but not to kill for you. So today, I'm the repo man.
I don't believe in the devil, and I don't believe...
Paul, shut up!
What did you do to him?
I stopped the clock, which stopped him. He was boring me.
Paul? Can you hear me, Paul?
He can't hear you. As far as he's concerned, there's nothing to hear. We're in a gap between seconds.
Hal, we need to talk. I need you to understand.
It's too late, Susan. You're out of time. I'm out of patience. We both know that you'll never give me those 3 lives.
You're right. There's nothing I can say to you, is there?
Anything that you could say that I'd want to hear would just be a lie, wouldn't it?
I guess so. Just take the clock and go, Hal. Will I ever see you again?
Probably not.
Good. Now do what you have to do. I can't take this anymore. Do you just turn the hands forward again, or...
Something a little more final. Bye, Susan.
Bye, Hal. Be good.
Fat chance.
Paul? Paul? Paul?
So, how have you been?
I've been away for a while, Jan. Well, I mean, maybe not away, but not really here.
Susan, honey, you're not making any sense.
Oh, I know, sorry about that. Let's just say I've been on a journey of personal discovery.
Ah, trying to get your groove back.
Uh-huh. Oh, believe me, Jan, I did not go willingly. Oh. But I found something out about myself.
What was that?
That I'm gonna be fine. Just fine.
I knew that. We all knew that. But what I really want to know is, did you meet any men on this personal journey of yours?
Oh, I met... Oh, look, I'll be there in half an hour. I'll tell you all about it when I see you, okay?
Okay, you'd better.
Or I'll tell you as much as I can. Susan, my dear. Today is the first day of the rest...
Oh, God! He hit her! I don't believe it, he just hit her! Oh, my. Oh, my. I can't believe I really did it.
You did fine, Oscar. Just fine. You've only got 2 more to go, so let's get moving. Tick-tock, Oscar. Tick-tock.
Okay, just tell me I'm doing the right thing.
Oh, it is the right thing, Oscar. Remember, you're doing this for your mother.
That's right. I did it for Mom. I did it for Mom. For Mom.
A word to the wary. If you should happen to receive a visit from a man who makes you an offer that seems too good to be true, don't even think twice. Lock your doors, bolt your windows, and check your clocks, because the time of your life might just be the end of someone else's in the Twilight Zone.
The Time of Your Life, starring John Rhys Davies with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Matthew Elliott. Heard in the cast were Anne Sonneville, Jeff Lupetin, Joby Cerny, David Darlow, Saskia Volkers, and Patrick Francis. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are produced in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. Music for The Twilight Zone is provided by CBS and American Music Company Incorporated, New York. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 6 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Jason.
Yes. Oh, hello, Evelyn.
Can I talk to you?
In a minute. Do you know what that is?
What it is?
That's Glenn Miller, Evie.
Who?
You don't remember him, do you? No, of course not. You weren't born yet.
Jason.
Truth be told, I wasn't either. But I had a collection of old-time records. Quite a collection. One of the best in the country. Glenn Miller, Harry James, Tommy Dorsey. Of course, that was before. They all got broken to pieces, along with everything else. Except for this one.
Jason, they want to know.
Know what?
About the food. You have to tell them something.
Wait till Mr. Goldsmith comes back from the cave. Did you know there was a place called the Meadowbrook on the old Pompton Turnpike?
What's that?
The Glenn Miller Orchestra used to broadcast from there. I read it in a book. Frank Daly's Meadowbrook on the Pompton Turnpike. Oh, what I'd give to have heard that on the radio.
What's a radio?
Well, it was a way for people to communicate. They sent out speeches, music, anything they felt like, for others to hear. Any time of the day or night, around the clock.
Did they send food?
What?
Food, Jason. That's what we need. Look out the window. Everybody's in the street and they're hungry. They have to know about the food we found.
It's not food unless we can eat it. Till then, it's just cans. Tell them to wait for Mr. Goldsmith. Tell them he's gone to ask the old man.
I'm telling you, they're not going to wait any longer.
Looks like there's a crack in this one, too.
I'm sorry.
It doesn't make any difference. All that was 1,000,000 years ago. That's where this music came from. 1,000,000 years ago. Just a ghost, like me.
What about the canned goods? They're not ghosts.
Hey, Jason! Is he back yet?
Yeah, where is he?
Sure been gone a long time.
Maybe he's not coming.
Are we supposed to starve or what?
All right, I'm coming. Hold your horses, everybody.
What you've just witnessed is the better part of a legacy, left by man for himself. Some years previous, he pushed his buttons, and a nightmarish moment later woke to find that he had turned the clock back 1,000 years, or more. His machines, his medicine, his science were buried in a mass tomb, covered over by the biggest gravedigger of them all, a bomb. This, then, is the Earth not many years later, where the few remaining survivors get by, but just barely, in a once thriving suburb full of families who lived their lives with faith, hope, and charity, until that terrible morning. Now they scramble simply to stay alive, with nothing to guide them except someone they've never seen, an old man in a cave who dispatches wisdom in a most peculiar fashion. And a moment from now, the old man's authority will be put to the test as faith goes the way of hope and charity in a future no one imagined they'd ever have to face. For this is a fragment of a whole, a remnant of what was once a proud race. Now, all that's left of humanity in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Old Man in the Cave, starring Adam Baldwin with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Put that can down.
Look at this. It says peas and carrots.
And sliced beef from Argentina. You know the last time I had beef?
I said, leave it.
You been to the cave, Jason?
Did you see Goldsmith?
What's the matter with you people? Are you worried the old man's gone away? He's always been there. Well, hasn't he?
But did he talk to Goldsmith yet?
Goldsmith's waiting for the message. As soon as he gets it, he'll bring it down and share it with us.
Is he asking about this food?
I tell you, it's pre-bomb. Everything in the pile is pre-bomb.
We don't know that.
Look at it. It's safe as anything.
I'm surprised at you. I'm surprised at all of you. We have no way of knowing...
Why do we have to wait for the old man? Why don't we just take our chances with it?
We already took our chances.
What's that in your hand?
See this? The old man told us not to plant on the north acreage, and this is what came up.
I know what those are. Those are carrots, just like on the can.
Did these grow, Evie? Or did someone leave them to us in a will?
They were the best of the crop.
The best? Then I'd hate to see the worst.
But if we grew them ourselves, they must be okay.
No, Evie's right. I don't think we ought to eat these. Too much of a risk. Maybe we just better bury them with honors.
But that's what Goldsmith went to the cave for. That and the canned goods, to find out what land we could try next. If the old man says it's okay...
The old man, indeed. God knows where he gets his knowledge, but he knows about land. You remember the tomatoes that came up? After he sent a message telling us not to plant them...
They were deformed, too.
Monstrous is the word. Looked like rotten watermelons, and tasted like nothing fit for a human.
But these cans, they didn't grow. We found them buried by the road.
Let's wait till Mr. Goldsmith comes back. Wait till he has a chance to ask. You know, man doesn't live by bread and canned goods alone, or free carrots or mutated tomatoes. But do me a favor, will you? Just don't ask me what he does live by. In this 20th illustrious year after the bomb, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Attention! Attention!
There's Goldsmith.
We'll find out once and for all.
We have just had a communication from the old man in the cave.
And?
There is an 80% possibility of rain tomorrow. The wind is from the northeast. This means there will very likely be a high radioactivity count in the precipitation. All of you are asked to remain indoors and stay there until otherwise advised. All barrels should be placed upside down and all water troughs covered. See to it that no one touches any rainwater till it's been thoroughly examined.
What about the canned goods?
The old man says they're probably contaminated.
What?
If so, they should be destroyed.
How does he know that? He hasn't even seen them.
There's no telling where it came from or when it was canned. I think we'd best leave it alone for a while, at least till I ask the old man again.
Why can't he tell us now?
He has a lot on his mind, but he's never told us wrong before, has he?
Quiet.
What's the matter?
Listen.
I remember that sound.
So do I. It's a truck of some kind.
Where do they get their gasoline?
Then it must be Army.
Private, stay with me.
Yes, sir.
The rest of you wait by the Jeep.
You won't need those guns. We're not armed.
Who's in charge here?
I guess I am.
Good. You got a name?
Goldsmith.
What about this place? Does it have a name?
And if it does?
Well, if it has a name, Goldsmith, we'd like to hear it.
And you are?
Major French, Central States Command.
Never heard of it.
Well, you will from now on. We've been sent out to organize.
What?
Organize?
That's what I said.
On whose order?
You better clean out your ears, Pops. I told you, Central States Command. How many people here?
We haven't counted lately.
What about food?
What about it?
There's sufficient.
You grow your own?
Some. We have a supply of pre-war canned goods.
So I see. It's quite a stash.
Well, that's not part of it.
Haber, take a look around.
Right, sir.
Douglas, stay close to the car. Furman, you stay with me.
Yes, sir.
Major, what do you want?
Oh, painless things. Nothing, really. Quarters for the four of us.
Agreed.
Let's see. Rations for as long as we're here. And no trouble. The last one goes on the top of the list. No trouble.
I don't think you understand, Major.
No? You can speak freely?
We don't recognize your authority here. We've had other transients pass through the town on occasion.
Did you say transients?
They didn't stay. Unlike you, Major, they represented themselves as authorities, and we discovered they had no headquarters. They carried it with them. They represented no one but themselves.
Well, now, this is the new breed, Mr. Goldsmith. From now on, this whole area will be organized. It will be set up in military sectors, each controlled by local constabulary. In this case, that means yours truly.
You and your constabulary may stay here overnight, Major.
It's good of you.
We'll share our food and provide you with a place to bed down, but tomorrow morning you best do your organizing somewhere else.
Mr. Goldsmith, unofficially, the following. We'd like to make the transition here as easy as possible, for you as well as for us. Under certain circumstances, we might allow you to remain in nominal control, assuming you don't in fact give us trouble. Now, that's unofficial, Mr. Goldsmith. The following is official.
Stand back.
Now, Mr. Goldsmith, listen up and let me tell you the situation. Between Buffalo, New York, and Atlanta, Georgia, there are probably around 500 people alive. That's the latest intelligence. You know why? Because there's no authority. There's no discipline. We're here to give you a little of both. Now, if you give us lip, if you make any trouble at all, I'll hang you from that flagpole of yours, the tall one in the town square. Now, what about it, Mr. Goldsmith? Do you want to cooperate, or do you want your neck broken? That should be an easy enough decision for someone as bright as you.
We already have an authority. We've had him for better than 20 years.
He give you that pile of cans in the street?
No, someone found it.
What all have you got there?
Poisons, contaminated food.
Who says so?
The old man in the cave.
Oh, it's the old man in the cave, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Is that right? You idiots. You don't want organization. You'd rather starve to death. You'd rather listen to some nutso in a long, flowing robe?
It's not like that.
Have any of you looked at yourselves in the mirror? Do you even have a mirror? You look like skeletons. You know that? That's what you look like. Skeletons. So where's this old man who keeps you on a starvation diet? When does he come out and play?
Well, he never comes out. He stays in the cave.
I'm not surprised, Mr. Goldsmith. You know that? I'm not at all surprised. Off Lake Erie, there's a pack of weirdos who bay at the moon once a week. Yeah, they do. And what used to be Chicago? Oh, we got a swinging cult out there. They built themselves a statue made out of fissionable lead. This is their deity, mind you. And here, what do you have? An invisible old man in a cave. Of course, what else? Come on, Mr. Goldsmith. When you run it around the block a couple of times, doesn't it sound a little nutso, even to you?
When we first came here a few months after the bomb, there were just a handful of people. They had survived because of the old man. We were permitted to settle here only if we did what the old man told us to do.
Oh, this one takes the prize, I swear. This one's the farthest out of anything I've heard yet.
We've survived, Major. While most of the world was dying of radioactivity, strontium-90, the plague, we survived.
Because of the old man?
That's right. Because of the old man.
He's telling the truth.
Oh, now, let me see if I've got this straight. He cues you, huh? He tells you what's radioactive, what's not, what's poisonous, whether the sun's coming out tomorrow. I mean, the whole bit.
The whole bit, Major French. As long as he's alive, we'll be alive.
All right, then. Let's go meet him.
You can't do that.
No? Why not? Well, I want to meet him. He must be some kind of genius, this guy. I say we send a team up to the cave right now and check out what he has to say.
Please, Major, you don't understand.
Then help me to understand. And there's only one way to do that. I want to meet this guru of yours, in person. Do I make myself perfectly clear? I want to meet him right now. Haber, Furman, Douglas.
Sir.
Move it out right away.
Right away, sir.
Where do you think you're going, Major?
Off to see the wizard. I have the authority now, Mr. Goldsmith.
It's not that easy.
Oh? Where's the old man's cave?
In a safe place.
It is, huh?
The mountainside.
Well, then you lead the way. Fall in, mister.
He won't talk to you.
He will if I show him the business end of an M14.
Major, you're not listening. It doesn't work like that. I've told you the only reason we've survived this long in spite of the radiation is because of his advice. Without him, we all die.
Is that what you people believe? How about you, girlie?
Mr. Goldsmith's telling the truth.
The truth? And you? And you? The same goes for everybody here?
Yeah.
Well, you know what I believe?
Why don't you enlighten us, Major?
You're all suckers. Patsies. I don't think any of you will ever die of radioactivity. It's not in the cards. I think you're all going to kick off from malnutrition or maybe getting conned to death.
Well, if that's true, Major, it'll be a painless death.
Are you serious? Take a look around you. Take a good look. This town turned to dust a long time ago. Broken windows, roofs falling in, street lights tipped over. You're living like animals. Is this painless, Mr. Goldsmith?
Well, it's what we're used to.
It's what you're used to because you've got rings through your noses. An old man in a cave who doesn't come out into the daylight. Mr. Goldsmith, listen up. The booking odds are as follows. I'll give you 100 to 1. No, make it 500 to 1 that your old man is some soft-in-the-head hermit who smells like a garbage heap and doesn't even know what year it is. Get me?
That's not for us to say.
You got that right. It's for you to ask. Friends, Romans, and farm animals, lend me your ears. We're going up to that little cave now, and we're going to run a check on your favorite recluse. We'll haul him out into the light of day and get a good look at him. And then, I'll decide.
Decide what, Major?
If he's worth keeping alive. How much farther?
Don't worry, Major. We'll be there soon.
If you're trying to pull something, Goldsmith.
Just beyond the burned-out trees, there's a rise, and then the mountains. I'll show you.
Furman.
Yes, sir?
You and Douglas pull ahead. Haber, keep everybody on the path.
No problem, sir.
Goldsmith, do you realize what you're doing?
I believe I do.
But when we get there, what if they...
What, Jason?
What if they execute him? Then where will we be?
Well, they won't.
How do you know that?
They can't.
Have you seen the Major's eyes? That man doesn't care about anyone but himself. He's the kind who started this war. And if he has his way, the old man is finished.
We'll see about that.
Hold up, Major. I think we found it.
Good. Everybody, stand back.
Is this what you wanted to see, Major?
It looks like a solid steel panel, sir. Built flush into the base of the mountain.
All right, Mr. Goldsmith, tell us about it.
Nothing much to tell.
How does it open?
I don't know. To my knowledge, it's never been open.
Suppose I were to strip off your skin an inch at a time. Would that increase your knowledge?
Well, you could do that, Major, all the way to the bone. I'd have to tell you the same thing. I don't know how the door opens, or if it opens.
The old man lives inside?
That's right.
And he never comes out?
That's my understanding.
I hate to press you, Mr. Goldsmith, but what does he eat? How does he live? How does he stay alive?
I couldn't say.
How do you know he's in there? How do you communicate with him?
He sends out notes, messages under the door. There's a small slot right here. Let's see. It's just wide enough for a strip of paper. I come every day at the same time, and he pushes another piece of paper out. It has the answers to my questions.
He sends out messages under the door. We have a winner, gentlemen. This one takes the blue ribbon. The Village Idiots, led by an idiot. You in there! I've got a question. Your people are starving to death. They found a pile of food, but they're afraid to eat it. They're afraid of their own shadows. So, what's the word? Give me one good reason why they can't live like human beings. You listening, old man? Answer me. I'm the law here now. Are you deaf? Or do you want it all for yourself? Is that it? Open up.
He won't respond to you that way.
Well, of course he won't, because he's not in there. This is your answer, everybody. A big, fat zero.
Major, please.
You!
Are you speaking to me?
You believe this stuff?
I suppose so.
You suppose so? You suppose there's an old guy in this cave who sends out orders whenever he gets the urge? Man, oh man. I wish I'd been around when there was a Brooklyn Bridge to sell, because I could have made a fortune off this bunch. Furman.
Sir.
Shoot it open.
No dice, Major. It must be an inch thick, maybe 2.
Douglas, give me a grenade.
Here, sir.
What's he doing?
Better make tracks, friends. This one's going to do some damage.
It's still shut tight, Major.
Hey, old man!
It's getting dark. If we're gonna find our way back...
You in there, listen up. I'm not through with you yet. I haven't even started.
Goldsmith.
What is it, Jason?
You know how to open the door. I know you do.
I know how to open the door, but I took an oath that I never would. My predecessor took the same oath, and that door has remained closed. No one will get into that cave. No one will ever touch the old man.
Who is he? Where did he come from?
A question oft asked, and a question never answered.
Well, the Major is going to get an answer, one way or another. You can bet on that.
It makes no difference, Jason. He's kept us alive. That's all that matters. Now, come on, old friend. Let's go home.
Now time, people. Dig in.
It looks all right.
But the old man didn't say.
But I'm so hungry. What should we do?
Come on. What's the matter with you? Everybody choose 5 cans. Take your pick. Tonight we're going to celebrate the new order.
That food is contaminated, Major.
It is, huh? Who said so? The man who wasn't there?
There's every possibility that those cans contain enough strontium-90 to kill all the people in this village.
Yeah? Funny. I listened real close, and I didn't hear a single word from that guru of yours. Haber, give me a bayonet.
Sir.
What are you doing?
I'm opening a can of, what's it say? Tropical fruit salad. I remember fruit salad. Do you? The kind with the little red cherries. Let's see what else is in here. Pineapple, peaches, pears.
I warned you.
My stomach.
You see, this is what happens when you...
See what? Just a little performance for the yokels to keep them, on their toes. But you knew that, didn't you, Mr. Goldsmith? There's nothing wrong with this food. It's positively scrumptious. Well, say something. Tell me how disappointed you are. You're a nutcase, There's enough grub in that pile to keep you alive for years.
There's enough poison in that pile to kill us all in days or hours. Much of it was canned after the bomb. We have no idea where it came from or who processed it. Some of the cans are only cheap plastic. It's porous. We have no idea what seeped into them from the air.
Let's lay it on the line, shall we? Any of you who want a good meal for a change, dig in. For the rest of you who still want to play kindergarten, go home and gnaw on a bone.
I'll try one.
I guess it wouldn't hurt to sample it if we're careful.
Don't be fools. Don't commit suicide because a couple of pack rats invade our homes and decide to turn things upside down.
Let them be, Goldsmith. If they want to eat that stuff, let them eat it.
The old man warned us about this. He told us it might be contaminated. We've got to bury it.
Get out of my way.
I say it's all right. He tested it.
There's nothing you can do. If they're willing to risk it, that's up to them now.
I'm afraid you're right, Evelyn. I've said my piece. The only thing left to say is, may God help us.
Hey, looky! We just repealed Prohibition all over again!
Goldsmith, over here.
Let him go.
But I wanted to have a drink with them.
Have one with me. I got plenty.
What's that one?
Single malt Scotch whiskey. Here, give it a try. Like Christmas. Just like Christmas, huh?
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, too. You got a name?
Jason.
Jason. Where's your golden fleece? I'm a very literate man. I went to college. Did you know that, Jason? I went to college.
What did you learn?
Why, it's the famous Mr. Goldsmith, keeper of the legend, protector of the fables, Lord High Chamberlain of the cave. You look hungry and thirsty. How about a drink? You got 100 cases of that hooch inside. You want to start breaking every bottle? You got yourself a man's job.
Do you have any idea? Do you have any remote idea what you've brought to this village?
Mr. Goldsmith, what I've brought to this village is the first square meal any of them have had in 20 years, and the first hours of pleasure they've had since you started leading them around by the nose. Why don't you give up the ghost, old man? Unbend. Why not? Can you answer me?
You came as intruders, but now you're murderers. There's no telling how many people will die because of what you've done tonight. The old man told us dozens of times about food like this. He warned us.
Now hear this. The old man? Well, there isn't any old man in the cave. He's a lie. He's a concoction. You made him up. You cut him out of whole cloth. Nobody's seen him. Nobody's heard him. Nobody knows who he is or where he's from.
He's there just the same, whether you believe in him or not.
Prove it.
We've survived for 20 years. That's all the proof we need.
Speak for yourself. By the looks of it, I'd say there aren't many believers left. You're on your own now. Open the cave, Goldsmith. Prove it that way.
Maybe I can explain something.
Go ahead.
There were 2 men here right after the bomb. Scientists. That's all we knew about them. When they died, they gave the secret to another man, and he gave it to Goldsmith. Now he's the only one who knows how to open the door.
I don't know what your game is, Goldsmith. I don't know how you get paid off, but it's time you let these people fill their bellies. It's time you open that cave and let them see who's kept them hungry all these years.
Listen to him.
You'll have to kill me, French.
Mister, I've killed 100 times you, and that's how I've stayed alive. You, Jason, get your people together. You know what we have to do.
Everybody follow us. Light some torches. We're going to the cave. We're going to open it. We're going to get the old man.
Jason, for the love of God.
You get it, Mr. Goldsmith? This is the Renaissance. This is the New Age, and you're going to usher it in. From now on, the people are going to eat and drink and walk in the rain. You're going to grow whatever you want, whenever you want, and your old man, whoever he is, he's going to abdicate the throne. Douglas, Furman.
Any trouble, sir?
Put Mr. Goldsmith in the back seat and see that he doesn't try to run. We're going to take a drive up to the cave. Drag him if you have to. Mr. Goldsmith here is going to open the cave. He knows how. He can show you the old man. One thing he can't do is explain why you've been half-starved, half-frozen, and half-baked to death for all these years.
Please, all of you, listen to me. There's no reason under the sun for this cave to be open. The only thing you need to know is that the old man has kept us alive.
We're hungry. Do you understand? We're hungry. We've survived, but we haven't lived. He's never let us.
He didn't drop the bomb, Jason. He didn't kill off the world. That's what we did to ourselves. All he's done is let us survive our mistake. All he's done is give us a chance to plant a seed again and let it grow. In that cave is all the compassion that's left on Earth.
No more talk. Do it. Now.
There's a switch under this rock. Let me tell you all something. Now the damage has been done. The destruction is complete. Irrevocable. You, Mr. French. When we talked about the ways that men could die, we forgot the chief method of execution. We forgot faithlessness.
Enough! You've listened to him for years. That's all you've done. You've listened and you've listened. And then, when he said jump, you jumped. When he said breathe, you breathed. And when he said starve, you starved. I'll tell you what's in this cave. Here's my prediction. It's a fanatic, a madman, who had to be kept locked up behind a steel wall. Not to protect you, to protect him. Now you'll see for yourselves. What are you waiting for? Get him!
Oh, my dear God. It's a machine.
It's called a computer. This is your old man. This is your tyrant, your dictator. Kill it. You've been hungry long enough. Kill it, now! You're free now. Hear me? Burn it. Burn every last trace of it. You're all free.
Mr. Goldsmith?
Evelyn? I didn't think anyone else was alive. At least not for much longer.
I took your advice. I didn't eat the food or drink anything last night.
Why?
I don't know. Faith, I guess, if that's what you call it. If it was good enough all these years, well, that must mean something.
Does it? It didn't mean anything to Major French and his men. What are all those people outside? Not to any of them.
Is there anything we can do?
No. I know there might be a treatment of some sort to prolong their lives, but I don't have that information. It died last night back in the cave, along with all the rest of our knowledge.
I know some things.
I'm sure you do, Evie.
For instance, it's going to rain today.
Why, you can't know that.
Yes, I can. I can feel it. Can't you?
I'm not sure.
Well, that's my prediction.
We'll have to move the bodies, bury them.
Yes, there are so many. You can hardly walk. I moved one already.
You moved?
Inside. He's laying down, over here.
Goldsmith? That you?
Jason? Jason, I'm so terribly sorry.
So am I. I'm the one who's so sorry.
You're not to blame. Maybe this has to be the destiny of man. I wonder if that's true. I wonder.
Jake, I just...
Oh. He was a good man, wasn't he?
A good man.
He was always good to me. That's why I helped him in. He said he wanted to hear something one last time, and now it's too late. Wait. I think I know what he wanted.
And what was that?
This.
Sounds familiar. Can't quite place it.
I can. A man named Glenn Miller. It's called Moonlight Serenade.
Well, I'll be. There's your rain, Evie.
Do you mind? Do you mind if we just sit here for a while longer before we move the bodies?
No, I don't mind. At all.
I like the sound.
So do I, Evie. So do I.
Mr. Goldsmith, survivor, an eyewitness to history and man's imperfection, an observer of the very human trait of greed and chronicler of the last chapter, the one reading suicide. Not a prediction of what is to be, just a projection of what could be in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Old Man in the Cave, starring Adam Baldwin, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling from a story by Henry Slesser. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Doug James, Kurt Nabig, Deb Dotzer, Jeff Lupetin, Sarah Marks, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. The Self-Improvement of Salvador Ross, starring Luke Perry with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Jerry McNeely from a story by Henry Slesser. Heard in the cast were Alyssa Fraden, David Darlow, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Joseph Minoso, Ivan Vega, Tim Rose, Meg Falcon, and Mike Castle. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Paper, paper, get your afternoon paper. Many are dying and many are dead. Oh, hi, Miss Maitland.
Hello, Vincent. How are you today?
Can't complain. Paper?
Of course a paper. What would Daddy say?
Well, maybe he'd be better off. Not much good news today.
Oh, I'm sure you're mistaken about that. Take a look around. Isn't it a beautiful day?
If you say so, Miss Maitland. Paper! Get your paper here!
Hey! Hey, you with the rich boyfriend. Don't be so stuck up.
Sal?
Come on. Just because I'm a big success now, that don't make me stuck up.
Whose convertible is that?
Oh, it couldn't be mine, huh? Just like that?
I asked you a question, Sal. Whose is it?
A guy named Halpert.
Halpert.
He's about 174 years old and he owns half of Connecticut. Can you imagine wheels like this, wasted on a creep who's all ready to get planted?
How do you know him?
I got me a new job, washing cars in his building, and I noticed this gadget was getting anxious for some action. I'm serious. The battery could have run down.
He doesn't know you have it.
What's the difference? He wants to go somewhere, he's got a chauffeur. Drives him around in a big black battleship. He doesn't use this baby once a month.
So you took it?
I borrowed it. But it's okay, honest. He digs me. I've been doing little favors for him. He wouldn't care. Come on, get in.
Thanks anyway, Sal.
I'm not lying. The only time old man Halpert uses this is to go to try to pick up chicks. Reminds him of when he was a kid or something.
Sal, I'm tired. I've been at work all day.
So what?
And I promised Dad I'd stay home with him tonight.
Ah, for the love of...
Bye, Sal.
Okay. Watch how I can make nice. Gee, that's too bad. So, I'll borrow the wheels again Friday night and pick you up, okay? Now, wasn't that polite? Just like one of those college boys?
Sal, I meant what I said last time.
No, you didn't.
I don't think we should see each other anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
I shouldn't have let it get started in the first place.
Yeah, so long as you're the saintly social worker and I'm one of the crumbs, then it's okay, ain't it? It's only when we get real close. You notice I got dirt on my hands.
You know that has nothing to do with it.
Plus, I don't talk like your old man.
I've tried to explain. We're just not two people who...
Two people who could ever get along. With all the education you got, you ought to be able to swing a better Dear John than that.
I'm sorry, Sal.
Listen, I ain't always gonna have dirt on my hands. And I don't need books to tell me which way is up. I know the map, and I'll get there. You'll see.
Is anything wrong, Leah?
No, nothing, Dad.
Nothing at all, Dad.
I heard your voices. Hello, Sal.
I'll wheel you back in.
That won't be necessary. I can do it.
Feel better? Now that you finally convinced her she's too good for a bum like me?
Sal, I won't pretend that I'd pick you for my daughter. I wouldn't. But ultimately, it's not my decision. It's hers. I'm willing to admit I may have been wrong about you. She's obviously seen you quite differently from the way I have.
Not anymore. Come on, Daddy.
I'm sorry, Sal.
Just once in my life, why can't I want something and get it? Just once. Ow! My hand! Ugh, my hand!
Confidential personnel file on Salvador Ross. Personality, a volatile mixture of fury and frustration. Distinguishing physical characteristics, one badly broken fist injured by striking a closed door and requiring emergency treatment at the nearest hospital. Ambition shows great determination for self-improvement. Estimate of potential success, a sure bet for the latest edition of Who's Who, published in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Self-Improvement of Salvador Ross, starring Luke Perry with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Blue team to ICU, please. Blue team, ICU.
City Hospital emergency room. That would be general admissions. I'll transfer you. Emergency, please hold.
There, I filled out your forms. Now can I see a doctor?
Take a seat, sir.
I already took a seat 45 minutes ago.
Is your name on the list?
Yeah, right there. See? Ross. R-O-S-S.
Well, you'll have to wait your turn, Mr. Ross, like everybody else.
How long?
I'll call you.
When?
A doctor will be with you as soon as possible.
Hey, I got me a busted hand here. I'm in pain.
So is everyone else in this waiting room. Now, if you won't sit down and wait your turn...
When is my turn, huh? Next week? Next year? I've been waiting as long as I can remember for somebody to pay attention. I got problems too, you know. I ain't some mug off the street.
Lower your voice, or I'll call security.
Go ahead, call them. If that's what it takes to get respect around here.
Security to the front desk, please.
Who's next, Miss Olson?
Oh, doctor, I was just...
Something the matter?
This patient doesn't want to follow procedure.
Damn right I don't. What are you running here, a hospital or a torture chamber? I got me a little problem, and if you don't want to do something about it...
What's the injury?
His hand.
You see this? I got broken bones in there. If you'd ever busted your hand, you'd know what I'm talking about.
Abrasions on the knuckles. In a fight, were you?
Forget it, I'm getting out of here.
Hold on.
I said don't worry about it.
Are you in serious pain?
Oh, you don't think I can take it? I ain't some wimp.
All right, clean up the abrasions, then send him down for an x-ray.
Yes, doctor. This way, Mr. Ross.
Now, who's next? Miller?
Here we are, Mr. Ross.
What's this, the charity floor?
The orthopedic ward is full, but you'll be fine in here for tonight. You're sharing with, let me see, Mr. Armstrong.
Hey, Sonny.
Hi yourself, old man.
I'll put your clothing bag in the closet.
Bet if I was some rich guy, I'd have my own private room, right?
It's just for one night.
Look, why don't you let me go on home?
The doctor has to prepare the cast after he's seen the x-rays in the morning. For now, the splint will have to do. Just don't put any pressure on it.
Yeah.
There you go. You adjust the bed with these buttons. If you need anything, press this one for the nurse's station.
Right.
Good night, Mr. Ross.
Hey, nurse.
Yes?
What's the button for room service?
The button for...
Chow. What's the guy got to do to get a burger and fries up here?
Oh, you mean dinner. Food services will be by any time now.
Good. That's okay, then.
Good night again.
Mind if I watch my program?
Be my guest.
Do something to your hand?
No, I just stopped in for a good night's sleep. The Waldorf was getting on my nerves.
I bet it hurts.
You got that right.
Don't worry. They bring you pills every few hours.
Great.
You're lucky, though.
Yeah, I ought to be on TV.
No, I'm serious. I've got this congestion in my chest.
You griping about a cold?
At your age, it might be just a cold. At mine, it could turn into pneumonia.
Excuse me while I turn on the tears.
You should appreciate what you've got. Know something, boy? You could break both legs and you'd be running the 100-yard dash inside a month.
Yeah? Well, if you think this feels so great, let's swap. You take the broken hand. I'll take your lousy cold.
It's a deal.
Knock yourself out, old man. I'm gonna catch some Z's.
Mr. Ross, are you awake?
Yeah?
I brought your pain pill.
Goody.
You've been a good boy. You didn't ring for more medication.
I must have fell asleep.
I'll leave your pills on the side table.
Thanks.
Doctor will be in the morning. Till then, get some rest. And be careful of that splint.
Yeah, right. Hey, what's going on? My hand don't hurt anymore. I didn't even take the pill. Old man. Old man.
What? Oh, my hand. What's the matter with my hand?
Hurts, huh?
Oh.
Sure it does. And me, all I got's a head cold. Some bargain we made, huh, Pops?
Oh, no, please. I want to swap back.
Sorry, all deals are final.
Please. It'll never heal. Not at my age.
Later, Pops. I'm gonna put my clothes on and blow this joint while the going's good.
Here you go. One draft.
Thanks, Dan. Can you put it on my tab?
Afraid not, Billy. Cash on the barrelhead.
But you know I'm good for it.
Sure you are. And I'm on Donald Trump's payroll. Can't do it, Billy boy. Been a slow night.
All right.
Hey, how you doing, Sal?
5 by 5 all the way. Say, Stan, I want you to help me try something.
What's that?
Excuse me. How much money you got in the till?
Sorry, Sal. No touches today. That's a pretty bad cough.
Don't worry. It's getting better already. And I don't want no loan.
That's a relief.
So, how much you got?
I don't know, $1.50 maybe?
$1.50. Okay. It'd be worth $150 for you to have, I don't know, say, to have hair again?
To have what?
You heard me. Hair. A big old thick head of hair, like mine.
Sal, whatever you've been drinking, you didn't get it here.
Listen to me. I'm just asking you a question.
If this is a rib, I don't like it.
I know. But this is no joke. Let's say I could give you a full head of hair again. Would you pay me what's in the drawer?
Sure, Sal. And if you get me in the movies while you're at it, I'll give you a bonus.
That's a good one.
Okay. Now you agreed to it. The deal's set.
So when do I collect the fur?
I don't know exactly, but I swear, you'll get it.
Mr. Ross! Mr. Ross, you've a telephone call. Sal, are you in there?
Yeah, Mrs. Olaf?
There's a phone call for you. Please tell your friends not to call in the middle of the night. There's a limit.
Okay.
I was sound asleep.
You're not the only one.
Why, Sal, what happened to your...
Hello? Yeah, this is me. Stan? I know. Never mind, Hal. You got what you wanted, didn't you? I said it ain't your business, Hal. Good. Well, tell her to run her fingers through it. I'll be by in the morning to collect. Bye.
From now on, no calls after 10 o'clock, and... Sal, what have you done to yourself? Shaving your head like one of those gang boys. If you only knew how ridiculous you look that way. Why, where are you going? Do you know what time it is?
I gotta go out.
Out of my way, cat. Who's there? Does somebody want to roll me? Well, I ain't got nothing, so leave me alone.
Billy, I thought that was you.
What are you doing here, Sal?
To tell the truth, I was looking for you.
What for?
How's Stan doing?
Oh, Stan? He's great. Oh, you should have seen him. Once it happened, he called free drinks all around.
You mean his hair?
That's right. I took me a little nap, and when I woke up, he must have had a wig or something. So happy to have hair he could spit.
How'd he look?
Like a new man. Hey, Sal, what happened to you? Is something wrong with your head? It looks like you shaved yours.
You like the way Stan looked, Billy? No, you wouldn't. You got yourself a nice full head of hair, thick and black. Same as mine used to be. Of course, it could use a good washing, but that's no problem.
What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing much. Just a little deal between you and me. Strictly business. Could you use some extra money, Billy?
Sure.
Because I'm about to come into some cash as soon as I see Stan. If you want, I could see my way clear to let you have, say, 75? How does $75 sound? In exchange for something you won't even miss. Just think. You won't have to worry about combing it or anything anymore.
Say what?
Afternoon, Mr. Halpert.
Park it for me, Sal.
You got it, sir.
And no dents. This car cost me plenty.
It sure must have. Don't you worry.
Here, give me a hand.
Here you go, Mr. Halpert. You had to drive yourself today?
I didn't have much choice. Everybody's got to have a day off. After this, if that chauffeur wants to work for me, he can by George work 7 days or none at all.
You know, I'd be glad to drive you any time, Mr. Halpert.
Hmm? Yes. Traffic's bad these days, full of madmen.
It sure is. Here's the elevator. I was hoping for a chance to talk to you.
About what?
I've got, well, you might say I've got something to sell.
Anything worth buying, I've already got.
Hiya, Mr. Halpert. Going up?
Yes, Andrew, all the way. And no stops.
No stops it is.
Not this, you haven't.
Haven't what? Hold the door for me, Andrew.
Yes, sir.
You haven't got what I'm selling.
Well, what is it?
Something you can't buy anywhere else in the world, from anyone else but me. You'll say it's the best purchase you have ever made in your life. The best, Mr. Halpert.
Get in, we'll talk.
No problem.
The penthouse, Andrew.
That's what I figured, sir.
Now, as to this item you mentioned. As I recall, you've not seen my apartment before.
That's right, I haven't. It's, quite a pad, Mr. Halpert.
And a strange one for a man of my age. Is that what you're thinking?
You mean modern art and everything? Oh, no, I always figured you still knew how to swing.
I keep it this way for my new friends.
I bet you really wow the chicks, don't you, sir?
Well, let's see it.
What?
This marvelous item you think I should purchase.
You're looking at it, Mr. Halpert.
What am I looking at?
Youth. That's what I want to sell you.
All right, boy, that's enough. Get out of here.
I know it sounds wild, but I mean it. Sir, I'm telling you the absolute truth, and you can take that to the bank.
I warn you, if you have any half-headed idea of robbing me, the security devices I've installed...
I ain't interested in robbery. I don't have to be. I'm telling you, I got something to sell. Something that you want more than anything else.
Youth, eh? So you bottle it? Is that it? Some sort of tonic?
If you'll just give me a chance. Now, I read in the paper where you're 76 years old.
That's correct.
I'm 26.
Congratulations. Now, if you don't mind...
What would you give to be 26 again, Mr. Halpert?
I'm beginning to think you're the craziest kid they ever let out onto the streets.
Okay, think that. Just play along with me for a minute. It ain't gonna hurt you one bit. Now, what would you give? Let's say $1 million?
All right, let's say $1 million. I'd gladly give that to be 26 again, if such a thing were possible.
Tell me about this pad.
What about it?
You own it?
Of course I own it. I don't see what that has to do with...
Would you throw it in?
What?
Into the deal.
Just how do you propose to deliver this fountain of youth you're raving about?
By selling you years. My own years. Off of my life.
Well, boy, I'll tell you what you do. You gift wrap those years and mail them to me. Just be sure you don't send them COD. For now, if you don't mind, I'll show you the door.
The apartment. You didn't say. Is it part of the deal?
Why, of course it is. I wouldn't want to take your years for a penny less than they're worth.
$1 million. And this apartment? Done.
What is?
You just bought yourself 50 years.
I'm sure I did, boy.
No, you're not sure. But trust me, Mr. Halpert, you've got a pleasant surprise coming real soon. It's open.
Here's that newspaper you ordered.
Come in, Andrew.
You know my name?
Sure I do. Mr. Halpert told me about you.
He did, huh? Oh, you must be the new owner of this place.
That's right.
Did we ever meet before?
I don't think so.
Funny, you look kind of familiar.
Oh, I've been staying in, but I know you run the elevator.
Yep, that's me. Hey, what happened to old man Halpert? I mean, Mr. Halpert.
He decided to take a long cruise.
Oh.
With some young friends of his. And since he planned to be away for a long time, he agreed to lease me this place.
Yeah, that sounds like Mr. Halpert.
How do you mean?
Well, he sure knows how to spend money. Except when it comes to tipping, that is.
And you need your tips, don't you?
You're not kidding. Nobody could make it in this building without them.
Drink?
No thanks. I'm working.
How much do you make a week?
Well, I'd be embarrassed to tell you, but it's sure not that much. Without tips, it doesn't go very far.
This should help, then.
A picture of Andrew Jackson, just for bringing the paper? Mister, I have a feeling you're going to get good service around here. Real good. Hey, if there's anything you ever need, just ask for me.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
How'd you like to make some more money? Quite a bit more.
Sure, as long as it's legal.
How old are you?
19.
Would you like to be 20?
Huh?
It's only a year, right?
Oh, I'll figure I'll make it one of these days.
Sure. You've got plenty of time. No rush. What would you say if somebody offered to buy a year of your life for as much as you can earn in a few months? Right now, so you wouldn't have to wait for the money.
If somebody said that to me, well, I guess I'd tell them to take a flying leap at the moon.
You wouldn't sell a year for all that money? Think of what you could do if you had it.
Well, it's like this. I guess I enjoy being this age. They say you only go around once.
true?
The days can get pretty boring, but there are some nights I wouldn't swap for anything. Know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Nice talking to you, sir. Be seeing you.
Wait.
Yeah?
Come back for a minute.
Yes, sir.
Come in. Close the door.
Okay.
You thought I was joking, didn't you?
I don't think I get what you're talking about exactly.
Here. This should make it clear. What's your full name?
Andrew Grow.
You can fill that in yourself. Now, does this make it a little more reasonable?
Mister, this is a check for $10,000.
That's right, Andrew.
What do I have to do?
I told you. Nothing. If you take it, you'll wake up a year older tomorrow, that's all. And you'll have a whole lot more money to spend.
I guess so.
Think of what you could do with it. Dates, nightclubs, anything you like. Now, tell me the truth. Do you really care whether you're 19 or 20? Does 12 months make that much of a difference?
Well, when you put it that way, I guess 20's a pretty good age. Just as good as 19. Maybe better.
Then you've made a deal, Andrew. A very good one. Be careful with that check till you get to the bank.
Sure. Nice doing business with you, Mr.
Ross. And Andrew, you might pass the word along to your friends. I'm always good for cash. On the same terms.
Oh, they'll be beating down your door. Who knows? I might decide to sell you a couple more years myself.
I'll be here. And thank you, Andrew. Nice doing business with you, too.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. Ross. My pleasure.
Believe me, the pleasure's all mine.
Yes? Who is it? Give me a moment. Sal.
Hello, Mr. Maitland. Is Leah home yet?
No, she isn't. What are you...
You don't mind if I wait, do you?
You're certainly looking successful. We haven't seen you for quite some time.
Well, you see, I've been busy, Mr. Maitland, moving up, making myself worthy of your daughter. You should be happy.
Do something for me, Sal. As a favor, please. Leave her alone.
Come on, look. The fingernails are clean now. Manicured, even. I've got the right shoes, the right clothes.
Yes, you certainly do.
I told you I was going to improve myself, and I always keep my word.
You're obviously doing very well, Sal. And I applaud that. I'm glad for you.
Well, then, don't ask me to leave her alone anymore. I'm a catch, Mr. Maitland, a real catch.
Not for Leah.
Well, we'll just see about that, won't we?
Sal, I don't want to play on your pity, but the truth is, I'm going to die soon, and when that happens, Leah will have no one.
Now, don't you worry, Mr. Maitland. She'll have someone to take care of her from now on. You've got my word on it.
Not you. It mustn't be you.
Yes, as a matter of fact, it must be me. I don't know what made you so superior, I just don't get it. What have you ever done that's so great? Teaching in that rat-trap school all your life? No, not even teaching, just babysitting.
I think I've heard enough.
Even in the war, what did you get? A gimpy leg and a few souvenirs. A couple of crummy guns to hang on the wall. Old, same as you. You're a loser, you know that. Even worse than I used to be. I suppose you want Leah to marry someone just like you.
I'll have to admit you're making some sense, Sal. Do you think you'd be a good husband to her?
I can buy her anything if I want to. Anything.
And do you love her?
I want her, Mr. Maitland.
Unfortunately, that isn't enough, Sal. She needs a man who can be...
I picked up a few things for dinner on the way home. Daddy, how was your... Oh. Hello, Sal.
Hello, Leah. Your father and I were just having a little chat.
Were you?
I should have gotten to know him better before. But back then, I couldn't have talked to him on this level. I can now, can't I, Mr. Maitland? I've spent a lot of time improving myself.
You're certainly looking prosperous.
Oh, you know how it is. I hit some luck, that's all.
You even sound different.
You noticed that.
Well, I met this young fellow who was going to college. He needed some extra money, so we made a deal. He helped me out on the side, gave me lessons to improve the way I talk.
You must have worked very hard at it.
Oh, yeah. I've discovered some talents I never knew I had. Seems like I learn quickly. Very quickly.
Just what is your new job?
I can tell you all about it over dinner.
Dinner?
Any place you like. Oh, that's something else I've learned. Where to go and how to act.
I don't think I'd better this evening. I told my father I'd...
But now that I've improved myself so much, not even your father has a reason to object. Do you, Mr. Maitland?
You're a grown woman, Leah. I've never tried to tell you what to do. You know that.
Well, I would like to hear all about what's happened. If you're sure.
As you wish.
Just give me a minute, Sal.
Take your time. Don't worry, Mr. Maitland. I'll have your daughter home early. I promise. Let's take our champagne onto the balcony, shall we? I'll open the French windows.
If you like, Sal.
Like the view?
It's lovely. Your entire place is lovely. But, Sal...
Don't worry. Every dime is not only legal, but honest. A businessman's well-earned reward.
What sort of business?
You're not getting all my secrets. Maybe someday I'll explain it to you, after we're married.
What?
You do know I'm going to marry you.
It's getting cold.
You might say I did it all for you. Oh, I won't pretend I haven't enjoyed it along the way, but I always had a goal.
I wish you hadn't.
Come here.
Sal, please.
Now tell me you feel nothing.
That was never the problem. I have to go.
Then what was the problem? You broke off because I wasn't right for you. What kind of guy is right for you, Leah? Just tell me. I'll be that guy.
It doesn't work that way.
Well, I've got a surprise for you. It does with me. I can buy anything I want, and I can be anything I want.
I wish I could explain it to you. It's not something you can buy.
No? You name it.
Sal, I'm talking about the kind of person you are. The way you feel about things and people. I'm not criticizing you. It's just the way you are.
What way?
The man I marry will have to be a kind man, gentle. He'll have to be... what word can I use? Compassionate. I couldn't love him otherwise.
You mean a patsy? Like your father, always ready to get pushed around?
I mean a man who cares about other people just because they're people. And since you brought it up, yes, I think my father's a compassionate man. So you see, it's not something you can buy. Not even if you had your own private mint.
Don't be so sure.
Oh, there you are, Leah. Sal?
You didn't have to wait up for us, Mr. Maitland. Here she is, safe and sounder than when she left.
Have a nice evening. You certainly look as though you did.
I'm sorry, Daddy, but it is nice to think that someone worries about me.
Don't flatter yourself, my dear. Actually, I wanted to talk to Sal.
In that case, if you'll excuse me, Sal, I've got a big day tomorrow. Good night.
I'm glad you came in, Sal.
You're going to be even gladder, Mr. Maitland.
I've given it some thought. I realize now that you're the way you are, and it's not my place to judge you.
Look, I don't care anything about
Please, let me finish. I've also decided that I can't let you ruin her life by marrying her.
You thought of a way to stop it?
Not yet. But there must be one. I could try begging you, Sal.
Mr. Maitland, I'm not interested in your begging or your silly little threats. I came here to talk business.
I don't understand.
I'm going to make you an offer. I want to buy something from you, and I'm prepared to give you $500,000 for it.
What did you just say?
Now just let that figure roll around in your mind for a minute. $500,000 cash. That's enough to take care of you for the time you've got left, and to provide for Leah so that she can do whatever she wants. Now, You say you're worried about what will happen to her when you die. Okay, here's your chance to fix it up just the way you want it.
What do I have that's worth that kind of money?
Mind if I sit down? It's a little difficult to explain.
Something the matter, Sal?
Oh, no, not at all.
You seem so quiet.
I was just thinking.
About what?
You.
Oh, Sal.
It must have been hard. For you, working, going to school, taking care of your father.
Oh, I never really thought about it.
Well, I have, since yesterday. I never understood you before, but I think I'm beginning to now. You're a wonderful person, Leah. You deserve the best from now on. And I'll do my best to see that you have it.
Sal, honestly, what's gotten into you?
I'm finally seeing things clearly. Is your father home? I want to tell him how I feel now so he won't be concerned.
Don't worry about Daddy. He only wants what's good for me. But I'm a grown woman.
Hold on. Let me get the door for you.
I think I'm capable of getting out of a car.
I'm sure you are. But I want to.
Hello, Daddy. Did you have something to eat? I left a meal in the refrigerator.
Yes, thank you.
Hello there, Mr. Maitland. I was hoping you were here.
I find that hard to believe.
I wanted to talk to you. May I come in?
Why ask my permission?
You must be cold, Daddy. Here, let me straighten your blanket.
No, let me.
Why, thank you, Sal.
Leah, would you excuse us for a few minutes?
Well, all right. I'll just freshen up.
Go ahead, Sal. Say your piece.
If you don't mind, sir. Well, I do have something to say. Just that I'm sorry.
What?
For all the worry and grief I've caused you. You were right about me. I wanted to marry Leah to prove something. She was a prize, a symbol. But that's all changed, Mr. Maitland. I realize now how much I love her. And I will make her a good husband. I promise you.
I warned you I would not let it happen.
Please, Mr. Maitland, hear me out. It's different now. I've changed.
Have you?
I'm asking you for forgiveness, Mr. Maitland. Compassion.
Oh, yes. A sterling human quality.
Sir, your blanket. Let me fix it. Wait. What's in your hand? Isn't that one of your war souvenirs? I hope it's not loaded. Be careful.
Compassion. But don't you remember, Sal? I don't have any left. I sold it to you yesterday.
No, please. Wait!
The Salvador Ross Program for Self-Improvement. The all-in-one, surefire course that lets you lick the bully, learn the language, dance the tango, and anything else you want or think you want to do. Oh, and there's a money-back guarantee. But the offer is strictly limited to the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Go on. What is wrong with you? We are behind schedule.
The jungle is too thick, Clemente.
Use your machetes, all of you.
We have used them. Now they are dull.
Then sharpen them.
The burros need water.
He's right, Ramos. If we lose another animal, we cannot make it.
Very well. Make camp here.
Alto. We rest.
How much longer, Alessandro?
A few more days, perhaps a week. If this is the right way to the capital.
What? You have the map. What does it say?
We are here by the mountains. We should go around, through the lowlands.
No, that is too far. We must strike the Cruz now, before his army comes looking for us.
Don't worry, Ramos. We are not worth hunting.
You say that to me?
I speak the truth. Look around. What do you see?
Men of destiny.
Oh? And how many are we today?
The campesinos support us. They give us food, shelter.
That is because we are the ones who march. We are the point of the spear. When we strike, they will follow. But only if we succeed.
The jungle is full of rebels. They will come out of their caves to join us.
First, we must survive. The way through the mountains is difficult.
Cristo and Tamar are loyal. And Garcia.
And what of the others? If they go back to their wives, we are alone. A teacher and a dreamer.
Your words are strange to my ears, Javier. As if they come from a woman.
Politics is more than a cause, my friend. It is a strategy. When a bridge is weak, it must fall. Remember the history of our land. The earth is ripe with the blood of other rebellions.
We will not fail.
There is no shame in it. We can take up arms again when the time is right.
This is our moment.
Not this year, Ramos. And perhaps not next year either. That is still too soon. But sooner or later, the crops will fail. The people will rise up, and we will show them the way. Now, their bellies are full from the harvest. They are not ready.
Listen to your fear. You yourself taught me that the people rally behind a leader. A brave leader who knows no fear.
Only a fool is without fear.
I am not a fool. I'm a man. More will come. They will leave their villages and march with us, 10,000 strong. The Cruz's guard will not fire on us. They are our brothers.
And how many brothers do we have here? 11? 12? Turn back now, my friend, before it is too late.
Too late? Hear me well, because this, I swear, 1 week from now, we take the capital.
This is Ramos Clemente and his ragtag band of followers. Chief among them, Xavier D'Alessandro, his political advisor and sergeant-at-arms. Clemente is the keeper of a dream. Once he walked behind a mule as it plowed someone else's land, looked up at a hot Central American sun and pledged the impossible. He vowed that he would lead his people against the tyranny that put the ache in their backs, the lines in their faces, the anguish in their eyes. That he would ride at the head of an army into the capital city, cheered along the way by thousands of dreamers, all sharing the hope that General Clemente is the man to give them back their freedom. A noble dream, or an illusion. If the latter, it would be an honest mistake. But even honest mistakes have a price. In a moment, Clemente and his lieutenants will encounter something which will turn out to be more than they bargained for. The surprising aftermath of a well-intentioned revolution. They will discover the startling truth as reflected in a very strange mirror, one that was handmade just for them, in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Mirror, starring Tony Plana, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Do you hear that?
See me, General. They are calling for you.
They are. They are.
Let them see you, Clemente. Yes, from the balcony.
Perhaps I should. Just for a minute.
Go on, Ramos. This is your palace now. It is your right.
Very well.
Look, there he is. It is him.
My countrymen, a new day. I promise you the time has come. The president has fallen. Go home to your families now and make ready for tomorrow. You shall have peace, justice, and equality. Do you hear? Viva Clemente! That is me. Viva, viva, viva!
A toast.
Yes, with some of the Cruz's precious wine.
The glasses.
To the revolution.
Revolution.
So do you know? Do you know why I laugh? I laugh because there is so much feeling inside of me. I didn't know in the beginning. I didn't know when this moment came how I would react to it. What would I do? Laugh? Cry? Get drunk? I didn't know. What makes a man more drunk? Wine or the people shouting his name?
Another toast to you.
No, my friend. To you. To all of you. I toast my friends. Cristo, the bold one. Alessandro, the dedicated one. Tabal, the quiet one. And Garcia, the strong one. To the 4 lieutenants of the revolution. To the new heads of government.
To the new government.
Not to the Cruz, whose portrait stares down on us from the wall.
Now the wall drips with wine, like blood.
And so we begin. De Cruz. He is still alive?
As you ordered.
Bring him here. Let that be the first order of business.
Yes, sir.
You will have to find another picture for the wall.
Yes.
One of yourself, perhaps?
Oh, no. We will find something. There. In the corner.
What is it?
A mirror.
Ah. To reflect the new leader.
A beautiful frame. Hand-carved. General de Cruz had exceptional taste, huh?
You should hang it up.
Very well. I look tired. Old.
It has been a long day.
Do you know, Alessandro? 1 year ago, this was the face of a peasant. A beardless, nameless worker of the dirt, whose fingernails were in mourning and whose clothing stank.
And now?
Now it is the face of a leader, a chief of state.
Yes, it is.
1 year. 1 year of starving, hiding, stealing weapons, and having the same dream every hour. And from the dream came an army, and from the army came a rebellion. And now I have liberated the masses of other nameless workers of the dirt. I have broken their shackles.
And what of him? The one whose portrait you have taken down?
The memory of him will soon be forgotten.
What is your plan?
A trial, D'Alessandro.
Of course.
A lot of trials. A lot of brick walls and a lot of firing squads.
A lot of bloodbaths, you mean?
To cleanse us of the past.
Are you sure that is the way?
It is only fair. Their blood now, in repayment of ours.
In here, pig. The General is waiting. Take your hands off me. Now, show respect.
You disappoint me, De Cruz. You are not like your portrait.
Who are you to judge?
I don't recognize him. The man in the picture had arrogance, a full braid on his uniform. Where is he now? I see only an old man in dirty, torn clothes.
What do you want of me, Clemente?
What I want? Not what I want. What they want.
Look, the dictator! To the wall with him! To the wall! To the wall! To the wall! To the wall!
You hear? To the wall, they say. But I won't stand you against the wall with a blindfold. That is a cheap death for underlings. Firing squads are for followers, not leaders. No. Old man, you are too good for that. You are a special case. You, I will strip naked and cover with honey. I will tie you spread-eagled on the ground under the sun, and then I'll let the ants eat you. And every time you scream, I'll drink wine. And every time you beg for mercy, I'll laugh out loud, because I want you to take a long time to die. 1 part death for every acre of land you stole. 1 part death for every morsel of food you took out of a peasant's mouth. And 1 part death for every voice you stifled by decree. Now, what is your plea? Or will it be a cry for mercy?
I will not oblige you, Clemente, with a cry or a plea. You can strip off my flesh, because it is here for you and easily done by any animal. But my manhood, you greasy little peon, this is as far from you as the moon.
Peon? You dare to call me a peon?
Stop! He is to be judged, not tormented. He is the animal.
And you are not, eh? You are the purists, the idealists, the saviors, the avenging angels. Gentlemen, you will soon be disillusioned. You are me. You are De Cruz. You are Baptista. You are Trujillo. You are Noriega and Duvalier. You are the keepers of the grab bags. You can wave your flags and put up your statues and embrace all the people, from the oldest to the youngest. But we are of the same breed. We are the spoilers. We care for no one but ourselves.
You insult me, peon.
Enough. He presents his case and we are his best witnesses. We corroborate everything he says.
You cannot help but do it. You think this room, the people out there, you think these are the fruits of victory? The spoils? No. They are simply a legacy, Clemente. What I pass on to you. Power you shall have. Certainly, power. Enough to make you giddy. But there are other things in the inheritance. You will find them soon enough.
What things?
Fear. The chief legacy. Fear of assassination. Fear of disloyalty. Fear of rebellion. Fear of another Clemente hiding in the hills. Fear even of the Norte Americanos who offer you money and supplies. God help you. God pity you.
Take him away.
On your feet. Guards! I see you have found my mirror.
It is mine now.
Then it will serve you well. An old woman brought it to me 10 years ago when I first took power. She said it was magic. She said, by looking into it, I could see the faces of my assassins. She spoke the truth. That is why I took it down. That's right. Look deep, General Clemente. Find out who your enemies really are. You will see them there, in that mirror. You will see them in the dark corners. You will see them in the crowd. You will see them in your glasses of wine. You will see them everywhere.
Out!
Where shall we take him?
Lock him up in the prison. I will decide what to do.
Assassins, come out wherever you are. Come on, assassins. Come out of the mirror.
Yes, a joke. A stupid, ignorant joke. Assassins in the mirror. Yes?
How goes it, my friend?
Alessandro. I'm glad you're here.
It is dark. The chandelier. Let me turn it on.
No, please. I need to think.
The candles, then?
Only one. That is enough.
More plans, eh? For the new regime?
Come to the windows, D'Alessandro. Look outside. What do you see?
Fires in the night.
Yes. Many fires. I see the old ways burning to make way for the new.
The transition begins.
What do you think he meant?
Who?
De Cruz. When he spoke of dictators.
For once he spoke the truth. He is not deluded. He knows his role.
But not ours. We will not make the same mistakes.
No. But be cautious, my friend. It is easy to slip. Too much blood and the crops will not grow. We will know a season of poverty before the people are reborn. False friends will come to you, offering help.
We must make alliances.
There is always a price. Their influence, like fish hooks to bind us to them. From our neighbors to the south and the north. From lands across the sea.
I will strike a bargain.
With those who are so powerful? They will bring ships filled with goods, but also gunboats and helicopters and advisors with pacts to be signed. Their ways are ruthless. Deal with them, yes, but not as a puppet.
I am no man's puppet.
Then take care. Take care, Ramos. Choose the path of justice, not of revenge.
What? You would have me forgive De Cruz and his army? They who have kept our people under the yoke?
Not forgiveness, banishment. The prison is overflowing. We do not have enough bullets to liquidate them all.
So they go to another land and rebuild their army. That is stupid, Javier. They are our enemies.
Where will they live? In the mirror?
Cristo.
Sir.
How many prisoners are there?
In the capital, about 1,000.
Start shooting them.
When?
Tonight.
Yes, sir. Right away.
I see.
There is no time for trials.
But for murder, there's plenty of time?
What are you? A chameleon? The ease with which you strip off one color and put on another. You turn my stomach. I thought you were with me.
I am, but not with mass murder.
Murderers can never be murdered. They can only be eliminated.
You clean your house with a reckless hand.
Go, Cristo. Give the order.
Gladly.
You should look in that mirror and see what face looks back at you.
A magical mirror, he said. A mirror that reflects the faces of my assassins. How intriguing. Isn't that intriguing, D'Alessandro? I had no idea that you believed in such... What are you doing?
What am I doing?
I saw it. Where is it?
What?
The submachine gun.
You need to rest. You have been awake too long. Tomorrow we will go into the fields, the villages, meet with the people.
Alessandro, the dedicated one, the moralist. I was the arm of the revolution, but he was the heart.
What are you talking about?
I saw you with a weapon, cradled in your arms. Then you cocked it, ready to shoot me in the back. Where are you hiding it?
Ramos, listen to me. You're not making sense.
A man can believe his own eyes. I saw you in the mirror with the gun. I should have known.
What gun? Ramos, you sound demented.
I should have known. Of all of them, it would be you. It would have to be you, Alessandro.
What are you doing?
Yes, a traitor.
Let go of me!
See him with your own eyes. See the assassin. Do with him what you will.
I am not an assassin. I am your lieutenant. Your conscience. No!
Work with that noise. Garcia, get off the couch and find a bed.
Huh?
Did you hear that?
Here, Garcia. He had too much to drink last night. The palace is stocked with the finest brandy.
Not that. Outside, in the courtyard.
Ah, the firing squad.
We've already killed off hundreds. That sound, better than a swig of brandy.
What were you before the rebellion, Cristo?
Why do you ask that?
Don't tell me. Did you work in a stockyard? You seem to enjoy the butchery.
It is a fiesta.
And why do I not hear laughter?
The crowd is getting bored, I think.
Not bored, sick. We have given them their freedom. 12 hours of it. And it is such a fine freedom. The right to watch a massacre. 10 executions at least, every 5 minutes.
You would like more?
Good morning, Clemente.
We did not give them their freedom, Tabal.
What?
You said we. It was I who gave it to them.
And I'm sure you'll continue to give it to them.
Why are they quiet? They scream for justice, and when you give it to them, they become weary. Like an audience in 1 peso seats at a burlesque. Their entertainment must be varied, costume changes every 5 minutes, or they lose interest.
New bodies every few minutes. But even that is not enough.
I know them well. You fill their stomachs and it empties their brains. They have cheap tastes and short memories.
Clemente.
Something to say, Tabal?
No. I have papers to check. The figures for De Cruz's treasury.
Is there nothing more? Something that sits heavy on you?
That sits heavy on me, on my ears and on my heart.
Why should it?
Execution is not a time of joy. But even this is not as bad as the death of a man who was my friend. That is a sword in my chest.
D'Alessandro? An assassin?
And that's the worst lie of all.
It was no lie.
He was no assassin.
What? What's the matter? What's going on? Oh. Still at it out there, huh?
Yes, until their work is done.
Good morning to you, Senor Garcia. How handsome you look in the mirror.
What do you see there?
I see only a tired soldier. A man who needs a change of clothes. Is there a bathtub?
Many. Take your pick.
Oh, I'll go then.
And that is all? You don't see any assassins in that mirror?
No, I see nothing but my ugly face. Even an assassin might be better.
Let me see.
No! Leave the mirror alone.
Why?
You can talk yourself into an illusion. You can make yourself believe anything.
Let go of my arm. What is that? Two men. With knives. Tabal. And Garcia.
What is it, Ramos?
That mirror needs to be cleaned.
A trick of the light?
Did you think you saw something?
No. I saw nothing.
Sometimes, if you stare at nothing too long, it begins to stare back at you.
Tabal, you and Garcia go over to the prison.
Yes?
Looking on the Cruz. Then report back to me.
Report what? His health?
Do as I tell you. See that he's properly guarded.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a message for De Cruz?
What sort of message?
Should I tell him that he was right about the fear? That there are assassins under the bed and in the shadows and all around the room?
Tabal, you have both your freedom and your life. But you have them through my sufferings. Don't throw them away.
Of course not, General.
Cristo, get me the prison.
Sir?
On the phone. Here, I'll do it. Hello? Hello? Are you asleep down there? It's General Clemente. That's correct. This is urgent. I want the prison. No, not the office, the front gate. That's right. This is General Clemente. Two men will arrive there in a few minutes. They are spies and should be shot on sight. Their names are Tabal and Garcia. I know who they are and I know what they are. Shoot them. Call me when it is done.
Move the bodies out.
Yes, sir.
Right away.
I think maybe I'm still asleep.
I wish you were, and me as well.
Did you ever have a dream that... never mind.
Go ahead, say it.
A dream where you try to wake up, but you cannot.
You mean a nightmare?
And do you wonder?
What?
Well, if I hadn't joined Clemente, well, I would be home now with my woman, my little ones. I would be in the fields working the crops. I think now that it wasn't so bad.
But it was. Half of your vegetables, your livestock, to the state? That is no way to live.
No. Still, I do not like this slaughter.
Nor do I.
I guess it isn't ours to know.
What do you mean?
Clemente, he has his reasons. I am not an educated man. The ways of politics are hard to understand.
Clemente is not educated. But the Alessandro was.
A very smart man.
A lieutenant, like us. Closer than that.
And now we are three. Clemente will need us even more.
Garcia, listen to me. Watch your back.
Huh?
Clemente has not slept in 3 days. But he sees. Not with his eyes, with his mind. And what he sees is dark and strange. like a house of many doors, and behind each door is more darkness. And the way into that house is the mirror.
What? A piece of glass?
The glass reflects what is before it. When Clemente stands and looks, he sees the doorways of his mind.
I do not fear an old woman's gift. We are his lieutenants.
Yes, like the Alessandro. Come, we will report on the Cruz. And then we must make a plan.
Señor Garcia, Señor Tabal.
You know our names?
But of course. You have come to see the prisoner.
You have many prisoners, but only one of interest to the General.
Ah, the General. I spoke to him not 5 minutes ago. Come in. We have been expecting you.
Clemente, are they there? Good. Tell me when it is done.
The prison?
You have any complaints?
None.
You are sure?
Why should I? A pie cut into 2 pieces is better than one cut into 5. A drink of wine?
Pie? But we do not speak of pie, do we? These are the lives of friends.
Are you sure?
They were very close to me. Very close. You know that. Alessandro, Garcia, Tabal. They were like brothers.
Or so it seemed.
That is what I don't understand. How is it that they can change so? And even more curious, how can I crush them underfoot like ants and feel nothing?
Men cannot be brothers and assassins.
No. They must choose.
It is to be expected. When a man has power, he has enemies. And now, you have enemies.
Enemies, yes. I understand that. But are all my friends to be my enemies?
From now on, Ramos, you have no friends. You have only followers and competitors. This is the breakdown of your world. You must live with it.
And how do you classify yourself, Cristo?
Myself? I am a follower, General.
For how long?
That is a strange question.
For how long will you be a follower? Until some quiet moment when my back is turned?
Oh, no. Only until that moment when you prove to me that you cannot lead. Only until the moment when I think that perhaps...
Perhaps what?
That perhaps I am stronger than you.
You'll be eaten by worms before that moment comes. Besides, if my back is turned to you, I will see you in the mirror. As I do now.
What is it? What do you see?
Only you. At the desk. Holding out a glass of wine.
Of course. Here is a glass for you.
Now you pour it.
Take a drink. It will make you feel better.
But you poured it before. I saw you in the mirror.
Your eyes are tired. Go ahead. It will help you sleep.
It will help me sleep. But for how long, Cristo? How long will I sleep after drinking it? For all eternity?
Why did you do that?
What did you put in the glass? A powder?
You point a gun at me?
Only at traitors.
But there is no reason.
I have a desire to live out my life. I am allergic to poison.
You have gone crazy.
Mark your words carefully, Cristo.
Yes? Yes, he is here. When? All right.
I'll tell him. That was the gatehouse of the prison. The guards have shot Tabal and Garcia. They are both dead.
And what shall we do now? Mourn for them?
If you wish.
They were our friends, weren't they? But then again, they can't be friends and assassins. They must be one or the other. Wasn't that your point?
Ramos, there was no poison in the wine. I swear to you, I had nothing like that in mind. Nothing of the sort. You are imagining things.
Am I?
Look, I'll show you. It was an illusion. This is just a mirror, an ordinary mirror, in an old frame. See? It's only glass, polished glass. I'm looking into it. I see myself and you behind me, nothing else. You are raising the gun and pointing it because you've let yourself see things that are not there. You've let yourself... Ramos! What have you done?
Only what I had to do.
A terrible mistake. Now, you will be very lonely. You will be all alone. You have just killed the better man. The better man.
General, I heard a shot.
Lieutenant Cristo shot himself accidentally.
But how?
Did you hear what I said? It was an accident. Now get out of here! To the 4 lieutenants of the revolution, to the new heads of government, to the Alessandro, the dedicated, Tabal, the quiet, Garcia, the strong one, and to Cristo, the bold one. Yes? Yes!
Someone to see you, sir.
Who?
The Holy Father.
What would a priest want with me?
Leave us.
General?
It's all right.
Yes, sir. I'll be outside.
General Clemente, I'm Father Thomas.
So?
You will forgive me, General, but this must be said now.
What must be said?
The executions. The people are appalled.
That is no concern of mine.
Is this what we are to expect from the new regime?
I have my enemies, Father.
That is your answer?
You may tell the people that as long as I have enemies, the executions will continue. They will go on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and if this disturbs them...
Then what?
Then let them do something about it. Let them starve in the mountains, as I did. Let them hide in caves. Let them raise an army out of the dirt. If there is one among them strong enough to make a new rebellion, let him try. But let him be prepared for a year of suffering, and let him learn how to lead.
General Clemente, the victory is not so sweet, is it? Now you are learning. Instead of the flavor of wine, it has the taste of ashes.
I had a dream, Father. I had such a dream. And they were all a part of it. Cristo and Tabal and Garcia and Alessandro. Why did they turn against me?
You ask me for the answer?
Where else can I turn? To this mirror?
Look to what is in yourself.
But I can't stand this. I can't live this way. I'm frightened. Morning till night I hold my breath. I look over my shoulder. I keep looking back to see what is there. I will live the rest of my life running from death. Why? Why do I have so many enemies?
This is the story of all tyrants, General Clemente. They have but one real enemy, and it is the one they never recognize until it is too late. God be with you.
You. I see you looking at me. What do you see? What do you see?
Keep an eye on him.
What did you say, priest?
The General. He's not well.
General Clemente is a great man.
He might have been. He may be yet. He needs our help. I will remember him in my prayers. God be with you, my son.
My General, the blood. Who has done this terrible thing?
The last assassin. And they never learn. They never seem to learn.
Ramos Clemente, a would-be savior in khakis, his brains blown out by an illusion, a mirage dangled before the eyes of all ambitious men, no matter how they begin. The most vulnerable are the dreamers, when they allow fear and paranoia to make them murderers. Which is not to say that ideals are an illusion, only that revolution requires more than songs and slogans. Courage helps, as does character, a touch of luck, and something along the lines of superhuman strength, whether it be found here or in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Mirror, starring Tony Plana with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Tony Sancho, Rick Vargas, Eddie Martinez, Tony Castillo, Ricardo Gutierrez, Ivan Vega, Florentino Mitchell, Arturo Montemayor, and Oliver Adalpi. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Matt Sorrow, Tim Cerny, and Todd Beyer. To learn more about The Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. This is Doc James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
All right, men, we've got clear skies and a calm sea. Now let's get this ship back on course.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith, what is your present course and speed?
Steaming on course 26 degrees true. Speed 10 knots, sir.
Very well. Come right to new course 270 and indicate turns for 15 knots.
Aye, aye, sir. Helmsman, come right to new course 270.
Aye, sir. Coming right to new course 270.
All engines ahead standard. Indicate 126 turns for 15 knots.
Aye, sir. Engine room. All engines ahead standard 126 turns for 15 knots. Engine room answers. All engines ahead standard 126 turns for 15 knots, sir.
All secure, Captain.
Glad to hear it, Ensign. Any damage?
No, sir. We took in a lot of water in the storm, though. That was one heck of a swell back there.
I'm aware of the storm, Mr. Marmer. I'm also aware of the swell. And what I'm also aware of is that that boat was not properly hoisted. A 13-year-old Sea Scout would have rigged it in a stored position.
Right, sir.
You can tell the chief boatswain's mate that I want to see him in my quarters, on the double.
Aye, aye, sir.
Chief Bosun's mate Bell reporting his ordered, sir.
At ease, Chief. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, should it?
Sir?
That state of being at ease. You're the champion of the fleet when it comes to being at ease, Bell.
I don't understand, sir.
The devil you don't. This couldn't be clearer to you if it came in diagrams. You are the chief bosun's mate on board this ship. You run the deck division, you handle the rigging in and out, you supervise the heavy equipment, and there are 8 or 10 other cardinal duties you are responsible for, not the least of which, chief bosun's mate Bell, is the proper securing of the whale boat. Now, last night we had a bad swell, and that boat should have been rigged in. Instead, it was left swung out, and as a result, she's 80% damaged and filled up like a swimming pool. Question, Chief. Where were you?
Begging the captain's pardon.
Don't beg my pardon. Just tell me, in a brief explanatory way, why you couldn't handle the initiatives of a chief bosun's mate, and why the efficiency of this ship has had to suffer as a result. We had 9 hours notice of that storm, Bell. This ship should have been 100% prepared. It wasn't, and I want to know why.
I did all I could, sir. I haven't been feeling up to par.
Did you report to sickbay?
No, sir.
Speak up, Chief.
No, sir, I didn't report to sickbay.
Look, Chief, I'm not in the business to pistol whip my crew. I want a tight ship, that's true, but I happen to care very much if any one of my sailors has a problem and can't function because of it. You've rated 4-0 all the way down the line for as long as you've served on this ship. And then suddenly, in the past 3 days, you stowed all your seamanship in a trunk someplace and came up with a bunch of dumbhead boners that I would expect from a 17-year-old boot. Bell, what is the problem? There is a problem, huh?
No problems, sir. I'll watch it in the future.
All right, Chief. We'll leave it that way, then. If you want to bend my ear at any time, you know where my cabin is. I'm available. Keep that in mind.
Yes, sir. I will, sir.
All right, then. That'll do it.
Aye, aye, sir.
Chief? Hey, Chief, are you all right?
What?
You okay, Chief? You looked a little woozy there.
Yeah, I'm okay.
What am I listening to?
Sir, contact bearing 280, 1100 yards, echo quality sharp. Evaluate as possible submarine.
Submarine?
But not moving, sir. Dead in the water.
Shift the control to listen.
Sounds like hammering or something, sir.
Bridge sonar.
Bridge eye.
We have contact, bearing 030 degrees true, range 1100 yards. Appears to be a metal object.
What kind of object, sonar?
We can't tell, sir.
From the sound of it, it's some kind of small ship, perhaps a sub-hull.
Bridge eye. Sonar reports a contact, Captain. Evaluation is a possible submarine.
A possible what? Stay on course. I'm going down to the sonar shack.
Incident 100 miles off the coast of Guadalcanal. Time 1963. A United States naval destroyer on what has been a most uneventful cruise, except for a few tense moments with a storm front. Nothing unusual. But in a moment, they're going to send a man down 30 fathoms and check on a noisemaker. Someone or something tapping on cold steel. You may or may not have read the results in a naval report, because Captain Beecham and his crew have just set a course that will lead this ship and everyone on it deep into the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to our story from the Twilight Zone, The 30-Fathom Grave, starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
That's it, huh?
That's the sound, sir.
How long have you been in contact?
About 3 minutes, sir.
That's a funny one. Sounds like tapping on metal, doesn't it?
That's what I think, sir.
Bridge. Change course to 030 and reduce speed to 5 knots. Try to make contact by underwater telephone.
I've already tried, sir. I get no response.
Listen. It stopped now.
Just like that?
Sonar still has the contact, sir. I'll leave it on.
Stay on it. I'll be on the bridge.
Steady on course 030. All engines ahead, 1/3. 50 RPMs for 5 knots, sir.
Maintain course and speed.
Anything in sight?
Nothing, sir.
We're directly over the object.
All right, all engines stop.
All engines stop.
Aye, sir. All engines stop. Engine room answers, sir. All engines stopped. Do you hear it, sir?
Wait, hold it. Hold it. I want dead quiet all over the ship. Tell those sailors on deck to can it.
Ain't that a kick in the head? What do you suppose it is?
Ghost, man. Ghosts. What do you think it is, Chief?
I'm not sure.
I've never heard nothing like that before.
Stow it! Let's keep it quiet down there.
They want us to be quiet so they can listen to it. What I want to know is, listen to what? Where you going, Belle?
I don't feel so good.
You don't look so good either.
Make it stop. My head.
Easy, Belle. You fall overboard.
I said quiet out here. What's the problem?
We got a man down, sir.
What happened?
Nothing. Looks like you fainted.
We'll get him down to sickbay.
Yes, sir.
Where am I?
In the sick bay. You all right now, Belle?
Yes. I'm okay, Doc. What?
You blacked out up there.
I said I'm okay.
You better stay horizontal for a little while longer. I'm serious. Captain's orders.
I'll be all right.
I wouldn't doubt it, but right now you look like a Class A shipwreck.
We still stopped?
Still stopped. They're all curious as to what's making the noise.
That noise.
What's the trouble?
It's just such an odd feeling.
What kind of feeling?
I can't describe it.
Lie back down now.
What's the needle for?
Just relax, Chief. Get some sleep. This'll help.
Sure. Sure. That's all I need. A little sleep. Doc?
Yeah, Belle?
What do you suppose is down there?
Don't worry about it. You just go to sleep. Whatever it is, the captain will know what to do.
I want you to stay grafted to me, Lieutenant.
Sir?
Take notes on everything that happens from now on. I may turn in a report that'll stick me on a garbage tanker or even a naval hospital. I want 15 witnesses at my hearing who are on my side.
Could be a sub, and we could be hearing it. It's only about 30 fathoms.
Yeah, sure, it could be a sub, mister. That's probably what it is, but what about this sub? Has it got 2 arms and a fist? Because somebody's making noise down there. We have a diver on board?
Yes, sir.
What's his name?
McClure in the 1st Division. He's a qualified diver.
Tell him to report on the double. We'll send him down. Have him knock on the door.
I see. And then what, sir?
We'll see who invites him in.
McClure reporting, sir.
You're the diver?
Right, sir.
All right, I'm going to give it to you straight, McClure. Now here's the picture. There's something down there, directly below us.
Something, sir?
We don't know what it is yet, just that it's a metal object about the size of a sub-hull. That's where you come in. I want you to get your equipment and go down there. Stay in contact from the moment you hit water to the moment you reach it, understood?
I understand.
Whatever that object is, there may be somebody inside, or at least something that's making the noise. When you get down there, I want you to listen closely and tell me what you hear. We may be getting it distorted.
Yes, sir.
All right, then, hop to it.
Aye, sir.
What we're hearing doesn't make any sense. It's crazy.
It is that, Lieutenant.
But if it isn't a sub, sir, what is it?
Maybe it's a Spanish galleon, Lieutenant, with a treasure chest and a loose lid that's off its hinges. Or maybe it's just our imagination.
Well, we'll sure find out. As soon as he suits up, they'll lower him down. And then we'll know.
Yeah, I sure hope so, Lieutenant. One way or another. I hope you're right.
Bridge, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. This is the captain. Keep talking.
Yes, sir.
What do you see, McClure?
It's a sub, sir. No question about that.
Have you reached her?
I'm standing right alongside, sir. I don't hear anything, though.
McClure?
Her bow is buried about 15 feet into the bottom. I can't read any identification. It's covered. Or rusted over.
On the side of the conning tower, McClure. Can you read a number there?
No, sir. There's damage. Number's been obliterated.
McClure, you hear that?
Yes, sir, I do. It's coming from midship. I'm moving toward there now.
Tap on the hull, McClure. See if you can get a response. Was that you, McClure?
Yes, sir. No response, sir. I don't hear anything anymore.
McClure, there should be 3 hatches. On the bow, on the conning tower, and on the stern. Is the ship upright?
She's upright, sir. At about a 30-degree angle.
I understand, McClure. Climb up on her deck and check the hatches. See if you can open them.
The bow hatch is buried, sir. I can't get through to that. But wait a minute. I'll check on the one over the conning tower.
McClure, what's the condition?
The conning tower hatch is all bent, sir. I can't move the wheel. The whole deck appears to have been strafed. Wait a minute. Hatch on the stern the same way, sir. I can't turn her. Whoever she is, sir, she must have caught it.
Say again, McClure. She must have what?
Caught it, sir. The whole deck is pockmarked with shell damage. Machine gun damage, too.
Is that you, McClure?
No, sir. It's coming from inside the hull.
Answer it, McClure. Answer it right away.
This is crazy.
McClure, can you pinpoint the sound? Can you tell precisely where it's coming from?
I think it's... Wait a minute. Yes, sir. Directly midship, just below the tower.
Keep trying. We have to know whether anyone's inside that sub.
Now, back to the 30-fathom grave on the Twilight Zone.
No more contact, sir.
Stay on it for as long as you can, McClure. Come up when you're ready.
Aye, aye, sir.
Get the comm, officer. I want to send a message. Action is 7th Fleet, info to SyncPack. Appraise them of the situation. Get on it.
Yes, sir. Radio bridge.
Radio I.
Captain wants a message. Action to comm 7th Fleet. Info SyncPack Fleet. Have located sunken sub. Position latitude 09-30-00 south. Longitude 160-48-00 east. Request, confirm location of all known sinkings this area. Will remain this area until further advised. Precedence, operational, immediate.
Aye, sir.
Any ideas, Captain?
An even dozen, but every one of them nullifies the one ahead of it. If it's one of our subs, we should have gotten a report on it. And even if it's somebody else's, why haven't they gone out the torpedo tubes?
That's what I was thinking, sir.
Which brings us down to another common denominator. That sub has been hit by shell fire. So, whatever action took place must have happened within a period of hours, or else there wouldn't be anyone still alive. But there's been no action. We'd have seen it, or heard it. They put them all together and they spell nothing. When McClure comes up, tell him to dry off and report to the sonar shack. That's where I'll be. How you doing, McClure?
Fine, sir. I could use some hot coffee.
Well, you can drink a gallon of it if you want. Just tell me. What did we find out?
I don't know, sir.
I don't know either, Bosun. Just tell me what you do know.
There's somebody inside her. I'd lay odds on that. 3 or 4 times when I pounded on the hull, that's when somebody answered me.
Well, what about the sub itself? Could you judge her length?
Well, I guess her to be about 300 feet, sir. Maybe 25 feet midship.
Sounds like one of ours.
She looks like one of ours. There were ballast tanks and flooding ports on the underside.
She's moving, sir.
Now, that was the other thing, Captain. She wasn't stuck in tight. Deep, yes, but not tight. She seemed to be swaying.
You still cold, McClure?
I've been warmer, sir.
And you will be again, but right now you're going to get colder. I want you to check her bow. Maybe she's pulled herself loose and you can finally read that number.
Sonar, bridge.
Go ahead, bridge.
Com 7th Fleet reports no sinkings of any kind. Authorizes us to remain on scene and operate at own discretion for salvage and rescue.
Roger.
Can do, McClure?
I'll do my best, sir.
Look at it this way. What a dandy story you can tell your grandchildren on some dark, rainy night.
Are they gonna believe me, sir?
I'm not sure I will, but if you can get me a number or a name off that hull, we may be able to sleep tonight after all.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question for you, Mr. Smith.
What's that, sir?
If they're in there and alive and can't use the torpedo tubes, how do we get them out?
Bridge.
Go ahead, McClure. This is the captain.
She's pulled herself out, sir. Here's your number. 714.
714. Make a note of that, Lieutenant Smith.
Yes, sir.
Well, that means she's one of ours. Come on up and get a broiled steak on me, McClure. Smith, hand me the book with the hull numbers.
Here you are, sir.
Give me that number again.
714.
Here it is. 714. Commission December 1941. Sunk in action, First Battle of the Solomons, August 7th, 1942.
But, Captain, that was 20 years ago.
Then, Lieutenant, tell me something. Who is inside that sub.
Coffee, sir?
Thanks, Mimer. Quiet night.
It's too quiet. How long's it been now?
About 3 hours.
Is he sending McClure down again?
Beats me. All I know is there's a boiler tender second who's making book in the crew's quarters that the thing below us is a sea monster with 3 heads and we're all living on borrowed time.
I don't know what scares me more, when they pound or when they shut up.
I don't know what scares me more, a 20-year-old sub with somebody alive inside, or what the commander of the Pacific Fleet will say to me when I tell him that. And to compound the problem, I've got a chief bosun's mate with something eating at him.
Bell?
Bell.
What made him black out?
That's part of the problem.
Could be he's dredging up a couple of memories.
What do you mean, memories?
This is World War II revisited for him. He got picked up here after a sinking. That's the way I hear it. He was on a ship that got hit, only survivor or something like that. Got picked up from the water.
Maybe it is dredging up some memories, then.
Here we go again.
What's the matter? They can't make up their minds down there?
There's one more question, an important one.
What's that, Captain?
Who's they?
Hello, sir.
Doc?
How's it coming down there?
Yeah, it's coming. How's your patient?
Asleep, sir. I was just going to get some chow.
Keep me posted. I'll be in my quarters.
Aye, sir.
No. No! No!
What's the matter? Belle! What happened?
I was looking in a mirror, and I saw faces. They were staring right at me. They were pointing at me. I know it sounds crazy, but they were there. It was as if I'd been pushed out of the mirror. Ordered out. That's why I had to break it, to make them stop. Doc?
Yeah, Chief.
Do you see me in the pieces of mirror down there on the floor?
Listen to me. I see you right here in front of me. I see you just fine. Remember that. Nobody is ordering you anywhere. You're not going anyplace. We're gonna lick this, Belle. I mean it. We're gonna lick this.
Oh.
Same routine, huh?
Same thing, sir. But it's getting a little fainter, I think. And they don't acknowledge our signals at all. But it's definitely fainter.
It's some piece of equipment. That's what it is. Something loose that's probably swinging back and forth and hitting a bulkhead.
Possible.
That's the only explanation. I mean, well, think about it, Captain. A 20-year-old sub in the deep six since the war? Who could be down there?
Somebody who dies awfully hard. Whoever it is, whatever it is, it's running out of steam. I wouldn't make book on this, but I've got a hunch that if we don't get inside there, and I mean quick, we're gonna miss the boat.
So we go down, and like you said, we knock on the door, but we've done that before.
No, we don't knock on the door this time. Now we kick the door open.
Begging the captain's pardon. You break in that way, and it's a sure bet the pressure will kill whatever's alive down there.
Right, so we do it the one other way we've got. I want you to send a message to ComSub PAC. Tell them we're going to need a submarine rescue ship out here. Give them position and depth and tell them to report to the scene for rescue attempt. Emergency precedence.
The airlock chamber?
Well, that's all we've got left, and it's precious little. Get on it right away. I'll be on the bridge.
Radio, sonar.
Radio I.
The ComSub PAC. Emergency precedence. Request nearest ASR, report to position. Latitude 09er-30.
Doc?
Yeah.
You got a cigarette?
Sure, Belle. I'll do it. Your hands are shaking.
Thanks. Doc, will you answer me straight?
I'll try.
Who's outside?
What?
Who's out in the passageway?
Nobody's out there. Why? You think you hear something?
I don't know.
Why should anybody be out in the passageway? Nobody's posting guard on you.
I just felt as if there was somebody out there.
Now, there's nobody out there. Nobody at all. Who did you think it was?
I don't know.
The only thing out there is a long stretch of steel and deck. Nothing else. Come on, you want to take a look?
What's happening to me? Doc, what in God's name is happening?
Chief, you gotta get a grip, or I swear you're gonna talk yourself into a straitjacket. I mean it.
I got the feeling again. Just as if somebody was watching me, pushing at me. Doc?
What, Belle?
I'm scared to open the door.
Then don't. I told you, there is nothing out there.
I'm scared to open it, but I have to. No!
What did you see?
Men!
What men?
All wet! Dripping wet and not alive! They were looking at me!
Listen. I didn't see a thing, Chief, and neither did you.
Oh.
Did you hear me? All you saw was what your scared brain told you to see.
Oh.
That's what it was, what you've talked yourself into. Now pull yourself together, sailor.
But I tell you, I saw it!
Then I'll prove it to you.
No!
See? Nothing, I told you. What the... Water on the floor. And where did that come from? Piece of seaweed.
That about does it, McClure. Go down and try to get a response. It'll help that sub-rescue outfit if they can get a specific location.
How will they get in, sir?
Through the forward torpedo compartment or the stern. Then they'll have to blow each of the 6 other compartments before they can enter.
What if I don't get any answers, sir? We haven't heard from them in almost a half an hour.
If you don't get any answer, come back up. The rescue team will take it from there.
No survivors then, sir. Is that what it'll mean?
That's what it'll mean. They'll bring up bodies, not survivors. Okay, McClure, up to it.
Aye, sir. I've reached the sub, sir. The next noise you hear, that'll be me.
Go ahead, McClure, pound away. Any response?
None, sir. No response anywhere.
Keep trying.
Yes, sir.
McClure?
Captain, I found something here. Wait a minute. I can't make it out.
What about the response? Did you hear anything?
No, sir. Nothing.
Give it a few more minutes.
Yes, sir.
No soap?
No soap. It really frosts me. To get so close to those poor devils and then... The sub-rescue ship is due here at 0300. Keep an eye peeled. I'm going aft to meet McClure.
Aye, sir.
Bet it feels good to get that helmet off.
Oh. Yeah, it sure does. It's so dark down there now. Without the light, I couldn't see a blasted thing. Real spooky. But I found this.
Yeah, thanks, McClure. Good job. Go get some chow. I'll need you one more time when the ASR team gets here. You're gonna have to go down as a pathfinder. Give them any help they need. But that won't be for a while.
Excuse me, sir. But you better look at those tags.
You gotta be kidding me.
What's the matter, sir?
Ensign, ask Doc if Chief Bell is well enough to report to my quarters, because I need an explanation for this one. Fast. Go ahead, Bell. Read what it says on these dog tags.
I don't have to, sir. I know what it says.
It says Bell, William J. That's yours.
Yes, sir.
McClure found it on the deck of that sub down there. When did you lose him, Bell?
I lost him a long time ago, sir. 20 years ago.
How?
I don't remember, sir.
Try, Bell. Try to remember.
I was on a ship.
What ship, Bell?
A submarine. The one below us, sir. That was my boat.
Who's making the noise down there, Bell? What's it all about? Do you know?
We were on the surface. It was night. I was a signalman then. I was supposed to put the infrared filter over the signal lights. Otherwise, they would have seen us. They would have seen the light. They would have found us. I don't know what happened. I was scared, clumsy. I dropped the signal light. The filter fell off. They were waiting for us out there. Japanese destroyers. They saw our light. And it was my fault. They let us have it. They straddled us with the first salvo. The captain took the sub down, but it was too late. They unloaded depth charges. And that sub wasn't ever coming up again.
What about you?
I got flung over the side when the first salvo hit. And all that time I was in the water, I could...
You could what?
I could hear the voices of our guys down below me. They were screaming. I know what it is now. This crazy feeling I've had.
What? What is it, Bell?
I got out. One guy out of the whole crew. I got picked up later on by one of our destroyers. But I got out. Do you understand, Captain? I sank that sub. I was responsible, but I got out.
Bell, I want you to listen to me.
Those guys down in the sub, they know I'm up here.
Bell, hear me out.
I should be with them. I should be down in that sub.
Bell.
I should be dead. That noise, that pounding, those are the guys down there who are calling muster on me. They're calling muster on me.
Will you hear me out? Will you listen to just a little logic now? A little reason? No one man sinks a sub, and one lousy circumstance doesn't decide a battle. And one case of sudden fear doesn't add up to a coward. Bell, you gotta believe me. All you should put in your sea bag is regret, not guilt. Do you understand, Bell? Not guilt.
They're calling muster!
Bell! Come back here!
They're calling muster on me!
Bell! Bell, get away from the rail. Now, that's an order.
They're calling me!
Man overboard! Starboard side! Rescue ship says you got inside.
Yes, sir. It was a wreck. Nobody had a chance.
Nobody?
Nobody, sir. The periscope shears had been cut in half. One section was just hanging there, swinging back and forth.
Then that was the noise. That was the noise, wasn't it?
I guess so, sir, but...
But?
There were 8 men down in that control room. 8 men. Or what was left of them. And one of them One of them had a hammer in his hand.
Let's just say, McClure, let's just say that this is the part of the story you tell your grandchildren that you make up yourself. Say anything you like, any explanation that comes to mind.
Aye, sir.
It's funny how long it takes some men to die, or to find any peace at all. Sometimes I think that's the worst thing about a war. Not just what it does to the bodies, but it does to the minds. So, rest in peace, Mr. Bell. I think it's your due now. At long last, rest in peace.
Small naval engagement. The month of July 1963. Not to be found in any historical annals. Look for this one filed under H for haunting in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
"30 Fathom Grave" starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Richard Hensel, Rich Kominick, Linda Ryder, Turk Muller, Peter DeVito, Doug James, Rick Peoples, Roger Wolski, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Hey, Magellan, how about a progress report?
Coming up, Skipper. We'll be about 4 minutes behind flight plan at 30 degrees west.
That all? I can pick up 4 minutes easy, Hatch, with or without the jet stream.
That's what I like to hear, Captain. Early ETA.
Leave it to Captain Farver, Craig, when you've flown as long as he has.
Captain?
Yes, Wyatt?
Gander wants to know if you intend an altitude change after we pass 30 west.
How are the numbers?
Got them right here. Look okay, Purcell?
Check. Here you go, Captain.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. All right, then. Gentlemen, you'll be pleased to know that thanks to the quality of this aircraft, the fine weather, and my brilliant flying, we'll hit JFK ahead of schedule, as long as their speed holds up. Send it in, Wyatt.
Yes, sir. Shannon, copy, Gander. Transocean Flight 33, position 50 north, 30 west, time 1403, flight level 35,000. Estimating 52 north, 40 west, and 2431. Estimating 52 north, 40 west, and 2431. Estimating JFK 1830, Endurance 79560. Report received, Skipper.
Hey, Janie.
Boys?
How we doing back there?
Oh, the passengers are very content.
But on behalf of the flight attendants, we have one respectful request. That you get us to the Big Apple as soon as possible. One's going to the opera.
Opera?
And 3 in first class have heavy dates. And a 4th, well, she just might be free for dinner with a polite and single crew member, assuming there's anyone like that on board.
Hold it a minute.
What is it, Captain?
Did you feel anything?
Feel? What do you mean, Skipper?
I don't know. Thought I felt something. Something funny. Like a sensation of speed. I can't put my finger on it. Guess it's my bones. I must be getting old.
True airspeed 440, Skipper. We're level. Do you suppose we picked up a tailwind?
Maybe. Those jet streams are tricky, but it's that crazy feeling I can't shake. You can't feel a tailwind. But I feel something.
Checking the instruments. Everything looks fine.
Magellan, give us a speed check with your Loran.
Right. I'd better do it again.
What's going on?
Skipper, Loran indicates a ground speed of 830 knots. I've never heard of a tailwind like that.
Check it again. Wyatt, see if you can raise OSV Charlie, air defense radar. Ask them to give us a fix and check our ground speed. Magellan, you sure about the Loran?
Skipper, I'm not only sure, but we're still accelerating. 980 now? 1120? 1500? God in heaven, I can't keep up with it.
Wyatt, anything from air defense?
No, sir.
2100.
I hope the wings stay on.
They will. Don't worry about the wings. Just watch that true airspeed. Ground speed means nothing. We must be in one lulu of a jet stream. Magellan, my needle just reversed on Gander Omni. How could we get past Gander? Give me a fast position check.
Skipper, we are past Gander. We must be doing 3,000 knots.
Try to raise Harmon control. If you can't, try Moncton or Boston. At this speed, you might as well try Kennedy.
Transocean 33, Harmon Control, come in, please. Harmon, please acknowledge. Transocean 33, Moncton. Transocean 33, Boston Control, come in, please. Transocean 33 to Kennedy Control. Can you hear us, please? No soap, I can't raise anyone.
You're riding on a jet airliner en route from London to New York. You're at 35,000 feet atop an overcast and roughly 55 minutes from John F. Kennedy Airport. But what you're witnessing inside the cockpit of this plane is no reflection on the aircraft or crew. It's a safe, well-engineered, perfectly designed machine. And the personnel you've just met are a trained, cool, highly efficient team. The problem is simply that the plane is going too fast, and there is nothing within the realm of knowledge or logic to explain it. Unbeknownst to passengers and crew, Flight 33's Odyssey will carry it to an uncharted region, well off the beaten track of commercial travelers. For you see, it's moving at record speed now and heading straight into the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, The Odyssey of Flight 33, starring Daniel J. Travante, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
What is going on up there?
We're a little behind schedule. The captain's trying to pick up a few minutes flight time.
Well, he's going to pick up more than that. If he doesn't ease off, we're going to set a new transatlantic record.
Help me, will you, Paula?
Oh, sure, but...
Get the beverage cart ready.
Again?
Yes, again.
But it's going to roll all over the place.
If it does, you'll just have to lock the wheels.
Well, maybe we should wait.
For what?
Well, till the captain turns off the seatbelt sign.
He hasn't turned it on yet.
Well, why not?
He's got other things on his mind.
Like?
Do as I say. Please.
Oh, okay, Jane. Just the beverage service?
And peanuts.
Got it. I guess you must have told them.
What?
Delivered my message to the Flyboys. I've got 8 o'clock tickets for the Met tonight, the ride of the Valkyrie.
I told them.
Oh, thanks. I've always had a thing about Valhalla. Looks like I'm going to make the curtain after all.
Come with me for a minute.
Where?
Back here, where it's private. We have to talk.
About?
In the galley.
Listen to those engines. Oh, maybe you shouldn't have said anything. The guys are really showing off. They are showing off, aren't they?
Let me put it to you this way. I just hope the Valhalla you're talking about is strictly at the Metropolitan Opera on 7th Avenue and 57th Street in Little Old New York and not the real thing.
Are we in trouble?
Paula,
Oh my God, we
listen
are.
to me.
How bad?
They don't know yet. That's the truth. Is the cart full?
Oh, yes, but...
Go ahead and begin serving.
Just like that?
Coffee, tea, or milk with a smile.
Oh, I should have gone to acting school.
You can do it. I'll be right there with you. You know, you talk about ailments.
I don't believe I was, actually.
I had an aunt once in Boise, Idaho, who had one of the worst livers in the history of the state. When that woman passed on, rest her soul, would you believe it?
What, pray tell?
There were 5 medical associations bidding just to put her liver on display in a bottle, but her mother, that's my father's sister, she absolutely refused to let them show it. And it's like I always said to my late husband, what did you say you were in the Air Force?
RAF, madam. A captain. I'm now a military attaché at our British embassy in Los Angeles.
A nephew of mine was in the Navy. He was on a cruiser or a PT boat or something, or was it a battleship?
I say, did you feel anything?
Well, I was a little queasy when we took off, but my late husband used to say that I had a stomach like a...
That's odd.
A lot of people have queasy stomachs. I have what they call...
Quite odd, really. I had a distinct sensation of rapid acceleration, I should say.
Well, here we are. This tray is for you, ma'am, and this one is...
Got a case of the nerves, miss?
Oh, I'm meeting someone in New York. My boyfriend. I don't want to be late, so I'm kind of, nervous.
One lucky fella, that's all I can say. You got another one of those cute little trays for me?
I just ran out.
Well, I see one more underneath.
Well, I have to go back to the galley. Excuse me.
Repeat, Transocean 33. Anybody?
What about it, Wyatt?
Not a thing, sir. Either they're off whack, everybody out there, or we are.
Check your equipment again.
I've checked it 4 times.
Knock it off. We'll just have to bullet through and see if anything...
Did we hit something?
Check for damage.
What was that flash? Did we get hit by lightning?
Numbers 3 and 4 are still on the wing. They look okay.
I can see 1 and 2. Everything seems to be in one piece. Purcell.
Yes, sir.
Go aft and check for any cabin damage. Report back as fast as you can. I'll get on the horn and calm everybody down.
That light, that crazy light.
And all the shaking. Turbulence?
I doubt it. It's more like a shock wave. As if we'd gone past the speed of sound.
You mean we hit Mach 1? We broke the sound barrier? We didn't get any Mach 1 warning.
We probably wouldn't. Not with a true airspeed of only 440. Magellan's last speed fix showed 3,000 knots. We could have broken some kind of barrier, but not any I've ever heard of. Magellan, can you give me a Loran fix now?
Whatever that bump was, Skipper, it knocked out everything. Loran's inoperative.
Altimeter and rate of climb steady.
Skipper, I still can't raise Gander or Moncton or Boston. Either they're off the air or we are. Or both.
Hatch, give me a sun fix. I'll need a heading from JFK for my last known position. If we can't raise anybody, we'll have to go down and establish visual contact.
Skipper, we can't do that. We leave this altitude and we'll land smack in the middle of 20 other flights.
Sooner or later, we're going to have to find a landmark or go VFR. With no radio contact, we're like a deaf and dumb man. But as long as we stay up here, we're even worse off. We're also blind.
No damage aft, Skipper. Everybody's, scared.
Ours not to reason why. Into the Valley of Public Relations. Hand me the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Farver speaking. I want to assure you that everything is under control and that there is no danger.
What a relief.
The captain knows what he's doing.
Do you think we're going to be late? I have a connecting flight.
Oh, thank God.
We encountered a little clear air turbulence back there, along with some kind of atmospheric phenomenon.
Miss, I need another glass of juice. I spilled mine.
Yes, of course.
I just got this dress for the trip, and now...
Dear lady, will you kindly listen to the captain?
There's been no damage to the aircraft except for some temporary malfunction of our radio. We'll have that fixed in no time.
Is it true?
Paula, would you get the lady a new glass of juice, please?
I repeat, there is no cause for alarm. We'll keep you posted. In the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight.
Answer me, will you? Is what he said true or not?
That should hold them.
For now, maybe, but don't bet on it.
If we run according to schedule, we should be landing at Kennedy inside of the next 40 minutes. Until then, please keep your seatbelts fastened as a precaution. Remember, our flight attendants are at your service. Purcell, what's our fuel?
29,435 pounds.
With the Loran out, I don't know what our ground speed is. But I've got a hunch we left that tailwind. I don't have the feeling of acceleration anymore. Magellan, how about that heading to JFK?
Well, part of this is scientific, Skipper, and part of it's Kentucky windage. Try 262. That's as close as I can make it.
262 it is. All right, gentlemen, you know what we're up against. We're apparently out of touch with all ground radar points. We don't even know if we're on an airway. And this 707 is a beast that gulps fuel. All of which means we've got one chance. To go down through this overcast and look for something familiar.
You're talking about flying blind.
It's very possible, not to say probable, that we may hit something on the way down, but we've got to take that chance or wait up here till we run out of fuel. I just wanted you to know where we stand. Now everyone keep a sharp lookout for other traffic. And I don't think a few prayers would be out of order. All right, Craig, we're taking her down.
Now we're really in that fog bank. Can't see a blessed thing. Wait, there. What is... Skipper?
I see it.
And?
I don't get it.
It happens to be a fact, though. That's Manhattan Island down there.
How could it be? Looks more like the middle of the Amazon jungle to me. Where's the skyline? Where are all the buildings?
I don't know where they are, but we're over New York City. There's only one small item that's a little amiss here.
The passengers are confused. We're over land, but they don't see any...
Any what, Janie?
Well, any buildings or bridges or highways or...
Nothing but trees, stretches of grassland and more trees. It's the right shape, but it can't be New York.
Oh, that's Manhattan down there. See? There's the East River and the Hudson River.
Sure looks like it.
There's Montauk Point and every other topographical clue we need. The real estate's there. It's just the city and 8 million people seem to be missing. There isn't any New York City. It's disappeared.
Come on, boys. You're joking, right?
Skipper, verify something for me, would you? And in a hurry. Look,
it's just not possible.
The bringer of thunder.
What?
Down there, right below us, in the middle of all that foliage. You see it moving?
All I see is a jungle.
That thing there. The one that just pulled up a tree like a toothpick and ate the top off of it. I've seen him in picture books. That's a brontosaurus. Been extinct for, say, 150 million years. That, my friends, is the largest dinosaur that ever walked the earth.
Here's that sandwich and some extra cookies for the boy.
Oh, why, thank you. Oh, what is your name?
It's Jane.
Well, Jane, when we land all safe and secure, I am going to write a letter to Transocean Airlines and tell them how nice you were to everyone on board.
That's very kind of you, but it's not necessary. I'm only doing my job.
Oh, more than that. Much more. You remind me so much of my daughter-in-law. She's a nurse and...
Miss?
Yes?
You got a drink on that cart?
Of course, sir. Would you care for coffee, tea, a soda?
No, ma'am. I mean a drink. Drink.
Anything you like.
Scotch, rocks?
Certainly.
Yeah, make it a double.
All right.
How much owe you?
Nothing, sir.
You sure? I mean, this ain't first class.
It's on the house. Everything's on the house today. Here, I'm giving you 2 drinks. 2 doubles.
How come?
Because you've been such a perfect passenger. We'll be landing soon.
Well, not that soon. I don't see the city yet.
You should buckle up anyway.
Yeah, sure. Hey, you know what? You're all right. You know that?
We're all right. Isn't that great?
So what's the score? I mean, we've been circling for 5 minutes now.
They said they'd let us know not to come in.
Well, that sounds promising, doesn't it?
At least we're back to normal speed. That's something.
Something?
Captain Farver's a pro. So's the rest of the crew.
Yes, they are. Definitely. So there's no reason to panic. No reason at all. We just go on like a normal, ordinary flight. Okay, got it. So, shall I go help out in first class for a while?
In a minute. I need you to do something else first.
What?
Pick out a couple of those little vodka bottles.
Sure. What passenger?
I want you to hand them to me.
What are you doing?
Rocks are with a mixer.
Are you serious? We're on duty.
Then I'll drink them myself.
Wait. What is really going on?
I promise you, if I knew, I'd tell you.
But you know something, don't you?
When I was in the cockpit, I thought I saw... Oh, Paula, did you happen to look out a window a few minutes ago, right after we leveled off?
Why? What did I miss?
They were all looking down, and I looked with them. I wish I hadn't, but I did.
Oh, is it one of the engines?
It's not the aircraft.
Well, then what?
That's the trouble, Paula. I don't know. I give you my word, I really, truly don't know.
Excuse me, ladies.
I'm sorry, sir, but this area is off limits.
I know, but you'll see...
If you were looking for the restroom, it is at the other end of the aisle.
No, you see, it's just that... Are you quite sure your pilot knows what he's doing?
Absolutely. Captain Farver's the best there is.
In that case, why has he announced an arrival at Kennedy when we're nowhere near that location? I'm not blind, you know. I've made this flight many times, a great many times, and I can assure you that wherever we are, this is not New York airspace.
There was a last-minute change in the flight plan. The captain's taking an alternate approach.
For what reason, may I ask?
Something about the jet stream.
Rubbish. I flew for the RAF. The jet stream occurs at different altitudes, not at widely varying longitudes. Whatever it is you're attempting to cover up...
Would you mind taking your seat, sir?
I'll tell you young ladies something else. I have a camera in my flight bag, and I've documented this alternative flight plan on 2 rolls of 35mm film. Whatever ideas that cowboy captain of yours may have about unscheduled shortcuts, I'm sure the Federal Aviation Agency will be most interested.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll pass it along. I wonder what else he got pictures of.
What?
Nothing, Paula. Cheers.
What do you think now, Skipper?
Well, we've flown over what should be Schenectady, Albany, and points north.
That's what you and Craig keep saying, but personally, I don't get it.
Take a look. There's the topography. You can make out the coastline, the mountain ranges.
But it's not any New York state I've ever seen, and neither have you. Admit it, Captain. It looks like some kind of forest land, and it just goes on. And there's still no sign of life.
Except for that thing with the long neck and the teeth. From here, I made it to be about 5 stories tall.
It was a brontosaurus, no doubt about it.
Listen to you. Listen to us all like it was something people see every day.
Nobody's seen anything like that for 100 million years.
Longer than that.
So here we are, talking away like rational human beings.
Craig.
Yes, Captain?
Ever hear of Occam's razor?
That rings a bell. Don't tell me.
Is it what we're going to hit next?
Wait a minute. I think I remember. From science class. He was a mathematician.
Right. He came up with a principle, a way of thinking.
Which is?
In a nutshell, it was this. When you look for a scientific explanation, say for something that doesn't seem to have an explanation right off, you should go for the simplest answer that accounts for everything.
All right. I got it. This is all a dream. I'm dreaming. I'm in a hotel room in New York with a big soft bed. I'm going to wake up any second now.
Or you can't wake up, because, see, you're already dead. You died in your sleep. We all did. We just don't know it.
You're not listening. I said the simplest answer that accounts for all the facts. That means everything that's happened.
There is no way to account for it.
All right. What if I said we were swallowed by a whale like Jonah? Would you buy that?
No, because whales live in the ocean, not the air. Unless we already crashed in the Atlantic and didn't notice.
Pretty big thing not to notice.
Exactly. Or could we say we've been swallowed by a flying saucer, and this isn't even the Earth anymore?
Flying saucers don't have throttles and altimeters and 400 people in the cabin.
And flight attendants like Janie.
How do you know? Been on one before?
Now you're catching on. Those aren't the simplest answers. You don't buy those theories any more than I do, because they're too much of a stretch, an unnecessary one. It's always possible that they could turn out to be true, but why make such a big jump? You see what I mean?
Captain, I'm not real big on science fiction. Why are you telling us this?
Because I thought about it, and I came up with a theory myself. A surmise based on everything we know.
That I'd like to hear, because I'm flat out of answers myself.
I'll give you my surmise then, gentlemen. You may want to truss me up with ropes when you hear this.
I doubt that, Captain. You got more flight hours than all the rest of us put together.
Keep an open mind. It's the only single rational explanation I can come up with to account for everything that's happened so far.
Even the special effect monster back there?
Even that.
All right, let's hear it.
Here goes. The bumps, the acceleration, what we saw with our own eyes. All of us, remember. Everything we absolutely know to be true.
There isn't any way to explain all that.
Isn't there? Take a look at what we've got to work with.
Go ahead.
Somehow, in some way, we not only broke the speed of sound, we must have broken some other kind of barrier as well.
What other kind is there?
We've gone back. Back in time.
And you're telling me that's rational?
Think about it, all of you, and then tell me if you can come up with an alternative. If you can, I'd like to hear it.
Okay. Just for the sake of argument, say you're right. Where does that leave us, Skipper? And what are we supposed to do about it?
Skipper, fuel is down to 19,000 pounds.
That's about what I estimated. Not much. You know, I've stared at these instruments till I know every number by heart, but it doesn't do me any good. Because without a theory to act on, nothing changes. All this is still impossible. And the clock is ticking. And we're stuck up here, waiting for radio contact or visual confirmation till hell freezes over or we run out of fuel. And guess which one happens first? At which point we set this baby down in Adventureland.
And none.
So what do we do about it?
We rev this baby up till she's going as fast as she can. We climb until we hit that jet stream, and then we try to follow the same flight plan, and I mean exactly, and go back to where we came from.
Is that all?
Our instruments are functional. The only thing that's wrong with the radio on the Loran is that nobody's down there to hear us or send up a signal.
It's a long shot.
It's the only shot. You got a better one?
No, sir.
Then let's do it.
700 knots. 780 knots. 800. 900 knots. Skipper, I don't know if we're going to make it.
Throttle forward.
What are you doing in here?
Hang on, Janie.
Whatever you're doing, stop before you kill us all. What was it?
And the flash of light, Captain.
Just like before.
Look, I know you've got your hands full, but somebody get on the pipe. I have at least 3 passengers close to hysteria.
Skipper, we made it. We're back. Look!
What?
There she is.
Where? I can't...
Over here. You know, I never thought the Empire State Building was that great, if you want to know the truth.
Is that it? Yes, it is.
But right now, it looks downright beautiful. Don't you think so, Captain?
Where's the mic?
Right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain Farver. We had some momentary difficulty back there. But as you can see, we're now over New York. We should be landing in just a few minutes. Thank you all for bearing with us.
Bravo!
He did it.
I haven't prayed since...
Down on my knees and thank...
Hey, look, the Statue of Liberty. It's right down there.
Kiss the ground.
Oh, May, I must have dozed off. Did I miss anything?
In a word, madam, dear lady, yes.
Well, sometimes I just have to rest my eyes for a second or two. You know how it is.
Quite.
These seats are awfully uncomfortable, though, right in the small of my back. My doctor said I should never sit in one position for this long. He told me, next time I won't fly, I'll take the train. Miss, you never brought me an extra pillow like I asked. Didn't you hear me? I distinctly remember saying...
Here, ma'am. Take all the pillows you want.
How about Kennedy?
Nothing doing. Our VHF is still out.
Maybe Kennedy's is too. Try high frequency.
I did already, Skipper. Nothing from JFK.
How about LaGuardia? Keep using high frequency. Somebody should hear us.
LaGuardia, this is Transocean 33. LaGuardia, Transocean 33.
This is LaGuardia.
Oh, thank God. The boys had me going there for a while.
Oh, I want to take a hot bath, then sleep for 12 straight hours.
Oh, I wish I could do that.
Oh, no. Are you on turnaround?
Oh, no, it's not that.
I thought you had your layover back at Heathrow.
I did. You know, it's these time zones. I set my clock for London time, but I wake up on Eastern Standard. You ever try to order breakfast in the middle of the night?
You get used to it.
I know. Catch your Z's whenever you can. But a couple hours in the lounge just doesn't cut it. Not for me.
There's always the taxi ride to the airport. That's good for a little shut-eye.
Oh, 30 minutes in the backseat of a taxi in traffic? You know, I don't know how you do it. I really don't.
Sounds like they stuck you with a rookie schedule, Paula. I'll talk to Lynn at the hub office. She'll do something about it.
That would be great. This kind of thing. I didn't know if I could handle it.
You did fine.
They didn't cover this in training.
Not exactly.
Has it happened before?
Believe me, no. And it won't happen again.
Should I collect the trays now?
I don't know what the captain will say about this, but I'm going to break out the champagne splits for everybody.
Wyatt, try for radio contact.
Yes, sir. This is Transocean 33, LaGuardia. We're on the northeast leg of the LaGuardia Range, and both our ILS and VOR appear inoperative. Request radar vector to JFK ILS. Nothing, sir.
Keep trying.
Transocean 33, LaGuardia.
What are you, a wise guy? You like what?
I got a live one.
Yes!
All right!
A radar vector to Kennedy ILS. Can you do that little thing for me, LaGuardia? If it's not too much trouble, because you'll never, ever know how good your voice sounds to me right about now.
What flight did you say this was?
Transocean 33. What's the matter? Come on, LaGuardia. Quit fooling around. We're low on fuel.
Transocean Airlines? What kind of aircraft is this?
This is Transocean 33, a Boeing 707. You heard of that?
Did you say a Boeing 247?
Let me handle it.
Be my guest. This guy's a hard case.
LaGuardia, this is a Boeing 707. Don't give us any of this 247 jazz. You're a few decades behind the times. This is a 707, LaGuardia. A jet. 4 big, lovely Pratt Whitney turbines. Only they're getting hungry. We're low on fuel, and all we want is a radar vector to Kennedy. Now, do you have us in radar contact, or don't you?
I don't know who you guys are, but we don't know anything at all about radar or jets or anything else like that. But if you're really low on fuel, we'll clear you to land here.
Well, aren't you the generous one? Hey, don't go to any trouble on our account.
Captain, the approach chart says their longest runway is less than 5,000 feet. Should we take a chance?
Transocean 33, you're cleared to land on runway 22. Altimeter 2988, wind southward 10 miles per hour. The captain is to report to the CAA office immediately after landing.
Roger. We'll stay in touch.
CAA? Why, they haven't called the Federal Aviation Agency the CAA in more years than I've been flying.
What do you want to do?
All right, Craig, we're bringing her down.
If you say so.
It'll be like landing in a phone booth, but...
Captain, circle again, will you?
Why, something wrong?
Take a look.
What is it, Hatch?
What are you?
Still New York, all right.
Will you take a good look?
What are those two structures?
Where?
Those buildings right under us.
Skipper, do you know what they are? Do you?
I know exactly what they are. The Trilon and Perisphere.
The who?
I saw an old newsreel about it. They built it all and tore it down a long time ago, before I was born. But there's no doubt. That's the New York World's Fair.
The 65 World's Fair? They must have left some of it standing. Funny, I never noticed it before.
Not the 1965 fair, the one before that.
But that was in 1939. I know they tore that one down.
They did.
So that means we're in
1939. We came back. We did it. We came back, but dear God, we didn't come back far enough.
We can't land. We can't land at LaGuardia, not in 1939. We've got to try again.
What about the passengers?
I think we'd better let them in on it. What choice do we have? We owe them the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain. What I'm about to tell you is something I can't explain very well. Your crew is as perplexed about it as you are. But if you look out on the left-hand side of this aircraft, you'll see directly below you an area that was once called Lake Success, and those buildings down there aren't the United Nations. They happen to be...
What is he talking about?
Shh! Listen!
They happen to be the New York World's Fair.
That man's gone crazy. He shouldn't be flying an airplane.
Madam, would you kindly not?
What I'm trying to tell you is that somehow, some way, in some manner, this aircraft has gone back in time, and it's 1939. We're going to try to increase our speed and go through the sound barrier, or time barrier, whatever it is, the same as we've already done twice before. I don't know if I can do it. I don't even know that we have enough fuel, but I ask you to remain calm and pray.
A trans-ocean jet airliner en route from London to New York on a recent uneventful June afternoon, but now reported overdue and missing, and searched for on land and sea and in the air by anguished human beings, fearful of what they'll find. But you and I know where she is. You and I know what's happened. So if at some moment, any moment, you hear the sound of jet engines flying atop the overcast, engines that sound searching and lost, engines that sound desperate, shoot up a flare or do something, anything that might help the men and women aboard Transocean 33, all of them still trying to get home from the Twilight Zone.
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in a moment.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Odyssey of Flight 33, starring Daniel J. Travanti, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Peter DeFaria, Richard Hensel, Turk Muller, Doug James, Peggy Roeder, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Vince Amari, and Roderick Peoples. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Paul Patch, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition. It lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone. Welcome to Maple Street, USA, late summer. A safe, tree-lined world away from the big city. A nice, old-fashioned place to raise a family. Good friends, well-kept lawns, and the laughter of children at play. There's Mr. Steve Brand, who just finished washing his shiny new car, with some help from a good neighbor.
Hand me the rag, will you, Don? I want to polish this baby before the sun goes down.
Sure. Hey, I can get the tires for you.
It's okay. It's almost dark.
Throw me the ball! If you can catch it. Hey, the ice cream man.
Look at that. Ice cream before dinner.
Why not? They deserve it.
Well, as long as their mothers don't find out.
What'll it be, boys?
Futsicle.
Coming right up.
And a rocket popsicle.
This one's got your name on it, Tommy.
At the sound of the roar and the flash of unearthly light, it will be precisely 6:43, and time for another era to begin in this otherwise perfect neighborhood.
Whoa! Look at that!
What was that?
I don't know. What was it?
Must be some kind of new jet.
What was that? A meteor?
That's what it looked like. I didn't hear any crash, though, did you?
No, I didn't hear anything except a roar.
Steve? What was that?
Beats me, honey. Came awful close, didn't it?
Too close to home, much too close.
What the heck?
A police helicopter?
Did you see how fast it was going?
6:44 p.m. on a late September evening, the last calm and reflective moments before the monsters came to Maple Street.
And now, back to our story from the Twilight Zone. The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street, starring Frank John Hughes, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Operator? Operator? Bill, there's something wrong with the phone. What are you doing out there?
Trying to start the power mower.
In the dark?
Well, I wanted to finish the lawn. The motor wouldn't work.
Did you plug in the cord?
Sure did.
Steve, where are you?
Right here, honey.
I just washed my hair and the blow dryer stopped. Then I put soup in the microwave, but it's still cold. We must have blown a fuse. Can you fix it?
I don't think so.
Why not?
It looks like the whole block.
The power's off in our house, too. I can't get anybody on the phone, and the TV went out.
Electricity's off. Phone's dead.
I tried the radio, but... Computer doesn't even work. Who's that?
Who is that?
I can't tell. It's too dark.
Hi, neighbor.
Oh, hi, Charlie. Who's that behind you?
It's just me, Pete Van Horn.
Still dark down the street?
Yep, all the streetlights are out.
Where are you going?
I thought I'd check it out.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I'll cut through your backyard, Steve, if you don't mind.
Hey, what for?
See if they got power over on Floral Street.
Sure. Go ahead.
You need a flashlight?
Nope, I know my way around.
Well, good luck. Let us know.
All right, be right back then.
We've got some candles in the house. Maybe I should go get them.
Not yet. Give it a few more minutes.
Did you see what was on his belt?
What?
A claw hammer.
Oh, he always carries that.
How come?
He's a carpenter.
Yeah, but what does he need a hammer for at night?
I don't know.
For protection?
From what? Steve, what's going on?
I wish I knew, honey.
You know, it just doesn't make any sense.
How do you mean?
Well, why should the power go off all of a sudden?
And the phone lines.
Maybe some sort of electrical storm or something.
Yeah, that don't seem likely. I mean, the sky was just as blue as anything today. No lightning, no thunder, no nothing. How could it be a storm? I can't get a thing on the radio. Not even the portable.
So we can't call the power company.
Well, why don't we check with the police?
How?
Well, you could drive downtown to that new car of yours.
I suppose I could.
They'll probably think we're nuts, though. A little power failure, and right away we get all flustered and bent out of shape.
It isn't just a power failure, Charlie. If it was, we'd still be able to get a broadcast on the portable.
Well, we ought to do something.
I'll run into town and we'll get this straightened out.
Are you sure, Steve? Maybe we should all stay together.
Just take a few minutes, and then at least we'll know.
Do you want me to come with you?
No, you wait here. Go in the house if you want and light some candles.
What's the matter with the car?
I don't understand. It was working fine this afternoon.
Out of gas?
I just filled up.
Well, then it's not getting a spark. Look under the hood.
Well, it could be a lot of things. I wouldn't know where to start, especially at night.
That could be the distributor cap.
But it's new. It's supposed to be under warranty.
What's it mean?
Mean?
All these things happening at once.
It doesn't mean anything. It's just a coincidence. Next time I try the car, it'll probably start just fine.
I don't know. It's as if everything flat out stopped all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's pretty strange if you ask me.
We better walk downtown.
How many? I mean, some of us should stay here and watch the houses.
The two of us can go, Charlie, you and me.
You think it's the meteor?
Well, I really doubt it. I don't see how it could be if that's what it was. A meteor couldn't do this.
Well, then we'll find out. Turn it over to the authorities.
Yeah, they'll know what to do.
They better. That's what we pay them for. Come on, Steve.
Mr. Brand,
Yes, Tommy?
you better not.
Better not what?
Go into town.
Why not?
They don't want you to.
Who doesn't want us to?
Them.
Them?
Whoever was in that thing that flew over.
What?
Whoever was in it. I don't think they want us to leave here.
Fool kid.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
They don't want us to. That's why they shut everything off.
What makes you say that?
Now, isn't that the craziest thing you ever heard?
Tommy, I asked you a question. Whatever gave you that idea?
It's always that way.
Always?
Well, when a ship lands from outer space.
Oh, come on now.
It's that way in every story.
Which story?
All of them. It could be the mothership or just, a scout.
Yeah, you mean one of those smaller spaceships? Oh, sure. Yeah, a flying saucer, something like that.
They watch everything we do.
Why?
I missed something.
I don't know that either. But they're checking us out.
All the way from outer space.
Sure. That's where they come from. Don't you know anything?
For what reason?
Well, for the invasion.
An invasion? From space yet? Sally, you better get that boy of yours off to bed. He's been reading too many comic books or seeing too many science fiction movies or something.
Tommy, come over here and stop that kind of talk.
Go with your mother, Tommy. We'll be right back, and you'll see. That wasn't any kind of ship, for crying out loud. That was just a meteor or something. I guess it did have something to do with these power failures and the rest of it. Meteors can do strange things. I think I read something about it.
Oh, sure. Like sunspots.
That's right.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing sunspots do. They raise Cain with radio reception all over the world.
That part's definitely true.
And this thing coming so close, why? I mean, there's no telling the sort of stuff it can do. Yeah, you go ahead, Steve. You and Charlie go into town and see if that isn't what's causing it all.
All right, then. We're going.
Mr. Brand, please don't.
Come on. You want us just to stand right here in one spot?
You might not be able to get to town.
Why not?
It was that way in the story. Nobody could leave. Nobody except...
Except who?
He's talking about some video game.
Hold on. I want to hear this. Except who, Tommy?
Except the people they sent down ahead of them. Well, they look just like people. You'd never know the difference. It wasn't till the ship landed
Tommy, please, son, please don't talk that way.
Right. The kid shouldn't say stuff like that. And we shouldn't stand here listening to him. Why, this is the silliest thing I ever heard. He tells us a comic book plot and we stand around listening like fools.
Go ahead, Tommy. I want to hear what you've got to say. The whole thing. What kind of story was this? And what about the people they sent ahead?
That was the way they got ready for the landing. They sent 4 people. A mother and father and 2 kids who looked just like humans. But they weren't.
Well, I guess that's it then. What we better do is run a check on the neighborhood and see which one of us are really human. How does that sound to everybody?
There must be something better to do than just stand around making bum jokes about it.
Well, like what?
Well, for instance, I wonder if Floral Street's got the same deal we got.
Hey, where's Pete Van Horn?
Didn't he get back yet?
Can't see a blessed thing. Hey, who's that?
It's Les Goodman. See him there across the street? He went out and got in his car just like that.
Now, where's he going at a time like this?
Looks like he isn't going anywhere.
Hey, Les.
Can't you get it started?
No dice.
That sounds like the battery's dead.
It shouldn't be. It's charged up.
Could be the starter.
Oh, this car always works like clockwork. I get behind the wheel in the morning and it goes. It never fails.
Unless it's something electrical.
Such as? Who did that?
Nobody. It just started.
All by itself?
But that can't be. Cars don't just start all by themselves. Do they, Steve?
Of course not.
Not without the keys. I got them right here in my hand.
Well, this one did. How come his car just up and started like that?
How could it?
Yeah, how could it start by itself? He wasn't anywhere near it.
And he never did come out to look at that thing that flew over. He wasn't even interested.
He was too busy.
Busy with what?
Why? Why didn't he come out with the rest of us to look?
He always was an oddball. Him and his whole family. Real oddballs.
What do you say we ask him?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Wait a minute. Just wait a minute.
What for?
Let's not turn into a mob here.
Listen to me.
Let him talk.
I don't understand it either. I tried to start it. It wouldn't start. You saw me. All of you saw me.
Sure we did.
What are you telling us, Les? That there's something going on here?
I'm not telling you anything. I don't understand it either. I swear I don't understand anything about tonight.
What don't you understand?
What's happening?
Well, maybe you better tell us the whole story.
What story?
Well, here's the way I see it. Nothing's working on this street. Nothing. No lights, no power, no radio, no TV. Nothing except one car. And guess whose it is? Yours.
Yeah, that's right.
Now don't go jumping to conclusions. We don't have all the facts yet.
He's getting back in his car.
Well, why shouldn't he? It's his.
No, you don't. We need some answers. And we need them now.
Hold it right there. You keep your distance, all of you.
Go ahead, let's hear it.
So I've got a car that starts by itself. Well, that's a freak thing, I admit it. But does that make me some kind of criminal or something? I don't know why the car works. It just does.
We're all on a monster kick, Les. Seems that general impression holds that maybe one family isn't what we think they are. Monsters from outer space or something.
You never can be sure. Could have been a spy plane.
On Maple Street? Right. How'd they get here? Or were they here all along?
Well, that thing, it could have been a missile. You never know.
A bomb, you mean? An ICBM? Did you hear it explode? Did you?
Well, no.
I'll tell you what's going on. You're afraid of anything that's different. Fifth columnists from the vast beyond. Listen to yourselves. You know anybody that might fit that description, Les? On Maple Street?
No, I sure don't.
I don't either. And neither does anybody else.
Look at that!
At what? It's his porch light.
It went on.
Yeah, the only one that's on.
So who turned it on, huh?
Now I suppose that's really supposed to incriminate me.
Take it easy.
The light goes on and off. Something in the wiring. Big deal. That really seals it, doesn't it?
Move back, everybody.
Why should we?
This is Les's porch. His yard.
That doesn't matter anymore.
Sure it does. It's his property.
I just don't understand this. So I've got a bad switch.
You never did before.
Look, you all know me.
Of course they do.
We've lived here for 5 years, right in this house.
Now, where'd you move here from?
Will you let him talk?
We're no different than any of the rest of you. We're no different at all. Really, this whole thing is just weird.
Well, if that's the case, Les Goodman, explain what...
Explain what? Why do I have to explain anything to you or anybody else?
Never mind.
Go ahead. What about it? Explain what?
Well...
Go on. Just say it.
Well, sometimes I go to bed late at night. A couple of times I'd come out on the porch and I'd see Mr. Goodman here in the wee hours of the morning, standing out in front of his house.
Then what was he doing?
Looking.
Looking where? In somebody's window?
No, up at the sky.
What?
That's right, looking up at the sky as if he were waiting for something.
For a signal?
Well, I really couldn't say.
Think. What did you see him do?
I'd like all of you to leave now.
You stay away from us.
Or what? You know, really, this is a bad joke. You know what I'm guilty of? I'm guilty of insomnia. Now, what's the penalty for that? Is that a crime now, too? Well, is it? Doesn't anybody have anything to say about that?
Let it go. Nobody said...
No! Did you hear what I said? I said it was insomnia.
They heard.
You fools. You scared, frightened rabbits. You're sick. Sick people. Do you know that? All of you.
Hey, easy.
And you don't know what you're getting into. You don't have any idea. Because let me tell you, this thing you're starting, that should be what really frightens you. As God is my witness, you're letting something begin here that could turn into a nightmare you can't stop.
Les, I brought you a glass of milk. Refrigerator's off, but it's still cold.
Put the candle out.
Why?
Just do it.
What are all those people doing across the street? Why are they just standing there?
I said put the candle out, now.
Are they still watching our house?
That's right.
What do they expect to see?
A red monkey.
What?
I remember a science article I read once.
Which article?
About an experiment.
What made you think of that?
It was in a laboratory. They set up a kind of zoo with all these monkeys. They made sure they were comfortable, had plenty to eat, let them go about their business. All different kinds of monkeys. And for a while, they all got along just fine.
Les, what does this have to do with
Then one day, the scientists painted one of the monkeys another color. Red or green or something, I don't remember. Just one of them. And you know what happened? All the other monkeys turned on it, and they tore the red monkey apart. Killed it right there on the spot for no reason.
Oh, Les, that is a horrible story.
No reason except it was a little bit too different. I suppose that was enough for the monkeys. Do we still have that gun?
What?
My dad's old service pistol. I had it packed in the attic. I was wondering, do you think it's still there?
I'm gonna wait right here no matter how long it takes.
For what, Charlie?
It just doesn't seem right, keeping watch on them like this.
Well, what else are we supposed to do?
Now, Charlie, he was right when he said he was one of our neighbors. One of our good neighbors. Think about it. Why, I've known Ethel Goodman ever since they moved in. We go shopping together once a week. We've been friends for...
That don't prove a thing.
Well, it's worth something.
Any guy who spends his time looking up at the sky early in the morning, all alone, well, there's something plain wrong with that kind of person.
Haven't you ever looked in the sky?
And why would I do that?
The stars, Charlie. The constellations. I had a pair of binoculars when I was a kid. Knew the names of every one.
Yeah, when you were a kid. But there's something about that, well, it ain't legitimate here. Maybe under normal circumstances we could let it go by, but these aren't normal circumstances. What more do you need? Do I have to spell it out for you?
I guess you do.
Look at the street. Our street. Now there's nothing but candles everywhere. It's like going back to the Dark Ages or something.
Yes, it is.
Where are you going, Mr. Brand?
To visit an old friend. Les?
You don't have to knock. Anybody wants me, I'm right here.
Come on, Les.
Steve, is that you?
Stay right where you are. We don't want any trouble.
No trouble, I promise. Not if I have anything to say about it.
But this time, if anybody sets foot on my porch, that's what they're going to get. Trouble.
Look, Les.
I've already explained to you people.
You people? Is that who we are now?
And I'm not going to explain again.
You don't have to explain anything.
I don't sleep very well at night. Sometimes I get up and take a walk, and I look up at the sky. I keep track of the meteor showers, shooting stars. They come at different times of the year, at odd hours. You can read about it in National Geographic. Don't you know that?
Sure I do.
That's exactly what he does. He always has.
I understand.
Why, this whole thing, it's been blown out of all proportion. It's ridiculous.
I know.
It's some kind of madness or something.
That's what it is, all right. Some kind of madness.
Then
What can we do to stop it?
At this point, that is the question.
You best watch who you're seen with, Steve.
Who's that?
You ain't exactly above suspicion yourself.
Or you, Charlie.
Or any of us, it seems, from age 8 on up.
Come inside, Steve.
No. There's no reason to hide.
What I'd like to know is, what are we going to do? Just stand around here all night?
There's nothing else we can do. Till then, we stand watch. One of them will tip their hand. You'll see. They've got to.
There's something you can do, Charlie.
Oh, you're telling me what to do?
You could go home and keep your mouth shut.
Oh, yeah?
You could quit strutting around like a self-appointed hanging judge and just climb into bed and forget it.
You sound real anxious to have that happen, Steve.
Oh, I am.
In that case, I think we better keep a real close eye on you, too.
You do that.
I think everything might as well come out now.
Good idea.
Steve, your wife's done plenty of talking about you lately.
She what?
About your habits. You're plenty odd, too, it sounds like.
And when did you talk to my wife?
Go ahead. Tell us what she said.
Yes, go ahead. What's my wife said? Let's get it all out.
Yeah, let's.
Why not? Let's pick out every idiosyncrasy about every single man, woman, and child on this street and put them under a microscope like bugs.
Are you afraid of the truth, buddy?
You think you know what the truth is?
If you got nothing to hide...
Then why don't we go all the way and set up some kind of kangaroo court? How about a firing squad at dawn, Charlie, so we can get rid of all the suspects? Narrow them down, make it easier for you. And for you too, Don, old buddy.
Hey, look, there's no need getting so upset, Steve.
Then why are you?
Well, it's just that, well...
Well, what?
Myra's talked about how there's been plenty of nights when you spend hours and hours down in your basement, working on some kind of radio equipment or something.
Oh, for the love of...
Got a regular electronics lab down there, she says. Well, none of us have ever seen that radio, now have we? Or whatever it is. How come you never told us about it?
Yeah, go ahead, Steve. What kind of radio set you working on? Shortwave or something else? I've never seen it, and neither has anyone else around here.
It's a hobby, for God's sake.
Who do you talk to on that radio? And who talks to you? What kind of messages you sending, huh? And receiving.
I'm surprised at you, Charlie. How come you're so dense all of a sudden?
What does that mean?
Who do I talk to? Well, who do you think? I talk to monsters from outer space.
There, he admitted it.
I talk to three-headed green men who fly over in what look like meteors. That is, when I'm not talking to other enemies, other aliens.
Steve, please.
Go back in the house, honey.
It's a ham radio, that's all. I bought him a book on it for his birthday. It's just an amateur radio set. A lot of people have them. It's good for keeping in touch with friends all over the world.
Oh, yeah? What friends? In which country?
Does it matter?
It matters a lot.
I can show it to you. Would that make you feel better? It's right down in the basement.
Show them nothing. If they want to look inside our house, let them go get a search warrant.
Look, you can't afford to...
Charlie, don't tell me what I can afford. Stop telling me who's dangerous and who's safe and who's a menace.
Come inside now.
And the rest of you, you're with them too, aren't you? You're standing here all set to crucify, all set to find a scapegoat, all desperate to point your fingers at your neighbor. Well, now look, friends. The only thing that's gonna happen is that we'll all end up eating each other alive. Get your hand off me, Charlie.
That's not the only thing that can happen to us.
What's that?
Who? Tommy, get inside and lock the door.
It's the monster. It's the monster.
No, Tommy.
We may need this.
A shotgun? Give me that.
Don't try to take it away from me.
Put it down. We can't even see who it is yet. It could be anybody.
It don't look like anybody. At least not from around here. It looks tall, real tall and dark, and...
That's because the streetlights are off.
Well, whoever it is, it can go right back where it came from.
Oh, it's an it now, not a who.
Give me the gun.
But you don't know who...
Stand aside if you're not going to help.
Good Lord, will anybody take the time to think?
We've done enough thinking.
Will you people wise up? Even if it is what you say it is, what good would a gun do against something like that? Some sort of enemy? Something you don't even have a name for yet? Something that...
No more words, Steve. You're gonna talk us into a grave. Whatever's out there in the street, you'd let walk right over us, wouldn't you? Well, some of us won't. Some of us are man enough to stand up for what we believe in.
What do you believe?
Quiet! Here it comes!
You got him, Charlie!
One shot! Pretty good, huh?
Take a look.
No.
Take a look. Take a good long look and see what you've done, you murderers.
It's Pete Van Horn.
I thought he was going to go over to the next block to see if the power was on.
You killed him, Charlie. You shot him dead.
But I didn't know who it was. I sure didn't. He comes walking out of the shadows like that. How am I supposed to know who he was?
Then why did you shoot?
Steve, you know why. Tell him, huh? How was I supposed to know he wasn't one of the monsters or something?
You make me sick to my stomach.
Dad, we're all scared of the same thing. I was trying to protect my home and my neighborhood, that's all, like anybody would. Look, all of you, that's what I was trying to do.
Hey, you're the one, not me. You did it.
I didn't know it was one of us. I swear I didn't know.
Look over there.
What is it?
A light just went on.
Where?
In that upstairs bedroom.
Which one?
Charlie. Charlie. The lights just went on.
Where?
In your house.
I don't know nothing about that.
Why did your lights just go on?
Yeah, what about it, Charlie?
Oh, back off.
Hey, how come you're the only one with lights on now?
Yes. Why don't you tell us? It's something I'd certainly like to know. To be honest, I'm curious.
Hey, come on.
You were so quick to kill, Charlie.
It was an accident.
And you were so quick to tell us who we had to be careful of. Well, come to think of it, maybe you had to kill.
Had to?
Maybe Pete there was trying to tell us something.
What do you mean?
Maybe he found out something and came back to tell us who there was amongst us we should watch out for.
No, it's nothing like that. I don't know why the lights are on. I swear I don't. Look, somebody's pulling a gag or something.
A gag? A gag, Charlie? There's a dead man on the sidewalk and you killed him. Does this look like a gag to you?
No, please!
I'll get him.
Charlie, over here in the house. It must have been Charlie.
We gotta get him.
Well, we'll take care of him.
Charlie, the glass, you're cut.
Get behind me.
I'll get a bandage.
I don't need it.
Quick, they're coming.
Now, all of you, listen.
Listen to what?
Why should we?
You said plenty already.
I swear to you, I swear it isn't me.
Then who is it?
But I know who it is. I do.
Sure you do.
I know who the monster is here.
Who is it?
I know who it is that doesn't belong. I give you my word. I know.
What are you waiting for then?
Oh, please, Les, come away.
Not yet.
What are you waiting for? A flash of red?
What are you talking about?
The monkeys, Les. Remember, you told me about it. The monkeys.
I want to hear this. Go in the house and wait for me.
I'll go in the house, but I may not be there when you come home.
If you just hear me out.
Come on, Charlie, come on.
Who is it, Charlie? Tell us.
All right, quit stalling. Let's hear it.
It's
Go ahead. Give us a name.
It's the kid. It's Tommy. He's the one.
No.
How can it be?
It has to be.
Mom?
That's crazy. Crazy. He's a child. He's my little boy.
But he knew. He was the only one who knew. He told us all about it, every little detail. Well, how did he know? How could he have known? Can you tell us that, Sally?
Yeah, that's right.
How could he?
Make the kid talk.
What about Goodman's car, though?
Well, it was Charlie who killed Old Man Horn. Nobody could argue with that. Just shut him up.
But it was the kid who knew what was going to happen the whole time. He was the one who knew.
Have you all gone crazy? Stop it, every one of you, now!
You better shut up, Brad.
Or what?
This.
Charlie has to be the one. He's just lying to save his own skin. It all adds up now. Where's my shotgun?
I'll get the hammer off Old Man Horn.
Maybe Les Goodman is the one. His car started.
Let's wreck it before he gets away.
What about Brand's radio? He's the one who called them.
Smash the radio.
Les.
Give me the hammer. Something.
I got a 22.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
Steve, we gotta get out of here.
Too late. It's too late.
Get Steve and Charlie. They're working together.
You better listen to me. It's our only chance. Where's the kid?
No, you stay away from us.
Mom!
Let's go, Tommy. Stay with me. We're going home now.
Hey, he's getting away.
Leave us be.
I could get a shot. You missed. Give me that thing. You gotta aim. Here.
What's that?
Where?
The light over there in that house.
It just went on.
That's Bob Weaver's place.
Then it isn't the kid.
That isn't the Weaver's house.
It's Don Martin's place.
I tell you, it's the kid.
It's Charlie. He's the one. Hold on, there's lights in the house next door to it going off and on.
And that one.
And that one.
Which one is it?
It's all of them.
It can't be everybody.
It is. Look.
Blinking on and off. Up and down the block like a Christmas tree about to blow.
Look at them down there. They've started a fire. Humans. They didn't last long. They never do. No defenses. Then our job will be easy. Understand the procedure now? Clearly. We stop some of their primitive machines. Radios, televisions, telephones. And throw them in the darkness for a few Earth hours. A few minutes. And observe the pattern. This pattern is always the same. With subtle variations. They pick the most dangerous enemy they can find. Their own kind. All we need to do is watch and wait. And I take it this place, this Maple Street, is not unique. By no means. Their world is full of Maple Streets. And we'll go from one to another, and let them destroy themselves. One by one by one. Time to return to the ship. For now. Tell the fleet we're ready. If we even need them.
The tools of conquest do not necessarily come with bombs and missiles, with explosions and fallout and invading armies. The most dangerous weapons are simply thoughts, attitudes, prejudices, to be found only in the minds of men. For the record, prejudice can kill and suspicion can destroy. And a thoughtless, frightened search for a scapegoat has a fallout and a contamination all its own. For the children, our children, and those yet to be born. And the vast universal pity of it is that such things cannot be safely confined to the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Monsters Are Due on Maple Street, starring Frank John Hughes, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Adam Tangway, Mike Algedeff, Tony Castillo, Laura Russell, Linda Ryder, Turk Moeller, Rick Komanik, Peggy Roeder, Heather Ann Preet, Sammy Giampapa, Anthony Giampapa, Jeff Lubiton, Don Longo, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Doug James. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. The Mind and the Matter, starring Hal Sparks, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Rich Komanek, Lisa Joyce, Jeff Lupetin, Doug James, Vince Amari, Meg Thalken, Roderick Peoples, C.J. Amari, Roger Wolski, Karen Olson, Carl Amari, and Lynn Foley. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
My name is Archibald Beechcraft, and to coin a phrase, welcome to my world. And a wonderful world it is. You might even call it paradise. To tell you the truth, I don't remember exactly how I got here, but I assure you I have no intentions of leaving. No intentions whatsoever. Why should I? Everything I need is here. The sand, the sea, the sky, as blue as a robin's egg, gently swaying palms, and absolutely nothing on the horizon. Nothing. And no one. Do you understand? Not a soul in sight as far as the eye can see. Only the occasional bottle that washes up on the beach. Like this one. They're all the same, with a note inside, some poor soul scribbling a message for help. Whoever reads this, I am stranded on a desert island. Please send a rescue ship at once. Stranded? A rescue ship? The fool! Doesn't he know he's finally found peace? He's escaped from the crowds, the rat race, from civilization. Obviously an imbecile. Who would want to go back to that world? Cars, subways, buses, and people. Everywhere you look, yammering away, pushing and shoving till you can't breathe, can't think. No thanks. I've had my fill of people. If you don't mind, I'll live out my days like this. Alone. Quite blissfully alone. Except, of course, for Chi-Chi, the perfect companion. Never a word of disagreement. In fact, never a word of any kind, because, you see, he's a chimpanzee. And a very intelligent one. If I'm hungry, he brings me a banana. When I'm thirsty, he climbs a tree and picks a ripe coconut. Have you ever tasted fresh coconut milk? Oh, you must. It's really quite refreshing. Hold on, Chi-Chi. What's this? A footprint? Well, that means we're not alone after all. But how can that be? This is my world. Wait a minute. Whoever made this footprint, do you suppose his name might be Friday? If so, he'll speak an entirely different language. No communication whatsoever, and plenty of room for both of us. He'll have his half of the island, and I'll have mine. Unless, of course, Friday's a female. You think it's possible? Why, I don't see why not. A lovely native girl in a sarong with big brown eyes like a Walter Keane painting, and a tray of finger sandwiches, poi, that sort of thing. Maybe some Mai Tais. Who can't speak, of course. No, why should she? She'll live in her grass hut and I'll live in mine, and we'll visit from time to time. An ideal arrangement, I'll give her a lei, a flower lei, whenever the spirit moves me. And when the spirit doesn't move me... Now where's that coming from? There aren't any telephones on my island. It can't be a telephone booth on the beach. Most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Yes? Yes, who is it? Who in the... Hello, who's there? Hello? Who? Hello? Tropical Paradise, Beechcraft speaking. Hello? Hello? Oh, the alarm clock. I must have been dreaming again. What time is it? 6:30 already? This is my world, all right. And welcome to it.
A brief, if somewhat jarring, introduction to Mr. Archibald Beechcraft, a child of his time, a product of the population explosion, and an unwilling inheritor of the legacy of progress. He has just begun his daily battle for survival in a world that cares not one whit for his happiness or sanity. But very soon, our hero will begin a one-man rebellion against this impersonal age, and to do so, he will enlist the help of certain unusual aids, of the sort found only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Mind and the Matter, starring Hal Sparks, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Morning, Beechcraft.
I don't see what's so good about it.
How's that?
If you'll excuse me, I'm late.
You're always late. Take it easy. You'll get there.
I'm sure I will. And what an unmitigated joy that will be.
91, 92, 93.
Stand aside.
I don't have to. My mom said I could play.
And I said move it.
94, 95, 96, 97.
Why do you have to do that here, inside the building?
Oh, you made me lose count. Now I have to start all over again. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Get out of my way, you little wretch.
Ma, that man called me a wretch.
Hey, watch it, buddy.
Sorry.
Look where you're going.
Beg your pardon.
Hey, careful with the briefcase, huh?
I'm late, you see.
Hey, he almost knocked me down.
If I miss my train...
Red light, mister, red light.
But I can't wait for the light to change. If I do miss my train, then they'll dock my pay, meager though it may be, and if they do that, well, there's no limit to what they can do. I'm not about to jeopardize my position just because of all the rude, inconsiderate people who are ruining this city. Positively ruining it. That's my train!
Slow down, one at a time.
But you see, officer, I absolutely must catch the 732 uptown.
Keep your shit on, pal.
Let me through, please.
Watch who you're pushing.
You don't understand. This is my...
Hands off, buddy.
One person per token.
I don't have a token.
Well, then you better get one at the window.
But I overslept. I'm late.
One at a time, folks. Let's keep moving.
Let me on, please.
Hey, you stepped on my foot.
Move to the back, please.
This elevator's full.
But I absolutely must get to the 15th floor.
Why don't you wait for the next one?
I can't wait. I'm late as it is.
I said this one's full.
Surely there's room for one more.
Sorry, Beechcraft.
If I could just squeeze in.
Will you watch the elbow?
I do apologize.
Going up.
There's Mr. Beechcraft. Finally decided to make it,
Better late than never.
Morning, Laura.
What happened to you?
What didn't? If you'd been through what I've been through.
Did you punch in?
Yes.
Mr. Rogers got here 15 minutes ago.
I'm sure he did.
I told him you went to get coffee.
Coffee. That's what I need.
Not now.
And my blood pressure pills.
Wait till the break. Look like you're busy.
You mean pretend? I don't have to pretend. Of course, in a reasonable world where a person could work at his own pace with no pressure, no interruptions.
Mr. Rogers will be back any minute.
I'll bet he will. All right. Where did I leave off yesterday? The Campbell file, as I recall.
I'm finishing it for you.
What? You shouldn't have done that. I'm quite capable.
I know you are. I was only trying to help.
Thank you, Laura, but if I could be allowed to concentrate without so many distractions, there'd be no problem.
Here's your coffee, Miss Petty.
Oh, thank you, Henry. You can call me Laura, you know.
All right, Laura. I didn't know how you wanted it, so I got cream and sugar. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Kindly give it back.
Hmm?
The Campbell file.
I'm just about to close it out.
Where do you want me to set it?
What?
The coffee.
Just a minute.
If you please, Laura.
Here you go. Oh, no.
Why, you clumsy clod!
Gosh, Mr. Beechcraft, I sure am sorry.
You spilled it all over my jacket.
I guess I didn't see you.
That's precisely your problem.
Try cold water before the stain sets.
I'll get another cup.
That's all right, Henry. No harm done.
I ought to send you the cleaning bill.
Is that Beechcraft?
Yes, sir.
Looks like he's headed for the washroom. Something the matter?
Well, Mr. Rogers, you see,
He's a little out of sorts this morning.
Is he now? Feeling ill, Beechcraft?
No, sir. Nothing like that.
If you'll forgive an observation, you're not looking too well.
I'm all right, Mr. Rogers.
You look tired. You know, Beechcraft, keeping yourself fit is not only a personal responsibility. In a larger sense, it's part of your obligation to the firm that employs you. Healthy body, healthy mind, and so forth.
I'm not unaware of that.
Then why don't you pull yourself together, man? Get enough sleep at night.
I try to, sir.
Eat regular meals. Lots of fresh vegetables, greens. Oh, you can't beat those greens for vitamins. I'm a sprouts and spinach man myself.
Are you?
I'd have them for breakfast if I could. Believe me, Beechcraft, the secret is definitely in the greens. It's the color of power.
I see.
Not drinking, are you, Beechcraft? Touch of the old sauce?
I don't drink, Mr. Rogers.
Well, if you don't drink and you don't stay out late at night, you must not be watching your diet. From now on, see that you do.
If you'd really like to know, Mr. Rogers, if you'd really like to know precisely why I'm so dead tired, try coming to work on the 7:32 subway train every morning, then jamming into an elevator with a herd of cattle, then trying to work in that den of cacophony you call an office.
Take hold of yourself, Beechcraft.
Then standing in line in that so-called cafeteria during that so-called lunch hour, which is never more than 42 minutes. Oh, that's really good for the digestion. Then getting trampled to death in the subway again at 5:38 every night. Then standing in line with more people at a Greasy Spoon restaurant, followed by another line at a movie or a concert or anywhere else I care to go. But always standing in line, always getting shoved, always getting jostled, always getting pushed around by more people.
For goodness sakes, man, take hold.
I'll take hold, Mr. Rogers. I'll take hold when I can achieve that milestone, that millennium, that absolute perfection that only comes with solitude. Understand? Solitude. That means no people. You read me, Mr. Rogers? They're the ultimate insult, and my problem is simply that I can't get away from them. At no time, except during the wondrous 7.5 hours I spend in my bed every night. And even then, I hear them outside.
Hear what?
People. Raucous, shrieking, shouting people. Herds, droves, legions, hosts, armies, bevies, flocks and coveys of people.
I don't like that look in your eye, Beechcraft. I don't like it one bit.
If I had my way, here's how I'd fix the universe. I'd eliminate them all. I mean, cross them off. Get rid of them. Send them packing. Destroy them. And then there'd be only one man left. Me. Archibald Beechcraft, Esquire. Let me out of here.
You're quite mad. Do you know that, Beechcraft? You're either off or en route away from your rocker.
Well, if I am, I very much prefer my madness to the so-called sanity around me. People, as far as I'm concerned, you can have them. If I had my way, I'd make them all disappear. Every last one.
Well. Old Beechcraft's finally showing some gumption. Just the same, I'd best keep a close eye on him. A very close eye indeed.
I'll have a baked fish.
Yes, ma'am.
Salisbury steak for me.
Coming right up.
Oh, and an extra roll.
Vegetables with that?
Broccoli.
Sure thing.
No mashed potatoes, no french fries, no... I'll have the succotash today.
Club sandwich here.
Dessert?
How's the tapioca pudding?
Lumpy.
I need another fork. This one's dirty.
You got it.
1 club sandwich, coleslaw, no fries, coffee black.
There you go.
That's it, sir.
That's right, the usual.
So I see. Cash or charge?
Cash. Get my wallet out of my pocket. There's hardly room to turn around. Here.
Don't you have anything smaller?
No, I'm afraid not.
Your change.
Hurry up, will you, buddy? We don't have all day.
I'm doing my best. If you'd allow me to put my wallet away.
Next, 1 double macaroni and cheese, salad with ranch.
Excuse me.
The seat's saved.
Well, how about the one next to it?
Now, he'll be right back.
Of course. Of course he will.
Hey, Mr. Beechcraft, over here.
Thank God. I'm obliged, Henry.
Think nothing of it, Mr. Beechcraft. Squeeze right in.
That was my plan.
Been saving it for you. I was sort of, well, I wanted to make up for this morning.
This morning?
When I spilled coffee on your coat. I'm really sorry about that. Say, Mr. Beechcraft?
Mm-hmm.
I have a friend.
You don't say.
Works in the used bookstore around the corner. I went there before lunch.
Whatever for?
Oh, I like to read. All kinds of stuff.
Do tell.
Horror mostly. That's my favorite.
Why am I not surprised?
Some of those paperbacks are pretty cool, you know? There was one about these giant worms that live in the sub-basement of an office building. And if you took the elevator down there late at night, these big white old worm things will be waiting for you. And they must have been really hungry, because...
Please, Henry. I'm eating.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, I went over there today, and I saw this. So I sort of got it for you.
What is it? Story of a serial killer who wants to depopulate the earth?
Nothing like that. Take a look. I thought you might like it.
The mind and the matter. How you can achieve the ultimate power of concentration. Think this is something I need, Henry?
It's really rare. There are only a few printed.
Little on the occult side, isn't it?
Maybe so. But seeing as how you always have so much work to do, my friend is kind of a student of the mind. He swears by this, says it's the last copy. The publisher was supposed to destroy all of them.
For what reason?
Too powerful. Tells you how to make people do things.
Things?
Would you believe it, Mr. Beechcraft? I've seen him. I've seen my friend cause a woman to do something fantastic.
How's that?
It's true. He was in a department store, and he saw this woman at the sale table, and he concentrated real hard on one particular thing, and Mr. Beechcraft, as sure as I'm sitting here in the cafeteria of the United Tool and Die Company, that woman, you won't believe this.
What?
Well, that woman picked up a chartreuse and orange scarf, paid for it and everything. She never would have bought it in a million years. Who would? But he made her do it, just like that. It's the truth, I swear.
Will you please try to be more careful?
Oops, there goes the coffee again. Sorry, Mr. Beechcraft.
Thank you so much for the book, Henry. Now, if you don't mind, I think I'll be leaving. I've had more than my fill.
Mr. Beechcraft, Chapter 3. Read that one first. Remember, Chapter 3.
Right, Henry. Chapter 3. Initial phenomenon of intense concentration. Focus on a single desired outcome, and close your eyes. Mental picture, repeat 3 times.
Ready to go back?
Not yet. I have to fix my makeup.
Okay.
Wait, I think I'll have a soda first. Want one?
Nah.
Let me see. Orange, root beer, grape.
Might as well give it a try. Concentrate. Tropical punch. Pick tropical punch.
I just can't make up my mind.
It's delicious. Try it. You'll like it.
Why'd you pick that one?
I don't know. I really don't. I was going to choose lemon lime, but for some reason my finger pressed tropical punch.
How's it taste?
Might as well find out.
Yes! You'll see. It's absolutely delicious. Puts one in the mind of a Mai Tai. I think I'd better read the entire book. Chapter 4, to achieve your heart's desire. Heart's desire, eh? Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. The most important element is concentration. Blot out the quotidian irrelevancies that pollute your day. Quotidian? Nice vocabulary.
Mr. Beechcraft?
The science of the mind requires absolute adherence to the following rules.
Mr. Beechcraft?
What is it, Laura?
Did you turn in the Campbell file?
Campbell?
John R. From this morning. I don't see it.
I'll get to it. Now then. The following rules of mental control over the omnipresent phenomenology of the modern environment.
I really need the file before Mr. Rogers comes by again.
Silence! Can't you see I'm reading?
Sorry I disturbed you.
Oh, Laura, how was your beverage, by the way?
Beverage?
In the hall, the can of soda. Tropical punch, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Not bad, actually. Reminded me of a pina colada.
Did it now? Delicious, I bet. I'll just get back to my book. A very important book. Very, very important. Distractions which divert 98% of our brain capacity from the more highly evolved regions of the cerebral cortex.
Everybody going to the ground floor?
Yeah. The source of the power is located in the pineal gland, or vestigial third eye.
You, sir?
Where the power of the all-encompassing life force.
Sir, you going to the first floor too?
He's talking to you, buddy. What's the matter, you deaf?
What? Of course I'm going to the first floor. Where else would I be going?
Watch your fingers. Going down.
The more complete the mental picture, the more complete the result. Focus your mind and concentrate to the exclusion of all else. From the lower to the higher chakras, until you feel the power surging.
You getting on the train or what?
Oh, yes.
Then move along. All aboard?
Please step back. The doors are closing.
Mental imaging of the desired result to the exclusion of all else. Now, where was I? Chapter 9. The energy generated by pure mind has an electrical coefficient of... Yes, The numbers are absolutely correct, unequivocally. That being the case, it stands to reason that the conclusions are correct as well. Why, the mind must be the most underrated power in the entire universe. Given the proper concentration, well, there's really no limit to what a man could do. No limit at all. Look at them down there. People. So many. I wonder, if I concentrated hard enough, could I actually get rid of... But why not? Why not? Concentration, that's all it takes. I have the power here, inside my head. Sheer concentration. Concentrate on getting rid of all those people. I wonder if I could do it in one fell swoop. Or knock them off one by one. Just think of it. Nobody in the elevator, in the office, the cafeteria, or on the street. None! Not in the hall or on the stairs. Nobody except...
Mr. Beechcraft. Mr. Beechcraft.
Who is it?
You know perfectly well who it is. It's Mrs. Weller. The rent is due, Mr. Beechcraft. Do you hear me? The rent. I'm not going away till you pay, Mr. Beechcraft. Mr. Beechcraft.
Close your eyes and repeat the following words 3 times. Go away. Disappear. Be extinct.
The rent, Mr. Beechcraft.
Go away. Disappear. Be extinct.
The rent.
Go away. Disappear. Be extinct.
Mr. Beechcraft.
Mrs. Weller? Mrs. Weller? Mrs. Weller? Aha! You're gone! Concentration, that's the key. And I have it. Today the landlady, tomorrow the world!
Good morning, Beechcraft.
Is it?
I only meant...
I know perfectly well what you meant. Why don't you just keep to yourself and mind your own beeswax?
Well, I don't know why I bother, Beechcraft. I was only trying to be a good neighbor. I've tried to be a good neighbor for years, and what good does it do me? Why don't
Go
you keep
away,
to yourself from now
disappear,
on? I'll stay in my
be
apartment,
extinct.
and you stay in yours.
Go
and
away,
never the twain
disappear,
shall meet, okay?
be
That
extinct.
Suit you because it suits...
Aha! I wasn't dreaming. It works.
113, 114, 115, 116.
Out of the way, son.
Make me. 117.
Very well.
118,
Go away, disappear, be extinct. Go away, disappear, be extinct.
Hey, give me back my ball.
I don't have your ball, young man.
Then where did it go? Ma!
Silence!
Ma, the
I'm
Batman
afraid you
took
leave
my
me no
ball.
choice. Go away, disappear,
Ma!
be
He won't give it
extinct.
back. He won't.
And another one bites the dust.
Hey, watch it.
Out of the way, jerk.
I was here first.
Let me through, please. I need to catch the 732.
Officer, that man cut in front of me.
Hey, you! I said you!
Surely you're not addressing me.
Put a token in like everybody else.
I don't have a token.
So get one.
I don't have time to buy tokens. If I miss my train...
Step out of the line.
What for?
I'm writing you up. You're gonna get a big fat fine for cheating the city out of...
But it's only a token. I'll mail it to you. I'll deposit 2 tokens tomorrow morning, but I simply do not have the time.
Yeah, I heard it all before.
This one may take some doing.
What'd you say?
Nothing, officer. Concentrate. Go away, disappear, be extinct.
Are you cursing me out?
Go away, disappear, be extinct.
All right, that's it. I'm taking you in for insulting a transit officer. I got a nice pair of bracelets that'll fit you just fine.
Go away, disappear, be extinct. You were saying, officer? You were saying? All right, 732, let's get ready to rumble. Beechcraft is coming through. What? No line for the elevator this morning? No pushing? No shoving? My, that is unusual. Anyone else? No? All right then. Going up? Morning, everyone. Laura? You're not here, are you? Slept in, I presume? Like a great many people. Fine with me. I'll just sit down here and get to work without being rushed. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Jones Stephen. A rather large export to the UK. I'll just see if everything's in order. At my own pace for once. Yes. Better finish this one before Mr. Rogers gets here. If he ever shows up. Now, let me see. All well and good. A major improvement. Only, when I finish this and the other files, what else is there to do? With no one breathing down my neck, how should one occupy his time? Isn't it time for lunch yet? I think I'll just have the salad today. Some soup to start off and crackers. No hurry, mind you. Plenty of time to digest my meal. Where to sit? Why, any table at all? The morning paper. What's new in the world today? White House. Middle East. Federal Reserve Bank. Oh, it's no use. I hate eating alone. And worse than that, I'm bored. If only I had someone to talk to. One person, that's all. Someone quiet, well-mannered, intelligent, someone like me, in other words. That's it. Concentrate, Beechcraft, concentrate. You called? It worked. Of course it worked. Don't you have any confidence in yourself? Pleased to meet you. The name's Beechcraft. I know. And your name is? Archibald. Call me Archie. You too. Call me Archie as well, if you like. I like it just fine. How's tricks, Arch, old man? Bit on the slow side this morning. Look here, Arch. This isn't working. Wouldn't you agree? Why not? Let's be frank. Too much of a good thing. Well, I wouldn't say so. but you're thinking it. Let's just say I'm temporarily accessible to suggestions about how to occupy my time. Face it, you're bored to tears. Solitude is one thing, but loneliness is quite another. Loneliness. I despise people, loathe them. And I, Archibald Beechcraft, have done away with them. For good and all, mind you, for good and all. I'm leaving. You haven't finished your lunch. I don't have much of an appetite. Thought about any alternatives? Alternatives to what? To this. It's like an empty movie set in here. I don't even want to think about what it's like outside. Look at yourself. You don't have idea one about how to fill the day. People are bad enough, but inactivity's even worse. You're talking nonsense. I'm content. I'm honestly and truly content. For the first time in my life, I have managed to rid myself of the worst scourge there is. The general populace. So what are you going to do? Splurge and buy a can of tropical fruit punch from the soft drink machine? Will that do it for you? If the truth be known, I would appreciate a little diversion of some kind. Any kind. You mean like a change in the weather? That's it. Perhaps a little unseasonal rain. Or a lot of rain. Let's make it a tropical storm with thunder and lightning. The works. That should shake things up. All I have to do is concentrate. Not that exciting, is it? Maybe we need to add something spectacular. Like an earthquake. You sure you want to do that? Why not? Here goes. You mean there it goes? I can imagine what the office looks like right now. My desk! All your files on the floor. Gonna take some sorting. Enough! No earthquake and no storm either. Forget it! So now what, Arch, old man? I've had it for the day. I'm gonna take the rest of the afternoon off. Uh-huh. And do what? Stroll down the street? Take a ride on the subway all by your lonesome? Boy, I'll bet the old apartment building's quiet as a tomb. It's starting to get to you, isn't it? The thing of it is, I don't care much for people, but it's difficult not having anyone, present company excluded. I guess it's a trade-off. That's the crux of the problem. Frankly, there isn't a breed of human being that I can stomach. Ever think of a Cocker Spaniel? I never cared much for animals either. Most of all, though, I can't stand people. Thanks. Well, except for you, naturally. But that's because you're a higher class of individual. Wait a minute. That's it! That's what? Why didn't I think of it before? People I can stand. That's what I'll do. I'll create people who are just like me. A world full of Archie Beechcrafts. Now that's a thought. You bet your sweet life it is. I'll will it. I'll concentrate, and from now on, everyone will be exactly like me. It's so simple. And when will this new era be ushered in? Tomorrow morning. I'll re-people the earth. Nothing but my kind of folks. In fact, why wait? How about right now? 15th floor, everybody off. Look at them, like sardines. Rude, thoughtless people. Worthless, every last one. Nobody has any manners nowadays. Late. Thanks to them. Listen to them. They sound just like me. You're not kidding. Take a gander at their faces. They look like us, too. A rather handsome lot, you must admit. Where are they headed? Back to work, I presume, those who chose not to dine in the cafeteria. A sight for sore eyes, eh, Archie? It certainly is. Now that I've decided to replenish the population in a kinder, gentler mold. This, I gotta see. United Tool and Die, one moment, please. You son of a noise, the miserable noise. I'll go out of my ever-loving mind. Keep it down, I'm trying to work. Can't hear myself think. People, is there no respite? Herds, droves, legions, armies, hosts, bevies, coveys of people. Deliver me, please, deliver me. Hear that, Arch? I've heard more than enough. You asked for it, you got it. A sty. That's what it is. Nothing but a pigsty. A people sty. Had it? Undeniably. Finally getting through to you, huh? Without a doubt. A lot of me is just as bad as a lot of them. You said it. So, what's to do now? Nothing else to do but put it back the way it was. Just like that. Just like that. Mind over matter. Concentrate. Go away, disappear, be extinct. Go away, disappear, be extinct. Go away, disappear, be extinct.
Hello, Mr. Beechcraft.
Why, hello, Laura. How nice to see you.
What?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. It's just good to have you back.
I haven't been anywhere.
No, of course not.
Hi, Mr. Beechcraft. I got your coffee. Miss Petty, Laura.
You didn't have to do that, Henry. Careful now.
Oh, Mr. Beechcraft, sir. Please forgive me.
You should be more... Forget it, Henry. Nothing serious.
It isn't?
Not at all. Just another little spill on the old sleeve. I'll take care of it with my handkerchief.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Beechcraft, for being so nice about it.
Tut-tut, my lad, tut-tut. Something else, Henry?
I was just wondering, sir.
Yes?
That book I gave you? Did you get anything out of it?
Not really. Why don't you take it back?
You sure?
Frankly, it's a lot of pap. Interesting, but totally unbelievable. And now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll get back to work.
Mr. Archibald Beechcraft, a child of his time, a product of the population explosion, and an unwilling inheritor of the legacy of progress. A man who has just found out through trial and error that with all its faults, this may well be the best of all possible worlds, people notwithstanding. Tonight's case in point, in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hello, I'm Stacy Keach. I hope you're enjoying this edition of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. To learn more about this series, be sure to log on to our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. You'll find special discounts on our Twilight Zone audio collections, listings of our radio stations, links to other websites, and a photo gallery of our recording studio and some of our stars in action. Plus ways to contact us with questions or comments about the show. And for a limited time, when you log on to twilightzoneradio.com, you can send in for a free CD of the show. So be sure to visit us at twilightzoneradio.com.
The Silence, starring Chris McDonald with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Craig Brawley, Christian Stolte, Jeff Lupetin, James Schneider, Derek Purcell, Turk Muller, Kurt Nabig, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Good evening, Colonel Taylor.
Evening, Patrick. Has Mr. Alfred arrived?
Not yet, sir.
Warm for this time of year, would you say?
I would.
Quite balmy, in fact. I might have dispensed with the overcoat altogether.
Martin?
Yes, sir.
See to the Colonel's car.
Right away.
Is he new?
Just started this evening. Mind you, drive carefully now. Park it all the way in the back away from the other cars.
Yes, sir.
Here's a little proposition for you, my boy. See this bill?
That's $50, sir.
Indeed. And if there are no dents or scratches when you bring it back, not a one, mind you, this is yours. All of it.
I promise, sir.
Good. A man should always keep his promises.
You shouldn't spoil the lad.
Nonsense. A little incentive, that's all. How was it in the club this evening?
The usual crowd.
Is Mr. Tennyson here by any chance?
Yes, sir. For some time now.
Thank you, Patrick.
Colonel Taylor, how nice to see you. Let me take your coat.
Is there a table in the oak room?
Yes, but I'm afraid the fireside chairs are all filled at the moment.
Mr. Tennyson, I presume.
Yes, sir, it is. If you'd care for a seat in the card room.
No, I'll find my way. Mr. Alfred arrives, please send him to the oak room.
Of course.
Well, I'll tell you something else, gentlemen. The most idiotic thing occurred in the market today. Just idiotic. I've been doing a little dabbling in the syndicate. It still has some oil holdings in the western part of Texas. Well, anyway, Jack Brewer, he handles our New York operation for us. He comes in on the floor, and I happen to be there. This was, about 10:30 this morning, and he waves to me, and he's got a sheaf of papers in his hand, and I can assure you, if there's anyone I don't want to see before noon on any given day, it's Jack Brewer. Raucous sort, a little crude. Nouveau riche, you know the type.
Oh, yes. Give you a light, Jamie?
Not necessary. Not at all. Oh, this lighter? Solid gold. Gift from my dad when I got out of Princeton. Now, where was I?
Jack Brewer.
Oh, yes, of course. Charlie Sport, let me sit there, would you, old man? Your chair's much softer, and I'm afraid I'm just worn out.
Not a problem.
Much better. Now then. Oh, yes. Anyway, Brewer, I call him Brewer the Boar, walks across the floor to me with an intense voice, a voice absolutely shaking with intensity, sidles up and whispers. He's got a miserable habit of whispering sotto voce when everyone in the world can hear him. Anyway, he says to me, Jim, I've got to scrape up $250,000. Can you imagine? $250,000. And I'm
The usual, sir?
What? Oh, yes. The usual.
It might be quieter in the blue room.
No, this will do. Young Mr. Tennyson is in rare form tonight.
Yes, sir.
You're the only one who can handle it for me. This is Brewer speaking, to me. Well, anyway, to make a long story short.
Mr. Jamie Tennyson, who at best is a dapper, albeit articulate ne'er-do-well. He is glib but shallow, well-groomed but worthless. His every gesture is studied, obvious, planned. He is a mannered dandy, devoid of character, and his presence in this gentleman's club is a social condescension on the part of the members. For this man's credentials are an accident of birth and nothing more. And across the room, a gray-haired ramrod of an ex-army officer, rock-hewn and coldly unemotional in his appraisal of others, but who was no longer able to conceal his distaste in an altogether gentlemanly fashion. And that distaste is about to take the form of a proposed wager. But it's the kind of wager that comes without precedent. It stands alone in the annals of bet-making as the strangest game of chance ever offered by one man to another. In just a moment, we'll learn the terms of the wager and what Mr. Tennyson does about it. And in the process, we'll witness all parties spinning the wheel of chance in a very bizarre casino called the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, The Silence, starring Chris McDonald with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
$250,000, mind you. And I'm supposed to scrape it up for him. I'm supposed to scrape it up as if it were some kind of residue lying around that literally can be scooped off a floor.
There you are, Alfred.
I just got your letter.
Sit down, please.
Look, Archie.
Shh. Our young friend is discoursing again. The opening salvo and then the attack.
That may well be.
The only thing worse than his loquaciousness is his transparency. In about 30 seconds, Alfred, he'll very nonchalantly request a loan, a sizable loan, from anyone within earshot. Mark my words.
The letter you sent me is the most incredible thing I've ever read.
Is it?
You must be out of your mind.
Not at all, but that's a medical appraisal. What I'm looking for from you is legal advice.
Archie, we're old friends, but I must tell you.
My communication to you, Alfred, was not as an old friend. It was directed to you as my lawyer. Is the wager I have in mind legal?
No wager is legal in this state.
Is it against the law, then? Is there anything criminal about it?
I don't see anything criminal in it, no, but the thing is so incredible.
In substance, that's what I wanted to hear from you. Franklin?
Yes, sir?
Would you take this over to young Mr. Tennyson across the room there? Tell him it's from me and ask him to read it immediately.
Why, all right, sir.
Well, as I'm sure you know, gentlemen, I'm familiar with the plastics business inside and out. Inside and out. And Brewer has obviously stumbled upon a golden goose. But the man is just too incredibly stupid to know what to do with it. Can you imagine what I could do with $250,000 in this kind of deal? Well, I'll tell you this. I can treble it. I can quadruple it. With an initial investment of $250,000, I can take this plastics thing and I can...
Excuse me, Mr. Tennyson. A note for you, sir. From Colonel Taylor.
Just put it down there, Franklin. Now then.
Excuse me, sir. The Colonel's instructions are that you read it immediately.
I beg your pardon? The Colonel, you say?
Across the room, sir?
Yes, the Colonel.
He's waiting, sir.
Oh, all right. Let's see what he has to say.
What's the matter, Tennyson?
He looks like he's seen a ghost.
Why, this is just absolute nonsense.
What about it, Tennyson?
See here.
Yes?
Is this some sort of joke? I mean, really, Colonel. If it's a joke, then I suggest you're employing a sense of humor that's quite beyond me.
It's not a joke, Tennyson. You know me reasonably well. Humor is perhaps the least developed aspect of my character.
You're in earnest, then?
Oh, quite in earnest.
What's it all about?
Come on, Tennyson, let us in on it.
Yes, please. The suspense is killing us.
Would you mind terribly, Tennyson, if I acquainted the gentleman with my proposition?
That's quite your business, Colonel. Quite your business. But I do believe you will make yourself highly suspect.
I'll take the risk. I propose a wager with Mr. Tennyson here. A wager that takes the following form. I bet Mr. Tennyson $1 million that he will be unable to remain silent for 1 year.
What?
Surely you're not serious.
He's joking.
The wager carries with it the following conditions. He will be placed in a room to be observed by me or anyone else at their discretion. He will not be permitted to speak a word for a period of 12 months, not a single syllable. He will be supplied with food, television, books, anything he wants by way of diversion, but he will make his wants known by pen and paper, not by voice.
Incredible.
Are you pulling our legs? $1 million? I don't believe it.
What about it, Tennyson?
First, let's establish that you're quite serious.
Beyond any doubt.
Then, may I ask the purpose of this wager?
That should be obvious. That is, to anyone but you.
I'm afraid it eludes me, Colonel. So perhaps you'd be good enough to explain to me why you're willing to risk $1 million?
Risk? Hardly a risk, Tennyson. Well, hardly a risk at all.
But if the wager is genuine...
What I'm about to say would horrify the average man, but to someone as insensitive as you, it will probably mean nothing.
Oh, is that right?
I dislike you intensely, Tennyson. It goes well beyond the normal distaste I would feel for anyone without manners, without breeding, without principle. Beyond and much deeper. You've become a cause celeb with me. Your voice has become intolerable.
See here.
Each night I sit here, and the sound of it makes me wince. I cannot ask you to leave the club because I don't have the right. So, the thought occurred to me that I would be happy to risk, as you say, a large sum of money, just to have quiet. You see, Tennyson, you couldn't possibly remain silent for a year. It's not in your nature. You're a shallow, compulsively talkative, empty-headed ne'er-do-well, and to remain silent would destroy you. Your kind has to seek out an audience. So what I assume will happen, what I more than assume, I fully expect, is that you will very likely be able to withstand the pressures for 3 or 4 weeks, perhaps a couple of months. And then you'll have to succumb. Again, that's your nature. So you won't cost me anything. But what I'll derive from it is a month or 2 of delightful and very precious silence. What about it, Tennyson? Appeal to your sporting blood?
Oddly enough, it does. It does appeal to my sporting blood.
And that, of course, is patently ridiculous. There's nothing sporting about you, Tennyson. But I happen to know you're rendering your nightly financial folderol because you're in desperate straits. You've run out of your inheritance, and your debts are insurmountable. In short, you're a desperate man, and you do just about anything for money, except, of course, to remain silent for 1 year.
Colonel, if this were Europe and the company were a bit more sophisticated, I should be forced to invite you outside for the things you've just said.
Would you now?
Yes, but the ground rules here are somewhat different. As it stands, I can either ignore you or call your bluff. I'm going to do the latter. I accept your wager.
Careful, Tennyson.
Surely not.
Watch what you're agreeing to.
Just a few more questions. Where am I to be incarcerated?
In the solarium upstairs. It's no longer being used. With the permission of the Board of Governors, I'll have some work done on it. It will be a glass-enclosed living room with a private bedroom and bath that will remain unobserved. Around the room will be placed microphones, which you're to leave untouched. Your every movement will be recorded, and of course, as it follows, so will your voice. In the event you decide to give up, you will permit me or anyone else to observe you at any time.
When will this start?
I've been planning this for quite a while, and I've made all the necessary inquiries. The room can be constructed by tomorrow night.
Oh, Archie, for the love
You
of...
will enter any time after 10 p.m., and at 10 o'clock on June the 3rd of next year, you can leave the room. I'll have a certified check in the amount of $1 million waiting for you, assuming the impossible happens and you have remained silent for the full 12 months. Well, Tennyson, your questions answered?
They are. I'll be back tomorrow night. Oh, and I would like the check placed on deposit in my name with a photostat of it available to be witnessed by every man in the club.
Excellent. That's thoughtful and businesslike, Tennyson. You surprise me. That would be the normal procedure in a pawn shop or a fish market, but not in this club and not with me. My credit happens to be as well known as my honor, Mr. Tennyson, as any member in this room can attest. There will be no check placed on deposit. You will have to be satisfied with my word.
Very well, then. So this will be a contest between my courage and your credit. And a year from now, 1 year from tomorrow's date, both can be proved beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Precisely.
Get my coat, Franklin.
By all means, sir. Immediately.
Until tomorrow, then, Colonel. And may the better man win, most definitively.
Listen, Tennyson.
What is it?
This is none of my business.
You're right, old man, it's not.
But I've known Colonel Taylor for a long time. This is not a capricious man. He's dead serious.
Do you know my wife, Charles?
We've met.
Her name is Doris. A lovely thing. Frail, beautiful, fragile, like a cameo brooch.
Oh, yes, she certainly is that, and more.
But I'm afraid her tastes run to unfragile things. Sizable baubles with sizable price tags. She shops at Tiffany's like most women enter a supermarket. And my miserable misfortune is that I happen to love her very much. And so at this particular moment, I do happen to be in desperate need of money. Now, that may sound melodramatic.
Not at all, Jamie.
But it happens to be true. And my wife's faithfulness is in direct proportion to the size of the allowance I give her.
I didn't mean to make light of it. Please believe me.
So, that's why I'll be back tomorrow night. How bizarre. Don't you think so, old sport? How incredibly bizarre to remain indoors, shut up, silent, in a room for 12 entire months, in exchange for a $1 million life preserver, thrown to me by none other than Colonel Archie Taylor. I'll say goodnight now. There are arrangements that must be made.
How's it coming, gentlemen?
Right on schedule, Mr. Taylor. Almost finished.
And the plumbing, the electrical outlets.
Everything works. We'll give it one more inspection, but I'd say everything's about ready.
What about the microphones? They're in position?
Yep, all around the room and plugged into this tape recorder. If he says one word, we'll know about it. You turn it on like this. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
In that case, give the crew my thanks and my check for the agreed-upon amount.
Thanks, Mr. Taylor. Will do.
Anytime now, Mr. Tennyson. Anytime.
Tonight on Classics Revisited, we bring you the BBC's dramatization of that timeless masterpiece, Peter Ibbotson.
Masters of Darkness and our terrifying story, Down There.
Money got you down? Pick up the phone and dial now for the lowest interest rates.
Do not attempt to adjust your television set. We control the transmission. Tonight you will travel from the height of man's dreams to the absolute limit.
What's the matter, Mr. Tennyson? Nothing on television to your liking? Perhaps you should try reading a book. It might be a new experience for you. Or does your taste run to ghost stories, science fiction, that sort of thing? If you prefer, I could stock your bookshelf with trash like that, bestsellers, even erotica, something to keep a man's thoughts on other things. Excuse me a moment. Hello, Franklin. Mr. Tennyson's supper?
Yes, sir.
Eating well, is he? Appetite good?
Well, not very much up to a week ago, sir. But he's eating very well now.
How nice. I'd like him to remain as healthy as possible. My conscience simply couldn't stand it if this experience damaged him in any way.
Quite the contrary, sir. He seems in excellent spirits. And it's 9 weeks now. 9 weeks that he's been in there.
9 weeks. Really quite incredible. I gave him 4 to stick it out, 6 at the outside, but 9 weeks. A little more gristle there than I'd given him credit for.
Yes, sir.
Look at that, Tennyson. Dinner for 1. Everything cooked to perfection, I take it.
Comfortable, sir? More wine, perhaps.
What's the matter, Tennyson? Cat got your tongue? Or don't you believe in speaking to the help?
Will there be anything else, Mr. Tennyson? I'll be back when you're finished, sir.
Enjoy your meal, Tennyson. Sorry I can't stay, but I have another engagement with friends. A lovely little spot downtown, so warm and friendly. Perfect for conversation. You understand, I'm sure.
Good afternoon, Colonel.
Patrick.
I'll take care of your car, sir.
I know you will, boy. Mr. Alfred inside, is he?
Yes, sir. Have a nice lunch, sir.
There you are, George.
I reserved a table for us, a quiet one.
Good. But then they're all quiet nowadays, aren't they? Franklin called to say you wanted to see me.
Only to pose a question to you.
What sort of question?
Very succinct, Archie. Very brief.
Yes?
How long?
How long what?
How long are you going to keep this up, this prolonged practical joke?
Not much longer.
What exactly does that mean?
You should see our boy up there. 4.5 months and not a sound from him.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Incredible. I've just been wondering how my fortune might accommodate the loss of a cool $1 million. For the sake of argument, of course, quite theoretical. That fop couldn't take it another month. This, I'm certain of.
For your sake, I hope that's the case.
My sake?
You have the money, of course.
I find that insulting.
I'm sorry if it is, but I think he's going to beat you, Arch.
Especially from you, George. I'd say you owe me an apology.
How are your holdings?
What are you talking about?
It's no longer theoretical. You might want to double-check your holdings now in preparation.
My holdings? They're solid, dependable, 100-year-old firms. Why should I rearrange anything? You're insane.
Merely careful.
Look here. There isn't one chance in a million he'll last out the year. Not one in a million. I've watched him every day. He's beside himself. He's becoming bored to the point of irrationality. A week longer, 2 weeks, 3 at the most, he'll be crawling up the walls. screaming for us to let him out.
I hope so. I sincerely hope so, but I think that boy up there will remain silent for the entire year. And I think you're going to owe him that cool $1 million.
Nonsense.
I just hope you've got it. That's all.
I'm not going to sit here and listen to this abuse.
It's not in the least personal, only something I feel you need to hear from someone you'll listen to. The voice of reason, a word to the wise, that sort of thing.
Then from now on, I'll thank you to disperse your wisdom elsewhere.
Oh, for the love of...
Consider yourself discharged.
What?
As of this hour and this day, you are no longer my attorney.
But Archie...
Goodbye, George.
Goodbye to you, old boy, and good luck. Because by the look of things, I'd say you're going to need it.
How are we doing today, Tennyson? Read any good books lately? Or are you meditating on the calendar? Thoughtful of me to get you a calendar, wasn't it? What is it you're pointing to? Oh, yes, March already. So it is. In like a lion, as they say. Speak up. I can't hear you. What's that? A note? Well, bring it over to the glass so I can read it. Yes, I see it. 3 months to go, Colonel. The bet stands. Does it, Tennyson? Does it really? It's in early spring this year. Did you know that? You ought to see it. It's incredibly lovely out. Warm with the flowers starting already. All over the city. You really must see it. You don't know what you're missing. Why are you looking so smug? Well, you won't be so smug after I've given you something else to think about. It's the time of year when a young man's fancy gently turns to, you know the rest, and the young ladies, too. Your wife, for example, she must be desperately lonely for you. Desperately lonely. Why? Well, what's that pained expression? I was simply going to tell you that, as a matter of fact, she's been seen in the company of your friend. What was his name? Charlie, that's it. And other young men. Odd that she hasn't visited you, Tennyson. Don't you think it's odd? I happen to know you've sent her notes requesting a visit. And she doesn't even respond to the notes, does she? Tennyson, you may lose your wife. You're well aware of that, aren't you? While you sit doing nothing behind that glass, the very reason for all your agony may be slipping away from you. Tennyson, why don't you leave? Why don't you leave right now? It still might be possible to save your marriage, if you act without further delay. Don't you walk away from me, you fool! Tennyson, I know you can hear me. I saw your wife again. She's with that polo player fellow now. You know the one. The tall, attractive, blonde youngster. It's incredibly beautiful out today, Tennyson. Oh, it's incredibly beautiful. Birds and flowers and color. Absolutely lovely. And by the way, I saw your wife. She was getting into a little European sports car. Some young man was driving it. And here's Franklin with yet another meal. You must be quite bored with the club's menu by now, aren't you, Tennyson? Oh, Franklin?
Yes, sir?
Chilly up here, isn't it?
I hadn't noticed, sir. Perhaps.
The thermostat, does it control the temperature in Mr. Tennyson's room as well?
I believe it does, sir.
Then I'll just turn it up for a while. I don't want you getting chilly, Mr. Tennyson. Certainly not. I want to warm it up for you. Nice and warm. It's April Fool's Day, Tennyson. You remember April Fool's Day? I think it was named after you. Because only a fool would stay in there as long as you have, knowing precisely what's happening on the outside. Your wife, Tennyson. Your wife. She hasn't written to you, has she? Not a line. Not so much as a single response to any of your letters. What are you doing now? Writing another note? Why bother? I see you sweating. Why don't you tell me how uncomfortable it is? Why don't you ask me to get you out of there? I suppose I could read one more if you prefer. Let me see it through the glass. You monster. Is that the complete contents of your missive? That I'm a monster? Hardly. You do me an injustice, young man. All I did was turn up the heat. That's no violation of the terms of the wager. At no point did I indicate what the temperature would be during your confinement. As to other matters, I'm merely a chronicler of your events on the outside. I'm kind of your personal gossip columnist. Let's put it that way. Tennyson, this nonsense has to cease. You've got to get out of there. I could tell you some stories about your wife. Please don't strike the glass. You might have hurt your hand. Anyway, it's non-breakable. A kind of plastic, actually. But of course, you know all about plastics, don't you? Now, how about it, Tennyson? I might see my way clear to giving you $10,000. That would pay off a few of your debts and a little bracelet for the wife. Something to compensate you for months of loneliness. How about it, Tennyson? $10,000, man. $12,000. Say one word and I'll let you out. You're an idiot. You know that? You're losing your mind in there. I know you are. You're ready to crawl up the walls. Tennyson, listen to me. Make it $75,000 in cash. If you'll give up this ridiculous game and speak. Make it 100. No, 200. 250,000, Tennyson. Time is running short, boy. You can't stay in there another hour. Not another half hour. I swear to you, $250,000 in cash if you'll speak now. You accept? Hold it up. Let me read your decision. Go to... How dare you? You go there, boy. You! You will, I swear, if you don't act at once. I'm about to withdraw my offer. I'm counting down.
Rather a monumental occasion, isn't it?
I wouldn't have believed it. 1 year in that room and not a word out of him.
3 minutes is all the poor devil's got left now. 3 more minutes.
Look at the colonel over there. Not the face of a happy man, would you say?
At least he had the decency to show up.
You're sure, George?
I'm sure. This is straight off the wire, but it hardly matters now. 12 months ago, almost to the minute, you destroyed yourself. Much as I told you you would.
Your little reminders are gratuitous at this point. And it's not even 10 o'clock yet.
Whether it is or whether it isn't, the destruction I'm talking about has already taken place. There have been ugly rumors, Archie, things you've done to him.
What things?
Like little asides, innuendos, suggestions, gossip about his wife. Even intercepting letters he wrote her before Franklin could mail them. You place such a premium on honor, Archie. But you haven't acted like an honorable man.
George, you don't believe
Please don't go to the trouble of denying it. I'm sure much of it is true. But this ugly affair has proven 2 things, hasn't it? That the boy up there is stronger than you gave him credit for, and that you are considerably weaker.
That boy up there. A weak, simpering, half a mind, a fop with no guts, no courage, no nothing. How could he have done it? How could he have done it? I might just as well have made it 2 million or 3 million. Somehow it was impossible from the beginning.
Gentlemen, Mr. Tennyson.
He's so pale, thin as a rail.
But he's done it.
You hold out your hand to me, Mr. Tennyson. Not to shake it, I presume, but to receive payment. Well, sir, you have me at a disadvantage, a rather compromising situation. You forced me into a position of rather unpleasant candor, because it happens to be a fact that I'm a fraud, I don't have any money. I offered you $10,000 and then 12. The truth is, I would have had to go out on the streets to beg even that amount, let alone $1 million. I received a cable from London. Both the Birmingham Tool Company and Edinburgh Motors have filed suit for bankruptcy. Blue-chip companies. Every nickel I had was invested with them, and they no longer exist. In short, I'm busted. Broke. Yes, it happens also to be a fact that I have pride, bearing, taste, and exceptional breeding. But I've lost. Proving, Mr. Tennyson, proving that you are by far the more substantial of the two of us. I will naturally resign. You have both my resignation and my apologies. I will not ask you to suffer my presence any longer.
Look at Tennyson. They won't let him walk out like this.
He'll demand satisfaction.
Talk to him, Tennyson. Tell him whatever you like.
Your time's up. You can talk, gurgle, sing, chortle, anything you want. You've won the bet, son.
What's he doing? Writing another note? But why?
What is it, Colonel?
What did he write? Why doesn't he speak?
Let me see. It says, 1 year ago, I had the nerves to my vocal cords severed.
Good Lord. He's opening his collar to show you, Archie. There are the scars on his throat.
I underwent this surgery because I knew I'd never be able to keep my part of the bargain.
For the love of God, man. For the love of God.
A bizarre and unlikely bet with two losers. Mr. Jamie Tennyson, who will go through life as a silent shell, the price to be paid for his weakness. And Colonel Archibald Taylor, who will spend the rest of his days in naked humiliation. The cost to him for all of this is the most precious possession he owned, his pride. And the point of it all? Simply that two men discovered somewhat belatedly that gambling can be a most unproductive pursuit. For somewhere beyond these two, a wheel was turned, and both their numbers came up. The number was Black 13. If you don't believe it, ask the croupier, the very special one who handles high-stakes roulette in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hello, I'm Stacy Keach. I hope you're enjoying this edition of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. To learn more about this series, be sure to log on to our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. You'll find special discounts on our Twilight Zone audio collections, listings of our radio stations, links to other websites, and a photo gallery of our recording studio and some of our stars in action. Plus ways to contact us with questions or comments about the show. And for a limited time, when you log on to twilightzoneradio.com, you can send in for a free CD of the show. So be sure to visit us at twilightzoneradio.com. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. That's the signpost up ahead. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Radio station WNYG. We will continue to stay on the air for traffic advisories and other essential news, including weather updates.
That's the spirit.
First, a bulletin from the Office of Civil Defense. Traffic is slow moving north and east out of New York City. The Garden State Parkway, the Merritt Parkway, and the New York State Thruway are reportedly bumper to bumper. Motorists are advised to remain off the highways until further notice. It is now 11:55 Eastern Standard Time. The temperature is 104 degrees. Humidity 91%, barometer steady. Forecast for tomorrow.
I got your forecast. More of the same. Oh, hey, Miss Bronson.
I hope you don't mind, Norma.
Not in the least. Come on in.
I can't stay.
Of course you can.
I always like it in your apartment. It's so much cooler.
All I have is an old air conditioner and one little fan.
That's more than I can say.
Well, they don't do much, believe me. Go ahead and leave the door open. We need the circulation.
You're painting another picture.
Just something to pass the time.
Oh, no, you're a real artist. I love the colors. Have you sold any lately?
Nobody needs art these days, Miss Bronson. Not with all that's happening. Would you like a drink of water?
I couldn't.
There's a bottle in the fridge.
But you need that for yourself.
Nonsense.
The repairman's trying to fix my refrigerator.
You found a repairman? How'd you do that?
It wasn't easy. Betty Ayers has a friend in the appliance business. She gave me his home number. It took him hours to get here.
Well, at least he made it. It shouldn't take long to fix.
If he can do anything with my old machine. I've heard there's a run on spare parts.
I can understand why.
In any event, I don't want to get in his way.
Then you wait here with me.
You sure you don't mind?
I'll get the glasses and we'll both have some water.
Ice water?
Well, almost. At least it's cool. You must be parched.
You're very kind.
Don't be silly.
Thank you, Norma. I haven't had anything cold to drink all morning. Who's there?
Well, hey, Susie.
I'm thirsty.
Are you, sweetie?
Yes.
Then come on in.
Why, that's the first word I've heard the child say in ages. She just stands and watches. I think she's not right.
Who is these days? Come here, Susie. Don't be afraid. Would you like some too? Sure you would.
Susie? Don't take the lady's water.
Oh, it's all right, Miss Schuster. I've got plenty.
Nobody has plenty. Mrs. Bronson, is that you in there? We're leaving now.
Did you get gas?
Yeah, I got 12 gallons. I figured it'd at least take us to Buffalo.
You're carrying everything with you?
Yeah, just what we can fit in these suitcases.
Where are you going?
We're trying to get to Toronto. My husband has a cousin there.
I'm not sure that's wise. The highways are still packed, bumper to bumper, the radio says. Even with the gas shortage and everything.
I know that, but we gotta try anyway. Look, we wanted to say goodbye. We've enjoyed living here, Mrs. Bronson. You've been real kind. Let's go, honey. Susie?
Finish your water. There.
Bye now, Susie.
Bye.
You be good. And have a safe trip.
Good luck.
And now we are two.
They were the last?
The last. The building's empty, except for you and me.
What happens now?
I don't know. I heard on the radio that they'll only turn the water on for an hour a day starting tomorrow. They said they'd announce what time. Aren't you going to leave?
No, of course not.
You'll stay here and paint your pictures no matter what, won't you?
For a while, I suppose. I'm not sure what I'll do later.
Like this new one, with all the colors. What is it?
Can't you tell?
Well, it does look like...
It's the sun, Miss Bronson, the sun.
Oh, my dear. Why do you keep painting that?
I can't help it. But I keep getting this crazy thought, Miss Bronson. This crazy thought that I'll wake up and none of this will have happened. I'll wake up in a cool bed, and it'll be night outside.
Wouldn't that be lovely?
And there'll be a wind.
Yes.
And branches rustling, shadows on the sidewalk, a moon.
Oh, Norma.
Traffic noises outside instead of all this nothing. Automobiles, garbage cans, milk bottles, voices, anything. Isn't it odd? Isn't it odd the things we take for granted while we had them?
There was a scientist on the radio this morning. He said that it would get a lot hotter. More each day now that we're moving so close to the sun. And that's why we're...
The word that Mrs. Bronson is unable to put into the hot, still, sodden air is doomed, because all the people you've met have been handed a death sentence. 1 month ago, the Earth suddenly, inexplicably, almost capriciously changed its elliptical orbit, and in doing so began to follow a path which gradually, moment by moment, day by day, took it closer to the sun. It is 12 o'clock, but the 12 is midnight. There is no more darkness, no more night. And all the little luxuries like air conditioning, refrigerators, the insignificant devices we use to stir the air are now no longer luxuries. They happen to be pitiful and panicky keys to survival. The time is any time. The place is New York City. And this is the eve of the end. Outside, a city has emptied itself of its inhabitants. They have trekked north toward Canada in a hopeless race against a sun which has already begun to overtake them. This is a world of heat, a brilliant white orb that draws closer with every tick of the clock. It is high noon, the hottest day in history, and you're about to spend it in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Midnight Sun, starring Kim Fields, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Would you care for another drink of water, Miss Bronson?
I've taken more than my share. Forgive me, Norma.
Aw, after all you've done for me, don't you talk that way.
Oh, there's the repairman.
Hey, you looking for Miss Bronson? She's in here.
She's running again, ma'am.
Oh, I'm so glad.
I tell you, I wouldn't sign no guarantee as to how long she'll run, but she shouldn't give you any trouble for a while.
Oh, that's such a relief. You don't know.
Yeah, I do. I've been to 4 buildings already today. People treat me like I'm a lifesaver or something.
You are.
Hey, I'm only doing my job. I don't like to ask, but was you going to pay for this in cash?
I have a charge card.
Well, the boss says I should start collecting in cash. On account of the banks shutting down and everything.
What? Is that true? I didn't hear anything on the newscast. I know they cut back their hours.
Yes, ma'am. Most branches don't open at all anymore. And cash machines? Forget it. The gangs are hauling those away right and left. It's a cash business nowadays. So, we've been working around the clock.
Have you?
Refrigerators breaking down every minute and a half. Everybody and his brother trying to make ice. Then, with the current being shut off every couple hours, that's tough on the machines. You know, the compressors. You can't get decent copper tubing to save your life. Look, Miss Bronson, about the bill.
How much is it?
I gotta charge you $100.
For 15 minutes work?
For 15 minutes work. Most outfits are charging double that. Triple even. It's been that way for a month. Ever since the thing happened.
I don't have any money left, but...
What are you doing?
This ring is gold.
Don't, Miss Bronson.
It's worth a lot more than $100.
It's priceless. Put it away.
Go ahead, charge it. I ain't taking a lady's wedding ring. Goodbye, Miss Bronson. Good luck to the both of yous.
Thank you.
I'm in no hurry to get back out there, let me tell you. Look at that sky. I don't think I ever saw a white sky before.
Is that what it is now? White?
I'm gonna try to get my family out tonight. Drive north, Canada if we can make it. They say it's cooler there. Not that it makes that much difference, but just kind of prolonging it. Everybody rushing to fix their refrigerators and air conditioners. It's like somebody drowning in the ocean and trying to get hold of, I don't know, a piece of seaweed.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to do, so I called you.
It's nuts. Just prolonging it, that's all. Lordy, it's hot.
How do you paint a white sky, Norma?
You can't. Not really. Just layer on a lot of paint with a palette knife, swirl it around, mix with some yellow and magnesium, maybe cobalt blue highlights. I'm running out of all of them. I think I got 1 tube left of each.
Then what will you do?
Paint the things I used to paint, I suppose. I'd much rather do that anyway. If I can remember.
That kind of white you're talking about. It's a color that's not supposed to be. That's what I think. It's not the same as you see in flowers, in things that are alive.
I know. It's actually no color. The complete absence, at least on the canvas. With light, it's different. Then it's all the colors of the rainbow, but as if they're on fire. So bright you can't tell them apart. Like outside.
Don't open the curtain. I'd just as soon not know.
I just want to see what it's like now. Before I go out.
Oh, no. Please don't.
Oh, just to the store. Yeah, I have to. Before things get any worse.
What are they saying on the radio?
I'll check.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is WNYG. Please remain off the highways until further.
You hear that, Norm?
And now the weather forecast from the Director of Meteorology. The forecast for tomorrow is... The forecast for tomorrow...
Sounds like he's losing it too.
Well, just what did you think? Hot.
What is he talking about?
I don't care. Who are they kidding with this stuff? Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow you're going to be able to fry eggs on the sidewalk. Heat up soup in the ocean and get yourself the sunburn of your life just by standing still in the shade.
Turn it off.
Wait, I want to hear this.
Stop it! You're going to cause people to panic.
What do you mean, don't panic? Who's left to panic? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that my departing from the script might panic you. But my name's not Orson Welles, and this isn't an invasion from Mars or some such.
That's it. I'm pulling the plug.
Don't you try it. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but it's my contention that there aren't 12 of you left in the city who are listening to me anyway. So I'm starting a special contest right now. Anyone within the sound of my voice can tear off a box top. Oh, no. Make that the top of their thermometer. Mail it to me. I'll send them my own specially devised booklet on how to stay warm when the sun is out at midnight. Now, maybe I can find a couple of commercials with real pizzazz for you. How about a nice cold beer? Wouldn't that taste just great right now? Let me alone.
Fool, stop it.
Do you hear me? Let me alone.
Come on.
I said let go.
You see, honey, you're not the only person who's frightened.
What about you? How much longer can you go on?
As long as I can. There isn't much choice, is there?
So you can keep painting your pictures.
Oh, I don't know that I care about that now.
But you should. They're a record of how it was.
I suppose. But there's no assurance that anyone will be around to see them, is there?
Then why do you still paint?
Because I always have. It's the one thing I can do. Even if it doesn't matter to anyone else.
I don't know how you keep going. I really don't.
Neither do I, Miss Bronson. Neither do I.
Norma, is that you, honey?
Yes, Miss Bronson.
Why, just look at all those groceries. The store was open.
Ooh, wide open. I think that's the first time in my life I was sorry I'd been born a woman. This was all I was strong enough to carry. There weren't any clerks, Miss Bronson. Just a handful of people taking all they could grab. At least we won't starve. And there are 3 cans of fruit juice in the bottom of the bag. We'll try one as soon as I turn the fan on.
Fruit juice. Oh, Norma, do you think we could open one now?
Of course we can open one now.
Where's your can opener?
In the other drawer. Go ahead while I put the food away.
May I?
I can do it for you.
No, let me. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I'm acting like an animal, aren't I?
Like a frightened woman, that's all. You should have seen me in the store, Miss Bronson, running down the aisles. I mean running. This way and that way, knocking things over, grabbing and throwing away, and then grabbing again.
It was that bad.
And at that, I think I was the calmest person in the store. One woman just stood in the center of the room and cried. Cried like a baby. Kept pleading for someone to help her. Go ahead. It's grapefruit juice.
I can't just live off you, Norma. You'll need this yourself.
We're going to have to start living off each other, Miss Bronson. Here's looking at you.
Well then, here's looking at you too.
Oh no, the current's off again.
Every day it stays on for a shorter time. What if it shuts off and doesn't come back on again? It would be like an oven in here. As hot as it is now, as unbearable. It would be so much worse. Norma, it would be so much worse.
You mustn't think that way.
Norma.
Yeah.
Paint something different today.
All right.
Paint something like a pastoral scene with a waterfall and trees bending in the wind. Paint something cool. Not like this. Please, don't paint the sun anymore.
I'll try. I'm working on a new one for you. How about that waterfall?
Oh, Norma. I'm sorry. My dear child. I'm so sorry. It would be so much better if...
If what?
If I were to die. So much better for you.
Please don't ever say that again. We need each other now. We need each other desperately.
Hello? Anybody still up here?
Yes, officer. Can I help you?
Say, are you the only one in the building?
Just me and Miss Smith.
Well, have you had your radio on lately?
It's on all the time. Norma, honey, what station did we...
It doesn't make any difference. There are only 2 or 3 on the air now, and they figure by tomorrow, well, there won't be any. Point is, we've been trying to get a public announcement through to everyone left in the city.
What announcement?
There isn't going to be a police force tomorrow. We're disbanding. What? Over half of them have gone already. A few of us have volunteered to stay back and tell everyone we could to keep your doors locked.
Why? You don't mean...
Every wild man, crank, and maniac around will be roaming the streets. It's not going to be safe, ladies. So keep your doors locked. You got any weapons in there, miss?
No. No, I don't.
I don't either. I wouldn't know how to shoot a gun.
Well, here. You better hang on to this. It's a .45, all loaded. Safety's off. Just pull the trigger, if you need to.
Officer, what's gonna happen?
Well, don't you know? It's just gonna get hotter and hotter. Then maybe a couple of days from now, 4 or 5 at the most, it'll be too hot to stand it. Then, well, at least you got the gun. Then, you use your own judgment, ladies. Good day.
Warm. Miss Bronson? Miss Bronson? You all right?
I'm all right. It's been so quiet. I haven't heard a sound. What time is it?
My watch is running slow. About 3.
3 o'clock?
Yeah. In the afternoon. Were you able to sleep?
I laid down for a while.
Good for you.
I tried shutting the curtains to keep the light out.
You had them open?
I couldn't fight it anymore. It gets so stifling when they're closed. I guess it's psychological, isn't it? I don't think there's much difference between out there and in here.
What's outside will be in here soon enough. No reason to hurry it.
What was that?
Something fell.
Oh, no. No, it was someone.
Didn't you lock the roof door?
Yes. No. I don't know. I can't remember. I thought I did.
Come with me.
Where are we going?
To my apartment.
They might not bother with this floor. They might see all the empty apartments and think everyone has moved out already.
Now, Miss Bronson.
Norma. Shh. What are we going to do?
Hey. Who's in there? Somebody in there?
What should we do?
Don't make a sound.
Come on out, Tootsie. I know you're in there. Come out and be friendly. Hurry it up, I ain't got all day. You come out, or I'm coming in.
Did you hear that?
I heard something.
That was a gun. A big one.
Yeah? What else you got in there? You got a bottle in there by any chance? A real bottle? Vodka, whiskey, rum, anything. I'm not particular. How about a little drinky?
It's a .45. I'm pointing it at the door right now.
Hey, I ain't so bad once you get to know me.
Get out. Just get out. Leave us alone. Go downstairs to the front door, walk outside, and keep going. Don't look up at this window, and I'll forget about it.
Okay, honey. I never argue with a lady who has a gun.
He's gone.
Of course he is.
I'm so glad.
I'm gonna put the gun away. Miss Bronson, don't open the door yet. Wait a minute.
You can't come in here.
I said I have a gun right here. Back off.
Crazy dames. It's too hot to play games. Much too hot. You got that drink now?
No.
Sure you do. I got the gun, see? So I'm asking you one more time, real polite like. You can make it easy on yourself or not. Don't make no difference to me.
There's water in the fridge.
You might have just said the magic word. It ain't cold.
It's all I got.
It's all she has.
It'll do.
Are you going now? You promised.
Well, look at all the pretty pictures. You do these?
You got what you wanted. Get out.
Picture of an empty street. I know where that is. Right outside. And a big sun in the sky in every one. But you're good. You paint real good. My wife used to paint.
Please leave us alone. We didn't do you any harm. Please.
Do you want to talk about her?
Who?
Your wife. If you want to talk, I'll listen.
My wife. She was having our baby. We waited a long time. She was in the hospital, and then this business with the weather happened. Everything went bad.
Would you mind putting the gun down?
She was so fragile. The baby. Just a little thing. She had the tiniest little fingernails you ever saw. And her ears reminded me of seashells.
I bet she was beautiful.
She was. She couldn't take the heat, though. They tried to keep her cool, but then the air went out in the hospital and she couldn't take the heat. Baby didn't live more than an hour, and then she followed her.
I'm terribly sorry.
I don't know what I'm telling you this for.
We all need someone to talk to. It makes it easier. And the way things are now, people don't see their friends anymore. Because it's so hard. So we stay inside and wait.
You got that right. That's why I hit the street. I'm not just gonna sit there and wait for it to happen.
But you gotta remember one thing.
What's that?
We don't know what's next. We can't be sure, none of us can. And maybe, just maybe, is something better. Some things we're not supposed to know. Otherwise, there'd be no point in being alive, now would there?
What made you so smart anyway?
You seem like a decent man.
I am. I'm not a housebreaker, I swear to you. I'm a decent guy. It's just the heat. That terrible heat out there, no matter where you go. And all morning long, I've been walking around the streets trying to find some water. I didn't mean to do you any harm, honest. I wouldn't hurt you.
I know. I can see that.
Would you believe it? I was scared of you. That's right. I was just as scared of you as you were of me. And sorry about your water bottle. I'm off my rocker, I guess. I was just so thirsty. Forgive me. Would you? Would you please forgive me?
Yeah.
That means a lot.
Where will you go now?
Think I'll go home. Here's your gun. I don't want it. I wouldn't have used it anyway.
I don't think I would have either.
Will you tell me one thing?
If I can.
What I want to know is, why don't we just burn up and get it over with? That's all that's left now. Just to have it end. All of it.
You okay, Miss Bronson?
He's right, you know.
About what?
About everything. All of it. I want it to be over.
You don't know what you're saying.
I do, Norma. I do. I want what he wants.
Stop it. There's more to life than...
Than what?
Than waiting for it to end.
What? Tell me what? I'm old, Norma. I've lived my life. There's nothing ahead of me. Only what's behind.
That's not a decision any of us can make. It's not for us to...
I know myself, Norma. And I know how much I hurt. My bones ache all the time now. My legs, my hands. I can't even sleep. I don't want to. Because of the dreams. The nightmares. From now on, it can only get worse. And worse and worse. Until I pray I will not wake up.
But it may change. The orbit, the ellipse, it can shift again, and then, who knows? You could have years ahead of you, wonderful years.
But we don't. No one does. It's a matter of days now, hours, that's all. That's all any of us have left. Why must we prolong it?
We have to be brave.
I'm not strong enough.
Then I'll help you. We'll help each other.
Will you help me?
Of course I will. You know that. We're friends, aren't we?
I can do it with your help. We can do it together. Help each other to end it.
Miss Bronson.
It would be so much easier. Here's the gun.
Give it to me.
Yes, but you have to promise. Let me be the first to go. Would you do it for me? I'm afraid I'm too weak. Then it can be your turn.
Give me the gun.
Only if you promise.
I won't promise to anything of the sort. Put it down. You don't know what you're doing.
Yes, I do. If you won't help me, I'll do it myself. I can work it. I watched you and the policeman. It's easy. Just cock the hammer.
Miss Bronson, no! I said, give it to me.
I'm sorry, Norma. So sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. I only know I can't go on like this.
There. It's all right. All you did was make a little old hole in the wall. See?
It went through your new canvas. Oh, Norma, what must you think of me?
No harm done. I can fix it.
I'll help you.
It's your picture now anyway.
What?
I painted it for you.
Norma, no.
It was gonna be a gift.
You shouldn't have gone to so much trouble.
I'll set it right here so you can see it. Do you like it?
Oh, I do.
You'll have to be careful for a while, though. The paint's still wet.
It's beautiful, Norma.
You think so?
I've seen waterfalls like that.
You have?
And you have too, I can tell.
I was working from memory. I'm not sure when or where.
There's one just like it near Ithaca, New York. It's the highest waterfall in this part of the country. And I love the sound of it. That clear blue water tumbling over the rocks. The wonderful, clear water. You hear it?
I'm not sure.
Oh, no. It's lovely. Just lovely. Why, do you know something?
Why don't you tell me?
We could take a swim. Now.
I think you better leave the window closed, Miss Bronson.
Let's do that. Oh, can we? Let's take a swim at the bottom of the waterfall. I used to do that when I was a girl. Just sit there and let the water come down on you.
Miss Bronson! Miss Bronson! Miss Bronson! Take them! All the pictures, I want you to have them. Please! Please, take them! They're all wet. That can't be. They should have dried in this heat, but the paint is sticky. I don't believe it. It's melting. Gotta close the window and keep the heat out. The glass is so hot. Even the curtains. Help! Help! Fire! Help! Someone, anybody, please! Fire!
How is she, Doctor?
She's coming out of it now.
Should I leave the blankets on her bed?
For a while longer. We don't want her to get a chill.
I'll turn the heat up as soon as it comes on again.
Miss Smith? Miss Smith?
Yes?
You've been running a very high fever, but I think it's finally broken.
Fever?
You gave us a start, child. You've been so ill. But you're going to be all right now.
Of course. Look in on her every few minutes. Give her something hot to drink if you can.
I'll do that. I hope she'll be all right.
Just let her sleep as much as she can.
I will.
I wish I had something left to give her, but the medicine's pretty much all gone now.
You've done so much already, just stopping by. I know how hard it was for you to get here.
Don't thank me, Miss Bronson. I've hardly done anything.
Do you have to leave right away? It's snowing so badly.
I'm afraid so.
When will you be back to check on her?
I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be back this way again.
Oh?
I'm going to try to move my family south tomorrow.
Oh, dear, is that wise?
Well, a friend of mine has a private plane. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk it. Of course, it's still risky with ice on the wings and all. But we've got enough fuel. If we keep it in the hangar till morning, it should start.
They say on the radio when they're broadcasting that Miami is a little warmer.
So they say. You know, sometimes I think we're just prolonging it. That's all we're doing. Everybody's running like scared rabbits as far south as they can get. And they say that within a week everything will be covered with snow down there, too.
I only hope the heat comes back on. I can tell it's going to get worse, even here. Especially here.
How many are left in the building?
Well, the Schusters say they're going to move out if they can get their car running and find some gas. And then we'll be two. Just me and Norma.
Radio station WNYG. We will continue to stay on the air for traffic advisories and other essential news, including weather updates.
They're back on the air.
Turn it up.
This is a traffic advisory from the Office of Civil Defense. Motorists are advised to stay off the highways on all routes leading south and west out of New York City. We repeat this advisory: remain off the highways. Also, please conserve heating oil as government reserves are almost depleted.
There was a scientist on this morning. He was trying to explain what happened. How the Earth changed its orbit and started to move away from the sun. He said that within a week or two, 3 at the most, there wouldn't be any sun in the sky. that we'd all freeze. Just like that.
I know. That's what they say. I'll be going now.
Don't forget your coat and your muffler. God be with you.
You too, ma'am. Both of you.
Miss Bronson.
I'm right here, dear. And how are you feeling, Norma?
I had such a terrible dream, Miss Bronson.
Oh, now.
It was so hot. And there was daylight all the time. And there was what do they call it? A midnight sun. There wasn't any night at all. No night at all, nowhere.
That was quite a dream.
Isn't it wonderful?
What, dear?
Just being here. To have darkness and coolness. You don't know. You can't imagine.
Yes, my dear. My dear, dear Norma. It is. It's wonderful.
The poles of fear, the extremes of how the earth might conceivably be doomed. Some say by fire, some say ice. No one knows which, if either, it will be. But the mind remains restless, awake in the night, imagining how it will come. The truth, however, may not be ours to know except in dreams when imagination whispers warnings to us all. And who can say what truths lie in the messages from that much maligned region where there are no road maps to point a way out of endless darkness or endless day? But don't lose any sleep over it, not just yet. It's all a trick of the mind, that vast uncharted continent explored only by the bravest and most reckless among us, the ones we call seers and artists. For now, this simple exercise in the care and feeding of a nightmare, respectfully submitted by all the dreamers and thermometer watchers in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Midnight Sun, starring Kim Fields, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Doug James, Linda Ryder, Lauren Patton, Rich Kominick, Turk Muller, Lynn Foley, and Guy Burrell. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Don Longo, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
God, you haven't answered my question.
No questions.
But it's a simple one, a very simple one. Where are you taking me?
You'll find out.
You come before dawn with no arrest warrant?
We don't need a warrant.
But of course you do.
Not for a hearing.
Oh, is that what this is about, an investigative hearing? That's such an hour.
Chancellor's orders.
You mean the Chancellor himself wants to see me? Why on earth?
Inside.
Is this the Chancellor's office?
Inside.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, you'll forgive me, but it's so dark in here, my eyes.
There's a bench along the wall. Why don't you sit down?
And you are?
Mary Lampert.
Wordsworth. Lampert. You work in the Central Registry?
I don't work anywhere at all now, but it wasn't in the registry. I was an English teacher.
Oh, yes. Yes, you requested some books from me last semester. But what are you doing here?
The same as you, I'm afraid, Mr. Wordsworth.
You were summoned for a hearing?
We all were.
No, I beg your pardon. I didn't see you.
I'm used to that.
Hello there.
Hello, Mr. Wordsworth.
Your teachers, too?
Something even less useful. A poet.
A published poet?
A few small press volumes.
Oh, we have a lot of those in the stacks. Quite a number, actually. Your name?
John Brodsky.
Yes, let me see. The Fire Inside and Other Poems?
You're the only person outside of a few friends who's ever heard of it.
Oh, no, you were very well reviewed. The Mid-Atlantic Prize, wasn't it?
It was, but they don't exist anymore.
And the rest of you, I don't mean to be rude. After a certain age, well, the eyes just don't adjust very quickly, even with glasses.
Jack Cameron. I taught philosophy at the university.
How do you do?
John Alpert, from the theology department. Another lost cause.
Oh, no, don't say that. Vital subjects all in a liberal arts education. I'm sure you're here for some sort of a reassignment.
Put out to pasture is more like it. They're closing the humanities wing.
Are you sure?
It's already done. The Chancellor signed it into law yesterday.
To be replaced by what?
Business law, medicine, computer sciences, perhaps. Something more practical.
The word is they're not going to use human teachers at all anymore.
I see. And what of books?
They'll be obsolete too, what with the standardized software.
In other words, will all be obsolete?
That's the handwriting on the wall.
But that's absurd. Well, what will they do with us? Pay us not to work?
I think they have in mind something a bit more efficient.
Such as?
Lampert!
Yes?
This way.
Yes, of course, I'm ready.
I'll go first.
Please, that's not necessary.
Lampert, Mary, now.
Now, wait a minute. Where are you taking her?
Goodbye, Mr. Brodsky, Mr. Cameron, Mr. Alpert, and you, Mr. Wordsworth. I've enjoyed meeting you, however briefly.
Well, we'll talk more later. When will I see you?
Why, on television, perhaps. I'll hold a good thought for you. For all of you.
Wait! Where are you taking her?
You walk out of this room and into the next at your own risk, because it leads to the future. Not a future that will be, but one that might be. This is not a new world, brave or otherwise. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who ever planted the ripping imprint of a boot on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it, it has one iron rule. Reason is an enemy and truth is a menace. This is Mr. Romney Wordsworth in his last 48 hours on Earth. He is a citizen of the state, but will soon have to be eliminated because he is built out of flesh and because he has a mind. Mr. Romney Wordsworth, who very shortly will draw his last breath in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Obsolete Man, starring Jason Alexander, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Who's next?
Wordsworth, Romney.
Wordsworth. Ah, yes.
You should have the file on your desk, Chancellor.
Mm-hmm. Field investigation finding, obsolescence.
Yes. Agreed.
Correct.
Send him in.
Yes, sir. Guards?
This way.
Thank you.
You may approach the desk.
If you like.
You know why you're here, Mr. Wordsworth?
Not entirely, no.
Ask him to speak up.
I'd ask you to speak up, if you will.
In general terms, yes, sir. But I do have a few questions.
Your questions will be answered in due course. Now then, you've been under investigation, Mr. Wordsworth.
I have?
For the mandatory period of 1 year and 11 months.
I was never notified of any investigation.
Notification is not required under the new edicts.
Really?
I have the results before me. The determination is that you're obsolete.
That's an interesting word you use.
Therefore, the purpose of this hearing is to make a finding in the matter and sentence you accordingly. You understand that?
Yes, sir. I suppose I do.
Your occupation, Mr. Wordsworth?
Librarian.
They even have those anymore?
A what?
A librarian, sir.
Has this man had counsel?
Yes, sir, he has.
Are you sure he knows his rights?
He's been given orientation, sir.
I'm told that you've had counsel and been given orientation, Mr. Wordsworth.
Well, in a manner of speaking. Just prior to entering this room, I did have a brief conversation with someone or other. He was wearing a uniform, very much like your own.
That would be one of the subalterns. So you've been instructed. However, I'm still not sure in my own mind that you understand the purpose of this hearing.
I'm doing my best, sir.
The field investigators in your sector have classified you as obsolete. This finding carries with it serious implications, legally speaking. Do you understand that, Mr. Wordsworth?
Serious implications, yes.
Now I ask you again. Your occupation?
I am a librarian. I could lie to you and say curator of records or historian or data manager, but that's my occupation, my profession. It's an honorable tradition. If you people choose to call it obsolete...
Ask him to clarify.
Yes, clarify.
Request clarification of the term.
The term, Mr. Wordsworth, you people. You make reference to the state?
I make reference to the state.
And you persist in declaring your occupation as being that of a librarian?
That is correct, sir.
A librarian having to do with books?
Yes, sir. Books of all types and description.
Since there are no more books, Mr. Wordsworth, there is scant need for libraries.
Oh, but there are books. Some going back decades, even centuries. The older ones are in constant need of repair. Even the newer ones require preservation. Well, do you know that books printed on paper containing wood pulp are in danger of deterioration? A kind of oxidation or slow burning, you might say, if there's so much stored on wooden shelves. Not to mention the effects of light and moisture.
Please, Mr. Wordsworth.
No, the only safe method is to keep them in metal cabinets, in absolute darkness, if possible, in a temperature-controlled environment. Of course, rag or hemp paper doesn't deteriorate at the same rate. That's why some ancient volumes are unyellowed and still quite usable.
What sort of books are you talking about?
Oh, anything printed before the 19th century. The older, the better. The Gutenberg Bible is a famous example.
To close the subject, with no further need of libraries, it follows that there is little call for the services of a librarian.
Now, I must ask for clarification. Did you say no further need?
Case in point. A priest or minister, he would claim that his function is preaching the word of God. But of course, since the state has proven that there is no God, that would make the function of such a person somewhat academic as well.
Academic?
Meaning theoretical, without practical function.
But there is a God.
You're in error, Mr. Wordsworth. There is no God.
You know that?
The state has established it.
Established it? How?
By scientific proof, or the lack thereof.
You cannot erase God with an edict.
This is not a debate.
It's not a matter of laws and proclamations.
You are obsolete, Mr. Wordsworth.
A lie. No man is obsolete.
You have no function. You are an anachronism, a ghost from another time.
I'm nothing more than a reminder to you that the state can't destroy words and the concepts they represent by burning pages.
You're a bug, Mr. Wordsworth, a crawling insect, a bookworm, an ugly, misshapen little creature that has no purpose here. No meaning.
I am a human being, as are you.
A human being? Is that what you lay claim to? You're a librarian, Mr. Wordsworth. You're a dealer in books that no one reads, and 2-cent fines and pamphlets enclosed stacks in the musty insides of a language factory that spews out meaningless words on an obscure assembly line called the printing press, whose time has long passed. Words, Mr. Wordsworth, that have no substance and no dimension. Like air, like the wind, like a vacuum that you make believe has an existence by scribbling index numbers on little cards.
I don't care what you say.
Don't approach the bench until you're told to.
And I tell you I don't care. I'm a human being. I exist. And if I speak one thought aloud or in writing, that thought lives even after I'm shoveled into a grave. This I know beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Delusions, Mr. Wordsworth. Delusions that you inject into your veins using a needle filled with printer's ink. The narcotic you call literature, the Bible, poetry, essays, all of it, just an opiate to make you think you have strength when you have no strength at all. You're unfit. You have nothing but spindly limbs and a dream, and the state has no use for your kind. You waste our time, Mr. Wordsworth, and you're not worth the waste.
Let's end this.
Now then.
You've made your point.
Instruct him.
Romney Wordsworth, you will return to detention.
Is that where I was? What a polite euphemism. Cell is more like it.
To await the finding of this board.
Very well.
This way.
One more question. What happened to Miss Lampert?
Who?
The school teacher.
Her case has been decided. The result will be on this evening's telecast.
I'm sure it will be, but I'm asking you, what was your decision?
Take him away.
Heretic. Obsolete.
No function. No function at all.
Mr. Wordsworth, how did your hearing go?
Well, I'm not honestly sure, but I have a pretty good idea.
At least it hasn't been decided yet.
Oh, no, not yet, but I don't think it will take them very long.
Ambiguity, the devil's playground, and my stock in trade.
Miss Lampert hasn't come back yet.
That means her case has already been decided.
That's what they said. Where would they take her in that case?
Back to her living quarters, I imagine, to await the carrying out of the sentence.
As for myself, I'd rather carry it out alone.
Not thinking about hemlock, are you? Don't tell me you are.
That's not what they use nowadays. Too hard to measure the dosage.
Get me a bottle of good scotch. I'd like to go out on a bender. Just give me a pen and paper.
But they'd only burn it.
Not if it's televised. I can recite to the camera. A public reading at last. Some of it has to get through before they cut off the sound.
They can't cut it off. It's an official edict. The equivalent of the condemned man's last words.
No matter what those words are?
Oh, they'll denounce the statement as soon as it hits the airwaves. But until then, for one shining, glorious moment, I'll have an audience. And someone somewhere may hear my words and understand.
Gentlemen, you're dooming yourselves. As if you believe in the superiority of the system, in its right to exist at all.
But it does. with or without moral justification.
Do not go gentle into that good night.
Dylan Thomas?
But rage against the dying of the light.
We can rage all we like. No one's going to hear it.
No? Think about it.
What are you driving at?
I wonder if they've reached a decision yet.
How do you find, gentlemen?
Obsolete! 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 Obsolete!
Obsolete.
I concur. In the matter of Wordsworth Romney, the board has made a finding. Bring him before me so I can pronounce sentence.
Escort him from the detention room.
Right away.
Approach the desk, Citizen Wordsworth.
Yes, sir?
In the matter of your finding, the board declares you obsolete.
Mm-hmm.
Your rights are as follows.
A comment, Chancellor. The lights, it's my eyes. Can some of the lights be directed at the desk so that I can see who I'm addressing?
Your rights are as follows, Mr. Wordsworth. You are to be liquidated within a period of 48 hours.
They still use that word? Liquidated?
But you have an option as to method and precise time.
Could you be more specific?
There are several prescribed methods, Mr. Wordsworth, including pills, gas, electrocution, lethal injection. It can be done immediately, or an hour from now, or any other time that you request.
Are there any other options?
The most popular, Mr. Wordsworth, assassination, at a time unknown. This way, the subject is not aware of either the method or the time. Psychologically, it is somewhat easier. In terms of one's mental state, it's the most humane.
Then I'd have to say, I'm a very rich man.
Louder, please, and step into the light.
I was merely saying I'm a rich man. I have such a luxury of choices. A few lines come to mind, perhaps you'll indulge me. Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. Of all the wonders that I have yet heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come. That's from Shakespeare, Julius Caesar. So, since you've given me the luxury of choice, I choose the following. To be given an assassin whom I will tell the method of execution.
I don't understand. What does he mean?
He will tell? Surely he can't be saying.
Mr. Wordsworth, please clarify the nature of the request.
You will assign me an assassin, Chancellor, just as you stipulated. But only he and I will know the way in which I am to die. I take it that's acceptable?
That will be acceptable, Mr. Wordsworth, so long as your sentence is accomplished within the 48-hour period required by law.
And one final request, Chancellor.
What's that?
I should like to die with an audience. I would like my death to be televised.
That, too, can be arranged, Mr. Wordsworth.
Thank you.
It's not infrequently that we televise executions. It has an educative effect on the population.
I have no doubt.
Now, as to the time of the liquidation, Mr. Wordsworth?
Midnight, tomorrow.
And the place?
In my room.
Gentlemen? Agreed, Mr. Wordsworth. We will choose your liquidator and send him over to you, and he will be duty-bound, just as you prescribed, not to divulge the method you've decided upon. Done.
Thank you, Chancellor. Whoever said the state doesn't have a heart?
An odd one.
Yes, indeed.
And with some very bizarre requests.
Bizarre, but to our advantage. He wants his death televised? All right, we'll oblige him. By midnight tomorrow, he'll be crawling up the walls with fear. And we'll televise every moment of it. His horror, his fright, and I dare say his belly-crawling supplications for mercy. What an example. We'll televise it, gentlemen, all over the country. We'll show the people. We'll show them how this obsolete man, this librarian, dies.
Yes?
Wordsworth Romney?
I am.
I'm here to install a television camera.
Oh, yes. Come in. Come in.
Bring the equipment in, please, guard. Then wait outside.
Yes, sir.
I'll call you when I'm finished.
Very good, sir. I'll be in the hall.
Forgive the close quarters. A librarian can't afford more than a studio apartment these days.
Librarian, sir?
Never mind. Would you care for some tea?
No, thanks. I'm on a schedule.
Oh, of course, yes. Other installations. Alpert, is that one? How about Cameron? And the other, what was his name? Brodsky, the poet.
I don't know. The guard has the manifest.
Oh, yes, I see. Is this all the equipment you need? It's not very much.
It doesn't need to be. It's miniaturized. See, all I do is mount this lens on the wall in the corner, and that's it. As long as it gets a wide angle of the whole room.
Impressive, I must say. And what about sound?
Sir?
There'll be a microphone, won't there?
Built right in. Full frequency. Broadcast quality.
Splendid. Well, don't let me get in your way. Do whatever you have to do.
Good idea. Not a lot of time left.
Oh, a couple of hours more?
I mean, you probably want some time to yourself for whatever.
Yes.
I'll be out of here in 20 minutes.
Wonderful. I mean, very professional of you. Do you happen to know what happened to the school teacher?
School teacher? A friend of yours?
Not really. I hardly knew her.
Not on my list.
Oh.
You ought to turn on the TV. That'll tell you.
Why didn't I think of that? You know, I spend every evening reading.
These things are your books, huh?
You mean you haven't seen any before?
I remember when I was a kid. They had pictures in them.
Oh, they have much more than that. And with my collection grown so large, there hasn't been time for television in years.
Even the state broadcasts?
The state broadcast? Oh, you mean the chancellor's speeches and so forth.
And on the domestic front, the economy is on an upswing. With unemployment virtually nil, corporations are tightening their belts in preparation for higher productivity next quarter when the trade deficit reaches zero. The government is purging thousands of obsolete personnel with tens of thousands to go before year's end.
Did he say tens of thousands?
One example is Miss Mary Lamport, who was terminated early this evening. For those who missed the live broadcast, here is her final statement.
I'd like to quote Saint Exupéry. What is essential is invisible to the eye. And it was a Welshman named Dylan Thomas who wrote of the force that through the green fuse drives. Well, I've spent my best years nurturing that life force, helping it break through the concrete and steel that seal us away. And I now know that there is no force in the universe that can crush.
That's the drugs kicking in.
Drugs?
Her choice. She wanted to go out painless. They gave her an injection. Sure kept talking for a while, though, didn't she? All those words.
She almost made it.
Made what?
I've seen enough. Go on with your work. I don't mean to distract you.
All done?
Surely not.
There. Go ahead. Turn your TV back on. See? There's you. There's me.
You're right. Isn't that amazing? Sharp and clear for all the world to see.
Fiber optics. Some picture, huh?
Yes. I don't know how to thank you. What's the cost?
No charge.
A tip, then. Consider it a kind of bonus. One of my books, perhaps.
No, thanks.
You can take your pick. Any one at all. They'll only be burned afterwards.
I don't have time to read. Thanks anyway. Guard.
Trouble?
No trouble. I'm finished is all. Let's go. Take it easy, Mr. Wordsworth. Don't fight it, okay?
I'll do my best.
It'll be easier that way.
Well, now then, nothing left to do but wait. 1 hour and 15 minutes. I'll set the clock, then lie down, and wait. It won't be long now.
Mr. Wordsworth?
Come in, Chancellor.
So, this is how a librarian lives.
Have a seat, please. I'm sorry there's only the one chair, but with so many books. Thank you for coming.
Very irregular, Mr. Wordsworth.
Is it?
Highly irregular.
That you came at all?
Do you know why I came? Do you?
I invited you.
By all means, you invited me. But why would I honor such an invitation? A cryptic note from a condemned man asking me to visit him during the last hour of his life.
Not normal, I take it?
Hardly the norm, Mr. Wordsworth. Hardly what I'm accustomed to. And somewhat suspect, too. How do I know I wasn't invited here for a last pitiful gesture of vengeance on the part of the condemned?
Vengeance?
After all, I'm more or less responsible for the finding in your case. Your demise in less than an hour.
45 minutes, actually.
It can be attributed, at least in part, to my decision. Nonetheless, that was the finding. Do you mind if I smoke?
No, not at all. You're my guest.
I'll tell you why I came, Mr. Wordsworth.
Please.
Perhaps to prove something to you.
And that is?
To prove to you that the state has no fears. None at all.
Well, you'll forgive me, Chancellor, but that has the elements of a joke.
How so?
Well, you come here to my room to prove that the state isn't afraid of me. What an incredible burden that must be, to prove that an obsolete librarian could have any effect at all on the state. I'll tell you why you came, though. I'll tell you the reason that you won't even admit to yourself.
And what might that be?
I don't fit your formula. Somewhere along the line, there's been a deviation from the norm. Your state has everything categorized, filed, and tagged. You are strength. People like me represent weakness. You control and order and dictate. My kind merely follows and obeys. But something's gone wrong. I don't fit, do I?
Oh, you fit, Mr. Wordsworth. In a few moments, you'll be cringing and pleading just like they all do. Yes, indeed, you fit. You've got a miserable, worthless little life, but you've also got an instinct for survival. And very soon now, when you know that life is slipping away, when your survival is just a question of minutes, we'll see which is stronger, the state or the librarian. All the country will see.
Yes, they will.
I take it you've had a discussion with whoever is assigned to your liquidation.
Whomever.
What?
Whom, object of the preposition.
Midnight, isn't it?
A mere 40 minutes from now. That's the camera lens up there on the wall. See it? They brought that in earlier this evening. Very efficient. One man set it up in less than 10 minutes. We're being televised now.
That's not unusual. In the mass executions last year, we televised around the clock. 1,300 people were put to death in 6 hours.
You never learn, do you? History teaches you nothing.
Quite the contrary. It teaches us a great deal. Our predecessors, Mr. Wordsworth, had the beginnings of the right idea.
Hitler.
Of course Hitler.
Stalin.
Him too. But in contrast with popular opinion, their error was not of excess. It was simply that they did not go far enough. Too many undesirables were left around, and undesirables eventually form a core of resistance. Old people, for example, clutch at the past and won't accept the new. The sick, the maimed and deformed, they fasten themselves on the healthy body and damage it. So we eliminate them.
Just like that.
Or people like yourself. They can perform no function for the state, so we do away with them.
Only makes sense.
What a charming room, Mr. Wordsworth. Small, but functional. Lived here long?
For over 20 years. I built the bookcases myself.
So I understand. That, incidentally, has kept you alive, that particular talent. Carpentry is a skill, and the state provides considerable leeway for workers who possess certain skills. This chair, for example. You made it.
I would have made more furniture, but there wasn't enough space with the books.
Unfortunately, you went as far as you could go, which was insufficient. So in a little while, it will be the end of a rather fruitless life as Mr. Romney Wordsworth goes to his own private nirvana. That's what they call it in your books, isn't it?
In some books.
You're not facing the camera, Mr. Wordsworth. You're cheating the audience. They'll want to see how you die.
Sorry?
Please, Mr. Wordsworth, show the lens your best side. And don't stifle your emotions. If you feel like crying, go ahead and cry. Or if you want to plead, why don't you do so? Let it all out. Perhaps a high state official might take pity on you.
You'd appreciate that, wouldn't you? A little chest-thumping, hand-wringing, some moaning, sobbing histrionics.
Suit yourself. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to be enthralled when they do come. I have another appointment this evening.
Chancellor.
Make it brief, Mr. Wordsworth.
You have plenty of time. Smoke as many more of your cigarettes as time allows.
How's that?
I haven't been entirely fair with you, Chancellor. I invited you here for a very special reason. Would you like to know the method I've chosen for my liquidation? I've had a bomb placed in this room. It has a time fuse set to go off at midnight, a few minutes from now.
Thoughtful, Mr. Wordsworth. A relatively quick and painless death.
Isn't it, though? And yet, knowing that you're going to be blown to smithereens is not the happiest of thoughts, is it?
That depends on the individual.
Yes, it does indeed.
I'll bid you goodbye, then. What kind of idiocy is this? You've locked the door.
Yes, I have. You're not going anywhere. You're staying here with me.
Open this door at once!
I'm not sure I remember where I hid the key. Question: how does a man react to such a situation? Answer: it depends on the individual. As for myself, I shall sit down and read my Bible.
This is insane.
Hidden for over 20 years, but the only possession I own that has any value at all to me now. And I intend to sit here and read it until the moment of my death.
Let me out of here! Guards! Anyone!
Don't waste your breath. There's no one out there. It's one of the rules. You isolate the person to be liquidated, so there's simply no one around. Why don't you face the camera, Chancellor? It's important, you know. You're cheating the audience.
What are you talking about?
You wanted the whole country to see the way a librarian dies. Why not let the whole country see how an official of the state dies, too? Will they see a contrast, Chancellor?
Wordsworth! I order you, let me out of this room!
Turn to the camera. Let the people see the strength of the state, the resilience, the courage. Let the people see how a man of steel faces death.
I've underestimated you, Mr. Wordsworth.
Sit down, Chancellor. You have a nirvana coming up, too. So, let's have a chat. Odd, isn't it? How equal we have become. Death is an exceptional equalizer. It takes a strong and handsome man like yourself, uniformed, bemedaled, and it places you alongside a skimpy thing like myself. But in the eyes of God, there's precious little to distinguish us. We are flesh, blood, muscle, limbs, and we are the same. Understand, Chancellor? We are the same.
We are not the same. A man of the state dies with dignity.
We shall see. That is, they will see. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table for me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
Please! Please! There's only 1 minute left! Let me out! In the name of God, let me out!
Yes, Chancellor. In the name of God, I will let you out. Here's the key. Goodbye, Chancellor.
This way.
Take your hands off of me. What is the meaning of this?
You may approach.
I don't understand what's going on. You all know me?
No further. Stand where you are.
There's been a misunderstanding. I've served the state for years. In fact, I'm the one who created the current edicts and passed them into law.
I am the new chancellor. You have been removed from office.
But why?
The field investigators have declared you obsolete. You have disgraced the state. You have proven yourself a coward. You therefore have no function.
I must protest. Let me speak.
Return the prisoner to the detention room while we determine his sentence. The finding of this hearing is that he is obsolete.
No! Wait! Hear me out!
Obsolete! Obsolete!
No! No, wait!
Obsolete.
Please! No!
Obsolete.
No!
Obsolete.
No!
Obsolete.
No!
Obsolete.
No!
Obsolete. 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 Obsolete.
The time is the future. Not a future that will be, but one that might be. Not just this story's lesson, but a lesson for all time. So long as men would speak their mind, and so long as tyranny would seek to muzzle them. File this case under M for mankind in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Obsolete Man, starring Jason Alexander, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Joe Forbrick, Meg Thalken, Rick Plastina, Doug James, Rob Riley, Lynn Foley, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, and Vince Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
All right. Everybody ready?
For what?
The evening rush.
That's a laugh.
What do you mean? It's that time of day. Truckers, moms, and dads, everybody gets hungry. They have to eat before they get to Vegas, don't they? Fix your hair and get your uniform on straight.
Nobody's been in here for 2 hours. And that was for a donut and a cup of coffee. We'll be lucky if anybody stops between now and closing.
You've got some attitude, Kitty. All right, well, do something. I mean, fill the napkin holders, get setups on all the tables. Look at this salt shaker. It's half empty.
You never give up, do you, Ace?
Give up, you kidding? The Happy Days Diner is my livelihood, yours too. And don't forget it, all a question of attitude. You gotta think positive. How's that floor coming, Jimbo?
There wasn't too much to sweep. Third time I've done it today.
Good. People like a nice, clean place.
I found one French fry and a matchstick by the payphone. You know, Ace, maybe you ought to ease up, sit down, take a load off.
Ease up. We gotta be ready for them when they start coming in.
Well, I don't know if anybody is coming in.
What are you talking about?
He's right, Ace. The truckers like to stop at Big Jim's now. And the families, they all go to that chain restaurant by the state line.
We'll get them back, you'll see. All we need's a new sign. Some specials on the window. You know how to write with a paintbrush, Jimbo? Big letters they can read from the highway?
I guess so.
Then you can start on it in the morning. Till then, keep your attitude up. That's what makes the difference. Positive thinking. Get a nice, clear picture in your mind. A big rig's on his way here now. He knows he can't make it without stopping. He sees us, pulls off. He's got a wad of cash big as a hole in his stomach. Give me a quarter.
Oh, now, Ace.
Come on. It's my lucky day.
You keep doing that, the whole cash drawer will be in that slot machine.
That's the point. It's never paid off, has it? Not one jackpot. That means the odds are in my favor. Now, Kitty.
Make this one count.
Sure. Now we're getting serious. Okay, listen to me, machine. This is your old buddy Ace talking to you. We've been together a long time, you and me, and I've been real good to you, haven't I? Dusting you off, keeping you all shiny, getting the customers to feed you their change. I gave you everything you wanted, right?